While sneaking a midnight snack in the morning, I accidentally caught my stepmother taking selfies with her phone. Just as I was about to avert my gaze out of propriety, I suddenly noticed her phone screen and held my breath. There, she had laid out her sacred items flat on the bed. Suddenly, a noise came from downstairs, startling her. She hurriedly got up and stepped out of the room to look around. Realizing it was just the aunt downstairs preparing breakfast, she slowly relaxed and returned to her dressing table to start editing the tags for these sacred items. After finishing all this, she bit her finger, waiting with anticipation. Soon after, she received the first message. "Hello, I'm very interested in your item, but I have a small request. I wonder if you'd accept it." Her delicate fingers lightly tapped on the keyboard. "What's your request?" Reading the request, her pretty face flushed again, and she instinctively glanced toward the bedroom door. After confirming the door was closed, she replied, "I can, but the price needs to be raised to 3,000. This time, the other party hesitated for a while before responding. "No problem." At this moment, in the villa attic, I looked at the series of messages on my phone and finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, the person who spent 3,000 yuan to buy the sacred relic was me. It wasn't hard to find someone nearby in the same city. Although it drained my savings, buying this thing wasn't for any weird reason. It was purely to get leverage over my stepmother Bai Jie and threaten her harshly. Before, my stepmother had been suppressing me in every way possible. Life was barely tolerable. But when I thought about my family's assets, this investment was absolutely worth it. The photos in my hand were enough to keep her under my control. Time to confront her. With that thought, I grabbed my phone and rushed downstairs, heading straight to my stepmother's room. Standing outside her door, I knocked without hesitation. After a moment, the door cracked open slightly. Bai Jie was wrapped in a coat, trying to hide something. "Xiaodong," she said, her voice carrying a barely noticeable tremor, though she quickly feigned composure. "Shouldn't you be at work at this hour?" I scoffed. The work she mentioned was nothing more than forcing me into the lowest position at the company, doing the hardest labor for a measly 2,500 yuan salary, all under the guise of training me. If it weren't for my father's sake, I would have retaliated long ago. Suppressing the anger surging in my chest, I quickly adjusted my breathing and curled my lips into a teasing smirk. "Stepmom, that outfit today is really something. Semi-transparent lace with pearls. Absolutely stunning." Hearing this, Bai Jie's pupils constricted sharply, her face turning pale with fright. She wondered if he had been in her room. The thought ignited a fury in her eyes, thinking this little brat had gone too far. Before she could react, I sidestepped and squeezed past her into the room. She snapped, "What are you doing?" Ignoring her, I casually surveyed her bedroom before boldly sitting down on her bed. Bai Jie's chest heaved with anger as she said, "I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and apologize right now. Then get the hell out of this house, or I'll tell your dad you sneaked into my room and stole my things." At this, I lazily leaned back against the headboard and said, "Stepmom, are you sure you want me to kneel and apologize?" With that, I raised my phone, turning the screen toward her. "Sometimes I really can't tell if you're smart or stupid. Call you stupid, yet you've managed to wrap my shrewd dad around your finger. Call you smart, yet you didn't even bother to edit the background in these photos, at least blur it or something. Just covering your face is pointless." I paused, letting my gaze roam over her brazenly. "Didn't you know the decor in our villa is custom-made?" Her pretty face instantly paled, her breathing grew rapid, and her body trembled, but she quickly steadied herself, lowering her head in thought. Truly a woman capable of fooling my father completely. Even at this moment, she's still thinking about how to turn the tables rather than simply begging for mercy. After a long silence, she raised her head, her gaze softening. "Lin Xiaodong, I admit I was indeed too harsh on you before, but if you keep this secret, I promise it'll never happen again, and I'll treat you like my own son." I shook my head with a cold laugh, looking at the woman as if she were an idiot. "Have you misunderstood something? Do you really think you're in any position to negotiate with me now?" The breeze drifted through the window, making Bai Jie tremble. The softness in her eyes vanished instantly as she gritted her teeth and asked, "Then what do you want?" I narrowed my eyes slightly, stroking my chin in thought. The system mentioned that peach blossom coins required contact with beauties scoring 8 or above in appearance, and hers was precisely 8.1. This dilemma tangled my ethics with supernatural ambitions. Though she was merely someone my father found after his paralysis, with no real relationship between them, she was still technically my stepmother. Lost in thought, my prolonged gaze made her misinterpret my intentions. Her icy voice snapped me out of my internal struggle. "Lin Xiaodong, I advise you not to even entertain certain ideas. If you insist on telling your father, I won't hesitate to fight you to the death." Money held a significant place in her heart, otherwise, she wouldn't have married a semi-paralyzed man in his 50s. A smirk appeared on my lips as I listened to her words, and I instantly made a decision. "Who said I was going to kick you out?" A flicker of confusion flashed in her eyes. "Then what do you want?" I replied, "I want to personally inspect my goods." Hearing this, She was thunderstruck, her face flushed with shame and anger. Do you even know what you're saying? I'm legally married to your father at the Civil Affairs Bureau. I'm your mother. I retorted. Do you really think you're my birth mother? You're my stepmother. But since you put it that way, I guess there's no need to continue this conversation. Let's see what Dad has to say. With that, I began swiping on my phone screen. Seeing my actions, Bai Jie panicked and lunged to grab my phone. But I was prepared and dodged her, watching her with amusement. Bai Jie trembled, slowly sitting up from the bed, her eyes filled with humiliation as tears welled up. In the end, she was afraid if this were exposed, her dream of a wealthy life would shatter at best, and if I retaliated in anger, she couldn't bear the consequences. Lin Xiaodong, you're ruthless, but why should I trust you? I chuckled and shook my head. Like I said, do you think you're in any position to negotiate? I pulled over a chair and sat down. After several minutes of silence, she finally gave in. You'd better keep your word, or I swear I'll haunt you even as a ghost. With that, she closed her eyes in despair, tilted her head back, and her robe quickly slipped off her nightgown. However, she quickly realized the boy was clearly toying with her. Can you hurry up? Stop humiliating me. Hearing this, I pinched her chin and said indifferently, Stepmom, you're quite the looker. At my explicit words, her body trembled uncontrollably. My gaze slowly drifted downward. As for the sacred treasure below, should I help you, or will you do it yourself? Hearing this, she sat up and nervously scooted back on the bed. You're going too far. I shrugged with a wicked grin. Don't tell me you don't want to? If you don't comply, once I hand these photos to Dad, you might get kicked out of the house. And if this gets exposed, don't even dream of marrying into another wealthy family. She was on the verge of tears. I'll do it myself, but on one condition. This has to be quick. Yining smiled smugly. Okay, but you have to come in front of me. I want to appreciate it up close. Yu Sichuan had run out of options and came to Yining, angrily and shyly closing her eyes. Hands were trembling near his own waist. Just as soon as he was ruthless, Yining suddenly held her in his arms. Forget it, I'll let you off this time. If you dare to suppress me again, I won't be able to say anything after that. Yu Sixian felt as if she had walked through a ghost gate. Her whole body was in a cold sweat. Ding! The host is in close contact with Yu Sixian, gaining 200 points of Peach Blossom coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating heterosexual favorability. Heterosexual favorability of 100 can be exchanged for 100 points of Peach Blossom coins. If the value is not reached, it cannot be exchanged. It can be accumulated indefinitely. Yoo-hoo! I didn't think it was possible to activate something like that. Yining was very happy, and now was even more excited about the opposite sex favorability. Only, it was basically impossible to gain favor from Yu Sixian. Since you have a big conscience, why don't you get out? Yu Sichuan turned her back to Yining, her voice indifferent. Please go out. I'm going to change my clothes. Yining no longer paid any attention to it and was preparing to leave. Wait. Yu Sixian suddenly thought of something and immediately said, You've accomplished your goal, so hurry up and erase the picture from your phone. Yining clasped his hands on his arms and said playfully, Do you think it's possible? If you delete the photos, how will you hold her later? Once the photo disappeared, this evil woman would still be beating herself up like crazy as before. How can this be tolerated? Yu Sichuan's chest rose and fell violently. What else do you want? Yining smiled wistfully. Aren't you clear about what I want? Of course it's going to depend on your future performance, little mom. When he finished, he immediately left the room. Yu Sixian's eyes were filled with hatred. She swore that once she caught a chance to fight back, she would absolutely cut Yining into 1,000 pieces. If you're soft on your enemies, you're cruel to yourself. Never let that happen. At this time, Yining came to the kitchen and happened to bump into Yu Sixian's daughter, Lu Xiangyan. Lu Xiangyan and Yining were the same age. Both were in their early 22s. Only Lu Xiangyan was a few days older than Yining. Although Yu Sichuan often suppressed Yining, he still had a good feeling about Lu Xiangyan. This sister didn't hold it against herself and helped him with trivial things from time to time. For example, buying things for Yining to eat, helping him pay his phone bill, and so on. If this mother and daughter teamed up to suppress themselves, then this family really couldn't stay. Why are you home too? Lu Xiangyan was curious. I'm off today. Why? Yining replied briefly. Nothing. I was going to ask you to do something for me, but thinking about it you don't seem to be up to it. Lu Xiangyan looked pity. What's the matter? Maybe I can. Yining carefully observed her expression, and at the same time, he began to appreciate this exquisitely beautiful sister. It had to be said that Lu Xiangyan was indeed a beauty. No matter what she wears, her temperament is always so gentle, noble and icy. He subconsciously opened Lu Xiangyan's profile panel. Name Lu Hyungyun. Age, January 12, 2003. 22 years old. Height, 168. Circumference, 90. 60. 90. Face value, 8. 5 points. Favorability, 50%. Hey, what's wrong with you? Li Xiangyan reached out and waved her hand in front of his face. Is there something on my face? Yining came back to his senses. No, it's nothing, tell me quickly, what is it? I didn't realize that my sister's face value score was 0, 4 points higher than Yu Xixian's. Not only that, but she actually had a 50% favorable opinion of this brother of hers. That's totally unexpected. Li Xiangyan sighed softly. Recently a rich kid kept pestering me to be his girlfriend, but I don't like him at all, and I even loathe him a little. That man is frivolous and sometimes hairy. So yeah, I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend and accompany me to the party, just to frustrate him. Except what about? Speaking of which, Li Xiangyan smiled helplessly. You don't seem to be too good either. Why can't I? Yining didn't expect that his sister, who usually took quite good care of herself, would actually look down on herself so much. Ning, where's your line? Li Xiangyan held back her laughter. You are quite handsome, but, are you very capable of fighting? Besides, you don't have much money on hand, do you? I've used up my allowance this month, so I won't be able to subsidize you. Oh. Chapter 5, The Bag-Carrying Minions. Yining clenched his teeth darkly, his eyes transmitting a vicious intent. If you let me go with you, I'll prove myself, and then you'll know. Li Xiangyan's pretty face was surprised. I think it's better for you not to show off. You're okay with ordinary people, but the other party is Roger after all. His family has hundreds of millions of dollars in assets as usual, and he's on par with our dad. I'd better find someone else. You should eat and drink, and most importantly, what about work? Yining was very unconvinced and clenched his fists. Okay, I'll prove it to you now. Just wait. He immediately opened the system and entered the mall to buy props, trying to find a solution to a problem with 100 peach coins. Now that Li Xiangyan's favorability towards him was 50%, he had to take advantage of this opportunity. After research, Yining realized that 10 points of peach blossom coins could be exchanged for 1 attribute point. You can also exchange peach coins for cash. Thus, Yining exchanged 100 peach blossom coins for 10 attribute points. Add 2 points to physique, 3 points to agility, and 5 points to strength. Then with the free attribute points x2 rewarded by the system, the strength reached 20, which was a passing grade. Though physique and agility were average, it was better than stagnation. In the end, he was left with 100 points of peach coins. Use 50 points to buy the martial art, boxing. Only it's the lowest level. Beginner. Another 50 points for 500. 000 cash. One operation after another. Yining felt as if he had undergone a huge metamorphosis. Host, Yining. Physical, 5+, general, strength, 20+, good, agility, 8+, average, face value, 7+, a little handsome, peach blossom coin, 0, capital, 500,000 yuan, skill prop, boxing junior. In addition to the face value rating, the other attributes were rated from lowest to highest. Fair, pass, good, excellent, excellent. Every 20 points is a stage. And what was most unexpected to Yining was that 1 point of peach blossom coin was 10,000 cash. It's a dream come true. Li Xiangyan couldn't help but ask, how exactly are you going to prove it to me? At this moment, Yining smiled evilly. He pointed to the apple on the coffee table, and I used it to prove it. Immediately afterward, he walked over and took the apple in his hand and crushed it with his bare hands. Hiss. This scene, Li Xiangyan looked dumbfounded. Pinched. Yining smiled confidently. How about it? I have the ability to protect you. Right. As for whether or not I have money to spend, there's no need for you to worry about it. Sister. He used the system to check Li Xiangyan's power and it was only 5 points. As it is, the strength of a lean adult is 10 to 12 points at most. And with 20 points of strength and the skill of beginner's boxing, it was not a problem for himself to tackle 3 or 4 strong men at the same time. Overall, those 200 points of peach coins were not a bad spend at all. Li Xiangyan instantly came onto him with a sweet smile. Good. In that case I can take you, but you can't initiate trouble, or I can't help you. Yining nodded. That's a must. As long as I don't run into any trouble, I'll naturally settle down. At this moment, Li Xiangyan peeked upstairs. Meet me at the Charm City tonight at 7. We can't go out together. If my mom finds out, you're not going to have a good time. Yining gave an okay sign. 7 o'clock in the evening, capital of Charm. Yining arrived as promised. It was only after about a few minutes of waiting that Li Xiangyan slowly drove up in a white Audi S6. She didn't turn off the engine, just got out and sat on the passenger side. You drive, and we'll go to the Flourish Bar, the open-air one. Yining sat in the driver's seat. A car of this class was not unfamiliar to him, and soon sped down the road. Less than half an hour, the two arrived at the open field of the Flourishing Bar. The spending here is not low. Even the minimum spending for the open-air venue is 2,000 per person. Haiyan Jian. I didn't expect you to come so early. A male gentleman saw Le Xiangyan and walked over excitedly. Le Xiangyan said quietly to Yining, "He is Roger." Roger looked at Yenin. "Who is he?" Le Xiangyan smiled. "My boyfriend." "How is he?" "He's pretty handsome, right?" At once, Roger's face clouded over. In his heart, he said, "What boyfriend? It's obviously the bag-carrying boy." The reason he thought so was not that he thought Yining was badly dressed. Yining's dark gray suit was considered high fashion, except that he had a cheap tie and no cufflinks, and a decent brooch was even less. Even more so, Yining didn't even have a watch. Instead of not having any, he's a little poor bee with no money. The only thing more conspicuous is that Mont-Blanc belt. So Roger didn't take him seriously. Getting in the way, he offered his hand. "Hi, I'm Roger." He just wanted to show off his Rolex Green Aqua Ghost. Yining could not know his intentions and smiled. "Hello, I'm Xiangyan's boyfriend, Yining." Roger stopped talking and brought Le Xiangyan to the open-air card table in front of him. But Le Xiangyan didn't want to take care of it. "You go over first, my boyfriend and I will buy some food. The stuff here is expensive and not good." At those words, Roger's face darkened even further. He glared viciously at Yining, then stopped talking and walked straight back to the card table. Le Xiangyan snickered twice and walked over on Yining's arm. The two sat on the far side of the room and a girl saw them and quickly sat over. "Hi Jian, what have you been up to lately? It's been so long." Le Xiangyan smiled. "One. Your question is a good one. Of course it's to find a date. Isn't that what this is?" One looked at Yining, nodded and smiled, but didn't say anything. In fact, she was wondering in her heart that the young people who could come to the party here today were either the second generation of the rich or the second generation of the government. Yining, on the other hand, didn't look like he was from this circle and was curious as to why Le Xiangyan had brought him here. Raven couldn't help but glance at Roger as she thought about it. Dare to rob the woman Roger has his eye on. Just expect the kid in front of you to get out of here unscathed. The others similarly saw Yining and took him even less seriously. "Jie, who is that man with Lu Xiangyan?" "You still have to ask. Isn't it just the bag-carrying boy?" Roger's face returned to its usual color. "I thought it was her boyfriend." "What boyfriend? Does he look like he's rich to you? Also, the suit is nice, but none of the decent accessories." The others began to use Yining as a topic for whispered discussion. After about half an hour, the caviar and sirloin steaks were placed on the table by the waiter. The only thing that wasn't there was Yining. It's a scene that's very awkward. The corners of Roger's mouth lifted slightly, and he suddenly slapped his head violently. "Oops, I'm really sorry, I forgot about you." Chapter 6, Fight First. Le Xiangyan snorted. "Roger, is this your tactic?" "It's simply dropping the ball." As she was talking, she scratched half the caviar onto the steak's dinner plate. Then it was pushed in front of Yining. "Anan, save some of the steak. Oh, I want to try some too." Yining naturally cut off a small piece of steak and fed it to Le Xiangyan's mouth. "Baby, the first bite is definitely for you to taste." Le Xiangyan obediently ate it with a satisfied look. "You feed me the best things. Yummy love and wanting more." When she saw the image, Shizuka's face was filled with black lines. "This is overacting, right? Usually Lu Xiangyan is not like this." But the next second she reacted. It turns out that this man was brought in by her on purpose to suppress Roger. Now that's even better. Yining continued to feed her a mouthful, while constantly observing the reactions of Roger and the others. Some were amazed, others puzzled. "I don't understand why Le Xiangyan would be interested in this unnamed person. Roger is a heck of a cockney." It was just that Yining knew all of these people, while they didn't know Yining. Zhang Zhe is the son of the capital of Guzheng district. Wang Yi's father in Tianhai is open a lot of chain supermarkets, is also considered a rich family. There was also Zhao Bin, whose father ran a technology company that was more famous in Tianhai City. In normal life, Roger was more generous, thanks to his father's favoritism, so all three of them looked up to Roger. Yining liked to mingle with his classmates at school and didn't mingle in the circle of the gentry. After graduation, she wanted to make a big difference, but was ruthlessly suppressed by Yu Xian. Therefore, even though Yining was Yi Honglong's son, many people did not know that. Roger looked like he was ready to go. He wanted to see how long Yining could fool around. "Hi Jian, I'm going to the bathroom." "Okay, you come back quickly." Le Xiangyan deliberately revealed an infatuated gaze. Yining got up and left, entering the interior of the flourishing bar. The hall was packed with people, gathering many social elites and rich young men and women. They all enjoyed the happy hour after work and dancing with their friends. At this moment, just as Yining was about to arrive at the men's restroom, he saw several underground forces. "Brother Tianlin, I've made all the arrangements for tonight, and those chicks definitely won't let you down." Chu Tianlin was about to answer when he saw a gorgeous woman come out of the bathroom. He gestured toward his men, and one soon followed. Yining's eyes rolled, and with an impish smile, he followed suit. When she got to the bar lounge area, The man quickly stopped her. Come to the bar alone, pretty lady? The lounge area is no fun. Let's go. I'll take you to the deluxe private room. Our brother Tianlin is waiting for you. He. The beautiful woman immediately panicked when she heard Chu Tianlin's name. It was evident that Chu Tianlin was famous in Tianhai City. The woman first smiled and gestured, then replied decisively, sorry, I have something else to do, so I can't go and meet brother Tianlin face to face. Wanna go? She looked pained as the man grabbed her arm. Let go of me. Don't you dare. Hey, a beauty of your caliber is not often seen. If I let you get away, I won't be able to get away with it if my big brother blames me. With that, he forcefully dragged the woman back. Ding! The host triggers a temporary mission. Ding! Choice 1. Save Maggie Ho. Get 2 million cash reward. Ding! Choice 2. The host needs to gain favor with the mission target. Rewarded with 100 points of peach blossom coins. Yi Ning hurried forward, his gaze blazing. First a hand slash hit the man in the knot of his throat, and the man had trouble breathing and his eyes bulged out. Immediately afterward, the wrists of both of his hands were viciously twisted off by Yi Ning. Perhaps Yi Ning had moved too quickly, and he didn't even have a pained expression. When the man was about to react, Yi Ning broke his ankle with another kick. Bang! The man fell heavily to the ground with an unusually pained expression. Yi Ning came to squat beside him, grabbed his hair, and whispered a warning in his ear. I'm Roger, don't dare touch my woman. Come see me in the open air deck if you dare. After saying that, he turned to look at the beautiful woman again. With a thought, the system quickly gave a rating, 8. 5 points. The woman exhaled heavily and reached out gratefully. Thank you, my name is Maggie Ho. Yi Ning shook hands with her and smiled. You go now, I have things to do at this moment. See you again sometime. Himechi pulled out her cell phone from her bag and said cordially, add a WeChat. You helped me, I'll thank you when I have the chance. Yi Ning revealed a wicked smile without realizing it. That's the effect to be desired. The woman in front of her, Maggie Ho, was wearing a tight busty wraparound dress. Her body was dimpled and her skin was tender. Even in the poorly lit lounge area, you could see that her skin was white and red, and the peaks of her breasts are simply mouth-watering. Ding! Mission complete. Host choose mission 2 reward. Ding! Gains 60 favorability of Himechi. Successful contact with target. Rewarded with 100 points of peach blossom coins. After successfully adding Himechi's WeChat, Yi Ning returned to the hall. By coincidence, I actually ran into Wen in the lobby, so I guess she came to use the restroom too. He followed slowly, waiting for an opportunity. But just at this time, Yi Ning realized that Chu Tianlin had a little brother greeting someone else in the hall, and turned around to meet Wen head-on. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention, Raven said politely. The man saw that Wen was well presented, so he took her into his arms with a bad smile on his face. Chick, come up with me for a few drinks. Raven panicked and struggled as hard as she could to get free. What are you doing? Let go of me. The man prepares for his next move when suddenly someone punches him in the face. What the are you trying to do to my girlfriend? Zhang Zhe used his full strength and knocked the man to the ground with a single punch. The man lay on the ground covering his nose for a long time, as if his nose had been broken. Dog, you dare to touch my Zhang Zhe's girlfriend? Go to hell. Zhang Zhe continued to add 2 more kicks. Z, it's a good thing you came just in time or I'd be in deep, one said miserably, then looked viciously at the man. Stinking rascal. Yuck. After a few curses still not relieved, she also lifted her heels and kicked the man hard in the stomach a few times. The people around the hall were all eating out of the palm of their hands when they saw the scene. Holy, that guy seems to be brother Tianlin's little brother. How did he get beaten up? People who dare to touch Chu Tianlin. This is a good show. Yesterday someone accidentally angered Chu Tianlin's little brother and was directly blown out by punches and kicks. And today there's another person who doesn't know better. Chu Tianlin was a regular here, and coupled with his social background, many people knew how powerful he was. Yi Ning said in his heart, I thought I'd come and create some opportunities, but I didn't think it would save me any trouble. He waited a few minutes before he was the last to return to the open-air deck. Jia Shao, just now you were not able to see. I took care of that with one punch. Zhang Zhe was smug. He doesn't look at whose woman Wen is. Roger quipped as he downed a glass of wine. Good job brother. I can talk in this area. Who cares who he is? Let's fight first. Chapter 7 Your father can't even come. As Roger spoke, he didn't forget to glance at Le Xiangyan. It seemed to tell her that she had a row no matter where she was. Le Xiangyan noticed his gaze and did not meet it. After the crowd had eaten and drank their fill, the waiter served high-grade champagne one after another, as well as several bottles of tens of thousands of dollars of foreign wine. My goodness, Jie Shao has really come out on top. Tens of thousands of dollars of foreign wine that I haven't tasted yet. When Wen and Wang Yi's girlfriend exclaimed. Roger personally poured wine for all of them and cheerfully said, while we're all here, I also have something to share with you. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, Roger pulled a beautiful gift box out of his arms. He opened the gift box, and a dazzling luster instantly blossomed out. Everyone fixed their eyes on it, their expressions incomparably shocked. Only a pair of valuable earrings with perfect craftsmanship were placed in the gift box. Raven covered her mouth in shock. These are onyx earrings, aren't they? Wang Yi's girlfriend, Fang Xiaojia, also marveled. More than just onyx earrings, or Tiffany's style. You don't see this style much. It's more elaborate than what I've seen online. The two of them were also considered beautiful women who were loved by everyone, but they were still inferior compared to Lu Xiangyan. Everyone had just graduated, and the aura of their student days still survived. Although it was said that Zhang Zhe and Wang Yi had equally notable identities, but compared to Roger, it was nothing. Roger often changed cars to drive, moving millions of luxury cars. Life is still very extravagant. As the two of them thought about this, they couldn't help but be very envious of Lu Xiangyan. Already guessing what will happen next, Zhang Zhe curiously inquired, Jia Xiao, where did you get this style? As far as I know, Tiffany's necklace containing oversized platinum 950 set with diamonds is, at most, a little over $400,000. The material of this onyx is crystal clear and artistic. It's simply impeccable. Wang Yi also hurriedly used his cell phone to check the price of the earrings. In the next moment, his entire body froze and he muttered, top quality southern red agate, not many grams but worth $450,000. My God, they all knew that Roger would make a move tonight. But they didn't expect him to put in all his blood to pursue Lu Xiangyan. Roger held the exquisite gift box in his palm and came to Lu Xiangyan. Haiyan Jian, I've liked you for a long time. Can I be your boyfriend? Without waiting for Lu Xiangyan to answer, the remaining five began to drive the atmosphere. They were in high spirits and shouted at the top of their lungs, together, together, a match made in heaven. Wow, that's so romantic. Haiyan Jian, I envy you so much. The crowd shouted, and the guests in the surrounding decks rose to their feet, staring at them intently. At this moment, the two of them, Luo Jia and Lu Xiangyan, had become the center of attention in the entire room. But who knows? Lu Xiangyan's expression changed. She gazed at Roger in front of her with a condescending attitude. I've told you more than once that I'm not interested in you. Roger, do you really think you're something? For a moment, the room was silent. A pin drop can be heard. I didn't expect the situation to develop in a way that was completely different from what they thought. Just when they didn't know what to do, a crowd of people came crowding outside the card table. Who's Roger here? The man's voice was thick and booming, and several of the surrounding deckhands looked over in unison. Roger turned to look as well, and looked puzzled. If it isn't Brother Tianlin, nice to meet you. He quickly adjusted his facial expression and greeted him warmly. Get out, don't pretend with me here. Chu Tianlin scolded sternly. Zhang Zhe and Wang Yi, among others, could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Looking at Chu Tianlin's stance, it seemed like he was coming from a bad place. Roger, is it? Good. The corner of Chu Tianlin's mouth twitched. Did you just, with your friends, beat up two of my brothers? This, Luo Jia felt a cold sweat as he glanced at Zhang Zhe, not realizing that the person he had hit was actually Chu Tianlin's man. This man is famous in Tianhai City. Who in Tianhai City knows about him? But on second thought, he thought something was wrong. Zhang Zhe only said that he hit a man, but he was obviously here and didn't go anywhere. So how did he become a part of the beating? Thinking of this, he smiled fawningly. Brother Tianlin, I've been here all this time and never left. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Chu Tianlin took a few steps forward and looked down on him from above. Two of my men, one with a broken nose and a broken rib. The other guy has broken wrists and ankles on both hands. And you're telling me it's a misunderstanding? You beat up a man and not only that, you warned my men to come to the open-air deck for you if they could. Roger, do you really think that because your father has a little bit of money, you can do whatever you want? Roger was completely confused. What's going on here? His face stiffened as he turned around and grabbed Zhang Zhe aside. You kid, you even dare to beat up Brother Tianlin's men? Why am I even implicated? I only hit one person, and Raven can testify to that. Damn it, it's not about hitting a few people anymore. Luo Jia was flustered and gritted his teeth. Chu Tianlin Tianhai City's a bully. He eats people without spitting out bones. You are really tired of living. Zhang Zhe, I'll tell you the truth. I'm afraid it's no good even if your father comes. Zhang Zhe's face showed fear and his heart thumped faster. He hurriedly walked over to Chu Tianlin and was respectful. Brother Tianlin, I'm the one who hit him with my hands. Can you please, for the sake of my father, forget about it? Next, Chu Tianlin threw a slap over. What kind of character are you? And who is your father? Zhang Zhe covered his cheeks as tears came to his eyes. My father is the head of Guzhan district. Do you not even give him face? Ha, Chu Tianlin smiled disdainfully. The district head of the ancient town district. I take it as how powerful. In case you don't know, your father still owes me money, and even if he comes, he's going to pour me tea. Understand? Zhang Zhe staggered backward a few steps, his guts scared out of him. Roger knew that a big disaster was on the horizon and opened his mouth to ask, Brother Tianlin, things have come to this, what do you say? How does it count? Chu Tianlin let out a cold snort, then stared dead at Zhang Zhe, and the men around him immediately understood. In full view of the public, Zhang Zhe was constantly beaten by several people, screaming miserably, I was wrong, Brother Tianlin, I was really wrong. He lay on the ground with his hands over his head, like a fish out of water, his body flipping violently. Don't think that just because your father is an official that you can scare me. I'm most annoyed with people like you. After saying that, Chu Tianlin looked ferociously at Luo Jia again. You hit my brother too. People broke their wrists and ankles. If you don't give me a satisfactory figure today, I'm afraid I won't give your father face. In fact, he was tempted to make Roger pay out a fortune, and then make these guys offer up the girls around them. Only the identity of the women in Roger's circle is elusive. If he touches the daughter of a rich family, how will he lose face if it gets out? Roger was ecstatic. As long as he didn't get hit, everything was fine. Brother Tianlin, how much do you want me to pay? Chu Tianlin stretched out 5 fingers. $5 million. This is settled. Yining's expression twitched when he heard 5 million. Chapter 8 beat you all into submission. Yining did not expect that Chu Tianlin would open his mouth and ask for $5 million. Mind you, he's a rich kid himself. Don't even think about $5 million. Not to mention hundreds of thousands. When he was still in school before, tens of thousands of dollars had been a huge fortune for him, but that was exactly the answer Yining wanted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lured Chu Tianlin over. As for Zhang Zhe hitting people, that was unexpected. Roger trembled. Brother Tianlin, $5 million. The most I have on hand is over $4 million. Do you think it's okay? Chu Tianlin hesitated for a moment. Okay, you transfer the money first, then come with me. Hearing his words, Roger shivered. Brother Tianlin, isn't it okay that I gave the money? Why do I still have to go with you? Chu Tianlin's face sank, saying 5 million is 5 million, not a penny less. You stay with me honestly, and when your father transfers the rest of the money, you'll be able to go home naturally. Roger continued to retort. You, aren't you kidnapping? Kidnapping? Ha 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 ha. Chu Tianlin laughed disdainfully. I, Chu Tianlin, am open and honest. I'm not so bright as to kidnap someone for a few $100,000. If the outside world found out, how would I be able to hang around? I'm just trying to get your father to remember and discipline you. Roger had a lump in his throat, wanting to speak but not knowing how. Now he was like an ant on a hot pan, screaming for help. Is he really going to take it back? There was nothing left to do at the moment but call his old man. I'll call my dad. Unexpectedly, Chu Tianlin directly snatched the phone over and glared at him fiercely. You'll transfer the money to me first, then your dad will transfer it. Not in that order. Roger was beyond desperate and his mind had gone blank. At this moment, Li Xiangyan quietly said to Yining, Ning, let's take the opportunity to slip away. His target isn't us anyway. It didn't occur to him that Yining had suddenly spoken out of turn. Roger, transfer me the 4 million or so you have on hand and I'll set it up for you. Ding. Host triggers mission. Ding. Mission 1. Help the crowd get out of the trap. Rewarded with $20 million in cash. Ding. Mission 2. Knock down all the enemies and make Chu Tianlin kneel down and kowtow and apologize. Rewarded with 20 free attributes as well as free attributes X2. Ha? What the hell kind of crap are you talking about? Have you lost your mind? Li Xiangyan frantically poked Yining's back with her finger, chortling in a low voice. Yining smiled confidently. It's fine, leave it to me. You. Li Xiangyan felt a chill run down her back. She had already guessed what terrible thing would happen next. It's in the bag now. Oh, and who are you? Chu Tianlin looked at Yining with interest. Dare to help him out. Kid, I see your college student appearance. You still don't know how much energy I have in Tianhai City, do you? He, that's just it. You kneel down now and admit your mistake. I won't bother with you. Hearing Yining's words, the faces of the crowd were incomparably horrified. Zhang Zhe's father was an official, not a lowly position. Even he couldn't escape. How could Yining, a brat, help Chu Tianlin? The way the group regarded Yining was as if they were trying to look at a lunatic in a mental institution. Yining used the system to scan Chu Tianlin and the others. According to the data, the people who could fight the most had a strength attribute of less than 15. Only 13. They're just scary-looking people with some tendons in their bodies, not to be feared at all. Yining moved his muscles slightly and smiled. How about you kneel down for me and I'll let you leave safely? How about that? Upon hearing this, Chu Tianlin couldn't help but look at his brother beside him and forced a smile. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, does he have for brains or something? It's a laugh, to actually make brother Tianlin kneel down to him. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Ha ha ha, accompanied by Chu Tianlin's eyes. A tall, burly man walked straight to Yining's side. He was so fierce that Roger and the others cringed. It had nothing to do with him at this point, and I didn't think he'd know better than to run into a gun. I'm afraid that if he doesn't die today, he'll have to shed his skin. The burly man didn't bother to talk nonsense to Yining, and extended his fist to begin the violent beating. It's over. Li Xiangyan had bitter words, clearly said not to cause trouble, and now it was all going to be lifeless. Pity your own ignorant and stupid brother. Roger and Wang Yi and the others had seen the strong man's arms and fists, and estimated that Yining would have to stay in the hospital for a while. But who knows? Yining steadily received his fist. Simple a shoulder drop. Strong man immediately unconscious. At once, everyone was stunned. They blinked and rubbed frantically, simply unable to believe what was happening in front of them. This, Chu Tianlin sucked in a sharp breath of cool air, and his expression became a little stiff. Although he had many fighters around him, he wasn't so weak, was he? These brothers had all been hanging out with themselves for many years, and the most capable fighter was the strong man in front of him. One should know that he was the one person who resisted 3 people and struck viciously, basically not giving anyone a chance to counterattack, but the fact that it was happening in front of him, he had to believe it. Damn, should have brought out the Skywolf, Chu Tianlin muttered. Skywolf is his strongest fighter, possessing all the martial arts skills with the title of Double Flower Red Stick. Even if a professional killer ran into him, he probably wouldn't last more than a few rounds. Yenin coldly glanced at Roger. Roger, I don't want to repeat myself a third time. Transfer the money to me. Roger inhaled hard. He had never felt the air so fresh today. He's got the phone. If you can set it up. You're my big brother. Bro, as long as you can get us out of here, money and everything is fine. Seeing this, Wang Yi and Zhang Zhe also begin to believe that things will turn around. Only, can Yenin really do it? It was 24 people standing in front of them. Wang Yi grabbed the corner of Luo Jie's coat and said quietly, it's only beaten one person. Why do you trust him so much? I feel like you're crazy too. Roger swallowed. That said, it wasn't impossible. That burly man stood at 6'9", and with his large muscles, he must have weighed more than 200 pounds, and yet Yining had gently subdued him with a single move. Wasn't that convincing enough? Although he himself was crazy, he was not so crazy that he had no brain. Whatever, that kid is a practitioner. Since he's willing to stand up for us, the big deal is to die together. Speaking of which, it was only afterward that he realized that Li Xiangyan had chosen this man for a reason. I didn't realize I was the one jumping the gun. It wouldn't occur to them that the person whose scalp was truly numb was Li Xiangyan. She couldn't believe in her wildest dreams that her brother, who was not related to her by blood, could fight so well, even after being together for more than 2 years and knowing him well. How could such a drastic change have occurred? At this moment, Yining gazed at Chu Tianlin. You either give Roger his cell phone back or I'll beat you all into submission. Chapter 9 Transfer money, not a penny less. Chu Tianlin was once again threatened, and hated Yining with a passion. Good, you've got balls. I don't know if you can handle the 24 people I have here. Before the words left his mouth, he waved his big hand. The men got the order and all swarmed up. Watch out, Li Xiangyan shouted. Yining did not meet the enemy head-on, instead coming out into the open. He did this for 2 purposes. One was that he didn't want Li Xiangyan to be affected, and the other was to facilitate his own play. In an instant, Yining tossed and turned through the crowd as if a fish had entered the sea, making it difficult to grab hold of him. All that could be heard was the sound of punches being thrown and the dull sound of falling to the ground. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! There was a lot of screaming and simmering goodness. In barely 3 minutes, only 11 of the 24 were left. Roger didn't dare to imagine that the person in front of him could be so strong. I'm afraid this kind of scene only happens in movies. A proper protagonist's aura. Chu Tianlin's face gradually turned white. A 1 meter 8.5 tall man who didn't look like he had much muscle actually beat his men back? Is this still human? The champion can't even fight like that, can he? At this moment, although there were still 11 people on Chu Tianlin's side, they didn't dare to act rashly, simply because the brothers lying on the ground have either broken hands or feet. Others were violently spitting out blood after just 1 punch. In addition to the wailing in his ears, he actually heard the voice calling for his mom. They had been mixed up in the underground forces for so long, but they had never experienced anything like this before. However, Yining wasn't doing too well, as he was panting and nearing his physical limit. Damn it, I should have known to add a few more points to my physique attribute. Now I'm going to be unable to fight, he said darkly in his mind. Anyone else of you who isn't afraid to die, come over here and eat some of my punches. At the moment, They can only be verbally intimidated in the hope that they will know what to do. The eyes of the 11 fighters as they looked at Yi Ning also changed. This kid was practically indistinguishable from the god of war in their eyes. How scary is it to basically KO someone with one punch? Even if you can't beat them, no one can get close enough to catch them even if you want to. Who's going to talk to about this? When Chu Tianlin saw his brethren retreating back and forth, he immediately roared loudly. Anyone who takes another step back, I want him dead. All of you, get on me. I'm going to skin him. Come on. At least it was the order of the elder brother. The people did not dare to disobey. Zabachi fights him. Catch him. Let him know we're not in this for nothing. Yi Ning quickly adjusted his breathing and killed head-on without hesitation. 3 minutes ago it was a meandering battle, and now there's no stamina left to walk the dog. It has to be done quickly. He quickly rushed to one person, and his right foot rose up, like a steel whip thrown fiercely. Immediately following that, the man spewed out a large amount of blood, streaks of which floated through the air in the form of a parabola, before his body finally slammed hard into the pile of people. Yi Ning moved extremely quickly, twisting and turning to deliver another kick, while reaching out to choke a man's neck and blowing him out 2 meters away with a punch. Put. The remaining people didn't dare to retreat even if they were afraid. Being crippled is a small matter. Being strangled by Chu Tianlin is a big deal. They know this kind of thing very well in their hearts. They were bound and determined to catch the practiced man. Except, there's only 6 of them left. Yi Ning was even more afraid to stop. If he stopped, the energy would completely disappear. There was another dull thud. A minute passed, and along with the last person falling to the ground, Yi Ning was almost on the verge of becoming unsteady. Seeing this scene, Chu Tianlin's face turned completely pale. His legs couldn't stop trembling, and his upper and lower lips were writhing like maggots. It's been a hell of a day. Chu, how do you want to die? Yi Ning smiled evilly. If you want to live, kneel down. Puff. Where did Chu Tianlin dare to resist? Kneeling hard on the ground. He had reigned supreme in Tianhai City for many years, but today he would actually fall into the hands of a college student. If this gets out, I'm afraid he'll never be able to hold his head up again. You don't mess around. Chu Tianlin tried to stabilize the other party. As long as he could get out of here, there was no way to retaliate. Staying green is not a worry. This shameful deed will never be forgotten in his life. Yi Ning approached like him step by step. With every step he took, Chu Tianlin's heart stung fiercely, as if it was being pinched in the palm of his hand. Extremely uncomfortable. When Yi Ning walked up to him, Chu Tianlin's face had long since lost its blood color. Only despair and fear. He had lost the ability to think. His brain had gone down. Yi Ning finally arrived in front of Chu Tianlin, who closed his eyes and kowtowed frantically. I deserve to die for my sins. I deserve to die for my sins. You hold your hand high. Yi Ning did not take any notice and took Roger's cell phone from him. Get out. It was only after 2 seconds that Chu Tianlin reacted, and as if he had been pardoned, he pulled his legs out and ran. Seeing Chu Tianlin fleeing in haste, Roger was inwardly delighted. Yi Ning sat down on the chair and threw the cell phone to him. I wrote the card number on your notepad. Transfer money. Dare to be 1 point less. Yi Ning stopped talking and pointed at the person lying on the ground and wailing. Yes, 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 you are my big brother. How dare I disobey? Where did Roger still have the arrogant aura he had at the beginning? He bowed and thanked him. Not only did Big Brother save my life, but he also made sure the group was safe and sound. We were wrong before. I hope Big Brother won't take it personally. The more Roger said, the more vain he became. If Yi Ning blamed himself for stealing his girlfriend, what would happen? He prayed inwardly at all times that he would spare himself. Zhang Zhe, Wang Yi, and Zhao Bin hurriedly served the drinks and dishes to Yi Ning, afraid of slowing him down. Brother, you're tired of fighting. Have a drink and rest first. Brother, in the future, I, Zhang Zhe, will be your man. I'm willing to listen to whatever you say. Big brother, me too. As long as you give the word, I will be obliged. Xiang Yan's boyfriend is comparable to Xiang Yu, so domineering and handsome. Wow, I've never seen such a cool man before. I was blind before. I hope little brother won't blame me. When Wen and Fang Xiaojia also praised them in succession, without the slightest hint of a perfunctory look on their faces. Although they didn't verbally humiliate Yi Ning, they followed suit and wanted Li Xiangyan to become Luo Jie's girlfriend. The matter is also quite serious when he is treated with such contempt. At this moment, Yi Ning suddenly coughed twice. The 4 men were scared to death. The 2 girls couldn't breathe. Fear that the situation has changed. Yi Ning was just too tired, resulting in bad breathing and coughing twice. He took his cell phone out and confirmed that Roger had transferred $4,300,000 to him. Okay, you guys can go. Roger and the others couldn't help but pat their chests, all relieved. Big brother, if you have any orders, just look for me. I'll be at your beck and call. Roger was the first to leave in quick steps. The others didn't say a word. bowing their thanks and hurrying off. Lu Xiangyan's face was filled with worry as she came to Yi Ning's side and said with concern, "Ning, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? You really don't want to show off, ah? In case something happens to you, I will blame myself for the rest of my life." As the two were too close, Yi Ning could feel the collision of her softness, which could be described as wonderful. His heart raced again, feeling like it was melting, and his face was incredibly flushed. Chapter 10, Is this outfit okay today? Sis, you're so sweet. Yi Ning was incomparably happy in his heart. Where am I good? I didn't do anything. Lu Xiangyan was too moved and couldn't help but hold him in her arms. As long as you're fine, let's hurry home. In case Chu Tianlin brings someone to kill and come back, it won't be good. Well, Yi Ning instantly felt his arm wandering in the peaks. This touch, it was simply no different from the direct touch of the palm of his hand. Next moment, his nose blood spurted out. Lu Xiangyan panicked. Her pretty face was very distressed. Ning, are you alright? Let's go to the hospital. Yi Ning waved his hand. No, it's just a fire. You help me up. I don't have the strength. Good. Lu Xiangyan lifted his body upwards with both hands and realized that she couldn't lift it. There was nothing she could do but pick him up with all her strength. Yi Ning hadn't expected to be treated this way at a time like this after spending more than 2 years with her. His head instantly went down, and an infatuated and colorful expression appeared on his cheeks. It's a wonderful feeling. Really, Anan. I didn't realize you were so heavy. Lu Xiangyan held him steady and wiped off the sweat on his forehead and face. Her voice was even softer. She took advantage of Yi Ning's gaze shifting elsewhere, her expression becoming slightly intoxicated. Maybe if they weren't siblings. Yi Ning's body was still in a state of weakness, and he walked lightly. In his head, he seemed to have thought of a shameless life with Lu Xiangyan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Ding! The host chooses task 2, rewarding 20 points of attributes as well as free attributes x2. Ding! Lu Xiangyan's favorability has reached 100. Ding! Close contact with Lu Xiangyan, rewarded with 200 peach blossom coins. Yi Ning opened the profile panel. Name, Yi Ning. Physical fitness, 5+, average. Strength, 20+, good. Agility, 8+, average. Face value, 7+, a little handsome. Peach blossom coin, 200 heartsuit. Funds, 4,800,000 yuan. Skill props, boxing junior. Remaining attribute points, 20 free attributes. Free attributes x2. Yi Ning hastily added 10 points to his physique attribute, and another 10 points to his agility attribute. Then use it again with attribute x2 used to power points. Now, the physical attribute points are 15, agility 18, and strength 40, which meets the passing standard. As for the 200 points of peach blossom coins, he was in no hurry to use them. With his physique recovering quite a bit, Yi Ning brought Lu Xiangyan to the parking lot. His mind was still reeling from the images of the intimate encounter he'd just had, and he couldn't help himself. Back home, Yi Ning quietly went upstairs, and Lu Xiangyan is not short of tweeting him. Ning, you're really so handsome and fantastic tonight. Not only did he punch Roger in the face, but he also knocked away a big shot like Chu Tianlin. He's really unbelievably brave. I love it so much. Yi Ning had just finished taking a shower when he saw the message sent by Lu Xiangyan. He was happy in his heart. I thought to myself, how is it that this mother and daughter are so different from each other? Is it possible that Lu Xiangyan isn't Yu Xian's biological child? Yi Ning only felt incomparably happy right now. Not only did he have money in his hands, but he had also saved up some peach blossom coins. In the future, flying high and sitting on countless beautiful women is just around the corner. With that in mind, he slowly fell into a dream. The next day, Yi Ning always felt that someone was walking around the room. The man approached him slowly, not making a move. Perhaps sensing the heat of the other party's body, Yi Ning snapped his eyes open. Asterisk. Before the second word could be uttered, Yu Xian covered her mouth. Shoo, don't make a sound. It's me, little mom? Yi Ning was dumbfounded. What was this woman doing in his room so early in the morning? What's the matter with you? Ning. I prepared breakfast for you and put it on your desk. Yi Ning squinted at the desk, and there was indeed a hot meal. Not only was there a meal, but also 2 eggs and a glass of nutritious milk. He stared at her suspiciously. How could it change so quickly? Are you really worried that you're going to snitch on Pops? Wait a minute. 2 eggs and milk? Was she hinting at something? Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. I know. I haven't slept enough, little mom. You go out first. Geez, you've been asleep for over 8 hours. It's time to get up. Yu Xian's voice was gentle and still had a few softness in it. Yi Ning glanced at her helplessly. There's nothing to do, so just say something. Yu Xian smiled sweetly and spun around in front of him. So, how's it going? Little mama's dress okay today? Yi Ning's eyes were all on the desk and her face just now and did not care. But when she said it now, Yi Ning had seen everything. The image is as powerful as it gets. Put. Yi Ning's nosebleed was like a volcanic eruption, shooting straight up to the ceiling. Oops, why is your nosebleed spewing out? Is your body okay? Yi Ning hurriedly covered his nose with a bandana and complained in his heart. You see Xian, you really want me to commit a crime. I'm not done with you, Grandma, seeing blood in the morning, you really can't see me well. Asterisk 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 the scale. Ouch. Trough. He sort of realized that this woman was simply here to torture herself. You can't touch it. You can't eat it. It's unconscionable. Today's suit is simply more revealing than yesterday's. If it weren't for that little covering, he'd have to see everything he shouldn't. You get out. Right now. Yi Ning felt a pang of discomfort and said as he turned his body sideways. What's wrong? Yu Xian similarly blushed her cheeks and pouted. Weren't you quite open yesterday? Why have you become so shy today? Don't you like my outfit? Can't you? She suddenly sat down beside Yi Ning, followed by suddenly lying down. It's just a little bit of a joke. Yi Ning seemed to have touched a severe ghost and flew to the edge of the bed like a spring. He curled up his body so that Yu Xian wouldn't notice the change in his body. At this moment, he remembered Li Xiangyan. If she knew that her old mom was in his room. I'm afraid that if you wear such a seductive costume, you won't see the next day's sun and go straight to Hades. If you're doing this to erase the pictures from my phone, I suggest you die that way. Yi Ning closed his eyes tightly, not daring to look at her more than once. This woman is clearly here to victimize herself. Who knows if she's not recording shots on her cell phone or camera behind her back while she's asleep. Wait, that doesn't seem right either. Even if she maliciously edited it, the way she was dressed already revealed that she volunteered. Anan, come on, let me serve you well. Yu Sichuan's pretty face was shy, and despite her own nervousness, she slowly moved closer to Yi Ning. Seductive body curves, stunning skin and endlessly seductive winks. It's not working. Yi Ning felt that she couldn't sit around and wait for her to die, or else she'd think she was sexually frigid. That's the way to play it, isn't it? Yi Ning simply went out on a limb and directly pressed her down. Chapter 11 I will die with you to the end. You really come? This time it was Yu Xian's turn to be confused. She didn't expect the kid to suddenly turn over a new leaf. Isn't that what you wanted, little mom? Yi Ning looked down at her, his eyes unusually firm. I was just trying to cheer you up so you'd delete the picture. Yu Xian didn't dare to look directly into his eyes. I told you, you want me to delete the pictures. Dream on. Yi Ning balked, but well, it's rare for little mom to be so active, so why don't you let me satisfy you properly? He. He ruffled Yu Xian's hair, his eyes greedily sweeping back and forth over her body. Little mom, you have a fantastic body. As he was saying this, he held out his hand. Yu Xian was suddenly disheartened. Now she cannot move. It is difficult to escape death at the moment. It's over. It's played out. Her face was panicked and as white as paper, with only despair in the pupils of her eyes. Slowly closing his eyes, he just hoped that the boy would tighten up a bit. However, after waiting for quite a while, he did not see Yi Ning make his next move. She snapped her eyes open, only to realize that the other woman was long gone. Bastard! How dare you tease me? She hurried out of bed and put on the black dress that was sitting on the couch. Coming to the door and observing the surroundings, he made sure that several servants and Li Xiangyan were not nearby, and hurriedly left Yi Ning's room. A few moments later, Yu Xian returned to the master bedroom, her complicated mood gradually calming down. She just wanted to go to Yi Ning's room to look for her cell phone, but after searching for half a day, she couldn't find it. That kid should be under the pillow. There was no choice but to resort to the backup plan, the beauty plan. She expected that with her own good looks, as long as she charmed Yi Ning into a state of ecstasy, and then made him delete the photos in front of her, things would be perfectly resolved. You know, men will say yes to anything as long as they're on top of that, but never would I have expected that brat's determination to be so strong. If it were anyone else, it would have been. Damn, how did I get so stupid? If I really did that with him, wouldn't I be willingly defiled by him? Damn it. At this moment, Yu Xian's eyes crossed with a murderous intent. Yi Ning, wait for me. This Yi family, there's you but not me. There's me but not you. I'll fight you to the end. Yi Ning left the villa and walked down the street in search of the food he wanted to eat. Just now, he was pulling at the limit with Yu Xian again and only acquired 50 peach blossom coins. Yi Ning was puzzled. Could it be that Yu Xian had been drained by herself and only had 50 points? Or is it that there is no physical contact being made, so there is less access? System, when you say contact, do you mean close contact and getting familiar with each other? Or physical contact? System, in answer to the host, it was physical contact. Sure enough, Yi Ning beamed. I thought she was drained by me, but it turns out I was overthinking it. After casually eating a breakfast, Yi Ning rushed to the company. Arriving at the office, there were still many people who hadn't arrived, and Yining felt the rare quietness and sat in a chair with his eyes closed. His workstation was in the far corner and the most inconspicuous place. Usually, he doesn't talk much with the company, and everyone treats him as if he's a little transparent. If the company didn't have a project that was short of staff, they wouldn't need him at all. So, Yining usually took a salary of $2,500. Even if he participates in the program, the reward commission given to him will not be more than $1,000 at most. After being suppressed for over 2 years, this is the kind of thing he's used to. Half an hour later, Yu Xixian's secretary miraculously came to him. She was dressed in a sexy OL outfit with long black silk legs and very thin black-rimmed eyes. Something wrong? Yining didn't bother to look at her more than once. What kind of good heart could Yu Xixian's secretary have? This is the task that Mr. You asked me to give you. You take care of this project. The secretary didn't bother to look at him either. With a wry look on her face. This is the trap that Yu Xixian gave him. The slightest mistake and he will be kicked out of the company. Yining looked at the document carefully. It was a joint venture project that he needed to perfect. Wait a minute. The project agreement had just turned over 2 pages when Yining could see that there was a problem. If Party A is not capable of bearing 51% of the project funding, the joint venture project will be solely under the responsibility of Party B, and this project will no longer have any interest in Party A. Yining proceeded to read down. This contract was a project that Yi Group and Jiang Group had worked on together. If Yi Group can't contribute $600 million, Yi Group will be forced to withdraw and all benefits will go to Jiang Group. This nigga. Yining was shocked. His old man's total assets were less than $900 million, and now he needed to contribute $600 million to work together. Where did the Yi family get so much liquidity? Further down the page, project leader, Yining. Project planner, Yining. Nice guy. Yu Xixian is clearly trying to victimize herself. John's group has a market capitalization of over $2 billion. What project can't they do? Since Yi Clan found Jiang Clan to cooperate, and Yi Clan, as the project operator, if it was forced to withdraw, wasn't this waiting to be laughed at by everyone? At that time, yes climbing John's, yes not a climate, yes face and fat, and other negative news will come one after another. If things really went that way, would Pops eat himself alive? The project was indeed a good one, but Yining was sure that the old man Yi Honlang did not know about it. It was important to know that this joint venture project was initiated by Ye's initiative, and it was also started in Yining's name. If Yi couldn't get the money, it meant that no other group would be willing to cooperate with Yi in the future. Yu Xixian, you're so damn vicious. Yining gritted his teeth fiercely and looked angrily at the secretary. Why don't you take charge of this project? The secretary shrugged. What's it got to do with me? Mister, you put you in charge. How can I interfere? Yining put forward the conditions. $50,000. You take the project, and all signatures are changed to yours. Are you kidding? 100,000. No way. Don't even think about it. 200,000. No. What do you take me for? I'm at a higher rank than you. And you're ordering me around? $400,000. I wouldn't do it for $1 million. Not even for $1 million? Don't be such an ass, okay? You're gold-plated? What are you talking about? The secretary was furious, and his afterglow glanced around to see many people looking at them. Many of them had bad smiles on their faces, and even horny looks. She immediately realized that she had been tricked and pointed at Yining's forehead. You deserve to die. The project won't get done, and you're getting the hell out of here right now. Before the words left her mouth, she went straight back to her office. At this time, Yining also had 2 big heads. For Ye's sake, for the sake of maintaining Pop's reputation, where can I get so much money? Yu Xixian also came to the company unbeknownst to God, and she quietly watched it all from a corner. Brat, as long as you're kicked out of the Yi group, it won't be long before you and your father are cut off from each other. Chapter 12, Yu Xixian's counteraction. Ding. Host triggers mission. Ding. Option 1. Ignore the incident and compensate $1 million. Ding. Choice 2. Successfully complete the mission. Rewarded with 100 peach blossom coins and a Rolls-Royce obsidian. Ding. Choice 3. Successfully complete the mission. Reward 20 attribute points. Reward intermediate level boxing martial arts. Yining was all but helpless. System, can you advance me $600 million first? System, if you have chosen me, how can you bear to see me expelled from the house? System, host, you are required to fend for yourself. System, you're trash. You can't help me with this. What good are you? System mom, you don't want to see me living on the streets, do you? What kind of mother doesn't feel for her son? System, warm reminder. The host can draw prizes through the mall. Yining's mind stirred. Yeah, I remember that the mall has a lottery. Thinking of this, he immediately opened the mall. Sweepstakes rules, 10 points of peach coins for 1 sweepstakes. There are now 250 points of peach coins available for 25 draws. Upon further scrutinizing the contents of the raffle, Yining's complexion shook. The maximum amount of cash that can be extracted is 500 million. And there's a doubling reward? This doubling reward can be a doubling of attributes or a doubling of peach coins. That means it also doubles the cash? System, yes. Yining was instantly energized, considering whether to draw 10 in a row or one at a time. Just by looking at this lottery wheel, Yining's energy disappeared into thin air again. The raffle wheel has 100 winning contents in one dense piece. If it weren't for the magnification feature, it would be hard to see. Whatever. Let's start with a 10-pack. Initiate. The roulette wheel spun rapidly until it was still spinning at half a minute without slowing down. Ding. Gain 2 attribute points. Ding. Obtained a 10-minute underwater breath-holding prop. Ding. Gain 100-meter sprints every 6 seconds for 1 minute. No. How did it lock so fast? How could I draw this kind of chicken rib skill? Are you screwing me over? Yining clicked on the zoom function to view the roulette wheel and found that 10 places were blank. Your mom has. Yining did not dare to curse angrily, really afraid that the system would get angry and not give a draw. You can only continue to draw 10 in a row. Half a minute later, you get heart's desire, draw again, double reward. Asterisk really got me a double reward? So cool? System, what's that heart's desire? How does it work? System, increase the probability of success. Yining continued to ask, how much does it improve the success rate? System, the probability is random. Anywhere from 10% to 100%. Yining, you spicy. That's all. Seeing as I get double the rewards, I won't bother with you. There are 6 more chances. It's make or break. System, I'm going to get 300 million in cash for using the heart's desire prop. It's not too much, right? Open the pump. The roulette wheel spun rapidly, and Yining's breathing rate gradually slowed until he didn't dare to breathe. His heart raced and he held his breath, not daring to blink. Time passed by until 30 seconds had passed. Ding. Gain 2 attribute points. Ding. Obtained a disguise prop. Lasts for 1 hour. Ding. Get 300. 000 cash. Asterisk. I love you. System mom. Ha ha ha. Yining was so excited that he jumped in place, and many people in the office were startled by his behavior, as if they were viewing a mental illness. Double the reward. Double 300 million in cash. Ding. The doubling was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 600. 000 cash. Yining was instantly overwhelmed with relief. It's almost better than doing that. After 2 minutes, he gradually slowed down. It's as if they realized something was wrong again. The 600 million is in hand. But, it was for Ye's use, and he himself did not gain any benefit. Even if Yu Xian had designed a pitfall, there was now a way to counteract it. But without changing Pop's mind, things still don't get resolved, so to speak. If Yu Xian can design it once, she can design it twice. Thinking of this, Yining always felt that Yu Xian wanted to break the net of fish death. Was she really not afraid that she would take the picture to her old man? Yining subconsciously opened that application, scaring him so much that his scalp went numb. Nope. Yu Xian's user information disappeared? She actually paid off the head of that software? Yining was completely dumbfounded, not expecting Yu Xian to think of this trick. In this way, the photograph in his hand amounted to a pose. Even if she took the picture to Pops, she could still bite back, saying that the photos were PD and that she had set her up was not only bad thinking, but also disruptive to family harmony. Even if the mosaic could be fixed, Yu Xian had the ability to fight back. When that happens, her lawyers will hold themselves up with legal issues such as invasion of privacy involved, and Pops will be even more disappointed in himself. Damn it! Yining was incomparably remorseful. Had she known that she would have recorded her user information, she wouldn't have to be passive again now. Fortunately, now that he had the system, Yining knew that he still had a chance to drive this woman out of his home. Let Pop see her for what she really is once and for all. John's group. Yining came to the first floor and happened to run into a receptionist. Hello sir, do you have an appointment? I was sent by the Yi group to discuss the details of the cooperation. Okay, our president's office is on the 40th floor. You'll see it when you go up. Yining nodded his head in acknowledgement and quickly entered the elevator. Coming to the middle of the 40th floor corridor, I found the president's office quite conspicuous. Knock, knock, come in. Yining pushed his way in and smiled. Hello President Wang, I'm Yining, here to negotiate the details of cooperation on behalf of Yi Group. President Wang froze. He didn't expect Yi Group to really be able to come up with $600 million. Have a seat. Yining put the cooperation agreement on his desk. President Zhang took a closer look and was satisfied with the contents of the cooperation agreement and unconsciously nodded his head. It's worthy of the Yi Group. doing things without a drop of water. May I ask if you're here to negotiate on behalf of Mr. Yu? Yi Ning's eyes narrowed slightly as he said bluntly, "No, this project is under my personal responsibility." "You?" President Zhang was puzzled and looked him up and down. "What rank are you?" Yi Ning answered truthfully, "I'm just a small employee." "Does it matter?" President Zhang smiled disdainfully. "Of course it's related. How could Yi Group leave such an important project to you alone? We need someone high up in your company to come over and confer, and you alone can't do that." He paused for a moment, afraid that Yi Ning wouldn't be able to understand, and his expression was slightly defiant. "This cooperation can only continue if Mr. Yu personally comes to negotiate. You're not qualified. Understand?" Chapter 13 Kneel and apologize. Yi Ning's face was slightly embarrassed as he picked up the documents and left the office without looking back. "Damn it, you see Xin, you dare to fool me. Since you're playing this trick with me, I'll make you beg me personally." Taking the elevator down to the first floor, the receptionist shook her head when she saw that he didn't look right. Just as Yi Ning walked out of Zhang's group, he happened to bump into the woman who was at the flourishing bar that day. "Maggie Ho. Ha, little brother, is that you? Such a coincidence?" Yi Ning revealed a smile. Himechi looked excited and went forward to shake hands. "Are you here for the project?" Yi Ning carefully felt the warmth and tenderness from her palm. "Yes, I'm here to talk about a partnership, and I have to go back first because of some things." "Are you here to run the business too?" Maggie Ho pointed to the coffee shop across the street. "Let's go there and talk. It's just as well I haven't thanked you yet. You can't leave in such a hurry today." Yi Ning agreed, and the two of them quickly arrived at the Heartland Cafe. Himechi found a seat where she could enjoy the street view and gestured for Yi Ning to sit down. "I'm not going to lie. My dad is the founder of the Zhang Group, and I'm his daughter." "Ha?" Yi Ning was slightly stunned. Maggie Ho smiled and explained, "Since my mom left early, my dad and I were pretty sad at the time, and I changed my mom's last name after that. So it is." Yi Ning was puzzled. "Then why did you show up at the flourishing bar that day? A place like that for someone as noble as you?" Maggie Ho was a little embarrassed. "I had a stomach ache at the time, so I went to Flourish to use the bathroom, and then later, it was you who saved it. Back there I heard that Chu Tianlin and his little brother were severely and violently beaten up by a young man. That person wouldn't be you, would it?" Yi Ning said frankly. "Yes, they came after my friend's trouble, and I was forced to do it." "Wow, you're really good. You must have been practicing for years." Himechi's beautiful eyes shone with adoration and her smile was sweet. "By the way, what are you here to talk about? You didn't look too good earlier?" Yi Ning recounted what had just happened, and Himechi instantly burst into a rage upon hearing it. "Did President Zhang really humiliate you that much? Just wait, I'll call him right over." She opened her cell phone to send a brief message and continued, "By the way, can I see the partnership agreement?" Yenin moved the file in front of her. 2 minutes later, Maggie Ho watched in awe. "This project is really good. It's just that our group has also been operating many projects lately, so we can only let your Yi group take the lead. But then, for the project to be fully established, we still have to bid for a plot of land to build the project business building." Yi Ning added, "Yes, and the location must be good, preferably on the main road." As the two were talking, President Zhang walked into the coffee shop in a panic. "Missy, you called me. Kneel down and apologize." Himechi stared angrily. "Ha?" President Zhang swallowed his saliva, not knowing what to do. "You have offended my benefactor, and I do not wish to repeat it." President Zhang didn't dare to disobey and fell to his knees with a thud. "Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. I have eyes to see. Please forgive me." Scram! Yi Ning didn't bother to look at him. "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for not pursuing this. I'll leave now." President Zhang was as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly left. The customers of the Heartland Cafe were open-mouthed when they saw the scene. They were all elites from all walks of life in the CBD, and the Zhang Group was quite powerful in Tianhai City, so they naturally knew President Zhang. I didn't realize that the President Zhang who was admired wherever he went, to actually apologize to someone on their knees in public, but they soon found Maggie Ho and were not surprised about the incident. Yi Ning suddenly said, "I have 2 things I want you to help with. Of course, even if you're not short of money, I still have to pay you." Himechi savored her coffee and waved her hand repeatedly. No, you saved me from a fire, and I'll help you in whatever way I can." If I had fallen into Chu Tianlin's hands that night, even if my father didn't fear him, I would have already suffered. "By the way, your last name is Yi too, so what's your relationship with the Yi Group?" Yi Ning smiled helplessly. "Of course I'm the son of the Yi Group, but few people know that, so this is something else you'll have to keep secret for me. Of course, I'm no bastard." Maggie Ho knows by heart that she's not a cutie. Naturally, after Yi Ning explained the matter to her, he returned to the Yunhai residential area. "Yip's Group, Yu Xixian's office. What did you say?" That kid really went to you to discuss the details of cooperation? President Zhang, you didn't lie to me, did you? Okay, get back in touch. You see, Xian hung up the phone in front of the window and slowly sat down on the office chair. She was puzzled. Why does Yining really dare to negotiate the details of cooperation? Does he have money? Can he really come up with $600 million? How is this possible? Something must be wrong. Even if President Zhang didn't give him a hard time and the two continue to talk, it would mean that an agreement would be reached quickly and signed on the spot. The more she thought about it, the more wrong she became. Once again, he picked up his cell phone and dialed Yining. Dash. No one answered for 30 seconds. You see, Xian couldn't sit still and called Lu Xiangyan again. Hey, what's wrong with Mama? See if Yining is at home. If he is, keep an eye on him for me. Doesn't he work at the office? At this moment, Yining was beside Lu Xiangyan. He raised his index finger to his mouth, signaling Lu Xiangyan not to reveal his trail. Got it. I'll let you know when I see him. Lu Xiangyan hung up the phone and curiously said, why are you being secretive? Yining shrugged. Little mom dug a hole for me. I don't care about her. Hearing the word digging, Lu Xiangyan could probably guess what was going on. It's so sad to see your brother in front of you. Do you want something to eat? I'll make it for you. Yining shook her head. No need. You'd better not be home this afternoon. I'll wait for her to come back to me. Lu Xiangyan was helpless. This younger brother always had endless things to do with his mom. She remembered the last time these two had a big fight at home. So angry that you see Xian almost tore down her home. But it was the sort of thing she'd long since grown accustomed to. Yining looked at his cell phone. There was still more than an hour until lunch break. She should be back soon. By 12:30 noon. You see, Xian returned to the villa in a rage. Yining, come out here. Don't think I don't know you're home. Entering the hall, she took her heels off and sprinted straight toward the second floor, the maid beside her picking them up in a panic. Coming to the door of Yining's room, Yu Xishuan pushed the door in. Yining, where did you get $600 million to set up the project? I urge you to be honest. Chapter 14, The Broken Pot. Yining was lying on his bed brushing the video and saw that Yu Xishuan had a gloomy face. What's wrong, little mom? You seem angry. Crap. Yu Xishuan immediately questioned. You said, where did you get the money to talk about cooperation? Yining smiled and asked rhetorically, how do you know I'm rich? Yu Xishuan said in a bad mood. You don't have any money. How could you possibly go to Zhang's group? If it wasn't for others deliberately making things difficult for you, the cooperation agreement would have already been signed. You better give me a clear explanation or I'm going to talk to your dad. Then you go. Yining had an indifferent demeanor. Throwing me out of the group will just relieve you of your anger. And my old man's family fortune will be in your pocket. Isn't that great? Yu Xishuan hadn't expected that Yining would actually answer this way. What's with this stubborn kid and his sudden self-loathing? Is he really rich? Yining laughed. What? Did you wimp out? Throw me out of the house, and there won't be any more groups willing to cooperate with the Yi group in the future. You dug your own hole. You'll fill it yourself when the time comes. It has nothing to do with me. You can't help me with this one thing, because I'm in the group. I don't even have the right to set up the project, and even if you go to Pops and tell him off, I'm sure Pops won't believe your words. Little mom, you say? Yu Xishuan stared. What do you want? Yining slowly sat up, then came to her side. You throw your cell phone outside and I'll talk to you. Yu Xishuan didn't expect him to be so vigilant that he actually knew he was recording. Yining stared into her eyes and said seriously, don't think I don't know what tricks you're trying to pull. You'd better delete the recording clean in front of me or we have nothing to talk about. Having no choice, Yu Xishuan pulled out her cell phone and deleted the recording. Yining pointed to her pants pocket, and the recorder. Yu Xishuan was very unconvinced and took out the recorder and deleted it in front of him, then put 2 more copies of the electronics on the shelves outside the room. Now you can talk, can't you? Yining laughed evilly. I do have money. 600 million, no more no less. Do you want me to negotiate a partnership? Do you have to give me some favors? What's in it for me? Yu Xishuan thought of the previous 2 times she had suffered losses and hastily added, you still want to threaten me with photos? You're so young. My user profile is logged off. You can't find out a thing. Also, if you dare to eliminate the mosaic and threaten me with the racy photos in your hand, I'll sue you directly. Yining was fearless. I know you cancelled your user profile. I mean, how am I going to talk about cooperation if you don't give me some real power? Now, you're going to promote me to general manager right now, and if you don't then it's up to you. It's not like I'm the one who corrupted the group's credibility and reputation. And in the future, John's group will unite with other group companies to boycott all of Ye's projects. This kind of good project was proposed by you, and you've already asked me to negotiate a partnership. Yet you can't get the money at the critical time, and in the end, you're carrying it all yourself. So what will Pops do to you then? Anyway, the funds are in my hands. I'll set up a group of companies on my own, easily. At that time the legal representative still I write my old man's name, the group is still his, and I, on the other hand, out of your suppression and control. You see, Xian thought about it. Anyway, the establishment of the project is beneficial to the group, and it is not impossible to give him as a general manager. Only, how could this kid be so resourceful that the trap he had set up had been utilized by him instead? Is someone behind this? Now that I think about it, it's not impossible. Where else would he get $600 million? Yi Ning squinted at her. Well, have you considered it clearly? Let me say this in advance. I have to get the appointment letter of the company's general manager before I go to talk about cooperation. Yu Sichuan couldn't do anything but agree. Okay, I'll do it this afternoon. As soon as you get your appointment letter, you go and talk about cooperation. Do you hear me? Yi Ning smiled without saying a word and extended his palm to signal her to leave. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sexy and hot secretary came to the villa and handed the general manager appointment letter to Yi Ning. I hope you won't forget what Mr. Yu gave you to explain. With a brief explanation, she wiggled her beautiful ass and quickly left the villa. Yi Ning checked the appointment book in his hand to make sure there were no problems, and his heart was happy. Only, it wasn't the right time to go and sign the contract. One had to slowly torture Yu Sixian's patience. Jingle bells. The cell phone rang. It's a string of numbers with no notes. Yi Ning didn't think much and touched the answer button. Brother, I'm Roger. Requesting you to come and help me. I'm willing to give you money. Lots of money. Roger shuddered on the other end of the line. Where are you? I'm in the downtown commerce building. -2. And there's a big office here. Okay, I'll be right there. Yi Ning didn't hesitate. After all, Roger had a lot of money. Last time he gave $4,300,000. Today he had to drain him of his remaining funds. Nearly an hour later, Yi Ning arrived at the -2nd floor of the commerce building. The office had just come into his view when he was stopped by 2 bodyguards. Who are you? What are you doing here? Yi Ning did not look squarely at him. I'm here to look for Roger. Please go and inform him. The bouncer confirms the situation over the intercom and releases him immediately. Yi Ning swaggered into the office and found that Roger had already been beaten black and blue, and the one who beat him up like this was no other than Chu Tianlin. When Chu Tianlin saw Yi Ning, he was uncomfortable and looked slightly nervous. You again? That's right, it's me again. Yi Ning smiled playfully, then glanced at Roger. Say it, what do you want me to do? Roger begged. Big brother, I don't have any other requests, just take me away. I can't let you guys mess around here today. Chu Tianlin pulled out a revolver and pointed it at Yi Ning's head. I'm not looking for him because of what happened that day. This kid made me lose $20 million on another project. If I don't get the money today, he won't leave alive. Also, your kid injured so many of my brothers that day, causing me to lose face. I didn't expect you to throw yourself into the net, so it's just as well to settle the score. Yi Ning was not afraid of that revolver and continued to ask, how much will you give me if I take you away? Roger looked up at him with determined eyes. $10 million? I only have 10 million left on my other card. Yi Ning pondered for a while. There was no need for himself to fight with Chu Tianlin to the end. After all, he was now in a position of status and didn't want to fish out of water. Seeing that he showed up and didn't let anyone try to take control, it seemed like he was still relatively calm. Yi Ning looked at him. Why don't we discuss it? And I'll take care of his $20 million. How about that? Chapter 15, an additional gamble. Chu Tianlin was slightly puzzled. You took on $20 million for him? Oh, good boy. I might as well hear what you have in mind. Yi Ning said, don't you have any other avenues to make quick money? For example, the underground boxing ring. Chu Tianlin put away his revolver and couldn't help but clap his hands. Young age is very courageous. It just so happens that I'm short of strong fighters here. It's naturally best if you help me make money on his behalf. Yi Ning continued to ask, is there no upper limit to the stakes? Seeing the other party's shocking words, Chu Tianlin laughed out loud. Of course there is an upper limit. Your kid is very ambitious. The maximum cap is $50 million, and there's a chance of people getting killed. Something I haven't had to chip in on for a long time. Since going into business, Chu Tianlin has really gotten out of the gray area. Those things that didn't move to grab territory, that didn't move to fight and grab resources, he hadn't done them for a long time. Yi Ning revealed a light smile, then bet $50 million with the other party. I win. How about 60-40? 6 for me and 4 for you? Chu Tianlin knew Yi Ning's strength, and the fight scene from that night was still fresh in Chu Tianlin's mind. One person had fought and killed more than 24 people, and was still unharmed. Even his own strongest fighter, Skywolf, was nowhere near half as strong as Yi Ning. He replied decisively, okay, I'll make a date for you this afternoon, and it's up to your luck as to whether or not anyone dares to engage in a $50 million fight. Winning $50 million is just the right amount of money back. and you can also deter other forces through this matter. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Ding! The host triggers the mission. Ding! Choice 1. Win the contest, rewarded with 20 million in cash. Ding! Choice 2. Win the game, award 10 points of free attributes, award 10 free draws. Yining took the task and looked at Roger. Transfer the money. Roger was in a trance. How come it was so easy for this Yining to make money? He didn't dare to hesitate and took out his cell phone to transfer $10 million immediately. Chu Tianlin saw that Yining had collected the money to the account and went forward to kick him hard. Dog, you're lucky today. You can get lost. Roger pushed through his injury and limped out of the office. Chu Tianlin changed his normal state and looked at Yining with a smile. Please take a seat. Sir, I'll send someone to make contact immediately. Yining sat and leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs. What do you have to say? Chu Tianlin didn't dilly-dally and said bluntly. Sir, I wonder if you're interested in cooperating with me on a long-term basis. Of course, it's all serious business. Definitely not tied to the gray area. This man can fight and is very driven. Wouldn't it be nice to work with such a young man? Yining balked. You're wrong. I'm here to make a quick buck, and I'm not interested in your business. If Roger hadn't gotten me here, it would have been basically impossible for you to see me. Hearing this, the other bodyguards dared to be angry. How many people who rely on their fists for their livelihood are delusional enough to want this kind of opportunity? And now that there's such a good chance for cooperation, this person actually doesn't cherish it? Chu Tianlin was one of the top underground bigwigs in Tianhai City. Even the group behind Roger was not in his eyes. His energy could be imagined. It is also true that Roger's father only holds a few $100 million. Chu Tianlin certainly does not put in his eyes. For those mega-rich people who were worth billions, or even tens of billions, Chu Tianlin would have walked in a roundabout way since. However, then again, Chu Tianlin was able to gain a foothold in Tianhai City and naturally had his own means. Chu Tianlin didn't have much of a reaction on his face when he heard his answer. Just as well. Since the gentleman has no idea of cooperation, there's no point in talking. There's a saying that it's better to settle grievances than to tie them up. So I hope that sir won't make things difficult for me again in the future. Now the bodyguard beside him was not happy. Boss, why are you giving him so much face? What's this person's background? It's not even if he rejects you. He still doesn't take you seriously, when he really doesn't know what he's doing. This person, nicknamed Poison Spider, was the second hitman of the Chu Tianlin group, and had notable contributions. What do you know? Chu Tianlin squinted at him. Can you fight 24 of them by yourself and still remain unharmed? Can you earn $20 million for me this afternoon? Identity background is important, but having super hard power yourself, that's what's called hard power. Sir, I'm not a good disciplinarian. I hope you don't mind. Yining swept a glance at the Poison Spider. If it were anyone else talking like this in front of Chu Tianlin, I'm afraid that they would have been dragged out and brutally beaten up long ago. This is nothing but teaching the boss what to do. A big no-no. The outskirts of Tianhai City, confluence zone, -3rd floor of an office building. It is a very large boxing ring and well equipped. Fire channels, escape routes and vents are all in place, and it's not at all obvious that the place hasn't been used for a long time. Yining and Chu Tianlin sat in the VIP seats, waiting for the challengers to appear. Not long after, a burly man aged about 28, wearing a dark gray high-fashion suit, led several bodyguards into the VIP elegant room together. Accompanying her was a great beauty who was tall, with a straight nose and impeccable features. Dressed in a long dark green floral print dress with a black fashion belt, she stepped on high-heeled shoes that were worth a lot of money. Her temperament was noble and elegant, and she had a posture that made people look away. The age looked like it was about 27 or 28. Since the moment she appeared, the gazes of many people in the elegant room were deeply attracted to her. But Chu Tianlin was different, and out of respect, he simply swept a glance before rising to greet him. Welcome Boss Lin. I haven't seen you in years. You're still as handsome as ever. Brother Chu, goodbye. The two were so excited that those who didn't know would think they were long-lost brothers. According to Chu Tianlin's relay, this challenger's name is Lin Ing. A big boss and boxer, he has been fighting in the super middleweight ring for years and is undefeated. It was said that he had already beaten everyone in Linqing City and no one dared to challenge him again. The two of them briefly caught up on old times, and as Lin Ing scanned the elegant room, he couldn't help but ask, Brother Chu, where is my opponent? Chu Tianlin looked solemnly at Yining. Isn't this it? Him? Lin Ing looked Yining up and down and almost didn't laugh out loud. Brother Chu, are you joking with me? With all due respect, you're practically giving me money. Chu Tianlin also said with a smile, whether it's a gift of money or not, you'll know when you've played. Good. I'm looking forward to this brother's strength. Lin Ing came to be interested. Yining's mind wasn't on Lin Ing at all, but was always staring at that beautiful woman. There were cracks at the corners of her mouth and bruises on her arms and at her calves, covered with makeup but still visible at a glance. Lin Ying noticed Yi Ning's gaze and immediately grimaced. "Kid, we're meeting for the first time. You're taking me too lightly. Where are your eyes looking?" Yi Ning smiled. "Of course it's to look at beautiful women. Isn't that what you brought out for people to see?" Lin Ying clenched her teeth as she listened and her cheeks kept drumming. "Later, when you get on the octagonal cage, I'll see if you still dare to be so arrogant." Yi Ning glanced at him with his afterglow. "Why don't we make an additional bet on the beautiful girl next to you? Do you dare?" Chapter 16, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Lin Ying was slightly stunned, not realizing that this kid didn't have his mind on himself at all, and still had the leisure to covet his woman? "You dare to hit on my woman. You're really tired of living," Yi Ning said indifferently. "Bet or not, I can accept any bet." Lin Ying took it upon himself not to be afraid, and he had already imagined the scene of Yi Ning on his knees begging for mercy. "If I lose, she's yours. If I win, you give me $100 million. Deal." Yi Ning never looked at Lin Ying and raised his eyebrows to greet the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was amused by him, but didn't dare laugh too obviously. Chu Tianlin was worried for him at first. If he couldn't earn the $20 million, he definitely wouldn't let Yi Ning go. Now that he saw Yi Ning placing additional bets, Chu Tianlin became even more confident. He believed that this young man wouldn't do anything he wasn't sure of, and moreover it was an additional bet of $100 million, which was simply unprecedented. Yi Ning briefly moved his body and leapt down from the VIP elegant room. He flipped his body in the air and drew a beautiful arc in the air, soaring into the sky like an eagle, making people's jaws drop. By now the boxing ring was full of spectators from all walks of life, who had entered the venue through special channels. Seeing Yi Ning's stature, he instantly cheered. Chu Tianlin also looked dumbfounded. The second floor was not high from the ground though, only 2.5 meters like that, but the VIP elegant room was 5 meters away from the center of the ring, as far as the eye could see. Yi Ning, on the other hand, jumped over lightly and without any pressure. Was this still a normal person? At this moment, Lin Ying's heart tightened, and he no longer had any thoughts of underestimating the other party. He just wanted to end the fight quickly and get his hands on the $50 million. Then he, too, leaped down, his hard physique flipping 1.5 times in the air, before taking 3 or 4 vigorous steps and leaping high into the ring. The action is beautiful, but the picture of the two men entering the ring is a high point. The two stared at each other for a second before removing their tops and shoes at the same time. Yi Ning was wearing casual shorts, and the muscle lines of his upper body were obvious, with small six-pack abs and strong biceps. England's high-fashion suit was specially optimized, and the suit pants detached from his body with a gentle tug, revealing professional boxer shorts. He had bulging muscles, 8-pack abs, and his body lines resembled those of an anime tough guy character. Bumpy, and his arms were 2 circles larger than Yi Ning's. Both are 185 tall, but England's muscles are more viewable. The referee steps between the two men and pauses for a few seconds before signaling the start. The rules are simple. There are no timeouts, no time limits, and no fouls to speak of until one of the parties can no longer stand up. So the referee is only responsible for the spectators not crossing the line. Yi Ning also didn't forget to look at the beautiful woman, revealing a smile as he continued to greet her, and Lin Ying's fist had already hit him before his face. Yi Ning's mind was frozen, and he raised his right hand to fend it off, while his left hand grabbed Lin Ying's arm together, preparing to give him an over-the-shoulder slam. Lin Ying was well-traveled and reacted quickly. His right knee slammed viciously towards Yi Ning's waist in an attempt to defuse the move. Yi Ning's eyes widened as he smoothly jumped backward. Immediately afterward, his body was like a long bow drawn to full strength, and his feet were like cannonballs blasting towards Lin Ying's chest. When it was too late, Lin Ying's heart shook as she raised her arms to protect her front, catching Yi Ning's counterattack hard. Bang! The dull sound was extremely loud, as if a huge piece of wood had smashed heavily into the ground. Lin Ying's feet retreated quickly, flipping twice in the air to unload Yi Ning's powerful force. Good boy, when I really underestimated you. Lin Ying's face was heavy. You're not bad either. Yi Ning jumped rhythmically and didn't dare to belittle the other party. It must be said that Lin Ying's reaction was really fast. Not only did he defuse the over-the-shoulder slam, but he also dodged the fatal blow, so he really wasn't an ordinary person. If he had just struck Lin Ying's chest, he would have broken many of his ribs and suffered severe internal injuries to his chest cavity, highly likely to suffocate. Lin Ying took a deep breath and prepared to fight with all his might. Yi Ning's strength did not allow him to be half-hearted. It was just that he was puzzled. Yi Ning's powerful means didn't match the muscles on his body at all. Where on earth did the monster come out from? At this moment, Yi Ning queried Lin Ying's data with the help of the system. Strength 25, Agility 15, Constitution 20. Yi Ning froze. If he hadn't gotten the system, his attributes wouldn't have changed so significantly at all. much less would they be qualified to wrestle with each other. It was a good thing that his own strength reached 40, agility 18, and physique 15, even if Lin Ying's physique had 5 more attribute points than his. It was only a matter of time before he could defeat him. Yi Ning remembered that he still had 2 attribute points that he hadn't added, and now he immediately added them to the physique attribute to reach 17. Again, Lin Ying is not convinced and charges in with a full punch straight up. Yi Ning stored up his strength and met it head-on with the same punch. Bang! The sound of bones colliding was equally dull. The difference was that Yi Ning was unresponsive, while Lin Ying looked pained and immediately chose to retreat. In an instant, the back of Lin Ying's hand was red and purple, and a sharp pain was vaguely transmitted. Damn! Why is this kid's fist so hard? Yi Ning saw the color of his pain, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose. It seems like you're not resistant to being beaten either. Before the words left his mouth, he leapt forward and launched a fierce attack. Lin Ying didn't dare to touch fists with him anymore and utilized his years of practical combat experience to grapple with him. Bang! 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 The sounds of both sides punching each other were endless. After a dozen rounds, the two pulled away again. And now, they were all wearing bitter faces, their bodies aching unbearably. Lin Ying is okay, professional boxing for more than 10 years, outstanding resistance to fight, grit your teeth or can insist. Yi Ning, on the other hand, was a bit overwhelmed. Every part of his upper body ached, so much so that he wanted to scream. If it wasn't for the sake of saving face, tears would have spilled out by now. Is this a professional boxer? When it's really scary. Even if I have 15 more points of strength than him, I can't even get a quick fix. His defense is beyond my imagination. Yi Ning said inwardly, kid, if you don't have additional bets, maybe we can even become brothers afterwards. Now that you've challenged my bottom line, I'm going to have to beat you to your knees and beg for mercy. Ah! Lin Ying roared, charging towards Yi Ning at an extremely fast speed. Yi Ning felt bad. This person seemed to be about to pull off some kind of stunt. Next moment, Lin Ying bent down and swept his legs. Yi Ning jumped backward, while the former immediately pounced directly upwards in a tiger pounce stance. No good. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Yi Ning was deadlocked by Lin Ying. His feet were locked by his opponent. His right hand was pulled behind his back, and his left hand was deadlocked by Lin Ying's small arm and could not move. Dog! Dare to hit my woman's idea. I'll waste you. Lin Ying spat and grimaced. Chu Tianlin was so shocked that he bounced out of his chair. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. If you can't break free then you're completely screwed. As Lin Ying was casting moves behind Yi Ning's back, Yi Ning had no power to counterattack. He couldn't poke his finger in the other guy's eye even if he wanted to. Chapter 17, The Heroes. Yi Ning's pain tore through his lungs and killed him. Never would have thought that this Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was so deadly. He flipped his body with all his might, and Lin Ying wanted to stop it, but the man in front of him was just terrifyingly powerful. You'd better surrender, kowtow and apologize, or I'll break your arm. Don't you dare. Yi Ning roared and managed to flip his body over. He was originally above Lin Ying, being controlled by Lin Ying behind him, and now that his posture had shifted, Yi Ning jumped with all his might, trying to make Lin Ying's head hit the ground. It's going to crack? Chu Tianlin looked startled. The 200 or so spectators in the arena, looking at the two men entwined in the air, shouted with excitement. It's as if you're watching modern warfare up close and personal. The sight of all that artillery. Lin Ying felt bad and hurriedly patted the back of his head and neck with his right hand. Bang! The two men fell heavily. As Lin Ying lost control of his right hand, Yi Ning smoothly elbowed him in the waist and then turned around and punched him. Put! Lin Ying spat out blood. He was well aware of the current situation, and once Yi Ning counterattacked, he would surely lose. He used the strength of his hands to disengage from the ground and kicked Yi Ning at the same time. However, Yi Ning happened to stabilize his stance, steadily catching his whip leg and forcefully slamming him against the iron net of the octagonal cage. Bang! The crash was tremendous. The audience was even more emotional. Get on it. Don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Go on. Beat him to death. His muscles are all over the place. Get him. It seemed that many people wanted Yi Ning to win, simply because Yi Ning's muscles were a far cry from Lin Ying's. And who doesn't like to see the weaker side bounce back? At this time, Yi Ning did not dare to approach easily, fearing that he would once again perform Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but he soon regretted it. Damn! Should have slammed him while he was on the ground. Now there's no chance. Yi Ning was annoyed and only blamed himself for his lack of real-world experience, hesitating for a moment before losing the opportunity to KO his opponent. Lin Ying was a little dazed and slowly got up to stare at the other man. He wiped away blood from the corners of his eyes and mouth, quickly adjusting the rhythm of his breathing, his eyes filled with murderous rage. You can really fight. The most capable fighter I've ever seen. Bar none. Yi Ning moved his left hand that was strangled by him. You're not bad, but you can't win against me. Come on, let you die. Both growled at the same time and charged at each other again. Lin Ying feints a right hook, and in the next moment twists and turns to sweep the legs again. Yi Ning snorted. How could he hit the same move twice? He also bent down and grabbed Lin Ying's right leg in a death grip, while then slammed it towards the knee with all his strength. Lin Ying's features twisted in pain as she subconsciously straightened her upper body and struck hard at Yi Ning's neck. Only it was too late. Yi Ning's fist had blasted into his face, and a jet of blood shot into the air. Knock! Lin Ying was lying on the ground, both eyes' perspectives blackened, gradually losing consciousness. Seeing this, the referee immediately stepped forward to block Yi Ning. Although the rule was until one of them couldn't stand up, it was better to stop Yi Ning's next wave of attacks just to be on the safe side. 10 seconds passed before Lin Ying gradually regained consciousness, realizing that his right foot was broken and his nose was broken. He braced himself and reluctantly said, I lost. When Yi Ning heard him admit defeat, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Immediately afterward, he hurriedly said, I can take that woman away, right? Lin Ying slowly nodded her head, at this point already not wanting to say another word. Yi Ning opened the octagonal cage and immediately felt his limbs uncontrollable, almost falling to the ground. Chu Tianlin didn't know when he came to the first floor and steadily caught him. Ha ha ha, Mr. Yi, you are truly a great blessing to me. You transfer the money to me right away. I want to go home and rest. Also, you don't expose my trail, or I'm not done with you. Yi Ning paused for a moment and added, and that woman, you bring her to me. No problem, I'll have someone do it. Chu Tianlin smiled from ear to ear. Not only did he win the match, but he also made Lin Ying fear himself, so it would be much easier to do things in Linqing City in the future. Ding! The host has completed the mission. Ding! Based on the host's choice, 10 points of free attributes will be rewarded and 10 free draws will be rewarded. When he came to the door of the building, the beautiful woman followed close behind. Sir, do you want to go to the hospital? No need. Yi Ning coughed twice. Why did you take me away? Do we know each other? Because you're beautiful, is that reason enough? Yi Ning revealed a miserable smile. My name is Ling Manru. Sir, even if you are willing to help me, but I am not clean. Ling Manru said timidly. Yi Ning waved his hand. It's not in the way. I'm not craving your body. You'll just follow me in the future. He hastily added 10 attribute points to his physique, and his physique value reached 27. Passing. Phew. Yi Ning took a long breath, now finally relieved. Drip. A horn came from an Audi A8. Looking at the voice, it was Roger. Roger laughed. Big brother, I've been waiting for a long time. Let's go. I'll send you home. Yi Ning smiled gratefully and pulled Ling Manru towards the Audi. Ding. Ling Manru's favoritism has reached 200. Ding. Successful contact with Ling Manru, rewarded with 100 peach blossom coins. Yi Ning's reason for taking Ling Manru away was simple. Her face value was 5 points, and for the sake of favorability in peach blossom coins, this kind of bet was naturally not a bad one. Sitting in the car, Yi Ning felt incredibly comfortable. He made $40 million in just one day. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I could make so much money. Not only that, but you also get 200 goodwill and 100 peach coins. So you're just earning numbness. He also knew very well why he had gained 200 favorability. It was precisely because Yi Ning had taken her away that she wouldn't continue to be devastated by Lin Ying. According to the system rules, Yi Ning immediately converted Ling Manru's 200 favorability, as well as Li Xiangyan's 100 favorability into 300 peach blossom coins. Now owns 400 peach coins, and 800, 000. Yi Ning was happy in his heart. Roger, is there any channel for renting an apartment? Renting a room? Roger replied. I have a lot of good listings. Big brother, do you want an apartment suite, a duplex, a villa, or a large 6 to 7 story building? Yi Ning thought about it. A large duplex. I think. I'm tired of living in villas. About 300 square feet will do. Roger patted his chest. I'll take care of it. Yi Ning had wanted to buy a house, but thought it was not necessary. Just sign a long-term rental contract. Despite having $44.8 million on hand, it's not always a good idea to be prepared in case you need the money urgently later. Ling Manru sneaked a look at Yi Ning and realized that his face was his favorite type, especially when Yi Ning knocked Lin Ying down. It was as if she saw Yi Ning with his feet on the 7-colored auspicious clouds, speeding towards her from the mountain of flowers and fruits. Now, he is her hero. Chapter 18 Basis for scoring the system. 2 hours later, Roger brought Yi Ning to an upscale residence. Hello, my name is Ji Yue. I'm the owner of this house. Ji Yue shook Yi Ning's hand in a friendly manner. Sir, seeing Yi Ning dazed in person, giving her the whole won't, not to mention Yi Ning, Roger was salivating at the sight. Sir, what's wrong with you? Ha, oh, it's fine, it's fine. Yi Ning subconsciously touched the corner of his mouth, his face a little embarrassed. The GUAE in front of her was so beautiful that she was evocative. GUAE was about 1 meter tall, wearing a white low-cut dress with red and yellow roses embroidered on the skirt, and her erect peaks vaguely trembled with the tone of her voice. Long legs have become the standard for exquisite beauties, and she's also very fleshy, with a simple twisted braid and that light makeup that rhymes. The system gave a rating of 8, which simply shocked Yining beyond measure. Although Ling Manru is also a great beauty, the system gave her a score of 8.5. Yining also had a preliminary understanding of the system's scoring basis. You know, the last thing this world lacks is beautiful women, and the division of the 5 senses and the shape of the face, and the size of the head is very important. Then comes the shape of the eye size, the shape of the nose and whether the bridge of the nose is high or not, the thinness and thickness of the lips, including the distance between the lips and the center of the person, as well as the distance between the lips and the chin, and the ratio between the angle of the jaw and the center of the face. This data is, presumably, the basis for the system's scoring of beautiful women. GUA's nose tip was slightly swirled downward, yet it wasn't a hawk-hook nose, and no matter from any angle, it was very durable. Her features as a whole are also very comforting, even deep. Sir, how long are you planning to rent it? I'm starting at 1 year here. GUA's warm imperial voice was soothing to the ears. Yining said, then let's rent it for a year first. How much? GUA didn't expect him to be so quick. It's not too expensive. 960,000, 80,000 a month. All of my locations here are well furnished. Haven't lived here long. 320 square foot 2-story duplexes. And the lighting is great. Yining instantly transferred the money. That's fine. GUA smiled and nodded, handing over the key and access card to Yining. Received. You can move in first, and sign the contract tomorrow. If there is anything you don't understand, ask me again. I'm leaving first. Roger was also very understanding. Big brother, I'll retreat first as well. Call out to me if anything happens. Yining nodded, and with Ling Manru in tow, he walked into the desired duplex. You pick a room. Don't think about me. I'll transfer you another $2 million. Not enough to spend it. Oh yeah. What did you study in college and how are your business skills? Ling Manrua said mildly. I'm studying finance. When I didn't find a suitable position in the back, I went to work for the investment group and was a team leader for a while, so I should have no problem if I'm in business. Yining was satisfied with this answer. Not bad. Join my company tomorrow. I happen to be the general manager. How about you become my assistant? Ling Manu nodded gratefully. Yes sir. As she spoke, she couldn't help the tears that flowed down her face. Yenin froze. What's wrong with you? It's fine. She wiped away her tears and forced a smile. I'm just so touched that you saved me. Sir, I don't know how to thank you. Yining added. Just account for it on your parents' side, and I'll help if there are financial difficulties. After all, I'm the one who abducted you here. Ling Manro softly said. Parents and grandparents are farming in the countryside. I transferred 500,000 to them some time ago, so I don't need to care about them for the time being, but I'm all alone in Linqing City to stay there, forced to become Lin Ying's person because of something. Yining stroked her cheek and comforted. It's fine now. You don't have to worry about anything with me. Thank you. Ling Manu held him in her arms, moved beyond words. Yining's body immediately felt a sense of powerlessness when he was hugged by her, and this feeling was too wonderful. He felt the other man's body heat carefully, and the two soft masses, sniffing the intoxicating body odor again. Yining could hardly help himself. Ding! Gained 100 peach blossom coins. Yining comforted her slightly and hurriedly separated from her. If he hugged him any longer, his nose would bleed, not to mention he was really afraid he wouldn't be able to help it. Jingle bells! Jingle bells! Yining took out his cell phone and saw that it was Yu Xin calling. Yining, what's wrong with you? Weren't you given a promotion? Why haven't you gone to sign the contract yet? What's your hurry? I've got other things to do. Stop it. Dash. Ling Manru recovered her emotions and said to Yining after finding the location of the bathroom. Sir, I'm going to take a shower first. I can wash it with you if you want. Yining waved his hand repeatedly. No need, no need. I'm not feeling well lately. Afraid that she would misunderstand, he added. I don't dislike you that way. It's just that I'm too tired from the fight today, and I want to take an early rest. I still have to work tomorrow. Ling Manro pursed her lips and smiled. Anyway, I'm yours now. It doesn't matter what you think of me. Yining smiled awkwardly and waited for her to enter the bathroom before opening his profile panel. Name, Yining. Physical fitness, 27 plus, pass. Strength, 40 plus, pass. Agility, 18 plus, average. Face value, 7 plus, a little handsome. Peach blossom coin, 500 heartsuit. Funds, 644, 800, 000 yuan. Skill props, boxing junior. Disguise props, lasts 1 hour. 10-minute underwater breath-holding props. 100-meter sprint every 6 seconds. Lasts 1 minute. 500 peach coins. Go see what you can buy at the mall. Right. Upgrade boxing fighting first. Searching for boxing fighting in the mall. Yi Ning was shocked to find that intermediate boxing cost 300 points of peach blossom coins, while advanced boxing cost a whopping 800? System mom, are you serious? Beginner level boxing is only 50, and when you get to intermediate level it's 300 peach coins? After hesitating for a moment, Yi Ning still decided to purchase intermediate boxing. If he ran into someone like Lin Ying again, he would be in trouble if he wasn't strong enough, especially if he was being naked strung up. Those vicious moves were simply too brutal. Ding! Purchase of intermediate boxing complete. Ding! All the practical experience of intermediate boxing has been applied to your muscle memory and mind. With your strength up, how about buying some backup skills, like healing? Querying the medical profession. The mall quickly showed that the beginner's healing technique required 100 points of peach blossom coins. Buy. Ding! All the experience and knowledge of the primary healing arts have been applied to your mind. Now that there were still 100 peach blossom coins left, Yi Ning decided to save them for a rainy day. At this time, Ling Manro happened to come out of the bathroom, and the water vapor continued to diffuse out, appearing to be languid and ethereal under the illumination of the warm light, and Ling Manro, in the mist, was like a fairy descending to the earth, every move tantalizing the heartstrings. Chapter 19, A Blow to the Head. Ling Manrui rubbed her hair with her headband and blushed a little at the look. Mr. Yi, don't look at me like that. Yi Ning smiled and said, it's not that you're too tantalizing, I almost got mesmerized looking at you. Ling Manro snorted. Sir, you're really good at talking. She quickened her pace to Yi Ning's side and inquired, Sir, can I know how old you are? 22. Why, I'm 27, which is 5 years older than Mr. Yi Ning couldn't help but laugh. So what? At this moment, Ling Manro suddenly sat on Yi Ning's lap with a provocative expression. I don't think you've ever tried one older than you, have you? Didn't you say you didn't mind me before I took a shower? This. Yi Ning suddenly felt her ears burning. I haven't taken a shower yet. I'll shower first. However, as if she hadn't heard it, Ling Manro held Yi Ning's face in her jade hands and gently kissed it. Ha! Yi Ning closed his eyes, his heart beating faster. At this point not only his ears, but he also felt his face burning a bit. Ryoko, the tip of Ling Manru's nose gently rubbed against Yi Ning's nose. Am I being too licentious? No. Yi Ning stared at her brown pupils, which reflected the warm light flickering vaguely, as if it were a sea of stars. Really? Ling Manro pressed her fragrant lips to his ear again. Then I'll sleep with you in my arms tonight, okay? With a sudden change of environment, I'll be too scared to sleep. It's okay. Yi Ning secretly decided that as long as he fell asleep before her, nothing would happen. Thinking of this, he picked up Ling Manrua and let her land gently on her paws. I'm going to take a shower first. I've got business to attend to tomorrow. Well, I'll get my physical tomorrow and then meet you at the office. The next day, after Yi Ning woke up, he realized that Ling Manru had already gone out. Her scent still lingered on the pillows and blankets. He went to the bathroom to wash up. Glancing at the clock in the process, it was after 10. After spending an hour arriving at the company, Yi Ning realized that the eyes of those employees looking at him were not quite the same as before. A lot of people started whispering. Some people said that his relationship with Yu Xixian was unusual, and some said that he held Yu Xixian's secrets. Others said that he was Yu Xixian's illegitimate son, and that the previous suppression of him was just a surface job. There is a wide range of opinions. Yi Ning followed the specific location specified in the contract and came to the office door. Not bad. This office is quite big enough. At least 50 square feet. Inside, everything is set up as it should be, with a highly configurable computer, a comforting sofa, high-end tea sets, and floor-to-ceiling windows with stunning city views. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and walked straight to the office lobby. You three, another high-end mainframe and monitor in my office, along with a mouse and keyboard and headset, a desk, and an office chair. The three of them had bullied Yi Ning for more than 2 years, and now that Yi Ning had been promoted, they naturally looked for them to let off steam. It was just that they had trouble adapting to Yi Ning's status as a general manager and were momentarily indifferent. A few people were tempted to retort, but they didn't know how to speak. What are you looking at? I'm the general manager now. How dare you disobey orders? Yi Ning looked at the time. I'll give you guys half an hour. If you can't manage it, stay and work overtime tonight. Hearing the word overtime, the three of them dared to be angry and immediately got up and did as they were told. Those oxen and horses, seeing Yi Ning's new official, immediately didn't dare to make any other moves and worked honestly. Yi Ning came back to one of them and took out his cell phone to show Ling Manru's picture. Her name is Ling Manru. Later when she comes to the company, you take her to be inducted. Assistant to GM Yenin, do you hear me? Hear clearly. The employee was very timid and did not dare to breathe. If there's any mistake in the contract, I'll hold you responsible. Yi Ning finished his explanation and walked towards the elevator in style. Zhang's group. After what happened last time, President Zhang personally greeted him with a look and words that were as complimentary as possible. Mr. Yi, this way please. Mr. Yi, wait a moment, I'll go make you a cup of tea. Yi Ning directly placed the cooperation agreement on the desktop. The details I proposed are all written on it, so you can see what you have to change. President Zhang hurriedly said. No, of course not. Everything is up to you. That's how it works. Yi Ning sarcastically said. I'm just a general manager, while you're the president. How much energy do we have in Yi? Where can we compare to President Zhang? President Zhang compensated with a smile. Your words are overstated. I was the one who had no eyes before, so don't take it personally with me. I have no objections to the cooperation agreement and can sign it on behalf of Zhang. Do you think you should sign it now? Yi Ning took a sip of tea. Of course. After signing the contract, Yi Ning told Yu Xian the news. Yu Xian received the message and a bad smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Humph, brat. When I go for a successful bid, I'll get a share of the credit for this. This kind of big project, if you take all the benefits, won't I become an unjust seed? She picked up the project plan and bidding documents for the eco-park and left the office humming a little tune. Half an hour later, she arrived at the official office building, the city's construction bidding office. According to Yu Xian's investigation, there are many people vying for that land. Several projects are already waiting to be reviewed in the last few days. The city's construction chief will definitely adopt a project if it affects the neighborhood and if it is beneficial to the lives of the citizens. And Yu Xian was very confident that the ecological garden project she had in hand would definitely win the bid. After waiting in line for almost an hour, it was finally Yu Xian's turn. Hello Director Wang. This ecological garden project is a collaboration between our Yi Group and Zhang Group. Please take a look. Director Wang took a close look at the bid and the plan, nodding from time to time. Seems to be happy with the program. The eco-park is indeed a good project, which will not only benefit the city's development, but also expand a lot of stores and bring the neighborhood together. Really? That's really great. Getting Director Wang's approval, Yu Xian was very happy. Only what about it? Why didn't Mr. Yining come? Yu Xian froze. Yi Ning? Does this bid have anything to do with him? Director Wang glanced at her. Of course it's relevant. If Mr. Yining can't come, you won't be able to get that piece of land even if the Zhang Group is involved. Please return. Director Wang's words. Yu Xian was like a blow to the head. Her whole head was dizzy. Director Wang, what you are saying is, if our project is so good, why do you refuse to approve it? I'll say it for the last time. If Mr. Yining can't come, then we'll have to choose another project. That piece of land. And it's not like it has to be your project. Or, you can pick another parcel to bid on. Except then, whether it gets through is another matter. Having said that, Yu Xian naturally understood that Director Wang had something in his words. Even if you change the bidding for the land, you can't do it without Yi Ning being there. She had to hold her tongue, smiled awkwardly at Director Wang, and left the office building. Chapter 20, If you're mad, go home. Coming to the Mercedes S seat, Yu Xian kicked the tires frantically with her high heels. Yu, why can't we bid without Yi Ning there? On what grounds? Yu Xian howled in the parking lot. She is at least Yi Honglong's wife, and even the highest level president of Yi Group, but she is not as good as a general manager's face? Is he crazy? Or is Director Wang crazy? There must be something fishy. How could Yi Ning have such a big poker face? Can't be wrong. There must be someone behind him. Otherwise why would Director Wang throw his face at me? Yu Xian drove the Mercedes and returned to the group as fast as she could. When he arrived at the office hall, he happened to find Yi Ning talking to the others. Yanning, President Yu, what's wrong? Yi Ning raised the coffee cup in her hand. Want some coffee? I'll drink you. Yu Xian suddenly realized that this was the office hall and forced her words down. Yi Ning stifled a laugh and said, why can't I go bidding? That director had to have you there. You're such a big shot. Really? Why didn't I know? I planned to go in the afternoon. I didn't expect President Yu to be so eager, but I'm not in charge of this project. Why are you more attached to it than I am? Yu Xian was furious. If she really let Yi Ning go to bid, then this project had no half relationship with herself. You know, the ecological park project was one of the few good projects that Yi Group had touched. If you didn't participate in it, by the time Yi Ning stood firm in Yi Group, would Yi Honglang still look towards himself? Yi Honglang's idea must be decided according to his own will. She absolutely couldn't let Yi Honglang have any good feelings towards Yi Ning. Yu Xian revealed a gentle smile. Yi Ning let's go to the office and talk. Yi Ning deliberately looked away. Talk about what? you give me this bit assignment and I won't let you down. That won't do. The project leader is me, and the signature of the project plan is also me. You're a president, and you still want to grab resources from me? Yining extended his index finger and waved it from side to side in front of her. President, you don't even think about it. Yining, you're really giving your face away. Yu Xian couldn't stand it anymore completely and angrily rebuked in front of the group. I started the project, and I gave you the project plan, only with your name written on it, and you're taking advantage of it and still won't let me get a piece of it. You want to revolt? Yining still refused. No means no. Besides, have you begged like this? The crowd heard them arguing and stopped what they were doing. It's not often that the president and general manager fight in public. Hey, mister, you won't fire the general manager in a fit of rage, will he? I think it's possible, but it would have to be a board decision. Are you stupid? Yining can become the general manager. It must be general manager Yu's intention. It's not simple to fire him. Yeah, you guys don't forget. Mr. Yu is parachuted into our group. Her background identity is Mysterious Lu. Who was it that said yesterday that Yining was Mr. Yu's illegitimate son? It's so noisy now. It's killing me with laughter. I always think that the two of them must have a story. You do not find that the total you changed the goat. A little bit not like her style. Change to do the usual has long been the Yining open. Makes sense. Many people in the office hall are talking to each other and eating melon. At this moment, Yu Xian once again smiled gently and said, I'll give the first group of personnel to you to manage. That's always fine, isn't it? Their business ability is evident to all in the group. Yining finished his coffee. You're dreaming. I'll recruit myself. With those words, he walked straight back to his office, pulling the curtains shut and the door quickly closing. Yu Xian took advantage of the fact that Yining had not unlocked the door and directly barged in, and even unlocked the door with her hand. Yining sat on the sofa and started the tea set to boil water. Yu Xian walked over with a smile and sat beside him. Ning, you put your conditions forward and I will definitely fulfill them. As she was saying this, she deliberately pressed her peak up and whispered in his ear again. Haven't you always wanted to take advantage of me? Let's make you happy now, shall we? Ha! Yining sneered twice and tried to push her away, not realizing that his palm was touching the erect peaks. Asterisk. So what? I didn't mean it. You just did it on purpose. Yu Xian pretended to be pouting, holding his arm, pouting and said, why don't I kiss you, and you'll promise me, okay? Yining instantly felt sick to his stomach. Nima, don't be so disgusting, okay? This is a company. Yu Xian didn't bother to be reserved and continued her attack. What's wrong with the company? Don't you think it's exciting to be in the company with you and me? What are you trying to do? Don't mess around. I've got surveillance here. Are you going to give it to me or not? I'll give you a punch in the face and bid I'll go myself. Asterisk. You're soft and hard, aren't you? Yu Xian was furious, picking up the cup and about to smash it to the ground. Drop it. Yining hurriedly grabbed the cup in her hand, and due to the excessive movement, he actually pounced her on the sofa. Yu Xian hummed lightly, her pretty face instantly flushed. Yo, can't help it? You do it. It's not like we're related by blood anyway, and besides, I haven't done anything with your dad yet, but the word is out. If you touch me, you'll have to get Director Wang to sign for me. She closed her eyes and waited for Yining's next move. Yining didn't have the good sense to say, I've never seen you so flirty. Yu Xian, that was also forced by you. Are you going to kiss me or not? You've jumped me. Aren't you a man? Yining stood up and straightened his suit. You're not leaving, are you? Then I'm leaving. Yu Xian also quickly got up and angrily rebuked. Yining, you're really shameless. Shame on you. Brat. I'll kill you. Bang. Bang bang. Her weak fists hitting Yining were like a massage to him. President Yu, if you want to go crazy, go home and go crazy. This is not the place for you to spill your guts. Yining pushed her onto the couch with one hand and turned to grab the door. Ding. Close contact with Yu Xian. Get 100 peach blossom coins. Leaving the group, Yining sent a message to Ling Manru. Come find me at the coffee shop when things are done. We'll go bidding in the afternoon. GM, I'm here. Ling Manru happened to return to the downstairs of the group. Yining didn't even blink when he saw her in her sexy OL outfit. You, I realized I didn't have any formal wear yet, and then went and bought 3 sets. Ling Manru carried the exquisite box in her hand and casually turned around twice. Well, are you satisfied with my formal attire? Chapter 21, Don't work with porcelain if you don't have a diamond. Good looking. You really are the best dressed woman I've ever seen. Yining kept praising Ling Manru white shirt with lotus flower collar decoration. Even if the shirt is not so tight, it can show the 2 peaks seductively. Shorter wraparound skirt with light-colored black silk. Feet wearing Scata custom high heels. A black hair scattered behind the head. Excellent temperament. Ling Mannu straightened her hair slightly. Why did you come downstairs? Where are we going now? Yi Ning said. Go to the city's construction bidding. Put the stuff in the car first. He went to the parking lot and drove the company-equipped car slowly towards the city building. Come to the city building. Ling Mannu took the 2 pieces of information and found Director Wang. Director Wang looked at Yi Ning and then at the photo on his phone to confirm that there was no mistake. Mr. Yi, I've already approved this project. When the time comes to bid now, you send an individual to the auditorium to go through the motions. For the authorized development contract, you can just come back and sign it some days later. Yi Ning nodded. Okay, thank you. Right. Director Wang took advantage of the fact that there weren't many people in the surrounding area and hurriedly stepped forward. Mr. Yi, I hope you can say something good for me in front of General Manager He. I'm grateful. Yi Ning shook his hand. Don't worry, Director, that's all I should do. Okay. Director Wang was excited and took out 2 invitations from his shirt pocket. Mr. Yi, in a couple of days, Star Hotel will host a banquet, and a lot of high-ranking staff will be there, so you can go with General Manager He. Yi Ning's eyes lit up, not realizing that there was such a good thing. As far as he knew, his father had not yet befriended any of the senior staff, and since he was able to go to a banquet on that kind of occasion, he must cherish it. How many wealthy businessmen would beg for a reception of that caliber? It's one thing to have money, it's another to have money and still be able to befriend powerful people. He shook Director Wang's hand. Director, if you have financial difficulties in the future, just talk to me. Thank you so much. It's okay, we all help each other. Director Wang smiled amiably. I won't waste your time. Take your time. President's office. Yu Xian held the phone in her hand and smiled broadly. Yes, Mr. Zhao. Just don't worry. When I get the approval contract for the city construction, I will naturally hand over half of the construction rights of the ecological garden to you. Okay, we'll work together. Hanging up the phone, Yu Xian asked her secretary to inquire about Yi Ning's participation in the bidding. In less than 3 minutes, the secretary reported Yi Ning's winning bid truthfully. Since I won the bid, I'll go get the contract and sign it again in the name of Yi Group. That's fine, right? A few days passed quickly. Yi Ning let Ling Manru take charge of docking with Zhang's group, and he then recruited a dozen more competent employees from outside with high salaries. At this point, the 9th group of Yi Group's project team was formally established, and Yu Xian came to the official office building again with a good mood. City Building Division. Director Wang, long time no see. Yu Xian put the 2 pastries on the desk. Hello Director Wang, I'm here to sign for the contract. You'll sign? Director Wang couldn't help but smile. Did Mr. Yi give you authorization? What? Yu Xian was dumbfounded again. The ecological park project is our Yi and Zhang's group, not his personal. I'm signing on behalf of the 2 groups. What's wrong with that? Besides, the main operator of the project is Yi. I am qualified to sign on. Director Wang nodded. Yes, you're right. But then, in my case, whoever wins the bid is the one who gets to sign. And you don't. Yu Xian was about to explode with anger. She didn't expect this director to make things difficult for herself again and again. She simply couldn't bear it. Director, if you're going to do that, then I'll. What do you want? Complain about me? Director Wang was very disdainful. If you dare to file a complaint against me, I guarantee that Zhang's group will immediately withdraw their shares, even if they lose money to you. When the time comes, there won't be any other group of companies to cooperate with you, and the tiny Yi group can eat the entire eco-park project? You don't think, with someone in my position, it can be done? Yu Xian instantly goaded. Although everyone called him Director Wang, but his real rank name is First-Class Director. The scope of power in hand at this rank in an official body is already large and significant. Director, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Yu Xian waved her hand repeatedly. I just want to get the authorization contract as soon as possible, and then carry out the project. I don't mean anything else. Director Wang gazed at her. Mr. Yu, I advise you not to have crooked thoughts. I'm too lazy to bother with you. It's so hot out there. You might as well go back to the office and get some air conditioning without a ride. The energy in Yu Xian's heart completely disappeared, and she once again inquired quietly. Director, is it true that I can't sign? Director Wang looked toward the door. Take your pastry away. Yu Xian was almost frantic. This director was bullying people too much. She picked up the pastry gift box and strutted toward the door. But who would have guessed that her movement was so great that the pastry gift box collided with the doorframe and the box fell to the floor. Coincidentally, the pastries fell out of the gift box. The people outside the office couldn't help but laugh out loud at the scene. Yu Xian made a fool of herself. Her face was ugly to the extreme. Director Wang snickered. Yo, you're still playing with your temper? I haven't seen a president as hairy as you. Mr. Yu, if you don't have that diamond, Don't take on the porcelain work. He picked up his teacup with a smirk and took a sip of tea. The broom and dustpan are in the utility room at the end of the hallway. Hard at work. Yu Xian was so angry that she was trembling. She wanted to have a fit but didn't dare. Come to the utility room, grab a broom and dustpan, and walk quickly back to the office to clean. Director Wang continued to flirt. How embarrassing to have someone of Mr. Yu's status help us clean. The small staff outside couldn't help but open their mouths and laugh when they heard it. Yu Xian gritted her teeth and 2 tears almost slipped from her eyes. Shame. What a day of shame. She had just walked out of the office building and immediately dialed Yi Ning's number. Yi Ning, you've made me lose face. I'm not done with you, my dear little mom. What's wrong with you again? You're not going to sign the license contract yourself, are you? Ha ha ha, you wait for me. I'll take my time with you when I get home. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to go home and stay there, so take care of yourself. Yu Xian was so angry that her face was red with anger and she stomped her foot with force. Click. The heels broke. Yu Xian had never felt so desperate. She simply took off her other high heel and walked barefoot to the parking lot. Only the sun was scorching the ground and she was pacing the yard quickly like a clown in a comedy movie. Chapter 22, Bloodshed. After more than an hour, Yu Xian finally returned to Yi Group. At this time, she wanted to cry but couldn't. Her heart was aggrieved to the extreme. Damn you, dead Yi Ning. If I really had a real son like you, I'd just go back and remake you. Pissed off, Yu Xian kept slapping the desk. Her hair strands scattered everywhere. This was the first time he had been humiliated in this manner when he had lived to this age. Hard work to pull Li Xiangyan grew up, studied finance, learning communication skills, in a company crawling around for many years. A variety of business has long been familiar with, but never get reused. Can only become a net red? I did not expect to accidentally attract money. There are many official second generation are requesting to meet, but she was unmoved until one day she was introduced to Yi Honglang. Although Yi Honglang is older, he doesn't look that old, and he still does things in a thunderous manner. But somehow, Yi Honglang suddenly half paralyzed, asked him what happened and could not ask. Doctors are even better at hiding the condition. During that time, Yu Xian saw the opportunity to make a name for herself, and took advantage of Yi Ning's absence from the ward to come and take care of Yi Honglang every day. It also demonstrated amazing management and business skills, possessing knowledge that was even more admired by Yi Honglang. In the end, she got what she wanted and managed to marry into a wealthy family, becoming the highest-ranking president of the Yi Group. Always thinking that life will go smoothly and you will get what you want. I did not expect to make a fool of myself in the official office building today. Not only is it humiliating, but there's no way to counter it. She, Yu Xian, absolutely could not tolerate it. Only now, after suppressing Yi Ning for more than 2 years, he didn't expect that because of his own mistakes, Yi Ning would succeed in taking over such a large project. One day back to liberation. What was the point of all the hard work and suppression before? Yu Xian was in a bit of a trance. A moment later, her face was sinister. Yi Ning, I can suppress you for 2 long years. I can bring you up to this position, and as usual, I have a way to make you fall to pieces. And at this time, Yi Ning was huffing and puffing in the duplex. Ling Mannu also laid down beside him to rest. Only the two of them didn't do anything, because Yi Ning didn't know. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Ning slowly opened his eyes and was about to stretch. You, how? Why are you in my room? Ling Manru smiled brightly and said, what's wrong? Didn't you sleep in your arms last night, and today you dislike me again? Yi Ning's cheeks flushed. No. He didn't dare to look at Ling Manhua squarely for fear that he would do something out of character. She really is so beautiful. With just a little powder, that delicate face can make you fall deeper into it. The distribution of the 5 senses was also nearly perfect, except for the face, which was different. The other parts were simply identical to Li Xiangyan and could not be picked out at all. Perhaps because she was at home, she unbuttoned the top 2 buttons again, and the deep cleavage was incredibly tantalizing. At this moment, Ling Mannu put her right foot on Yi Ning's left foot and hugged him tightly again. Yawning, I'm sleepy from watching you sleep all the time, so let's get some more sleep together. It was only then that Yi Ning reacted. So she was using herself as a hugging pillow? Ling Manru's eyes were half open, and she said softly, I have already had a physical examination. My body is good, and I don't have that kind of disease. Not waiting for Yi Ning to react, she gently bit the root of Yi Ning's ear. Do you want? Yi Ning tried to break away from her embrace, but found that his limbs were powerless. His mind went blank and he said in a trembling voice, You really don't force me. Ling Manru obediently lay on top of him, her voice soft and sticky. Do you really dislike me? Yi Ning closed his eyes tightly, not daring to make any movements. But somehow, Yu Xian's contemptuous voice suddenly rang in his head. Are you a man? In an instant, Yi Ning could no longer restrain himself, and his hands roamed over her body. Ling Manuela willed it and sat on him to unbutton his white shirt, then tossed it casually. That spectacular and luscious view surfaced before Yi Ning's eyes. After the passion, the two cuddled together and proceeded to sleep. In a haze, Yi Ning opened his eyes again and glanced at his cell phone in passing. Friday, just after 5 p.m. Asterisk. Almost forgot about that. Yi Ning sat up in shock. Every Friday afternoon, he has to go to the ancient town area and Le Xiangyan fitness together. Finished and then play badminton. Hurriedly, he put on his shirt and pants and ran out the door without fixing his hair. Yi Ning rode the small yellow bicycle, his face full of helplessness. He hated to carry the little yellow car and run. That 25 miles per hour is way too slow. Grandma, I should have known to take the time to get a car. When he arrived at the intersection, Yi Ning parked the small yellow car at the designated location and then took a taxi to rush to the ancient town area. Le Xiangyan works in a small jewelry company. She likes to be free and easy, so she didn't take a position in Ye's group. Arriving at the door of the company, Yenin found an altercation in the Fruita Cafe. Went up with curiosity to take a look. Instead, he saw that Le Xiangyan was having a very heated argument with a woman. I told you it was you who bumped into me. Why are you being so unreasonable? I'm being unreasonable? It's obvious that you didn't look at the road. And you're saying that I bumped into you? Never seen such a shameless woman. Le Xiangyan was speechless to the extreme. What exactly do you want? If you really can't, then adjust the surveillance. I don't want to waste time with you here. What do I want? The woman was furious. My dress is worth $10,000, and there is a shopping list on my cell phone. You pay me. Le Xiangyan rolled her eyes in anger. Please calm down a little bit. Coffee spilled on the skirt is not unwashable. Besides, it's not the kind of grease stain that's hard to wash. I'll reiterate for the last time. You're the one who hit me, and you want me to pay you over $10,000. You're dreaming. The woman reached out and pointed at Le Xiangyan's forehead, exclaiming, okay, I was going to give you face. You must want me to poke you, right? You've been staring at my boyfriend and scowling at him every now and then, looking so obsessed before you bumped into me, and you're saying you didn't do it on purpose? Le Xiangyan instantly became angry. Don't spit on me, okay? When did I stare at your boyfriend? Ask him yourself. The woman tugged hard on the man's arm. She hasn't been staring at you colorfully, has she? Yes. The man didn't hesitate. Le Xiangyan's chest rose and fell violently. She wanted to say dirty words, but here was downstairs in the company after all, so she had to hold back in every way. I didn't expect this woman to be so shameless. It's almost numbing. The crowd of eaters grew, and the two argued more and more, so even the store manager couldn't intervene. You should know that the woman who argued with Le Xiangyan was Gao Manting, and her father was even the deputy head of Guzhen district. Who dares to mess with a woman of this status? Chapter 23, Stabbed. Seeing that Le Xiangyan was speechless, Gao Manting's words became even more unrestrained. Pay up quickly and then apologize to me and my boyfriend. A piece of like you has the nerve to seduce my man. Do you know who I am? Le Xiangyan didn't have any way out, so she had to look at the store manager. Store manager, please call up the surveillance. I'll pay you for your hard work. But who knows? The store manager said directly. Sorry ma'am, the monitor is broken. Upon hearing that, Le Xiangyan immediately knew that the store manager and her were in cahoots. The monitor was clearly still on, so how could it be broken? Le Xiangyan was almost frantic. I don't care who your father is. If you continue to be this unreasonable, I'll call the police. Ha ha, and call the police? Gao Manting snorted. My father is the deputy district head here. What's the use of calling the police? I advise you to pay up and admit your mistake. Otherwise, without waiting for you to call the police, I'll send you to the patrol division first. At this moment, Yi Ning finally squeezed in from the crowd. He was very heartbroken to see that Le Xiangyan was holding back. Hello, I'm her boyfriend. Can't we have a nice conversation? Why are you arguing? Yi Ning looked straight at her. I'm noisy? Did you see that, darling? Another unreasonable one. Gao Manting had a reasoned stance. Obviously it's your girlfriend who's being unreasonable, and you're blaming me for it? And what is your status? Yi Ning said. What do you care about my identity? You don't move to use your status to pressure people? Let's talk about things. What does it have to do with status? Do you have to make people think you're superior? In fact, Le Xiangyan wanted to say that her father was Yi Honglang, so at least Ye's group was little known in Tianhai City. But in the final analysis, her last name wasn't Yi. If she told this woman that she was Yi Honglang's daughter, she would be even more likely to take advantage of the situation. When the time comes, he is not biological, and still have the face to rampage outside. His own mother, no matter what, is a second marriage. Stepped on luck evening big money, is a vixen. She is the little vixen, or a bastard child, unworthy of the surname Yi. Those unpleasant words had been on her mind for a long time. Gao Manting was furious. In the end, it's a pair of dogs and men. The female tried to seduce my boyfriend, and the male is also a licking dog. Indiscriminate. There's a saying, if it's not a family, it's not a family. Yining secretly gritted his teeth. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being rude to you. Yo, pretty arrogant. Gao Manting was disdainful. Men like you, maybe they've all been green by her many times. She has a man of her own and still wants to seduce other men. It's just shameless. Yining was completely speechless, not expecting this woman to be unreasonable, and really thought that she was superior. He had to take out his cell phone and call Zhang Zhe over. Unexpectedly, he had just turned on his cell phone, and he was creeped out all over. Many text messages followed. General Manager, I've been fired. I've gotten my compensation and I hope to have the opportunity to work together again in the future. Hello General Manager, I've been sacked. I've put the papers on your desk. You remember to approve them. General Manager, I was doing a good job. How come I was fired? Luckily, I got the compensation, so it's not in vain that we've known each other for a while. Yining was dumbfounded, not expecting something to happen to the project team at such a time. This goddamned Yu Si Xian, old me is handling things for your daughter and you're actually stabbing me in the back with a knife? You'll be damned if you're going to die. Yu Si Xian. His mind cursed angrily, but he had to deal with such distractions at the moment. Quite a few people in the cafe were taking videos on their cell phones, and they all had a gloating look on their faces. Oh, this woman is unlucky. Who is it bad to mess with, but to mess with Gao Manting? Yeah, and in a place like the Office Business District, she's going to be famous. I can't even stand to watch. Ordinary people should just keep their heads, honestly pay for the money and apologize. Nothing will happen. Now it's good. Shame on you. At this moment, Yining gazed at Gao Manting. Earlier, you said that your father was the deputy district head, right? Very well. You wait. To compare identities, I'll make you cry and admit you're wrong. Gao Manting froze, then laughed. Ha ha, a brat. Who can you call? It's your good fortune accumulated over 8 lifetimes for you to run into me here today, and to threaten without pleasing me, is truly a frog in the bottom of a well. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Zhe came. When Zhang Zhe saw Li Xiangyan and Yining, he immediately revealed a smile. Big brother, sister-in-law, it's rare that you guys are looking for me. What's happening? Why are there so many people here? Yining briefly said what happened, and Zhang Zhe's face immediately became serious. Gao Manting held her breath, not expecting Yining to actually be able to call Zhang Zhe. Young Zhang, do you know him well? Zhang Zhe's eyes burned with rage. Gao Manting, I haven't taken care of you much on weekdays. How dare you offend my big brother and my sister-in-law? Seeing that Zhang Zhe looked like he wanted to eat someone, Gao Manting instinctively took a step back. They are your relatives? I don't know. No, now you know? Zhang Zhe poked her head hard with his index finger. Be sensible and apologize, or I'm not done with you. Gao Manting smiled awkwardly. It was a momentary confusion on my part. Xiao Zhang, for the sake of my father's face, why don't you not bother with me about these trivial matters? Little things? Zhang Zhe threw a slap onto her face. My words don't work well anymore, do they? Using your status to oppress people at every turn. You're good at that, aren't you? Your dad has to be respectful in front of my dad. Where's all this nonsense about me asking you to apologize? The slaps were loud and startled a lot of people. I didn't expect things to be reversed. Gao Manting kicked a steel plate. Now she's guilty. The object of being pointed at, or even pitted, also instantly became Gao Manting. If you have something to say it properly. Why do you have the right to hit people? Gao Manting's boyfriend suddenly yelled. What? You're not happy about it, are you? Zhang Zhe provoked. You're nothing but a soft eater. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? His eyes swept back and forth between Gao Manting and the men. Gao Manting, I'll give you one last chance. My patience is limited. Gao Manting cried at the slap and wiped away her tears and sobbed. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have humiliated the two of you. Li Xiangyan said. Ask yourself, did you hit me or did I hit you? Where did Gao Manting dare to retort? I bumped into you. I walk without eyes. Zhang Zhe was still unsatisfied. Is it over with apologizing? You wasted my big brother and my sister-in-law's time. Pay for it. Compensation. Compensation? Gao Manting was confused. Her dress is not so easy to wash. Did not get compensation not to mention, but also to lose money to them. Zhang Zhe saw her hesitate and raised his hand again. Are you paying for it? Gao Manting's face still had the slap marks left on it, and she hastily blocked her face with her hands. I'll pay for it. Can't I pay for it? Chapter 24, No background. Zhang Zhe stared at her contemptuously. $20,000. Not a single point less. Okay, I'll pay. Gao Manting humiliated herself and was forced to pull out her cell phone to transfer money. The sight of the scene was very enjoyable for the eating public. Weekdays this self-righteous official second-generation Missy, in the ancient town district arrogant habit, today bumped into a tough, is also considered to be a long lesson. The daughter of the deputy district head bumping into the son of the district head and being slapped in the face in public. It really kills me with laughter. This face hit is really cool. She in the future, probably won't be so dog-eared. Yeah, she thinks she's so powerful. As Gao Manting left the cafe, the crowded crowd gradually dispersed. Zhang Zhe looked at Yining smugly. Big brother, do you have any plans for later? Yining did not think twice. Go to the gym, play badminton or something. Do you want to come? This, Zhang Zhe said. Why don't I take you to a place that will guarantee your satisfaction? Mind you, a place like that Roger couldn't even go to. What place? Yining was curious. Zhang Zhe said, go to the Star Hotel. A reception is held there, and all of our Tianhai City's high-ranking staff will be there. Yining froze, his mind suddenly recalling the invitation given by Director Wang. I didn't realize I'd been so busy for a few days that I'd forgotten all about it. It's just that right now he's in a bit of a bind. You see, Xian fired his project team, and besides, he has an appointment with Lu Xianyan himself, which is something he has to clock in every Friday. Now, however, the reception at the Star Hotel is also about to begin, and three things are running into each other at the same time. Think again. Since you see Xian did not fire everyone in the project team, Yining decided to let Lingman Ro go to the company to see what was going on, and said to Lu Xianyan that there was something going on in the company, which freed him up. It's a good thing that the Eka Park project has just started and construction has not yet officially begun, otherwise it would be really troublesome. So, Yining went to Zhang Zhe's house to change into a high-fashion suit and went to the Star Hotel together. During that time, Himechi also invited him, and Yining told her to gather at the hotel lobby. An hour later, Yi and Zhang arrived at the entrance of the hotel and happened to bump into Maggie He. Hi, Mr. Yi, you just arrived too. Himechi smiled sweetly. Zhang Zhe was shocked, not expecting Yining to know Jiang Meichi. He quietly said something to Yining. Big brother, you even know Jiang Meichi? You're too lucky, aren't you? You and your current sister-in-law aren't planning to get married, are you? Seeing Yining's puzzled and surprised look, he added. Before, her last name was Jiang, but now she's changed it. But all of this is not important. What's important is that her dad is really powerful and owns $100 billion market capitalization Mingshang Group in Mordor, and Zhang's group in Tianhai City is just a small branch in Mordor. Yining was shaken. Really? Zhang Zhe said bluntly, 1,000 times true. How could I lie to you? Well, big brother, I'll leave first. Wish you to hold a beauty. He. It was only at this time that Yining realized that the real reason Director Wan was flattering Himechi was this. No wonder it was said how it was impossible to figure out how a $2 billion conglomerate could make a first-class section chief so obedient. Yining smiled. Today's evening dress suits you all. Himechi nodded. Your matching is not bad. Today watch, cufflinks and everything are on. I thought you didn't have time to come. Yining said bluntly. You've invited me. How can I not come? Between the words, the two had already stepped into the lobby. It had to be said that the Star Hotel was worthy of being the only 5-star hotel in Tianhai City. The gilded splendor, not to mention the most expensive materials, are used for any part of the decoration. Huge crystal chandeliers, smooth mirror-like marble floors, and a high-class painting. The relief carvings on the pillars are also skillfully crafted, with dragons and tigers competing with each other. Even the decorations make you stop and admire them. Himechi said, I forgot to tell you, the real purpose of today's reception is to celebrate Chen Hongshan's honor of being promoted to Vice City Lord. And today, his son Chen Jingming, who is far away overseas, will also be there. I'll strive to introduce 1 or 2 key people to you, so that when the time comes, even if I'm not in Tianhai City, they'll still be able to give you some help. Yining smiled and nodded. Thanks a lot. As soon as the words fell, a young man with a body similar to Yining's walked towards them. Mickey, it's been a long time. Himechi turned her head to look, her eyes surprised. Jingming, you're here so early. Chen Jingming smiled politely. Of course, I'll be able to greet my father's colleagues even if I arrive early. Those uncles can't be slowed down. And this is? Himechi hurriedly introduced. This is my friend who helped me a lot. Chen Jingming's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to size up Yining. He caught the key messages. Friend and great favor. In other words, Yining was just a nobody without any identity background. Without Maggie Ho, he wouldn't have been qualified to attend this banquet. It was just that in his impression. Himechi wouldn't help others easily. What exactly did this man help her with? Chen Jingming carried a lot of doubts. And if Yining was a high-ranking person from another city or another province, then she would definitely explain. With a lot of doubts, but Chen Jingming still nodded his head in greeting and did not shake Yining's hand. Mr. Yi, Mr. Jiang, you're all here. Director Wang went up to greet him, and awkwardly patted his thigh. Hey, look at me. I'm used to calling. I always like to call General Manager Jiang. Himechi smiled. It's fine, call General Manager Jiang and General Manager he. Afterward, Director Wang then greeted Chen Jingming. Jingming is back too. It's been a long time. Hello Uncle Wang. Chen Jingming politely greeted. In fact, Chen Jingming knew that Director Wang had seen him long ago and only greeted him at the end, and was more or less upset in his heart. Anymore, his father was now the deputy city lord, and this practice was clearly making him look bad. Director Wang chatted briefly and then gathered with other colleagues. Chen Jingming really wanted to be alone with Himechi, but he couldn't speak up because Yi Ning was by her side. There was always some scorn towards Yi Ning. It was only because Himechi's father was a famous big shot in Mordor, and the only people who could match his status were those big shots at the hall level. He had no choice but to turn away and greet the other senior staff. Coincidentally, at this time, Gao Manting and Chen Jingming hit it off. Gao Manting came to his side and said quietly, Jingming, you seem a little worried about that man? Chen Jingming was not ambiguous and nodded. Gao Manting snorted coldly. I've just investigated him. He's just a local from Tianhai City. He doesn't have much of a background. I don't know what qualifications he has to get close to Himechi. Chen Jingming immediately realized something. The corner of his mouth rose. You have a problem with him? Gao Manting nodded silently. That man is better acquainted with Zhang Zhe. It looks like Maggie is quite interested in him. And as far as I know, you were on good terms with Maggie before. What's the matter? You just give up? Chen Jingming's eyes went cold. How is that possible? Chapter 25, Malicious Candid Camera Shooting. Gao Manting also sneered. I have a way to cure him. Consider it as a meet and greet gift for your return. When the time comes, I'm afraid Maggie won't be able to protect him. Chen Jingming warned. Today's banquet is specially organized for my father. If you want to do it cleanly, don't make a mess for me. Don't worry about it. Gao Manting smiled evilly. I'm sure I'll make him have no return. In this banquet, the lowest status of the official personnel is the first-grade director officer, and when they arrive one after another, the banquet is almost ready to start. Yi Ning came to this serious occasion for the first time, and was unavoidably a little nervous in his heart. At that moment, a tall man passed him, and the two men bumped shoulders accidentally. I'm really sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry to walk, Yi Ning said. It's fine, don't worry about it. Seeing the success of the plan from afar, Gao Manting immediately came to Vice City Lord Liang's side. Uncle Liang, I saw that someone was secretly filming everyone here. If those photos and videos were to be spread out, wouldn't the impact be bad? At those words, Vice City Lord Liang's eyes widened. Who is it? A reporter? Gao Manting hurriedly said. No, I asked around and many people don't recognize him. He's just an ordinary person who doesn't know how to blend in. Vice City Lord Liang's face sank. Granted, they had already reported to their superiors about this gathering, and even the city lord would be there, and there wouldn't be any problems. But if the video and photos of them at the Star Hotel were to be circulated, it was highly likely that some ill-intentioned people would distort the facts and spread rumors. When that happens, it will even cause unnecessary public opinion in the community, and in order to prevent people from plotting against it, this kind of behavior should be stopped immediately. If you want to take a picture together, just say so. Why are you sneaking around? There must be something else going on. Thinking of this, he said seriously, I'll notify the people from the patrol division right away. Keep an eye on him and don't let him escape. Okay, Gao Manting nodded vigorously. At this moment, Yi Ning was chatting with Zhang Zhe about the eco-park project, but to his surprise, there were several people in police uniforms walking towards them at a fast pace. You're Yi Ning, right? Yi Ning didn't move. I am. What's wrong? Seeing the officer's cold face, Zhang Zhe had an ominous feeling. It was reported that you were maliciously eavesdropping, and now you are involved in the violation of citizens' personal information, as well as the illegal use of special equipment for eavesdropping and photo-taking. Now please cooperate and come with us. Zhang Zhe was dumbfounded and hurriedly said, Hey, he's my friend with an invitation. Are you guys mistaken? The officer's voice threw out. We're not going to make a mistake, sir, so please don't get in our way. Zhang Zhe was unconvinced. He's been chatting with me the whole time, and there's surveillance as evidence. What the hell is going on? Dad, someone's framing my friend. Hearing Zhang Zhe shouting loudly, Zhang Jiafu came with big steps. What a racket. There are no rules at all. Zhang Zhe said, someone is falsely accusing my friend of maliciously stealing photos. He's been with me the whole time. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Zhang Jiafu looked at the officers. Who sent you here? Where's your team leader? Or which captain's orders? The officer immediately said, it's Captain Sun's orders. He's outside. Zhang Jiafu said in a deep voice. Let him in. Captain Sun came in and briefly greeted these senior officers, whereupon he whispered something to Zhang Jiafu. Zhang Jiafu froze. Is it really Vice City Lord Liang? Captain Sun just nodded. Zhang Jiafu looked at Zhang Zhe with some concern. Well, at least it was his own son. He could only say, it might as well be a public search. I believe in my son's vision. He won't bring in misfits. Yi Ning was still confused. How could he accuse himself of maliciously stealing photos for a good reason? Soon, the officers recovered a cell phone and a memory card from Yi Ning. They immediately questioned, what is this SD memory card for? Yi Ning was puzzled. I don't know. The officer glared at him. Here's the memory card for the camera. Notify the hotel manager and bring their camera over. We'll verify it on the spot. With the arrival of the officers, and their loud voices, almost everyone who was there gathered around. Who is that kid? I have no memory of him. Which district head or director's son? I heard it's a friend of Zhang Zhe's. Friend? Does that person have a lot of energy? So young, doesn't look like president level. I don't know. Let's see first. Director Wang was all confused by this scene, wanting to speak but not daring to do so easily. Right now he could only wait for Himechi to return. Within a short time, the hotel manager brought in a camera, and the officers quickly inserted the memory card and examined the contents. Humph, you kid, still saying we wronged you? Would you look at what these are? The officers showed the contents of the camera to the group, scrolling down one by one. Whether it's photos or videos, those camera angles are all stolen. And the sneak peeks were also taken by the deputy district head, the district head, and the two deputy city lords and the city lord. The officer made it a point to emphasize, most smartphones nowadays support external SD cards, so don't tell me you have to find any more cameras. Those reasons don't hold water. Now, Yi Ning couldn't even wash himself off by jumping into the Yellow River. Zhang Zhe and Director Wang's scalp tingled and they vaguely felt a chill down their backs. What the hell is going on here? Despite the fact that the facts were right in front of their eyes, they still believed that Yi Ning would not do such a thing. The ecological park was such a good project that had just been launched. There was no reason to do such a thing. Zhang Jiafu was furious and stared at Zhang Zhe. In an instant, Zhang Zhe felt that the sky had collapsed. The SD memory card had been searched from Yi Ning's pocket, and the truth was right in front of his eyes. It's useless to say anything now. Take it away at once. Two police officers, one on the left and one on the right, made a move to rack Yi Ning out. Wait. Yi Ning reached out to stop it and said bluntly, I have a way to prove that I was framed. Captain Sun chided. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it at the station and take it away immediately. Slow down. At this moment, Himechi returned, and she immediately stood next to Yi Ning and faced the senior staff. I'm sure there must be some kind of misunderstanding, so why don't we hear what he has to say? She looked at City Lord Chui with a pleading gaze. City Lord Chui, he is also my friend and was invited by me. I wonder if you can give me face. City Lord Chui stuck both hands in his pockets and thought for a few seconds. Alright, let's hear what he has to say. Yi Ning immediately said, first of all, my scope of activity has been on the entrance side of the lobby, and has not been to the main hall, the stairway or elevator entrance, and I haven't even been to the second floor. And what the camera shows, there are a lot of perspectives that I haven't even stepped foot in, so if you don't believe me, you can pull up the surveillance and verify it now. Chapter 26, A Man of Letters and a Man of Arms. On hearing this, the crowd is not a little cute. In order to find out the truth, immediately let the police officers to check the surveillance. Officers checked the evidence against the timing of the surreptitious photo and had results in less than half an hour. One of them ran back and said, the gentleman is right. He's been moving around this area the whole time, and hasn't been in the main hall, much less the stairway or elevator entrance, or the second floor. Hearing the police officer's words, Zhang Zhe, Himechi and Director Wang let out a sigh of relief. Now it was clear that someone was trying to deliberately frame Yi Ning. Who the hell is it? With this doubt, Vice City Lord Liang asked, you haven't found anyone suspicious by checking the surveillance? The officer responded awkwardly, I'm really sorry, there's no one suspicious on the surveillance yet, but we're still checking. City Lord Chui said, even if the matter is still unresolved, the banquet must go on as usual. Now blockade the hotel. Everyone is not allowed to leave. Upon receiving the order, Captain Sun immediately led the remaining personnel to guard the main inside doors. After the little episode, many leaders were impressed with Yi Ning. This kid is calm and collected, doesn't get upset when things go wrong, and is about to be taken away thinking very clearly. Himechi thanked City Lord Chui. Thank you, Uncle Chui. City Lord Chui waved his hand. Don't worry, Mr. We will definitely get to the bottom of this. Chen Jingming squinted at Gao Manting, anger and contempt mixed in his eyes. Gao Manting clenched her fists, not expecting things to be easily dissolved by Yi Ning. She really underestimated the attitude of the senior staff. Soon, wine and food were presented to the table one after another, and the atmosphere began to become lively. In order to take care of Yi Ning's sense of participation, Himechi did not sit at the main table. but brought Yi Ning to the director's table and stayed with Director Wang. Chen Jingming came to her side and said, "Mei Qi, why are you sitting here? Join us at the main table. Even if you're not official, with your status everyone knows in their hearts that if it gets out, my dad and I won't be able to save face. What's more, it will be easier for you to talk to the city lord and the others at the main table." Mei Qi smiled lightly and said, "No need. I'll go over there and instead get in the way of you guys talking about business. We'll get together again when the banquet is over." Chen Jingming was depressed in his heart and subconsciously dropped his gaze on Yi Ning, immediately feeling that this man was very offensive. A nobody who could make Mei Qi think so highly of him. What on earth could he be capable of? The more he thought about it, the more he became so angry that he wanted to kick him out of the hotel. At this point, Chen Hongxian raised his glass and delivered a speech of thanks. The crowd showed a look of respect, not daring to slack off for a single minute. Chen Hongxian was the first to thank City Lord Cui for his help in his work, and then respectfully toasted him. He then made a solemn oath that he would be upright and impartial, and that he would take care of everything, learning from City Lord Cui, while letting his colleagues take care of him. A speech came down that drew claps from the group. Vice City Lord Lian Yangan also praised him. After the wine and dinner, the topic of boasting and caring for each other had already ended, and at this moment, everyone was focusing their minds on Chen Jingming. Lian Yangan joked, "Jingming, I heard that you not only further your studies abroad, but also able to write and fight. This time back, intend to take the public examination or from the business Chen Jingming politely said, "Thank you for City Lord Liang's concern. Due to my mother's reasons, I intend to go into business. After a while, I'm going to set up an investment company, and then rely on official policies to expand the commercial and industrial map for Tianhai City, bring in the population, and try to pull up the GDP and the city's cultural construction a few more steps. Yes, as expected of Vice City Lord Chen's son, he has high aspirations and a grandiose pattern. Your planning is very good and we look forward to the contributions you will bring to the city of Skyhaven." Chen Jingming's words caused the crowd to praise him. They inwardly sighed. This son does have ambition and far-reaching ambitions. To have this kind of realization at such a young age is truly a blessing for Tianhai City. Chen Jingming looked uplifted by the recognition, and picked up his wine glass and drank it as a sign of respect. At this moment, Vice City Lord Liang added, "Your father even told us before that you participated in mixed martial arts abroad and even won the championship. Taking advantage of this occasion, can you show us a couple hands? It's also good to let us have a glimpse of your style." Chen Jingming became hesitant. It had to be said that after 3 rounds of drinking, these high-ranking personnel had drank about as much as they could, and they didn't expect to be allowed to demonstrate their martial arts skills, obviously making a clown out of himself. Chen Jingming glanced at Chen Hongxian, wanting him to diffuse the embarrassment, but to his surprise, Chen Hongxian unexpectedly nodded his head, signaling him to show. Unable to do anything else, Chen Jingming smiled, "Then I'll show my hands, and I hope that all my uncles won't laugh at me." He took a plate with fruit on it and held it high in his left hand, followed by a firm poke with his right index finger. A hole instantly appeared in the hard plastic disc. In this scene, the crowd's jaws dropped as they were shocked by Chen Jingming's force. Seeing the look on their eyes and open mouths, Chen Jingming cupped his fists and said, "Uncles, I'm sorry to see you laugh." In an instant, everyone clapped and applauded. The compliments also went on and on, making Chen Jingming enjoy himself immensely. "Let's do it again. We can't get enough of it. Jingming, you are truly your father's right-hand man." "That's true, the future light of the city." Chen Jingming thought he would clam up, but he didn't expect a genuine compliment from the group. In order to continue the lively atmosphere of the banquet, he immediately picked up an unused square glass ashtray. The ashtray is thicker and only palm-sized. As the crowd stared in disbelief, he was seen breaking it off easily with just 2 hands. This kind of strong power once again overpowered everyone. It's too much. Being able to write and fight, it really lives up to its name. Worthy of being a mixed martial arts champion, Jingming, you are truly Vice City Lord Chen's pride. Although the effect of this kind of program was awkward, all the senior staff bought it. Their eyes were full of envy and awe, and there was no trace of falsehood or perfunctory. You know, even 2 strong adults with 4 hands at the same time can't break an ashtray of that hardness. However, in Chen Jingming's hands, it was as if it was a toy, to be fiddled with at will. Only, Chen Jingming however noticed that many people complimented him, including those peers like Mei Qi and Zhang Zhe. Only Yi Ning did not move at all, his eyes teasing, viewing himself as if he were looking at a clown. He was already disgusted with Yi Ning, and now Chen Jingming was even more offended, walking straight up to him under the gaze of the crowd. "You seem to have preconceived notions about me? So many people have praised me, how come you can't even clap? Are you looking down on me?" Yi Ning was calm and said indifferently, "I just think that those tricks of yours are too childish. To be honest, you're not as good as Lin Ning, who I've crossed paths with. Everyone in the room was shocked when these words came out. Chapter 27, we can tell who's strong and who's weak. Chen Jingming was instantly annoyed. You're saying that I'm a pedophile. Not as good as Linqing City's Lining? Yi Ning said. That's right. I'm just being honest. I hope you don't mind. City Lord Chui and Chen Hongshan and the others did not expect that this person who had followed Himechi to the banquet would actually speak at this time. It's too much of a disgrace to the Chen family's father and son. Director Wang and Zhang Zhe, both of them listened in fear. Zhang Zhe acknowledged that Yi Ning was very capable of fighting, and knew that Chen Jingming was no match for him. But he couldn't just stick his face in the air and turn up the heat on an occasion like this, could he? Don't look at the face of the monk. Now, not only had he slapped the Chen family's father and son in the face, he had also made Maggie Ho hang on to her face. It is truly mind-boggling. But unexpectedly, Himechi said, Jingming, don't get too entangled. Getting angry over such a small matter seems like you're not generous enough. In the next moment, Chen Jingming was confused. Why does Himechi always speak for Yi Ning? Not only that, but she actually said she wasn't generous enough to be catty? People of the same generation know that if it weren't for Chen Jingming being abroad, he would have already started courting Himechi. Even though Chen Jingming adored her, he didn't care to speak straight now. Since my tricks don't look good to you, why don't you show them off? I'd like to see what you're capable of. If you fought Lin Ying, you must have extraordinary strength, so don't just play smart. The senior officials were shocked to hear Lin Ying's name. They had more or less heard about Lin Ying's deeds, and that person had helped Linqing city officials with many favors. Lin Ying is not only a good fighter, but also one of the richest businessmen in Linqing city. Even the superintendent of the patrol looked up to him and specifically asked him to handle some tricky matters. Yi Ning waved his hand. I admit that it was me who slipped up in the party. Except that you should be clear that you were the one who came at me first, and I was just recounting inner thoughts and didn't mean to look down on you. Chen Jingming was instantly on fire. This kid humiliated himself even if it's not enough, but also strong words? The corners of his mouth and eyes kept twitching, and if it wasn't for the sake of his and his father's face, he would have greeted them with a slap. He believed that if he really made a move, the unruly man in front of him would definitely lie in the hospital for a quarter. Yi Ning's face did not change. I said that I have no ill intentions. If you continue to be stubborn, you will only spoil the atmosphere of the banquet. You're teaching me things? Chen Jingming was furious and said through clenched teeth, you'd better convince me, or I'm not done with you. Yi Ning remained unmoved, drinking a glass of wine to himself. Himechi hurriedly rounded up the situation. Jingming, you made a big splash at the banquet, and the uncles appreciated you, so why bother with my friend? Or forget it. Chen Jingming wanted to retort, but for the sake of Himechi, he could only stop. However, his expression was still fierce, gnashing his teeth at Yi Ning. With a cold snort, Chen Jingming was about to turn around. I also want to see what strength this gentleman has to be favored by Mr. Chen Hongshan suddenly snapped. I think this gentleman has deep pockets, and we would like to take a look at his strength. Chen Hongshan's face was gentle as he looked at Himechi and smiled. It's rare for Mr. to bring his friend here. I believe he also wants us to get to know him, so why don't we take this opportunity to let us witness him as well? Mr. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Himechi hesitated a little and looked at Yi Ning for his opinion. Yi Ning was still silent. Seeing that things were not right, Lian Yangan also said, we all know of Mr. He's influence in Tianhai City, so we naturally want to meet this gentleman's superiority. Business is restless without an official, and an official is not rich without a businessman. I think we all understand this truth. Maybe we will even cooperate with him in the future, and prepare some official projects too. At this moment, City Lord Chui also rose to speak. The atmosphere has reached this point, so that gentleman should not sell out and let us witness your style. Yi Ning picked up the wine cup and said to the city lord, I see, I'll toast all the leaders. After drinking the mutai, he said to Chen Hongshan, Vice City Lord Chen, could you put the cup on the counter over there? Chen Hongshan didn't bother to ask, and cooperated with Yi Ning in placing the wine glass on the counter. The group naturally looked forward to what hard power Yi Ning would display. Immediately afterward, Yi Ning swept his eyes over the crowd. Please watch without blinking. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Boo! In the next instant, the glass suddenly shattered. What was even more shocking was that instead of bursting in all directions, the wine cup turned into a lot of fine ceramic slag as if it had disintegrated. My god, this? It can't be. Is this magic? Qigong? City Lord Chui and Lian Yangan and the others swallowed their saliva in disbelief. The Chen family's father and son, as well as the others, all held their breaths, their bodies as if they were stakes. When Yi Ning saw their incredulous expressions, the corners of his mouth rose. The mall's small props are quite useful. Chen Jingming slowed down and was very disdainful. This is clearly magic on your part. We all sincerely asked you to demonstrate your martial arts, but you use this kind of trick to perfume? simply not putting all of us in your eyes. Yining smiled. How is this magic? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. Is it so hard for you to admit that I'm good? You. Chen Jingming was speechless. City Lord Cui and the group looked at each other in disbelief. Although the visual effect was stunning, it was not enough to convince others that his strength was above Chen Jingming. One must know that just now. Yining had also said that Chen Jingming's strength was not as strong as Lin Ying's, and that meant that Lin Ying was not a match for him. Yining and Chen Jingming, being a mixed martial arts champion, couldn't win against him in the same way. Maggie Ho was also puzzled. If this wasn't magic, then how was it done? Is it really Qigong? Yining also felt that the crowd was unconvincing, and it seemed that his little gimmick wasn't much use. That's just it. If you're not convinced, then how do you want me to show it? Chen Jingming immediately said. Anyway, it's time for idle chit-chat and entertainment. Why don't you and I spar here? If I lose, willingly. Yining shook his head. Fists and feet don't have eyes. It's not good to ruin the hotel's decorations and tableware. What's more, these occasions are important and serious, and it would be unseemly for us to cross paths. Hearing his words, the crowd agreed. They were also becoming more and more interested in Yining, first being falsely accused of stealing photos, and now being questioned, and still being so calm and concerned about the big picture. It was really admirable. Chen Jingming stared at him. I proposed a sparring session and you refused. So what do you want? Yining scooted his chair away and walked to him. Why don't we shake hands? You and I will power up at the same time, and it will be obvious who's strong and who's weak at a glance. It's a good way to split the difference without destroying a single thing here. Do you agree? Chen Jingming thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Good. Just do as you say. Come on. Chapter 28, Pretentiousness. The corners of Chen Jingming's mouth hooked up, and he looked contemptuous, as if he was looking down on Yining. The kid in front of him was 185 tall, but his physique was not good, and it was no exaggeration to say that he looked weak, but he actually mouthed off that Lin Ying was not his match. If this matter reached Lin Ying's ears, being beaten and begging for forgiveness on his knees would be a small matter, but if he was abducted elsewhere, it would basically be hopeless. Furthermore, Chen Jingming knew very well what Yining was thinking, not daring to spar with himself here. Surely he couldn't beat him before saying so. Thinking that making a magic trick will deter everyone is hardly helpful. The talk of a handshake for strength is nothing more than an attempt to bite the bullet and try to draw and muddle through. Thinking of this, Chen Jingming almost laughed out loud. Really think that he can't do anything about him if he uses a handshake to decide the winner? He swore that he had to squeeze Yining's palm until it broke and deformed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the palms of the two of them quickly clasped together. At first, Chen Jingming only used 70% of his force and found that Yining did not feel any pain. How is this possible? Is he so resilient to pain? Yining laughed. You don't seem to have eaten enough. Chen Jingming disdained. Cut the crap. As soon as the words left his mouth, he exerted all his strength to pinch Yining's palm. Yet the other party was still expressionless. The more he exerted himself, the more his arms shook vaguely. The officials were also sweating for him when they saw that he couldn't set Yining straight in the first place. Time passed by, and Chen Jingming still couldn't do anything about Yining. The face was almost to the point of grimace. Yining said, "Your turn is over. It's my turn." Next moment, Chen Jingming looked pained and immediately felt like his index and little fingers were going to break. He grimaced, on the verge of screaming in pain. Yining saw that he was quite capable of enduring it, so he strengthened his force further, and the pain made him subconsciously want to pull out his palm. However, Yining could not let him have his way, and his power continued to increase upwards. In the end, Chen Jingming couldn't endure the severe pain and struggled to rip out his palm with a wail. The winner is already decided. At this sight, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Unexpectedly, Chen Jingming lost so completely. He had just poked one finger through a hard plastic disc and split a palm-sized heavy ashtray in two. To have that kind of power and be unable to take a single blow in front of Yining? At this moment, Chen Jingming instinctively arched his back to cover his palms, woefully out of shape. Himechi was also so surprised that she pouted her vermilion lips, her heart unusually shaken. The rumors were indeed true. That day he really beat away more than 20 of Chu Tianlin's fighters with his own strength. Director Wang and Zhang Jiafu, shaking their heads and sighing in succession. Being able to make Chen Jingming suffer in such a short period of time was indeed not a small character. Yining scanned the crowd and smiled lightly. Sorry to make you all laugh. Mr. Yi is truly extraordinary. City Lord Cui couldn't help but praise. No wonder he would bring you to the banquet. Your strength is extraordinary. Lian Yangan curiously said. Can it be that you're Mr. He's personal bodyguard? Maggie Ho spoke up to explain. He's not my bodyguard, just a very close friend. Hearing her words, realization dawned on the crowd. The blue face. Seeing that many people were impressed with Yining, Chen Hongshan's face was grim. This kid had stolen all the limelight from his own son. so how could he be allowed to continue fooling around? Mr. Yi, I wonder where you are now in your senior position. Yi Ning did not squint and said frankly, I'm just the general manager of Yi Group. I don't have any special status. Hearing this, City Lord Chui and Liang Yangan looked at each other. This answer was unexpected. I also thought that why Maggie's confidant, the same in the Magic City reigns supreme, did not expect just a general manager, not even the level of the president. I thought Mr. Yi was in control of a particularly large conglomerate. With your current abilities, it's a pity. Chen Hongxian continued to flirt. I suggest that after my family Jingming establishes an investment company, it wouldn't be unavoidable for you to serve as the president of his company. It's too condescending to be a small general manager in Yi Group. The implication is clear. Although he wins over Qin Jingming, his status is still lowly and he happens to go to Qin Jingming's company to work for him and bend over backwards. This is a heartbreaking move. Yi Ning said, that's impossible. I don't like to work for someone whose strength is lower than mine. At those words, City Lord Chui was a bit stunned, but he also felt that things were getting more and more interesting. Chen Hongxian's anger rose and he said bluntly, Mr. Yi, I see that you are lacking in talent and I kindly offer you a better platform. And it's not even enough for you to refuse, but you also belittle my son in public. It's too disrespectful. Yi Ning shrugged. I'm not belittling. I'm just being honest. Besides the district president, I wouldn't put it in my eyes. I in Yi Group although serving as general manager, but I live a very comfortable. Want to go to work? Just want to go to work. I will lie flat. Why should I give you guys to do whatever you want? Put. Himechi couldn't help but laugh, but quickly adjusted her mood in fake seriousness. When Zhang Zhe and director Wang heard his words, they also forced themselves to hold back their laughter. Zhang Jiafu even put his arm around his son Zhang Zhe's shoulder and patted him hard, indicating that he was a really good friend. Chen Hongxian was furious, his cheeks both embarrassed and stiff. Fine. I didn't expect you to be so bratty. Since Mr. Yi is a loner and so extraordinary, he must have mastered quite a few skills. How about curing Vice Lord Liang's lumbar spondylosis and Lord Chui's asthma? Yi Ning was stunned, not expecting Chen Hongxian to make things this difficult for his own face. It was a good thing that he had purchased the primary healing technique and was able to cope with these illnesses without any problems. Yi Ning did not think twice. Lumbar spondylosis and asthma. These two diseases are very difficult to completely cure, but I believe that under my treatment I can keep my body in shape and it won't easily recur. Hearing this, City Lord Chui and Vice City Lord Liang couldn't believe it. Although their illnesses have been conditioned for a long time, the effect is only to alleviate the illness and delay the recurrence of the disease and the degree of difficulty. With lumbar spondylosis, if you overwork or get cold, you will still be in pain when you need to be, and with asthma, chest congestion and coughing come and go. So how can you not relapse easily? The conversation between the two was clearly heard by all. Chen Hongxian just wanted to make a fool out of Yi Ning, so that he would know what to do and curb his sharpness. I didn't expect him to be so puritanical that he didn't realize the seriousness of the problem in the slightest. If he had said he didn't have the medical skills, people would have laughed it off. After all, he proved himself tonight. However, he has not been restrained, but also this pretentious, to meet the edge. Really think that these officials think so stupid? If Yi Ning couldn't do it, he would only offend people, and the ones who would be offended would be the number 1 and number 2 people in Tianhai City. Chen Hongxian glanced at Liang Yangan and City Lord Chui. Their expressions were nothing but puzzlement and contempt, and his heart felt a lot smoother. Yi Ning really didn't know how to die. Chapter 29 Acupuncture Treatment. Yi Ning took out the silver needles that the system had prepared for him from his coat pocket and blandly said, I can treat it with acupuncture right now. City Lord Chui, please sit back in your chair. I'll heal you now. City Lord Chui hadn't reacted yet and was still questioning. Mr. Yi, do you really know how to heal? Yi Ning nodded. Of course, on such an occasion, how could I tease? Only honor. Himechi also said, City Lord, I believe my friend won't lie. Just try it and you'll see. Lord Chui thought in his heart that although Yi Ning was only a general manager, if he could make Himechi believe in him and bring him to the banquet, there must be something special about him. Moreover, just now, he had also crushed Qin Jingming in terms of force, which was enough to show that he hadn't believed in his words. Okay, I trust Mr. Yi, come on. City Lord Chui sat in his chair, waiting for Yi Ning to apply the needle. Ding. Trigger the healing mission. Ding. Choice 1. Complete the mission to receive a Mercedes S-car worth $2 million and an additional 50 peach blossom dollars. Ding. Choice 2. Complete the mission to gain 10 points of free attributes, with an additional reward of a Born Alive card. Ding. Choice 3. Reward 10 million cash for completing the mission. Extra reward of 2 mall draws. Yi Ning walked behind him, reached out and touched, found the lung point and immediately applied the needle. Lung points corresponded to the tissues and organs related to the internal organs of the lungs, and as Yi Ning kept twisting the silver needles, Lord Chui's face gradually eased, as if he was enjoying himself very much. After 5 minutes had passed, Yi Ning found the fixed asthma point again, which had the effect of relieving cough and calming asthma, and not only that, it could also treat bronchial asthma and other related symptoms. Yi Ning asked, "City Lord, how does it feel?" City Lord Chui slowly exhaled, looking satisfied. "It feels soothing, as if the surrounding air is much clearer." Yi Ning revealed a satisfied smile and continued acupuncture on the fixed panting point. Finally, Yi Ning lifted City Lord Chui's arm and held his palm, locating the fish point in the center of the thumb's metacarpal bone. Acupuncture on the fish intersection point has the effect of clearing away heat and swelling, dispersing wind and relieving the surface, and is also very effective in relieving asthma patients. Time passed by. Yi Ning continued to acupuncture at the Zhengfu point and the Shikuzawa point, and the whole process took more than 40 minutes. "Okay, done." Yi Ning drew out the silver needle and borrowed the perfume he had brought with him from Himechi. He brought the perfume to City Lord Chui, in order to verify if my acupuncture is useful. "City Lord, forgive me for taking the liberty." Just after the words were said, he sprayed the perfume out 5 times in a row in front of Lord Chui's nose. As time passed, the smell of perfume filled all corners of the surroundings, and the crowd sniffed the fragrance of the flowers. Although perfume smells good, it is an irritating gas for asthmatics. City Lord Chui inhaled 2 hard breaths, and his asthma really didn't flare up. This is amazing. Normally when I smell paint or walk on dusty roads, I have to cover my nose in case I have an asthma attack, but now I'm surprised I haven't had a relapse. Mr. Yi, you really are a tall man. City Lord Chui marveled repeatedly, looking at Yi Ning as if he were viewing a godly immortal with adoration and awe. Now, the Chen family's father and son and Vice City Lord Liang and the others were completely stunned. Liang Yangan hurriedly said, "City Lord, do you really not feel any discomfort?" City Lord Chui laughed out loud. "Naturally not, Mr. Ye's treatment is very remarkable. Yangan, you might as well give it a try." "Fine, please ask Mr. Yi to give me acupuncture." Liang Yangan sat down on the chair with a very expectant expression. Yi Ning smiled. "Vice City Lord Liang, don't sit down. You have to stand up so I can apply the needles." Liang Wingon did as he was told and cooperated with him on standing still. Yi Ning found the location of the kidney point, pulled up his clothes and started to apply the needle. Acupuncture and moxibustion of Rinyu point can tonify kidney qi, strengthen waist and knees, and open meridians, which is the main point for lumbar spondylosis. He slowly twisted the silver needle downwards while pressing and rubbing the acupoints, and Liang Yangan immediately felt that his body was less bulky and stiff. There's a feeling of taking a dip in the water. After 5 minutes, Yi Ning told Liang Yangan to turn around and apply needles at the lumbar Yangguan acupoint. The process lasted 10 minutes and the crowd watched in awe, especially City Lord Chui, who was curious as to how Yi Ning actually did it. He usually takes medication and rests mostly, and has had a number of doctors give him acupuncture, but none of them have been very effective. But why did the disease improve tremendously after Yi Ning's acupuncture? Did you learn from a national doctor? After applying needles to the waist Yangguan acupoints, Liang Yangan immediately felt that his body was light and airy, and all the parts of his waist were much more lively, without any abnormal sensations. Yi Ning could see that he was comfortable and said, "City Lord Liang, I only needled 2 parts. Your expression is too exaggerated." Liang Yonan complimented. "Mr. Ye's healing techniques are superb. Just 2 acupoints to dredge the meridians and harmonize the qi in blood. It even has the effect of relieving pain and strengthening the back. I'm really impressed." Yi Ning said, "I haven't finished acupuncture yet. Lumbar muscle strain is irreversible. Sitting in the office for a long period of time, the chronic injury will make you feel back pain and soreness. It's a good thing you don't have a herniated disc, or I'd have a hard time healing it." As he was saying this, Yi Ning applied the needle at the large intestine U point again. It was only after another 10 minutes that Yi Ning made Liang Yangan sit down, and in turn, acupuncture was applied to the commissioning points on the left and right feet. The whole process was even longer than that of City Lord Chui, until after 20 minutes, the acupuncture ended. Yi Ning placed the silver needles in the package and put them back in his coat pocket. "City Lord Liang, now you do as I say and verify my treatment. First, you sit on the edge of your chair, hands behind your back, head down with your chest and shoulders tucked in, legs straight and hooked up on your toes." Liang Wingon was quick to comply. Yi Ning nodded his head and added, "Now take turns to cross your legs with your right and left feet and press down hard 3 times to test if you have lumbosacral pain." Liang Yangan shook his head, didn't feel any pain. Yenin continued, "Now sit halfway on your hips on the edge of the chair, put your legs behind you, raise your arms above your head, bend to the opposite side and hold it for 10 seconds. When you're done with this maneuver, try it on the other side. In less than a minute, Liang Wingon completed 3 sets of maneuvers to verify that his lower back was not in pain. He was pleasantly surprised. It's too much. My lower back has no problems at all now, and I even feel like I can sprint 100 meters at will. Yi Ning was then satisfied, but it is best not to continue to labor. Otherwise it will also recur. I have this acupuncture. The utility can only last for more than a week, so the weekday work also needs special attention. City Lord Shui was already in a state of bliss at this point, not realizing that the person that Himechi had brought with her had such outstanding abilities. He and Liang Yangan excitedly clasped Yi Ning's hands. Mr. Yi, I'm afraid your performance and ability can only be described as unparalleled. Yes, Mr. Yi, I've never met a doctor as good as you. When Chen Hongxian and Chen Jingming saw the 2 city lords praising him, their faces looked as if they had eaten. Chapter 30, No Appeasement. Chen Hongxian clenched his fists. He just casually said, want to let him concede. Did not think that surname Ji this kid really will be medical skills. And the treatment is still very effective, now that he had lost his face. Not to mention the fact that he had been rewarded by City Lord Shui and Liang Yangan. Who can this find to justify? Chen Jingming felt like he was about to suffocate, not realizing that this person named Yi Ning possessed such exquisite skills. He really couldn't figure it out. Even though he hadn't returned to the country for a long time, his father held a lot of information about Tianhai City, and hadn't even mentioned this person's name. Much less have I heard of such a high-ranking person in Tianhai City. Is it really the best of the best? And so low-key? No, it's not right. Chen Jingming couldn't wait to slap himself furiously. This Yi Ning was no longer keeping a low profile, and Himechi was offering him help. In the future, Tianhai City will be turned upside down by him. Originally, he still wanted to liaise with Maggie Ho and then look for a chance to formally pursue her, but now his hopes were completely dashed. City Lord Shui smiled amiably. Mr. Yi, in the future, my body and Liang Yaman's body will still need you to take care of it off and on. It shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Yi Ning also laughed happily. Of course not. If there's something you want to do, just look for me. I won't be ambiguous. Ha ha ha. Liang Yangan patted Yi Ning's shoulder. Just now I thought that Jingming was the most outstanding young man in Tianhai City, but I didn't expect you to be even better than him. Mr. Yi has been silent in Tianhai City for so many years, but his strike is just amazing. When they heard the word amazing, everyone began to applaud. They all admired Yi Ning's strength, although it was said that 3 feet of ice was not cold in a single day. But if they did not work hard themselves, even if Himechi brought him here, it would not help. Report. At this moment, Captain Sun came to report. City Lord, we found out who was secretly filming, and now we've locked him up in a guest room for interrogation. City Lord Shui's face was startled. Who is it? Captain Sun said. I don't know his identity. I'm still looking into it, but by the looks of that man, he's just a minor character. Report. Another constable came hurrying in, reporting to the captain. City Lord, that man has confessed. At those words, everyone was incredulous. Confessing so quickly? Captain Sun turned around and was about to pull the officer aside, but he was stopped by City Lord Shui. Say it right here. I'd like to know who actually slandered Mr. Yi. The officer looked at Captain Sun, not knowing what to do. Captain Sun was a bit hesitant. By all rights, he should have taken the man back and submitted all the information before the director or someone else reported to the City Lord. Besides, City Lord Shui was not his immediate leader, and he could not interfere with how the patrol division worked. Thinking again and again, Captain Sun forced a smile. City Lord, I don't know if that person signed the statement yet. It wouldn't be good if things were reversed. While saying these words, he carefully stole a glance at Liang Yangan. City Lord Shui snorted lightly. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. Since that person confessed, I would like to know. As the words fell, he also turned his head to glance at Liang Yangan. Although Liang Wingon was the deputy city lord, he was also the chief of the patrol division. Liang Yongan was resolute. If the city lord tells you to say it, just say it and watch what I do. Yes, okay. Captain Sun hurriedly asked the officer to speak, and the officer immediately replied. Report, the person confessed to was Gao Manting. Gormantine? City Lord Shui and Liang Yangan looked at each other, puzzled but still very shocked. City Lord Shui said loudly, where is Gao Manting? Didn't I see her in front of me? At this moment, Gao Rui, the head of the ancient town district, was scared out of his wits and came to City Lord Shui with a pale face. City Lord, isn't there some misunderstanding? How could my daughter? Noisy. City Lord Shui immediately rebuked. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear the police report? Hurry up and bring your daughter here. Forget about it, no need. Bring it straight back to the patrol division. As the daughter of a high-ranking officer, how dare you commit the crime of provoking trouble? Will not be tolerated. Liang Yangan scornfully said, framing Mr. Yi, you've really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. Gao Rui, as deputy district head, you have failed to set a good example and have been lax in disciplining. You are subject to administrative punishment. Gao Rui was like petrified, standing on the spot. He couldn't believe in a million years that his daughter would offend this Mr. Yi. This was a complete disaster. Seeing this scene, Chen Jingming had a feeling of having survived a robbery. Fortunately, he had not been involved in Gao Manting's plan. If that is the case, the Chen family will also suffer. Chen Hongqian will be severely investigated thoroughly, or even suspended. Zhang Jiafu was very happy and excitedly whacked Zhang Zhe. Son, this friend of yours is unfathomable. You must have a good relationship with him in the future. No matter what his needs are, as long as they are within my purview, I will surely fulfill them. Zhang Zhe was also excited. That's a must. I won't let Pops down. At this moment, City Lord Shui looked over at Yi Ning and apologized. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry that the reception tonight has put you to shame. Yi Ning waved his hand. It doesn't matter. I believe that justice lies in the hearts of the people, and besides, the police officers have found out the truth, so it's just a matter of catching Gao Manting. Due to this mess made by Gao Manting, the banquet also started to disband. Before leaving, City Lord Shui came back to Yi Ning's side and said gently, Mr. Yi, in the future, I still hope that you will take more care of our bodies, please. Of course, you will be paid accordingly, and as for other things, I will help out where I can. Yi Ning smiled faintly. No need, it's just a matter of lifting a finger. Take care of yourself, City Lord. I'll leave first. He and Zhang Zhe walked quickly towards the parking lot. When they arrived at the parking lot, Maggie Ho had been waiting here for a long time. Mr. Yi, you didn't even need my help tonight. You took care of everything on your own. That blows me away. Yi Ning politely said. Your words are overstated. If I didn't know you and Zhang Zhe, I wouldn't have had the chance to come here. Zhang Zhe was very sensible. So what? My dad is looking for something I have to do. You guys talk first. Seeing Zhang Zhe off, Himechi asked, do you want me to send you back? Yi Ning politely declined. No need. I still have things to do nearby. Let's contact each other another day. Maggie Ho smiled and nodded as she sped away in her Maserati MC12. Ding. The host has completed the mission. Ding. Host chooses reward, receive a Mercedes-Benz S-car worth $2 million and an additional 50 peach blossom coins. Yi Ning secretly said, finally, I don't have to drive a small yellow car and take a cab. He followed the system's directions and walked to the side of the road, where a new and more aggressive-looking Mercedes S was parked. Pulling out the keys from his coat pocket, he immediately drove the vehicle to Yes Group. The task of the ecological garden project had not yet been completed, and as long as the project was not formally operated, the system would not settle the bill for Yi Ning. Yu Xixian, fire my project team, you wait for me. Chapter 31, Yu Xixian's Lace News. After rushing, Yi Ning finally arrived at the company's downstairs. Looking up, there were still quite a few people working overtime, and the office hall was brightly lit. Without much thought, he took the elevator to his office. Many people rose to greet Yi Ning when they saw him. Ling Manu happened to come out of the pantry with a cup of coffee in her hand. Ah, you're back, General Manager. The project is pretty much in progress now, with the builder taken care of and only the 2 items of eco-landscaping and eco-agriculture left to be implemented. Yi Ning asked, how many people are left in the project team now? You recruited 16 people, and now there are 8 left. Good guy. Yu Xixian directly cut the project team members in half. How's the matchmaking with Zhang going? Ling Manro returned to the pantry and brewed him a cup of coffee. Zhang's docking also went quite smoothly. There were no problems, as long as they get the environmental measures right on their end, and the quality of the land to replace some of it. Later, Yenin questioned, why are they in charge of the environmental facilities? Ling Manru explained, because they are responsible for the planning and design. Our main job is to look for builders, but also to look for ecological restoration, protection, landscape, agriculture and other partners, and then according to the specific program they give, supervise the construction, infrastructure and so on. For example, transportation, water, electricity, gas, communication and all these, as well as energy saving, emission reduction and resource recycling to achieve green and low carbon development. All these tedious things. Simply put, they only take care of the beginning and the end, and we take care of the middle part. Yi Ning nodded. The first few days he was only busy recruiting people and looking for partners, and didn't have several meetings, so he wasn't very clear about the division of tasks. In addition, the first time he took over such a big project, Yu Xixian also made trouble from it, causing him to be like a headless fly in the company. At the current rate of progress, how many people are we short on the project team? Just recruit 4 to 5 more people. Just take care of the underlings. Ling Manro thought for a moment and replied, It's not hard to recruit 4 or 5 more people. Just get them from the company. They'll be odd jobs anyway and won't be exposed to the core work. Thinking of this, he planned to talk to Yu Xian and ask her to send a few people over. She drove the people anyway. Let her clean up this mess herself. As he was thinking, he had already walked to the door of the president's office. Yi Ning was shocked to find that there were a few people outside the doorway, catcalling and eavesdropping. One of them noticed Yi Ning and hurriedly slapped a few others. They revealed awkward smiles while bending down to bow to Yi Ning in a sign of weakness, then fled. Seeing this scene, Yi Ning was also curious as to what Yu Xian was doing in her office and pressed her ear against the door panel. Yu Xian, you promised to give me half of the construction rights. Are you playing me? What did you promise me in the first place? Don't be so angry. I didn't get the authorization. How can I hand over the construction right to you? I don't have the authority to grant it to you at all. Well, I've never seen such a useless president as you. Are you a bare-knuckle commander here? Your words don't work well at all? That's not true. Anyway, if there are other good projects in the future, I'll let you have them again. Don't be angry. Baby? Yi Ning was stunned, not realizing that Yu Xian was married to her old man and had to cuckold him. Luckily, these two men were not far from the door. Otherwise it would have been difficult to hear such important information. I introduced you to Yi Honglang. I didn't expect you to cross the river and break the bridge. So this is how you repay me? I've got a lot of dirt on you, so you'd better behave. Inside the office, Yu Xian took his arm with a fawning smile. Alright, I'm not apologizing to you. Didn't I give you a lot of benefits before? So don't be bitter about these small things, The man was still angry. You know how much effort I've gone through and how many people I've hit up for this build project. You dismissed me by saying that you don't have the authority, and I've lost at least $10 million. You tell me how to compensate. Yu Xian kissed him and said gently, I don't have that much money on hand to pay you back. Oh, just use other items to offset it. As for the rest, I'll make up for it however you want me to. Yeah? The man cupped her chin, his eyes infatuated. Then you keep me company tonight. The projects and all that won't be necessary. At those words, Yu Xian's cheeks stiffened. No, except for that, everything is fine. I'm married. Don't think of me as so dirty. The man's face turned cold. Fine then. I'll have someone send those lace news of yours directly to Yi Honglang's mailbox. I believe that you are not yet qualified to have access to the core emails of the Yi Honglang control group. Yu Xian shuddered and proceeded to reason. You really want to tear your face off? It's only costing you $10 or $20 million. And in 1 quarter or even less than 6 months, you've earned it all back. Not to mention the fact that there's me helping you look for projects, and you're working with the Yi group. A two-pronged approach. Why are you still doing this to me? If I get kicked out by Yi Honglang, you won't get that good resources in the future. Your company just had a market capitalization of over $100 million. Yi Honglang doesn't care to work with you. Of course the man knew what was at stake. He just wanted to scare her. He didn't expect her to be so sensible. Another thought sprang to mind. He scratched his delicate buttocks hard and teased. Okay, I just had a momentary head start. So you'll accompany me out on the water this weekend. I happen to have rented a multi-purpose luxury yacht. Hearing this, Yi Ning looked at the date. Today was Wednesday. If Yu Xian agreed, then he still had time to prepare. As long as you catch Yu Xian's impending cheating, then you can hold her well and make her obedient. Okay, but I'm not sure if it's Saturday or Sunday. I'll finish up what I have on my plate in the next few days. Speaking of this, Yu Xian thought of something else. Then you have to do one more thing for me. This thing must be done. What is it? The man was curious. Yu Xian pressed her vermilion lips to his ear and gently kissed his neck after she finished. The man was full of confidence. Small problem, just leave it to me. And don't change that weekend trip to the sea, or you can't blame me. I know, I won't let you down. Yu Xian hurriedly pushed him down towards the door. Hurry back, it's getting late. The man took 2 or 3 steps and opened the door directly, almost colliding head-on with Yi Ning. Yi Ning pretended to walk elsewhere, just in time to misalign herself with the man's range of vision. The man casually glanced at his back and didn't care. After he left, Yi Ning turned back around and knocked on the door of the president's office. Chapter 32 Conditions have to be there. Yu Xian opened the door and was a bit surprised to see Yi Ning. It's almost 10 o'clock. What are you still doing at the company? Yi Ning said. You fired my people, so of course I came to you to get them. Otherwise how else would the project go on? Yu Xian was a bit smug. You know to come to me? I thought you were bullish, all by yourself recruiting people. Her purpose was simple. She wanted to suppress Yi Ning, so that he would know exactly how much he himself weighed. Yi Ning said bluntly, you'll send 5 people here tomorrow, and you're still hooking up with me on such an important project? Yu Xian averted her face. It sounds like you're ordering me around. Can't you say anything nice? Yining had no choice but to go to the coffee table and pour a cup of tea. Faking a smile, little mum, I'm also for the good of the company. You have a large amount of adults. Don't bother with me about this. Seeing his fawning posture, Yu Xixian's heart was quite comfortable. Still, she was unmoved. Yining offered tea with both hands, his tone sincere. Little mom, you use the tea to dissipate your anger. Yu Xixian enjoyed it and took the tea. Then the person I sent there has to get hold of the core information. Otherwise there's no way to talk. You came to me for people. Surely you know what I'm up to. No matter how many people you recruit, I can fire them. It's just compensation. I can afford it. Yining decided to ask for the person first. Dismissal is one thing. Once you're on the project team, you have to follow the company rules and regulations and you can't just quit. If they didn't listen, Yining had ways to govern them. Yining smiled. Yes, little mother is right. We are all family. We have to be peaceful. Yu Sichuan added. Then ecological landscape and ecological agriculture. These two partners let me arrange. Do you have any comments? Yining sniffed and instantly refused. No, I must be the one to find the partners for all projects. If you don't agree, then I can only report to Pops and complain to the Jiang group, and you'll be designated as not being able to get any good. Yu Xixian's cheeks puffed out slightly, very unconvinced. Thinking for a moment, she could only agree. Okay, but when the project is successful and profitable, you have to score me a little money. No matter what the project is, I let you do it. This is fine with you. Yining agreed cheerfully. A family doesn't talk about two families. That's a must. Only then did Yu Xixian's face ease, waving her hand outward. In his heart, he was prepared to dig up Yining's handle anyway, so he wasn't afraid of him getting carried away. When Yining left the office, she immediately sent a message to the man. The next day, Worldwide Eco Construction Ltd. This company has an excellent reputation in Tianhai City, and almost most of the landscape, ecological restoration and urban greening projects are handled by this company. The company's boss Xie Song is making a lot of money, especially in recent years. Xie Song's company in Tianhai City are fast monopolizing the industry. Yining came to the office building alone, and as he stepped into the lobby, he heard a man on the phone. It always felt like the voice was a bit familiar, and when he looked along with the sound, his face was surprised. This man was the same person who talked to Yu Xixian last night. He was about 30 years old and looked very competent. Hanging up the phone, he and Yining entered the elevator together. When I came to the office of the old boss, many people were gathered here. I think they were all here to discuss cooperation. Mr. Xia, are you really not considering our cooperation? This project is really good. Xia Song didn't even think about it and rejected it directly. I already have many projects in hand, and those partners are all lining up. My company and I have been working overtime for the past few months, so find yourselves another company. Hearing his words, many people were still reluctant. They all know that even in the 2 or 3 cities next door, there is basically no company that can match worldwide ecology in the area of doing landscaping and ecology. Worldly ecology is a one-of-a-kind existence. Mr. Xia, we can wait, as long as it takes, as long as you can cooperate, anything is fine. Yes, Mr. Xia, we all very much approve of worldwide ecology, and our project can make you money. Xia Song still shook his head and refused. You guys are willing to line up, but I can't afford other people's comments. You'll have to wait in line until at least 9 months from now. By the time the project drags on, it will have a negative impact on my company, and there will always be people gossiping about me, about not doing anything after the partnership, about putting up a front, and so on, and I don't want to hear any of that. If I take it all on, I can't avoid outsourcing, and then the project won't be worldwide ecology's responsibility. So what's the point? At that, everyone shook their heads inside. At this time, Xia Song saw the man and his face only slightly eased. Yo, Ji Yuza, Mr. Ji, why are you here? Ji Yuza smiled. Of course I'm also here to talk about cooperation. Before my subordinates have offended a lot, I hope that you can be generous and not take it personally with them. Xia Song waved his hand. No matter, I'm just not taking on projects for a while. At this moment, Ji Yuza and Yining entered the office together, and both of them were inwardly surprised to see these collaborators. A few of the people who came here to negotiate cooperation were also well-known veterans of Tianhai City. I didn't realize that they had personally come out and Xie Song had refused them all one by one. Ji Yuza continued to test. Is there really no way to negotiate? My project can net you more than $8 million. No, I'll let you have some more profit. Xie Song forced a smile. Mr. Shi, if you don't take it, you don't take it. I'm about to die of busyness. The only thing that interests me is the ecological garden project. It's just that the person in charge of that project hasn't come to me yet. Yining suddenly said. Mr. Xia, I'm not here. Xie Song looked at Yining and said in surprise. You're from the Yi group? Yi Ning nodded and went straight to the point. Since Xie Song is interested in the ecological garden project, I still have 2 projects left here. Ecological landscape and ecological agriculture. I don't know what you think. What did you say? Xie Song couldn't believe it. There are only 2 projects left? Ecological restoration, ecological protection, and ecological farming and planting have all been given to other partners? Yenin said. Yes, it's down to these 2 programs. Xie Song was disappointed and waved his hand forcefully. Forget it, I'm not interested then. If I didn't contract all the projects, the amount of money earned would be too small to be worth my while. Yi Ning froze, not expecting this guy to speak out of turn. Anymore, ecological landscape construction and ecological agricultural planning is also too big piece of fat meat. Xie Song actually do not do? It was like a blow to the head. At this moment, Xie Song thought about it and added, if you guys can help me with one thing, I'll take over the project of whoever accomplishes it. I need the Songjiang district now, the land on Nanshan Road, and Director Wang of the city's construction has been refusing to contact me, and there's nothing I can do with my connections. That land is going to be deserted. It just hasn't been put out to bid yet, so I'll take the project from whichever one of you can do it. Chapter 33, Strong from Yi Ning. Xie Song put the claim bluntly. The other 9 people in the office, all of them had bitter faces, shaking their heads and sighing. Such requests were nothing more than asking them to bribe Director Wang, and if they were found out, things would be a big deal once they were reported. One of them said, Mr. Xie, you're asking too much. We've all been in contact with Director Wang and know his temperament. He's always been impartial and never accepted any bribes. This comment was echoed by others. Right, the last time I transferred an overseas property into his name, he didn't even agree and kicked me out of the office. Not to mention your overseas real estate. I secretly gave him $3 million in cash and he ignored it and said he would report me, when it was really scary. Then you guys are something. At least you can meet Director Wang in private. I can't even meet him. The crowd said it was a difficult, almost impossible task. At this moment, Xie Song looked at Ji Yuza. Ji Yuza said helplessly, Mr. Xie, you don't think I have a solution, do you? All the veterans present are stronger than me. They can't help it. What can I do? Xie Song sat in his office chair and lit a cigarette. Then there's nothing you can do. Bosses, please return. Yi Ning immediately spoke. As long as the official releases the tender, I can have Director Wang grant you that piece of land, and it doesn't need to go through the consent of the top. When these words came out, everyone looked at Yi Ning with stunned expressions. How dare a brat speak out of turn? Didn't this kid hear anything they just said? No matter how you meet, no matter how you negotiate. No way. What kind of self-confidence is that from someone who doesn't even know what he's doing? Ji Yuza began to measure up Yi Ning, so he was the person in charge of the ecological project, and he was also at odds with Yu Sichuan, so he really had 2 tricks up his sleeve. Xie Song was curious, you really have a solution? Yi Ning nodded. Of course, but I also have a condition. If I help you accomplish this, your charges for the ecological program must be reduced by 30%. Xie Song's face was slightly grave. A 30% reduction. So what else do I earn? Yi Ning's face was unhappy when she saw him retort. Then what do you need that piece of land for? Since that piece of land is important to you, is the offer I made excessive? We came to you to talk about cooperation. It is only because of the reputation and strength of worldwide ecology, although your company is a one-of-a-kind existence, but I can still find other companies to cooperate. Slow work makes perfect work. I'm sure you understand that, and your efficiency and strength aside, I can still get other companies to produce results I'm happy with. Now I'm asking you to reduce your profits by 30%, and you're still not happy about it? Do you really think you're good? He had just finished his sentence, and the other veterans were dumbfounded. This person, is he here to talk about cooperation, or is he here to threaten? Never seen anyone so arrogant and bossy. Xie Song's face instantly grimaced. What do you mean? Yi Ning laughed disdainfully. I don't mean anything. If you don't agree with my request, in the future, if you participate in bidding in Tianhai City, I guarantee you won't be able to get any piece of land. Not only that, but I'm going to get those partners in line to stop working with you. Your company is only famous in Tianhai City and a few other cities. It's not the number 1 in the province, much less the country. I really don't know what you're so great at. Xie Song was instantly confused. What was this kid's origin? How dare he talk to himself like this? Is the background really that tough? Yip's group has someone like that? Ji Yujie also listened stupidly. You see, Xian never mentioned to him that this project leader was so noble and arrogant, with a face and body that could be described as a college student. I really didn't think it would be a big deal in front of the major bosses. Xie Song clenched his back teeth. So what? You're just going to play smart here? If you have the guts, call Director Wang and turn the PA back on. Yi Ning took out his cell phone and directly dialed Director Wang while opening the amplification. Hello Mr. Yi, what are your orders? Command? Everyone's mouths were wide open. A first-class director of an official organization was actually using honorifics for a young man? Is it a hallucination? Hello Director Wang. I'd like to ask. Songjiang District, the land on Nanshan Road. When will the bidding take place? Oh, you mean that piece of land? At least until 6 months from now. It's still dealing with the finishing touches. At this moment, Yi Ning's eyes rolled. May I ask how large that piece of land is? In terms of area, it's about 2,000 acres of land. Are you interested in that piece of land? Then I will notify you when the time comes. As long as you give the word. Things you naturally understand. Okay, for now then, you go ahead. Hanging up the phone, they looked at Yi Ning's expression as if they had seen a ghost. The point is that they capture the most important message. If you give the word, that piece of land is inside out for Yinan. Yi Ning said, well, what do you have to say now? Xia Song sucked in a mouthful of cool air. His breathing gradually shortened, and he couldn't say a word in half a day. He had a very bilious look on his face, as if his life was threatened. What kind of character could a college student-looking young man be able to make Director Wang grovel to him? Xia Song began to take deep breaths and adjust his emotions. Sir, I promise you that I will complete your project with excellence. Yi Ning shook his head. Now that the conditions have changed, the fees you charge are reduced by 40%, and as for that piece of land, I can only give you half of the area. Xia Song's face is like dirt. If he doesn't agree, then the partners who are still in the queue, there is a real possibility of canceling the cooperation, and the loss will only be greater at that time. Good, I agree to your request. We'll sign the contract right away. I'll go to the site to survey tomorrow, and you'll have the final say on when to start construction. Yi Ning was satisfied. You draw up the contract, send it to my mailbox when the time comes. Yi Ning had already decided that after the project was completely finished, that piece of land would have nothing to do with him. With those words, he turned to leave. Looking at his back, several of the old bosses still had palpitations and couldn't slow down for a long time. Oh, that opened my eyes today. You're right. I've been in business for years and have been in contact with quite a few people in high positions who can't believe this is happening. With such a high-ranking person in Yi Group, I'm afraid Tianhai City is going to change in the near future. Mr. Xia, you should be glad to be able to work with the Yi Group. It's a sure thing. Xia Song nodded his head vigorously and wiped off the beads of sweat on his forehead. What all the old bosses said is right. He's really too scary. At this moment, Ji Yuza came to the end of the corridor and called Yu Sichuan. What is your company? The head of that eco-park. Really? He has that kind of strength. How can he be a general manager position? How do I always feel that you want to trap me? Chapter 34. Something happened at the construction site. Yu Sichuan was very confused on the other end of the phone. What the hell are you talking about? How come I can't understand a word of it? Ji Yuza recounted what happened, and Yu Sixian was shocked to hear it. She had thought that Director Wang had only taken Yi Ning's money to shelter him so much, but she hadn't expected Director Wang to treat him with such respect. Yu Sixian pondered for a while and said, let's leave things as they are for now. What should be investigated should still be investigated, and contact again if anything happens. Ji Yuza added at this moment, are all your company's business cars so expensive? The standard Mercedes S? Ha! Yu Sichuan couldn't sit still, so shocked that she stood up from her office chair. He drove a Mercedes S. Are you sure? Yeah, how could I be wrong? Asterisk. Where did he get the money? Well, let's not talk about it for now. You go ahead and do your thing. Hanging up the phone, Yu Sixian was confused. The 600 million in Yi Ning's hand was for investment projects, and there was no way he would use it indiscriminately. Did he meet someone high up in the world not to mention sponsoring him for free? On the other hand, Yi Ning was happily driving his car when a beep suddenly came from the system. Ding! The ecological park project is officially launched. Mission accomplished. Ding! The host chooses the reward, 100 peach blossom coins and a Rolls-Royce Obsidian. Although Yi Ning already had a Mercedes S, but this Rolls-Royce Obsidian is worth 6.2 million, to be more expensive than the Mercedes S on 3 million. The brand must be there, and with 100 peach coins, I have to say it's still quite profitable. According to the system's guidance, Yi Ning quickly found the Rolls-Royce Obsidian, which was being parked in a nearby parking lot. He was just about to call Ling Manhua when the other party dialed first. Hey, General Manager, there's a conflict at the construction site now. Come and deal with it quickly. Ling Nanro's tone was anxious. Okay, I'll be right there. Yi Ning hung up the phone and went straight to the ecological park site. It was nearly half an hour before he arrived. One group was in a chokehold with the construction crew and had been fighting unusually hard. Damn it, dare to make a move on us. You really don't know how to die. Men, give me a hard hit. Yi Ning immediately rushed up, and he was so powerful that he pulled everyone away in 3 or 2 strokes. Stop it all. There's something to be said for not being nice. 2 of the men had already hit their heads, so how could they listen? Raising their fists and continuing to charge, Yining snatched the shovel from the worker's hand and directly pushed those 2 back hard. Nobody move. I'm here to find out what's going on, and if you guys try anything else, I'll call the police. Who are you people and why are you here to cause trouble? The opposite side wasn't stupid, and seeing that Yining was a bit of a fighter, he immediately stopped attacking. One of them stood out and said loudly, I'm Ma Jie, the head of Yonghe village. You're occupying our land and beating us up. What do you say? How does this thing work? Yining was puzzled. This land was granted to us by the city construction. How did it become yours? What are you in charge of? The village chief or whoever? And you're leading a chokehold. You're quite good. Ma Jie snapped. Even if it's the land granted to you by the city's construction, it's still you who don't build according to the drawings. When he finished speaking, he waved behind him and a middle-aged man immediately handed over the documents. Ma Jie flung the document at Yining. See for yourself. Yining opened the document, and the first page was the footprint of Yonghe village. At the same time, a construction worker wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and also took the construction plans to Yining's hands. Yining compared them for a while before finding the exact location they were in. Have you read half the time to see if you understand? Speak. Ma Jie was impatient. Yining did not chime in and continued his research. It took a couple minutes before he understood the real reason for the conflict. The construction plans do not cross the line on this road and follow exactly the line marked on the plans, but strangely enough, the area maps of Yonghe village show that their construction plans cross the boundary by 20 meters. What the hell is going on here? Yining frowned. I'll have someone from city construction come over to explain clearly. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? There can't be a misunderstanding. Ma Jie gritted his teeth and said, the land occupation map of our village was taken by the village committee to the Land Resource Management Office. How could it be wrong? Yining said helplessly, but our construction scope, the map of the occupied land area, was given by the city construction. That can't be wrong. Since everyone's maps are fine, we'll just have to call it in. What else do you have to say? The other villagers didn't wait for Motzi to speak and erupted again. Get the hell out of here. This is our land. I don't care what group of companies you are from. You're occupying our land and you're arguing forcefully? Yes. Don't think that just because this was granted to you by the city for construction that you can take as much as you want. This part is our village parcel. Yining lazily ignored it and turned to ask the contractor. You guys fought? Which side started it? The contractor said bluntly. They started it and said they wouldn't let us work on anything. And just in case, I had it secretly recorded at the time. Right here on this phone. Yining got his cell phone and shouted at the villagers. Stop it all. It's obvious that you guys started it, and now that you've injured my workers, you're responsible. He opened the video of the hands-on chokehold and said, you'd better be honest, and if you still want to make a scene, then we'll deal with this at the patrol division. Upon hearing this, the villagers immediately shut up, not daring to say another word. But who knows? Ma Jie suddenly said, if you have the guts, arrest us all. No matter who owns this land, we're going to fight to the end. You'll all have to pay for it. If it's yours, because it's an official DD error, you'll have to pay for it if you want to occupy it. If it's our parcel, you're destroying our resources on just the second day of construction. Motzi pointed to the stream. See, that stream is no longer usable. Yining said, your village is not only that stream. There are 2 other water sources. Since we are constructing, we will get you a new one afterward. And the water source must be clean. And that stream, it's in our construction zone. So why can't we get it? Ma Jie snorted coldly. Fine. Then we'll see. You have crossed the border by 20 meters, and the area of the border has reached more than 30 acres, so I'll see how you can pay for it. If you don't pay up, I'll make your project never have any peace. His words are true. The eco-park covers a large area and is long in width. Yining stared at him. It looked like there was someone behind this Ma Jie. Otherwise he wouldn't be messing around like this. Who backed you up? Don't you care who backs me up? You can't afford to mess with them. Majetsa flashed a wry smile. I can even scrap this project of yours. Chapter 35, the Chen family's father and son applying pressure. Hearing him say that, Yining was very upset. Really? I'd like to see how hard your background is. Ma Jie stopped talking and turned around with a wave of his hand. A dozen or so villagers followed him and left together. Yining asked the contractor, how are you injured? Should go to the hospital immediately. I'll reimburse the funds. The contractor was very relieved. Reimbursement is not necessary. Our company will be responsible for it. And we are not afraid if a lawsuit is filed. After all, they moved first. Yining said, it's no longer a question of whether to file a lawsuit or not. They don't give a damn about these trivial matters. Besides, they're not hurt, and the most important thing is to get things straightened out. so take the rest of the day off for now, and you can all be dismissed. The contractor was instructed to evacuate with the other workers one after the other. At this moment, Ling Manru walked over to Yining, general manager. So are we going to investigate Ma Jie's connections now? Yining said, of course, but before that, let's fix the land issue before investigating the people behind Ma Jie. That said, he still couldn't understand who the hell gave Motzi the idea. You see, Xian couldn't have done it because it was a big project for the group. How could she have lifted a stone and hit her own foot? The only ones who could think of it now were the Chen family's father and son. The last time they were pissed off at the banquet, it might have been Qin Jingming who was behind it. With questions in mind, Yining and Ling Manru once again came to City Construction Office. Director Wang was surprised. Mr. Yi, are you saying that the footprints of Yonghe Village and the Eco Park contradict each other? This shouldn't be. Yining said. The occupation map of Yonghe Village was taken to the Land Resource Management Office. You call and ask. Director Wang nodded and immediately called to inquire about the situation. A few minutes later, Director Wang's face was a bit grave. There's something fishy about this. Yenin was puzzled. How so? Director Wang explained. First of all, the drawings I got are certainly not wrong because I also obtained mine from the Land Resources Management Institute. And the land area of Yonghe Village was also obtained from the Land Resources Management Office. So it is obvious that the drawings of Yonghe Village have been altered. Nudging down like this. Mr. Yi, someone is having a hard time with you. Yining understood. Thinking about Ma Jie's previous attitude, only the Chen family's father and son could get their hands on the map. After all, the deputy city lord's power was also quite large. Liang Yangan is responsible for the management of urban security peace. Then Chen Hongxin should be responsible for business, foreign investment and foreign trade, as well as housing and urban and rural construction management of these things. If that's true, then what is their purpose? Is it just a relief? It's not too boring. Chen Hongxin and Chen Jingming couldn't have bothered to do all that. Thinking differently, it should be analyzed. What benefits they can gain from this? Yining said. That's the way things are for now. Director Wang, you get busy first. Leaving the office building, Yining made a call to Chu Tianlin. Mr. Yi, goodbye. What's up? You help me to investigate the Ma Jie of Yonghe Village. No matter what means you use, you must give me news tonight. That's not easy. I'll take care of it. Time passed quickly, and by the evening, Chu Tianlin had arrived downstairs at Yi Group. Yining was also waiting in the first floor lobby for a long time. Chu Tianlin said, Mr. Yi, things aren't going too well. I didn't get much information. Yining was curious. What did he explain? Chu Tianlin took out 2 drawings from his briefcase and handed them to Yining. Motzi is the secretary of the village committee, and the drawing he has, which he picked up the day before yesterday at the Land Resource Management, he was notified to go over and get it, saying that the map area was wrong. I told him to hand over the original map, and at the same time forced him to ask the person behind him, but he refused to let go, so I couldn't do anything but release him. In the end, I sent someone to bring in Wu Yong from the Land Bureau, who is responsible for managing the map files, and I tortured him in every way I could, but he just wouldn't give an explanation. Yining was a bit worried. How did you torture Ma Jie and Wu Yong? Chu Tianlin smiled smugly. Of course I won't violently beat the 2 of them. Technically speaking, the injuries on their bodies aren't even considered minor. If they weren't from an official agency, there's no way I let them go. So Mr. Yi, do you have anything else scheduled? Yining thought for a moment. Not for now. You go back first. When Chu Tianlin left, Yining also had evidence of Ma Jie in his hands. 1 old map and 1 new map. It's the old map's land plan that matches the construction plans. He dialed Motzi's number directly. Motzi, if you don't want to be reported by me, you'd better stop making trouble or I'll have you laid off. Ma Jie was tortured by Chu Tianlin all afternoon and immediately conceded. I was wrong. You mustn't mess around. Let's talk about something. Yining said. Okay, you let those rowdy villagers, tomorrow together construction for a week. I am not to blame. Ma Jie didn't even think about it and directly agreed. Okay big brother, whatever you say, don't report me. Hanging up the phone, Yining thought about it. If there was no problem with that piece of land, it wasn't hard to see that Chen Hongxin and Chen Jingming had already begun to put pressure on him. It's just hard to catch them now that they can't find a break. Even an old geezer like Chu Tianlin couldn't handle it, and Yining currently didn't have any good solutions. Assuming there is anything wrong with those 30 acres or so, it will have to wait for the workers to finish construction to find out. GM, I'm off duty. At some point, Ling Mannu had already come to Yining's side. Yining looked at her with a smile. Come on, let's go eat something delicious. You've been exhausted these past few days. Ling Manru shook her head. I'm not tired. I can do anything with you, and that Rolls-Royce Obsidian is really nice. I really like it too much. Yining laughed. It's good that you like it. At this moment, Ling Manro's gaze was infatuated. What are we going to eat? Why don't we go eat Japanese food? I haven't eaten for a long time. I've heard of a Japanese restaurant that has good Wagyu beef. Yi Ning nodded. I don't have any problems. Anyway, now that I'm off work, just follow your idea. He looked at Ling Manru, not realizing that this woman really knew her stuff very well. Even if a relationship occurs, she won't squirm in the company or bully other co-workers because of her status as an assistant. More than that, he would not have intimate gestures with himself, nor would he have ambiguous name-calling, only calling himself general manager. Most importantly, Yi Ning realized that Ling Manu was still a virgin, previously forced to be brought along by Lin Ning due to debt issues. He had just followed him for a few days before being rescued by Yi Ning, and Lin Ning is not a man without evil. He wanted to have sex with Ling Manro, but she refused to die, knowing that Ling Manro is not easy to mess with, and Lin Ning did not want to commit the crime of QJ, and only after that did he let Yi Ning pick up a Jeep. The two of them came to the parking lot, only they didn't know that Yu Xixian was in a corner somewhere, secretly observing their every move. When Yi Ning drove Yao Shadow away, she immediately made a phone call. He's gone. Don't you lose me. Chapter 36, The Miss Su Family. The caller reconfirmed. You're at least his little mom. What's his background you don't know? Where are the higher-ups? Yu Xixian said seriously. Nonsense. He's not my own. How do I know what other forces are behind him? Just don't nag. Bring a few tough characters over there. Make sure they're tough. And don't hurt him until it's absolutely necessary. I've got big projects waiting for him to take charge of here. You just lure out the higher-ups behind him. Do you hear me? Fine. I know. For now. Sakatiya Japanese restaurant. The waiter entertained Yi Ning and Ling Manua and walked towards the back kitchen with the menu. This Japanese restaurant is famous in Chaoyang district, and many customers would rather spend an hour and a half after work to come here to enjoy Japanese food. By now the Japanese restaurant was full. Many people turned their eyes to Ling Manru, looking at her exquisite pretty face, her proud peaks, her sexy tight and trendy OL outfit, and a pair of standard black silk long legs. Ling Manro merely lifted her hair behind her back, and this action made them gulp down saliva frequently. Mouth-watering. Aining. It seems like I'll be able to get quite a bit of bonus once the ecological garden project is completed. Ling Manro's beautiful eyes shone with golden light when she thought of those generous bonuses. Yi Ning laughed. For an $1,100 million project, there's at least $500,000. It looks like you've already figured out how to spend it. Ling Manro smiled sweetly. That's for sure. Half of it was transferred to my parents, and the other half I used myself, living in style. And the project is going so well now that it's estimated that in 9 to 10 months, the project will be completed. Yi Ning's eyes doted on him. I'm not short of money anyway, so why don't I give you all of my winnings, and you save them up for a rainy day? Ling Manro shook her head. That won't do. You've let me live in a high-grade residence for free. How can I still ask for your bonus? I'm a person who wants to be ashamed. Yi Ning smiled faintly and stopped persuading, and at that moment, suddenly a woman came toward them. Many people in the store looked at her in unison, and there were even people who greeted her politely, using honorifics. She exuded a bejeweled, celebrity look, with big wavy hair, and the heady scent of perfume as she drew ever closer. You guys haven't ordered yet, right? Switch places with me. This is a great location with a great ambience. I sit here a lot and other locations would detract from my dining experience and naturally my appetite. I clearly explained to the store manager to leave this position to me. I didn't realize he was so careless. After hearing a few words, Ling Manru understood that this position was originally hers, and the ambience of this location, one of the few C-places in a Japanese restaurant, is quite a bit better than the others. Most restaurants are pay-as-you-go dining and sit wherever you want, and this Japanese restaurant, you have to pay extra for a good spot. Yi Ning refused. What does it matter to me where you dine? I paid for this position as well. The store manager's mistake is his business, and even if he were here now, I wouldn't switch with you. What did you say? The celebrity couldn't believe that someone had rejected her. She pulled a business card out of her LV bag and threw it on the table. Are you seriously not sure who I am? Yi Ning took the business card. Su Ling? Humph. In the end, you've never seen the world. Su Ling's jade hands encircled her arms, her demeanor arrogant. Not to mention Tianhe province. Who in Tianhe City doesn't know about my Su family? The Su family, of course Yi Ning knew. Only with the volume of the Yi group, it was not enough to be compared to the Su family, and there was not even a chance of cooperation. The difference between the clouds and mud. You should know that the Su family's Xingyue group, with a market capitalization of nearly $100 billion, is one of the top enterprises in Tianhe province, and Tianhe City is where the Su family originated. At this moment, some people saw Su Ling and Yi Ning talking, and their eyes were filled with envy. That man is actually so familiar with Miss Su? Holy, When am I going to get a chance to talk to her head on? Don't be envious, we're small staff. It's good to see her here. Quickly, secretly take a few beautiful pictures. Su family miss. Her temperament is really different. The other woman is pretty too. A rare sight. Yi Ning was still unimpressed. Even if you were the Su family's eldest miss, I wouldn't be able to give up my seat to you. So please dine elsewhere and don't affect my mood. Poof. Su Ling's posture was still lofty. Looking at people with her nostrils, you gave me your position. This is a good opportunity for you to flatter me. Don't you know that this kind of opportunity, how many people can't even beg for it with money? She said as she fiddled with her hair and showed off her multi-million-dollar exquisite Cartier watch on her wrist. Yi Ning admitted that this Su Ling was indeed very beautiful as well, and the system even gave her a score of 8.3. Only, he hadn't been looking squarely at him. Don't think you're so powerful. I said no change. Can't you understand human language? Yes? A disdainful voice reached Yi Ning's ears. You won't change, so what if I have to grab it? A tall and handsome man appeared beside Su Ling, with a straight suit, an inch hair, and a stocky body. How dare you disregard my lady? How dare you? Be sensible, obediently give up your seat. Maybe my lady is in a good mood and can introduce you to 1 or 2 good programs, seeing as you're civilized. You work in the business district, too. The man's mid-air was strong, and every now and then he exuded a murderous aura. Both Yi Ning and Ling Mannu sensed that his aura was powerful, and an inexplicable majesty slowly enveloped them. Seeing this situation, the people Yu Sichuan had sent to investigate Yi Ning were all dumbfounded. What's going on here? Before they even make a move, Yi Ning is on the warpath with Miss Su? The conversation between the few of them was also heard by the others, and many of them were emboldened. The Japanese restaurant's elegant rooms are all open, covered only by delicate screens, and they don't block much of the view. The guests who were closer to Yi Ning's position hurriedly walked away. They had already thought about what would happen next. Yi Ning warned, the meal isn't served yet, so leave while you can and don't cause trouble in my place. At that moment, the inch-haired man's eyes revealed ruthlessness. If you dare to talk nonsense again, beware I'll knock all your teeth out. Dare to talk to my lady like that. Are you tired of living? Yi Ning raised one of his chopsticks and smiled. I'm impatient to live? Why don't you give it a try? The inch-haired man erupted with murderous intent. Miss, move back a bit. I'll clean him up for you now. Su Ling took 2 steps backward. She was sure that it would take less than 3 seconds for this ungrateful man to be beaten by the guards. Chapter 37, that's it? Yi Ning was disdainful. Next moment, he violently raised his right hand, and the chopsticks were like steel nails, ruthlessly piercing into the inch-haired man's thigh. Immediately afterward, Yi Ning shot up explosively, his left palm ruthlessly striking his chin. The inch-haired man's feet left the ground and stalled in midair for a full 2 seconds before crashing to the ground with a loud thud. At this scene, Su Ling's eyes widened as she watched, her face horrified. Her guards were special forces veterans, not as good as those military kings, but good enough to take on 2 featherweight boxers at the same time. However, at this moment, this agile and burly special forces soldier was killed by Yi Ning in seconds. There wasn't even time to react. Yi Ning's strength could be imagined. Su Ling's eyes flickered with panic, fearing that Yi Ning would make a move against her, but she stabilized her emotions and forced herself to be calm. You kid, you've got some skills. I'd like to see how much you can fight today. The crowd of onlookers grew. All of them froze on the spot when they saw Yi Ning make a move against the guards of the Su family's eldest miss. Bull, I thought they were having a friendly conversation. I didn't realize it was this kind of scene. Daring to disrespect Miss Su, he's afraid he won't live long. I have to say, that man is really capable of fighting. I heard that Su Ling's guards, all of whom were strictly selected, are able to fight 5 against 1? And it's almost impossible for unusual people to get close. Now there's a good show. This Japanese restaurant is going to suffer. Anyway, it's not a big deal to watch the fun, and it's unattainable to eat melons about MS. Su. At this moment, Yi Ning gazed at her. Be sensible and get lost right away. Don't disturb my meal. Old me is very hungry right now. Harass me again and don't blame me for being rude to you. Su Ling coldly laughed, daring the public to hit my face. If you can safely leave this store today, where is my Su Ling's face? Yi Ning lazily ignored it and sat there with his legs crossed. Fine. I'd like to see what tricks you can pull. Su Ling also took a stool, and the 2 of them sat opposite each other, losing no one in terms of aura. After 10 minutes or so, 6 strong men walked into the Japanese restaurant, all of them imposing in black, high-fashion suits. Seeing this scene, the manager of the Japanese restaurant hurried over and timidly said, Miss Su, can this matter be resolved elsewhere? If the boss blames me, I can't explain. Su Ling was indifferent. Your boss has no qualifications to shine my shoes, and I'm not unreasonable. Every single thing that breaks in the store is on my head. Get out. Yeah. The store manager left in a panic. At that moment, There happened to be two journalists who were also dining here, and he quickly recognized the men. No way. Isn't that the previously retired mixed martial arts champion, Lin Yi, and the sparring champion, Wang Hao? Another reporter also looked shocked. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu champion Zhao Gang, free fighting champion Zhou Mao, and the famous retired army kings from previous years, Zhou Kuei and Fang Yi. Both journalists work in investigative journalism for MMA and UFC and are more than familiar with these masters. There were also other guests who recognized Zhou Mao, Lin Yi, and Zhao Gang, whose previous tournaments were exceptionally popular. For the other three, none were known. In time, the guests passed information to each other, and the identities of the 6 men were no longer a mystery. They looked at the 6 gods of war with expressions of nothing but awe and a hint of fear. The Su family is worthy of being the #1 family in Tianhai City. I'm afraid that in Tianhe province, the only ones that can be compared to the Su family are the other 2 major corporations. To call in so many heavyweights to deal with a young lad, it does look like he's pissed off. Come on, let's bet that kid can knock out a few people. No, you're wrong. I should say, how long will the man last? I bet he won't last until the 3rd person. Or, if 6 people strike at him at the same time, it won't be a second. At this moment, the 6 top fighters had already stood behind Su Ling, waiting for orders. Yi Ning looked grave, knowing that these people were not to be messed with, and Ling Manru, who was on the side, was all flushed. It was just that Yi Ning still had his bottom card. Luckily, he still had 350 peach blossom coins saved up and immediately exchanged them for 35 points of free attributes. Now, his strength attribute was 4050 points, agility 1840 points, and constitution 2730 points. The attributes of the 6 people on the opposite side of the room had a maximum of 28 points in strength, a maximum of 20 in agility, and a maximum of only 25 in physique. If a few people on the opposite side of the room were to strike at the same time, the 40 agility attribute would be able to show itself well. Yi Ning whispered to Ling Manru, "Wait for me at the door first, and no matter what happens, don't come in." Ling Manru was very worried, her heart beating fast, but Yi Ning smiled. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." "Good." Ling Manru nodded her head in agreement and picked up her bag and turned around to leave. Churlish. Su Ling didn't give her a hard time, instead looking at Yi Ning with a pitiful gaze. "I'm sure you're not deaf, and you heard what those onlookers were saying. Now, I'm going to give you one last chance. If you apologize to me now, perhaps I can still think about it and let you become my personal bodyguard. If you don't apologize, then I can only break your arms and legs, and feed you to the garbage heap for the dogs." 2 streams of sternness erupted from Yi Ning's deep gaze. "No more nonsense. I'll fight however you want." At this moment, the mixed martial arts champion, Lin Yi, he steps forward. "I've worked with a few of you a few times as well, and I've never had the chance to put up a fight, so I might as well let me take care of this one. What do you all think?" The other 5 were fine with it. They still recognized Lin Yi's strength. After all, no one would question the MMA champion, even Lin Ying of Linqing City, who was inferior to him. Lin Yi simply moved his muscles and bones, and his terrifying aura gradually radiated, like a heat wave that gradually rose from the ground. Yi Ning's eyes narrowed slightly as he picked up 4 chopsticks, holding 2 in one hand tightly. There were 6 masters on the opposite side, and he didn't think it was too much to ask to use wooden chopsticks as a weapon. Abruptly, Lin Yi's body shot out explosively, his feet leaving the ground, his fists carrying a strong wind as they roared towards Yi Ning. Yi Ning did not panic and steadily sidestepped to avoid it. At this scene, the other 5 people looked exceptionally surprised, their eyes unconsciously widening. I didn't realize that Yi Ning really had 2 boys. It was important to realize that Lin Yi hadn't taken the enemy lightly, and if he wasted time on this person, not only was he disrespecting himself, but he was also causing Su Ling to lose face. They've received a lot of favors to get here. Yikes! Lin Yi was very unconvinced and bellowed. The left hook feints, but actually attacks Yi Ning's lower body. Yi Ning's reaction was beyond normal, leaping up in the air and kicking Lin Yi's head viciously. In the next moment, Lin spat out blood and slammed down hard on the ground, no longer able to move. Clueless, everyone is clueless. Thought Lin would carp and get up to continue fighting, but I didn't expect him to faint directly on the spot. Chapter 38 1 against 5. Everyone held their breath at the sight of Yi Ning killing Lin Yi with a single kick. Quiet. A pin drop can be heard. Expecting a fierce fight, he never expected that Yi Ning would be able to stop the enemy with one clean move. At this moment, Su Ling's breathing quickened and her chest was troubled. The man in front of him, first knocking the bodyguard down, and now killing the MMA champion in seconds, was unbelievable. What the hell's going on? The 2 reporters, who have been following competitive combat sports for years, both have their scalps tingling at this moment. Yi Ning really was too strong, but they had never heard of this person, so where exactly was he? At this moment, the faces of the other guests grew progressively more excited. and they wanted to clap their hands and applaud, but due to the majesty of the Su clan, they could only secretly clench their fists and support Yining in spirit. Almost everyone who didn't think highly of him and sneered at him began to expect something from him. The person sent by Yu Xian was watching from the corner, trembling. Is that a normal person? Even if they sent out their strongest fighters, they would be pressed to death by a single finger of Yining, right? It's horrible. What's going on? Is it my eyes? Maybe. Zhou Mao, the free fighting champion, and Zhao Gang, the Brazilian jiu-jitsu champion, both of their faces, sometimes puzzled, sometimes grave. The other three couldn't believe their eyes either, always feeling like they were hallucinating. But Linny was lying straight on the ground, and they had to face this reality again. Humph. When it's really something. Su Ling's pretty face was gloomy. Is this your courage to reject me? That's too funny. Although she was angry, inwardly she did not deny that she was still very appreciative of Yining. Immediately afterward, she looked at the other heavyweights. Don't waste time with him. You guys go together. One-on-one he's very strong, but with 5 people striking at the same time, I expect he won't be able to escape even with his wings. Understood. MS. Su. Okay, MS. Su. Several people spoke in unison. They weren't talking nonsense, and they erupted with an astonishing aura, bound to beat the crap out of Yining. Zhou Mao took the brunt of the leap. He was extremely fast and swept his foot towards Yining's head. However, Yining was even faster, bending down to avoid the whip leg while kicking him hard in the knee. Zhou Mao was inwardly shocked and flipped in the air, following the trend with another whip kick. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang attacked from the side as he flew straight up and tried to start a naked choke. Yining's mind instantly recalled the scene where he was strangled by Lin Ying, and his heart trembled as he also lunged towards Zhao Gang. Almost in an instant, he dodged Zhou Mao's whip leg and turned his right hand into a fist, charging straight at Zhao Gang's face. Bang! Zhao Gang stifled a cry as blood soared out of his nostrils. He inertially fell backward towards the ground, but to his surprise, Yining pinched his wrist again and pulled him back with force. Bang! Another muffled thud. Zhao Gang steadily blocked the straight punches of the sparring champion Wang Hao for Yining. In less than 5 seconds, Yining's reaction speed and moves were skillfully astonishing. The 2 soldier kings were still looking for a gap to launch their attacks, and both were shocked beyond belief by Yining's amazing reflexes. At this point, Yining didn't want to tangle with a character like Zhao Gang and kicked him away. Zhao Gang was like a wild dog on the side of the road, being kicked to the ground and almost fainting after eating Wang Hao's punch in the head just now. For a while, the scene of 6 people fighting was frozen for more than 10 seconds. Soldier King Zhou Kuei gritted his teeth and said, his reaction speed is beyond normal. You guys be careful. Wang Hao also exclaimed, did this kid take an adrenaline shot? Su Ling was also a bit annoyed. She had thought to settle things within 10 seconds, but she hadn't thought that all 5 of them could not take Yining. You guys need to stop playing around and get it over with. Soldier King Fong Yi's face was heavy. Miss Su, this person is not an ordinary character. His reflexes are comparable to a feline. What feline? Talking. Su Ling was very unhappy. The 5 of you pounce on him together and hold him down on the ground. I'll see what he can do. Ha! Seems like it could work. Just now, they were only 3 against 1, and Yining still had time to react. But if all 5 of them pounced on him together, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, they would still be able to subdue him easily. Yining heard their conversation and immediately preempted it. He gently moved his right foot back, and in the next instant, his figure was like a cannonball, jetting towards Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang is a Brazilian jiu-jitsu champion with an excellent bare-knuckle choke, so prioritize taking him out. Bang! Yining takes a jab right on the jaw, but to his surprise, Zhao Gang also reacted quickly, twisting his head to avoid it and catching Yining's fist in his panic. Only, before he could react, Yining's left foot rose toward the sky and kicked at his crotch with all his might. Bang! Ouch! Zhao Gang's 5 senses were tightly wrinkled. His face turned blue in pain. He showed his teeth and covered his crotch with both hands. This image took only a second. The other 4 had just reacted when Yining threw a punch at Zhao Gang's cheek. Zhao Gang instantly flew 3 meters away, smashing the surrounding tables and chairs to pieces. After a few seconds, Zhao Gang stood up with great difficulty with what was left of his consciousness, and when he moved his feet to raise his fists, his whole body suddenly went limp and he fell hard to the ground. Tackle him. Together. In an instant, Zhou Mao, Wang Hao, Zhou Kuei and Fong Yi, the 4 of them launched a fierce attack from different directions. Yining picked up a wooden chair and flung it at Zhou Mao. Zhou Mao raised his hand to block, and Yining broke through with lightning speed. However, the other 3 were also riveted, accelerating to catch up with Yining's pace. In moments, there was a crackling sound from the hibachi. Tables were cracked, wooden chairs were broken, various soups and dips were spilled in midair, and the scene was extremely chaotic. They fought with unparalleled ferocity, frightening the onlooker guests as they swayed from side to side like a school of fish. Yining was like a loach, rolling around them without even a chance to fight back. Just then, Soldier King Fang Yi was quick to catch Yi Ning's small arm. Gotcha! Yi Ning, after all, was 1 for 4, and in the panic of his mind, he instinctively gave him an over-the-shoulder slam. However, Fang Yi was not an ordinary person after all. He grabbed Yi Ning's shoulder again in the air and used the force to stabilize his body, while using inertia to directly throw Yi Ning in front of Zhou Kuei and Zhou Mao. Wang Hao's face lit up with joy as he pounced behind Yi Ning, using all his strength to hold him in a death grip. Click! Ah! Yi Ning slammed the back of his head so hard that he directly broke Wang Hao's nose. Unexpectedly, however, Wang Hao showed no signs of letting go, vowing to control Yi Ning to the death. This is bad. Yi Ning secretly said that it was not good, and a lot of cold sweat oozed out from his back. Immediately afterward, Zhou Mao also flew towards Yi Ning, and Fang Yi and Zhou Kuei raised their fists and blasted at Yi Ning's cheeks left and right. It was too late. Yi Ning zipped his right foot towards the back and clasped Wang Hao's ankle, while using his waist strength to make a sharp turn. Due to Yi Ning's overwhelming strength, Wang Hao was caught off guard and instantly switched positions with Yi Ning. Bang! Bang! Zhou Kuei and Fang Yi. The fists of the two soldier kings ruthlessly smashed above Wang Hao's temple. Wang Hao's eyes went black, and his arm that had grabbed Yi Ning quickly loosened, and his entire body collapsed on top of the flying Zhou Mao. Instant danger is turned into a blessing. Originally, Zhou Mao's hands were about to grab Yi Ning's feet, but he didn't expect to be pressed by Wang Hao, giving Yi Ning a chance to react. Yi Ning raised his right foot and directly stomped Zhou Mao's left wrist. Chapter 39, No One Can Be Enemy. Ah! Zhou Mao cried out in pain, braced himself with his hands and rolled toward the side to avoid it. Yi Ning had wanted to stomp off his right wrist along with him, but Zhou Kuei and Fang Yi's attacks had interrupted him. At this time, Zhou Kuei took the risk with his body, and he immediately sold a break, his right hand probing into Yi Ning's chest in an attempt to grab his collar, and Yi Ning reacted just as he thought he would, backhanding him and clasping his wrist while using his strength to pull him over. Zhou Kuei stomped both of his feet, his entire body leaping into mid-air, his left fist resembling a Vajra hammer, charging straight at Yi Ning's face. At the same time, Fang Yi also leapt up in the air, his 2 feet acting like scissors as he attempted to control Yi Ning's lower body. Yi Ning's eyes widened, and when Zhou Kuei's fist was about to smash into his face, he jumped backward and grabbed Zhou Kuei's fist at the same time. How can it be? Zhou Qiwen couldn't believe it. The speed at which he threw his punches was something that hardly a few people could dodge, not even Fang Yi, who was also the king of soldiers. Now, however, Yi Ning not only grabbed his fist, but also followed him in a one shape in midair, skillfully dodging Fang Yi's scissor kick. Fang Yi, this is the opportunity. Get him! Zhou Kuei yelled. The two of them stalled in midair for 2 seconds before Yi Ning suddenly released Zhou Kuei's hands and raised his arm to viciously slam into Fang Yi's heart area. Bang! With a muffled sound that wasn't too loud, Fang Yi lay on the ground and vaguely twisted his body. The pain was so great that he was about to suffocate. The next moment, Zhou Kuei had just landed and once again launched a fierce attack, but no matter how he executed his moves, Yi Ning could easily dodge them. Zhou Kuei suddenly felt strange. Why did the other party not fight back? Even if his moves were like slow motion in his eyes, he wasn't so gullible, was he? At this moment, he suddenly noticed Yi Ning's eyes, who was observing Zhou Mao's position. Zhou Mao, be careful, Zhou Kuei shouted. Yet it was too late. Yi Ning lured Zhou Kuei to the corner, turned around and stomped, his body crossing over Zhou Kuei and heading straight for Zhou Mao. Rip it! Zhou Kuei hurriedly reached out to grab it, but only caught the corner of Yi Ning's coat, and the latter sprinted with so much force that the coat directly tore. Zhou Mao held his breath as he faced Yi Ning, who was running straight at him, and was not afraid even if his left wrist was broken. Come on, he roared, bound to split the difference with Yi Ning. Unexpectedly, however, Yi Ning also sold a break. He kicked Zhou Shigeru in the chest, trying to get Zhou Shigeru to catch him with a right hand. However, his opponent didn't fall for it and moved his feet to lightly deflect it. Humph, I didn't expect you to be able to remain calm. Yi Ning couldn't help but praise a sentence. Don't you get carried away. Zhou Mao was infuriated. As a sparring champion, when had he ever suffered this kind of shame? He kept using stomps, kicks, sweeps, shovel kicks, and swinging kicks in an attempt to catch Yi Ning's breaks, allowing Zhou Kuei to take advantage of them. Yi Ning didn't fall for it either, and he always easily neutralized his opponent's moves. Since he himself was sandwiched between Zhou Mao and Zhou Kuei, he didn't rush to subdue Zhou Mao in order to prevent Zhou Kuei from a sudden attack. At this moment, Fang Yi, who was lying on the ground, suddenly moved. Yi Ning's heart tightened and he turned his head to look over. Chance! Zhou Mao and Zhou Kuei took advantage of Yi Ning's distraction and attacked back and forth at the same time. In the next moment, Yi Ning gave a ghostly smile. He catches Zhou Mao's right hand easily and Zhou Mao reacts with a quick right hand, pulling up. Bang! Yining grabbed Zhou Mao's wrist with one hand and Zhou Mao's ankle with the other, and slammed as hard as he could against the sprinting Zhou Kuei. He had thought that Zhou Kuei would catch Zhou Mao, but Zhou Kuei didn't do that and simply sidestepped and turned around like a ferocious tiger, continuing to run towards Yining. Yining didn't hesitate and charged towards him as well. Zhou Kuei attacked the underhook with a sliding tackle, and Yining jumped with the momentum, once again running in the direction of Zhou Mao. Crap! Zhou Kuei had wanted to tangle with him in a deadly fight, but he didn't expect that Yining didn't pick up the fight and began to attack Zhou Mao again. At this moment, Zhou Mao had just stood up when Yining 185's figure once again came into view. Bang! Bang bang! Zhou Mao didn't have time to make a starting stance, and was hit continuously by Yining, with a lot of blood soaring out of his mouth and nostrils. In less than 3 seconds, Zhou Mao was incapacitated under the watchful eyes of the crowd and lay motionless on the ground. Then, Yining complemented Fan Yi with 2 more kicks, stepping on both of his ankles to break them. At this moment, in a 5-to-1 situation, only Zhou Kuei was left. Yining craned his neck, the pupils of his eyes scornful. Do you still want to fight? Hearing his words, Zhou Kuei suddenly stopped his pace and scanned the surrounding situation. MMA's Lin Yi, who suffered heavy facial injuries, and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu's Zhao Gang did the same. Sanso Wang Hao was hit above the temple and is now unconscious, and is expected to have a concussion when he regains consciousness. Free Fight Zhou Mao broke his left wrist, his right knee and jawbone, and Soldier King Fan Yi broke his ankles on both his right and left feet. Now, there was no point in fighting any longer. Zhou Kuei knew that he was no match for Yining, and if he was crippled, it might be a lifelong injury. He was breathing heavily and sweat was pouring down his face before he finally spoke slowly. Miss Su, it's me who is incompetent. I can't solve this kind of expert, so please hire another expert. Putting down these words, he clasped his fist at Yining and walked straight out of the Japanese restaurant. Su Ling's face was very ugly. The corners of her mouth twitched vaguely as she wanted to speak. Yining also wiped the sweat off his face and asked, Miss Su, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Su Ling said incredulously, I admit, you are indeed very strong and beat them to death. But so what? You have offended my Su family. This matter is very serious for you. Yining's expression was faint. So what? You don't know my identity and want to block me? Seal you off? Su Ling gently shook her head. My Su family has always cherished talent. If you can't be used for me, it won't be as simple as blocking you. Yining heard something in her words. So what? Say so much. What other tricks do you have now? Just use them. Su Ling said bluntly. Don't leave if you have the guts. I'll have to make you physically weak. Yining continued to wipe off the sweat. I still have to eat hibachi, so maybe you'll be the one to fall off the wagon. Time passed, minute by minute, for more than 10 minutes. The guests on the sidelines did not disperse either, but instead grew in number. But they did not speak loudly, only whispered. That young man is truly a veritable god of war. It's awesome. The scene of the fight just now only appears in movies. I never thought I'd witness it in reality. Yes, truly unrivaled. Even while watching the battle, my heart is pounding. During their exchange of words, another group of people came outside the Japanese restaurant. Guys, please move over. A middle-aged man with a thick voice. The crowd gradually dispersed to make way. When Su Ling saw that middle-aged man, a confident look once again appeared on his face. Chapter 40, Su Hongshan of the Su family. The middle-aged man's voice was thick, but he still looked young. Behind them were a few people dressed in black practicing clothes. Their aura was powerful, to be even more intimidating than the 6 people just now. Yining's 2 eyes were equally ruthless, and a bitter battle still ensued. Subconsciously checking the stats of the 5 practicing suit masters. Strength 30, agility 25, physique 28. Looking at the middle-aged man again, the powerful stats almost caused Yining to cry out in shock. Strength 38, agility 30, constitution 30. Is this still human? Yining's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. He was still open. His strength had only reached 50, agility 40, and physique 30. Even though strength was 12 points higher than him and agility was 10 points higher than him, the attributes of physique were exactly the same. And once the physical stats were the same, the strength and agility didn't exceed by much, and it wasn't easy to defeat the opponent. The images of the previous battle with Lin Ying suddenly surfaced in Yining's mind. Uncle, you're finally here. Su Ling beckoned towards him. Her party's gloomy expression became much more subdued. This person insulted my Su family's reputation and threatened me. I have to clean him up today. The middle-aged man looked at the 5 people lying on the ground, his face slightly grave. These guys were the fighting competition program, one of the few masters, and they were actually beaten up by a college student look-alike. It was evident that his strength was exceptionally terrifying. Shall we take him back? Shan, that person's aura is powerful. We need to be careful. That person also went through a hard battle just now. With the strength of the five of us, it's only a matter of time before we take him down. The practicing suit publishes his thoughts and asks the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man gently shook his head. No, I'll talk to him, you guys just watch. A few people didn't realize that Sean wasn't angry with him, but was going to have a conversation instead? At this point, the two reporters quickly recognized the identity of the middle-aged man and stared in shock. Isn't he the second head of the Su family, Su Hongshan? Yeah, that's him. He was on the news last year. Ridiculously strong. Those who stood next to the reporter heard the name of Su Hongshan. His mind suddenly also recalled his heroic deeds. I didn't expect Su Hongshan to even come. It looks like that young man is really going to fall head over heels. Some people did not recognize Su Hongshan and asked, Su Hongshan, is he very powerful? Oh man, you read too little news. You don't even know about Su Hongshan. The reporter could not help but feel amused when he realized that some people did not recognize him and began to praise the deeds of Su Hongshan. Su Hongshan, the captain of the military department's Sky Tiger Special Action Squad, is the real brother of Su Jingqi of the Starry Joy Group. Due to family needs, he retired the year before and is now 39 years old. But he retired at age 37 with the fastest and shortest time to win a UFC title challenge. After a successful challenge for the title, issue an unlimited weight class challenge and successfully defend the title 9 times within 1 year of the class. In the end, none of the challenges were successful. He then went on to fight in the country of Fusan, defeating top fighters in Aikido, Gakujin Karate, Judo, and Kendo, making him a true top warrior. Not only that, but Su Hongshan has also received 2 first-class honors in the army, one for an emergency rescue mission and the other for an important battle exercise. And the last time he stood out was last year when he managed to save 6 people and get out in one piece during a major fire in River City. After that, the major media scrambled to report on Su Hongshan's various heroic deeds, and also received personal commendations from senior staff in Zhangcheng. Many people heard Su Hongshan's experience and inwardly marveled beyond measure, not expecting him to be so powerful. At this moment, Su Hongshan took 2 steps forward, and a murderous and decisive aura began to permeate the surroundings. Young man, this is the end of the matter. How about you come with me and we have a cup of tea together? Yining froze, not expecting him to extend an invitation. No need, I've always been a dictator, so tea or anything else is out of the question. Su Hongshan's face sank. You slapped my Su family's face. I invited you to taste tea, and you're still getting the better of me? Yining couldn't help but laugh. I hit your Su family in the face? This Miss Su insisted on switching places with me, and when I didn't, her bodyguards were about to make a move on me. Shouldn't I fight back? Or is it that your Su family is all this rampant and unreasonable out there? Su Hongshan carried his hands behind his back, his face expressionless. I can leave you and my niece alone. If you agree to the invitation, I will naturally give you many benefits, but if you don't say yes, then I'll have to let you go out lying down, so you can think about it. Yining's eyes flashed coldly as he heard this. Looking at the other party's stance, he was trying to recruit himself, and if he didn't agree, then he would completely tear his face off. Just then, the patrol division came. Get out of the way, all of you, and get out of the way. All disperse and don't get in the way of our work. Captain Sun took the brunt of the action, entering the Japanese restaurant with big feet while spreading his arms to push the crowd aside. The fact that the Japanese restaurant had made such a fuss made him uncomfortable. It is now raging and bound to bring the troublemakers to justice. Only, when he came in, he almost collided with Su Hongshan. Ouch! Captain Sun looked up, his face as if he had seen a ghost. Su Hongshan? The corners of Su Hongshan's mouth hooked up, like a smile. So it's Captain Sun. What are you doing with all this hustle and bustle? Captain Sun's face turned ugly. I'll keep the peace, Su Hongshan said. There's nothing for you here. You can leave. What? Captain Sun couldn't believe his ears. You're letting me go? Su Hongshan's face sank. Is it because I didn't spit out my words clearly? No. Captain Sun was very unconvinced that he, as an official, was actually being used as a junior by Su Hongshan. But even if he was no longer convinced, there was nothing he could do. The Su family has a huge energy in Tianhe province and is one of the largest enterprises, and Su Jingqi's identity is able to match the deputy department level. Not to mention himself, even if City Lord Chui came, he would have to give Su Hongshan some face. When the crowd of onlookers heard Su Hongshan's words, their hearts inexplicably followed in fear. Captain Sun is a man of the patrol division, and Su Hongshan didn't even put him in his eyes and let Captain Sun take the man away. Who would dare believe this if it got out? Su Hongshan said. Now that you've heard it clearly, why don't you go? Captain Sun's face was so dark that he could only bring the people outside, but did not evacuate. At this moment, the people who were helping Yu Si Xian with her investigation were completely stunned, and they hurriedly sent a few messages to Yu Si Xian to report on the situation here. Su Hongshan was about to turn around to look at Yining, but he saw another uninvited guest in his line of sight. Secretary Chen. I didn't expect you to be here. Secretary Chen smiled and nodded as he glanced at the Japanese restaurant to make sure that Yi Ning was here. So he softly said, I've come to do a quest. Brother Su, goodbye. Chapter 41. It's not a good fight. Upon hearing this, Su Hongshan asked, what mission? Secretary Chen had his hands in his jacket pockets, and when he saw the other party's unruffled aura, he was a little unsettled inside. Are you taking him away? I'll be honest with you. This one, you can't touch. What did you say? Su Hongshan disdained. Secretary Chen, although we've only met a few times, but at least we all know each other. You also came to block me. I'm afraid that you have to weigh your own identity. Secretary Chen said, I'm just advising you. If you're bent on having your way, then it's out of my hands. Su Hongshan looked towards the door. In that case, then leave and don't get in the way of my business. You have to know that even if City Lord Chui comes, he still has to give me a few points, and if the higher-ups put pressure on him, he won't be able to take it well, right? Secretary Chen nodded. You're right. City Lord Chui will naturally sell you face. However, I didn't come here this time to organize things for Chui Chang, and I've said my piece. If you move him, you're bound to do no good. Clueless. Everyone who heard their conversation shuddered and was completely dumbfounded. In his heart, he continuously sighed at the status of the Su family. Although Tianhai City was only a second-tier city, it was a large area, and it had developed rapidly over the past 10 years. All of this is a credit to Lord Chui and other key staff members. However, even Lord Chui couldn't protect that young man? Now even Secretary Chen is courteous to Su Hongshan, not daring to put up a point, and at most only making suggestions. Everyone was curious as to what exactly Yi Ning's status was, with someone of Secretary Chen's rank showing up here. Su Hongshan inquired, who is it that wants to protect him? Secretary Chen smiled without saying anything and just looked at his watch. In less than a minute, a high-class business car slowly drove up outside. The person who got out of the car, again a relatively young middle-aged man, was dressed in casual clothes with black-framed glasses and a 3/7 haircut, a fearless stance. Su Hongshan looked at the man with a glazed look in his eyes. The middle-aged man walked straight. He also gazed at Su Hongshan. I didn't expect you to be here. It seems to be very lively. Su Hongshan saw that he was coming from a bad place and said bluntly, and who are you? The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Ning, then turned his head to look squarely at Su Hongshan. It's not surprising that you don't recognize me. Su Hongshan, you may leave. Humph, what a joke. Su Hongshan was calm and collected. You guys stopped me from doing my job one after another, not to mention letting me go. You have to give me a statement. The middle-aged man took out a badge from his coat pocket and displayed it in front of him. The Su family is such a big corporation. They wouldn't not recognize this thing, would they? Su Hongshan fixed his eyes, and the arrogant aura of the party was instantly gone. You're the General Secretary of the Provincial Administration Department. Secretary Su? Secretary Su said, since you recognize it, do you want to say anything? Su Hongshan changed his normal state and slightly revealed a smile. So it's the governor's immediate secretary. I'm the one who is blind. May I ask if you're also here to see the young man? Secretary Su lifted her glasses, her gaze contemptuous. Isn't it obvious? Su Hongshan asked again. Is it possible to let him come with me first? And afterward I will send him to the destination you specified. You're hilarious. Secretary Su revealed a scoffing look. You think you're qualified to negotiate with me? Or do you not even put the governor in your eyes? Of course not. Su Hongshan hurriedly said. It's just that person is also very important to me. Okay, just shut up. Secretary Su immediately interrupted and said in a commanding tone. I'm here for one purpose only. To give him an explanation of his mission. You, on the other hand, can't touch him, and it's up to him what he wants to do. Understand? Su Hongshan was speechless, not expecting Secretary Su to have such a strong attitude. For a while, the dining guests all noticed the change in Su Hongshan's face, and then hearing the content of their conversation, they couldn't help but feel very curious. Someone asked the reporter, man, is that guy really the governor's immediate secretary? The reporter said, I guess so. I'm just a reporter for the fighting sports category, and I've never seen it. Another person marveled. It's amazing. How did such a bull come all of a sudden and overwhelm Su Hongshan? You guys read too little social news. Someone recognized Secretary Su and said, he's shown his face in the news channel's report. Hearing them say that, Ling Manru was all curious as to when Yi Ning knew such a powerful person. It was just that when she thought of the images of the construction in the city, she instantly felt that it was not strange, and Director Wan was also very respectful to him. At this moment, when Secretary Su saw that he didn't answer, his face became slightly unhappy. Su Hongshan, are you not hearing me? Su Hongshan smiled awkwardly. Of course, I heard you clearly. He thought for a moment and took the initiative to shake hands with Secretary Su. It's me who was a bit reckless. Dare I ask Secretary Su, who exactly is that young man? Secretary Su, adhering to the principle of being a do-gooder, shook his hand, but in a very disdainful manner, raising his voice a few points. Who he is, you're not qualified to know. Okay, got it. Su Hongshan's afterglow looked at Yi Ning with a reluctant heart. Then he politely talked to Secretary Su some more and left in a hurry with his 5 attendants. Now, Su Ling's situation was once again in a dilemma and very awkward. Her haughty demeanor was also gone, replaced by admiration. Walking up to Yi Ning, he took the initiative to shake hands and make peace. You're very good. I appreciate you very much. We are also not fighting. Have time to sit in my house. How about it? Yi Ning had thought that she would retaliate another day, but he hadn't expected her attitude to become so enthusiastic. As the saying goes, it's better to have one more enemy than one more friend, and he was naturally happy to make friends with this great lady. Maybe, in the future, the Yi group would need the Su family's help. Yi Ning didn't respond to her handshake, instead saying, it's kinda like you have some brains, but I'm not going to let it go just like that. Su Ling immediately asked back, then what do you want? Now that you've earned enough face, you still want to be unforgiving to me? Yenin said bluntly, apologize. Su Ling froze, thinking of Su Hongshan's attitude just now. She could only swallow this breath. If she refused to apologize, wouldn't she be slapping her own face? She said softly, I was being unreasonable. I'm sorry. With that, she walked out of the store without looking back. Ding! Contact with Su Ling. Gain 20 points of Peach Blossom coins. Ding! Su Ling's favorability towards the host, 030%. Yi Ning was surprised, not expecting Su Ling to truly have no intention of taking revenge and to gain Peach Blossom coins and favorability from her. It really is a no-brainer. He was happier in his heart. And at this moment, Secretary Su walked up to him, his tone quite serious. Yi Ning, right, I have something to explain to you. Chapter 42, Meeting an Old Friend. Yi Ning was very curious as to who this person was. Even though the Japanese restaurant wasn't very noisy just now, he didn't hear what Secretary Su and Su Hongshan said. I only know that this person's identity is not simple, and it took less than a few minutes to force Su Hongshan away. Yi Ning inquired, who are you and what are you going to explain to me? Secretary Su said, I'm the governor's secretary, and I'm going to make an appointment for you to come to the governor's mansion in a few days to give him acupuncture. Yi Ning froze, the governor? The governor of Tianha province? Secretary Su nodded, yes, you kid is blessed. Yi Ning immediately understood that this was a good opportunity to expand his network and immediately agreed. Okay, I'll wait for your notice. The two left their contact information with each other, and Secretary Su walked out of the store under the gaze of the crowd. Ding! Host triggers mission. Ding! Choice 1. Complete the mission. Rewarded with $20 million in cash and an additional 300 square feet of large villa. Ding! Choice 2. Complete the quest. Rewarded with 10 points of free attributes and 50 points of Peach Blossom coins. Ding! Choice 3. Complete the mission. Rewarded with a universal key, a universal room card, and unlock various electronic locking skills. Seeing the third reward, Yi Ning was very surprised that the props given by the system were also too bullish. The Master Key and Master Room Card, as well as unlocking various electronic devices, are simply god-level skills for those who are scheming. Yi Ning silently decided that he must choose the third reward for completing the mission. At this moment, the person sent by Yu Xian was so shocked that his scalp went numb. What exactly was Yi Ning capable of that warranted Secretary Su personally finding him and treating him very politely? The two of them muttered quietly. What to do now? It seems like we'll just have to go back and resume. That's the only way. That kid is so capable of fighting. What can we do to him? I really can't figure out what kind of trouble you has with him. Let's go. It's not a good place to stay. At this moment, Yi Ning came to Ling Manru's side and said helplessly, now that the stores are smashed, we can't eat them, so let's switch to another one. Ling Manru's eyes glowed lovingly as she nodded. Aha, I'll go wherever you go. Just as the two were about to leave, the store manager suddenly caught up with them. Wait a minute, you guys smashed up my store. What's the compensation? Compensation? Yi Ning turned her head to look at him, slightly irritated. You go to Miss Su. She said she would pay for it. Leaving that behind, the store manager could only concede the point. If he wanted him to find Miss Su to pay for the damages, he was afraid that he would have to let the boss contact himself. Half an hour later, Ling Manu and Yi Ning quickly arrived at a snack street. Both of them were already hungry before work, and after screening and booking a Japanese restaurant, they didn't expect that to happen. Right now, the two of them just wanted to fill their stomachs. Handsome boy, beautiful girl, want to try my handmade noodles? The owner a few meters ahead of them greeted them. There's a marinated spicy one, and a spicy onion and meat foam one. Yi Ning looked over and realized that it was a man in his 50s who was talking to them. wearing a black apron with a white towel hanging over his shoulder. Uncle Lu? Yi Ning quickened his pace and walked over. Your Uncle Lu, the one who used to live in the same neighborhood as me? Ouch. Yi Ning? I didn't see it wrong, did I? Uncle Lu looked excited, putting down the work in his hands. He also greeted him up with a quick step. The two men faced each other, both seemingly unable to believe their eyes. Yi Ning happily said, "It's really you, Uncle Lu. It's been years since I've seen you." Uncle Lu happily gave him a hug. "It was thanks to your father's care in the past, or else I would have starved to death. Come on, eat whatever you want. It's guaranteed to be enough. My treat." Many years ago, Yi Honglang was busy developing his company every day and taking on projects frequently, so he couldn't care about Yi Ning, and at that time, they live in an old neighborhood. Yi Ning's mother left early, Yi Ning alone at home, and lazy to do food, often to Uncle Lu's place for dinner to eat noodles, that called a fragrant. Later, Yi Honglang became rich, and in order to thank Uncle Lu for taking care of Yi Ning, he also subsidized him with a sum of money. Yi Ning led Ling Manru to sit down, and he curiously said, "Uncle Lu, why have you come here to set up a stall? Where is the previous store?" Uncle Lu said bluntly, "Open store but also give rent. Stalls give a stall fee on the line, and here the flow of people is also very large. New customers come in every day, and there are a lot of regular customers, so business is much better than it used to be." Yi Ning also felt happy for him after hearing this. "So that's how it is. I remember, didn't my dad sponsor you for a sum of money? I thought you would get a big store." Speaking of this, Uncle Lu was a bit embarrassed. "Hey, all that money? I gave it to Lu Xiaoyan to do business. I didn't realize that period of time coincided with the economic crisis, and all that money went down the drain." Speaking of this, Uncle Lu immediately added, "Yi Ning, don't tell your father. If he knew, he wouldn't be furious." Yi Ning waved his hand. "There's nothing wrong with it. If you lose it, then you lose it. Money is all outside the body. Life is not affected on the line." Uncle Lu forced a smile. "I'll make you the marinated ones and the ones with scallion and meat foam." Yi Ning responded, "Any of them, as long as they're made by Uncle Lu. I love them all." As soon as the words were spoken, a young girl appeared, trudging along with 2 boxes of spare ingredients. Yi Ning fixed his eyes on it, and it was none other than Lu Shuer's daughter, Lu Jiajia. Lu Jiajia was wearing a black casual dress, and her feet were wearing a pair of black Vans, except that there was some open rubber. What caught my eye was that she was much prettier than before. Her features were fully grown and her bust was quite large. Yi Ning opened the system to check the rating. 8, 2 points. "Dad, I brought you the ingredients. Anything else?" Jiajia, you're just in time. Look who it is." Lu Jiajia followed Uncle Lu's gaze and her entire body froze. "Yi Ning?" Yi Ning laughed. "Hello, it's been a long time." Lu Jiajia was both embarrassed and happy, and was at a loss for words. The two men's memories were instantly pulled back 8 years. At that time, Yi Ning still liked Lu Jiajia and often asked her out to play. Lu Jiajia also enjoyed staying with Yi Ning, and whenever it was time for vacation, the two of them would go to the surrounding towns to have fun. It was just that Yi Ning didn't confess to her. Later, the old neighborhood was demolished, and Yi Honglang also happened to buy a large villa. Lu Jiajia knew that the door was not right, so she rarely took the initiative to contact Yi Ning. Yi Ning had also looked for her several times, and she hadn't returned any messages. Unexpectedly, the two of them now met again on this occasion. At this time, Lu Jiajia noticed the noble temperament of Ling Manru beside Yi Ning, and her heart became even more inferior. Ling Manru's eyes swept back and forth between them, naturally knowing that they had a story before. Yi Ning saw that she didn't speak and took the initiative to ask, "How have you been doing lately? Are you okay?" Chapter 43, Dance Studio. Lu Jiajia smiled faintly. "Quite good, helping my dad when I'm free, and lately my mom and I have been getting the online store thing going. It's still going well." Taking advantage of the fact that there aren't many customers right now, Uncle Lu didn't shy away and said bluntly, She just quit her job some time ago, and now she's jobless, and talk about getting an online store with her mom. A month down the line, those clothes won't sell for much." "Dad." Lu Jiajia was not happy and retorted, "How can you say me like this? I don't want to lose face." Uncle Lu continued, "What face is not face? If you have a stable job now, I'll be Amit Buddha." Yi Ning hurriedly rounded up the situation. Everyone has just graduated from college. It's normal that they can't find a satisfactory job. Hearing him say that, a warm current surged in Lu Jiajia's heart. He thought that Yi Ning would dislike himself, but he didn't realize that after not seeing him for so long, he was still so honest. In the middle of the conversation, Uncle Lu had already made 2 bowls of noodles and brought them to the table. While taking the opportunity to measure up Ling Manru, he subconsciously asked, "Yi Ning, who is this beautiful woman?" She, Yi Ning didn't know how to say it. After all, he had had sex and had taken Ling Manru's blood. But unexpectedly, Ling Manu was quite open. "Oh, I'm a colleague of Ah Ning." Hearing this, Lu Shuer smiled. "In that case, I thought the beauty was your girlfriend." Lu Jiajia rolled her eyes. "Dad, how rude of you to ask. It's more than 9 o'clock and almost 10 o'clock now." They still came out to eat dinner together. They must be a couple. She knew that it was very wrong of her to say that, too, but she was more than aware of the reason her old man was asking, which was nothing more than wanting to formally introduce herself to Yi Ning. Only, right now, their family and Yi Ning's family's identities were vastly different from each other, and there was a difference between the clouds and the mud. Even if Yi Ning agreed, Yi Ning's father wouldn't agree. Therefore, he had to pick out the relationship between Yi Ning and Ling Manru in front of his father, so that he could make his own father die of that heart. Ling Manru instead looked a little embarrassed, her cheeks slightly red, eating noodles in silence. Yi Ning also buried his head in shivering noodles and didn't know how to pick up the topic, but Uncle Lu still didn't give up, so he inquired, "Ah Ning, can you bring Jia Jia to work in your company?" At his question, Lu Jiajia's brain instantly buzzed. It took her a full 10 seconds to catch her breath. "Dad, we haven't seen each other for so long. Why do you come up here and make people promise this and that? I'm really impressed. You don't want face, I want face." Lu Shuer didn't have so much flowery heart, and said directly, "It's not that you're not good enough. How long has it been since you graduated, and you haven't found a satisfactory job yet? Do I have to pull my punches and ask for you? What's cheeky about it? As long as you survive, it's better than nothing." Yi Ning hurriedly replied, "Uncle, don't say that. I was also just recently promoted to general manager, so it's very simple to help her with her entry." Saying this, he paused and looked at Lu Jiajia. "The prerequisite is that Jiajia is willing to work at my place. Look at that, how refreshing Anan is. What's in your head all day?" Uncle Lu's hanging heart dropped. "Now that Ah Ning has agreed, why don't you hurry up and thank them?" Yi Ning saw that Lu Jiajia was very embarrassed, and was also unconsciously revealing an awkward smile. "I'm not going anyway. I don't have the face for it." Lu Jiajia stared at her dad. "Have you forgotten that Uncle Yi even funded you with a sum of money before? Now that that money is gone, how can I still have the nerve to go to work at their family's company? Dad, I don't need you to worry about me. Just hurry up and greet the customers." Lu Shuer looked like he hated iron and steel. "Don't let heart. You either find someone to marry. I don't want to worry about you. You." Lu Jiajia couldn't pick up the words and sat on a small stool with a sad face. Yi Ning suddenly said, "Jia Jia, I remember that you didn't like dancing before, and you should have gone to university for dance performance and choreography as well, right? Why don't I invest in you to open a dance studio, training class or something? What do you think?" Lu Jiajia was surprised, not realizing that Yi Ning was really willing to help himself. However, the money funded by Yi Honlang was all lost by her, so how can she still have the face to accept Yi Ning's investment again? She had trouble speaking. Yi Ning saw that she was very hesitant, and said bluntly, "My investment is also considered to be a shareholding, and when it makes money, the amount of dividends will be taken as returning the money to me, and then I will withdraw my shares, so you won't have any pressure. I'm just investing. The rest of the work and direction of development is all yours to control, and you're not exactly getting something for nothing." When Lu Shuer heard him say this, he was inwardly delighted that Yi Ning still had his unconscious daughter in his heart. Seeing that his daughter didn't speak, he hurriedly said, "Stinky girl, why are you like a log? Now that the opportunity is in front of you, you still don't cherish it. We all owe the Yi family countless favors in this life, so be content with the help you've received from Yi Ning." Lu Jiajia pondered for a long time before she spoke. "My major in college was indeed a dance major, and with my ability, it's not a problem to open a training class. Then, let's follow my father's." "Thank you." "Yi Ning, what do you mean by me? You really can't talk." Lu Shuer was busy mixing the new soup while chortling. "Ah Ning is also your honored one. You should repay them in the future." Yi Ning quickly waved his hand. "Uncle, don't say it so seriously. We all grew up together. Your words are too serious. It's all a show of hands." Lu Shuer said with embarrassment, "Hey, if I can't run into you tonight, this girl of mine doesn't know when to save people's lives." At this moment, Ling Manro finished eating the scallion and meat foam noodles, wiped her mouth and said, "Manager, I still have to deal with the paperwork. You get busy first, haha." Without waiting for Yi Ning to reply, she picked up her LV bag and left quickly. Lu Shuer's heart burst with joy when he saw her go alone first. This is obviously leaving a chance for his own daughter. He hurriedly scowled at Lu Jiajia, telling her to keep Yi Ning company. Lu Jiajia understood and slowly moved her gaze to Yi Ning. So what? If you're okay, I'll go shopping with you." Yi Ning also finished the last bite of noodles and said, "That's fine, just in time to discuss the matter of site selection with you." Despite Yi Ning's promise, Lu Jiejia still felt very guilty in her heart, not having the face to face this. After all, she, herself, had always been a city dweller without any skills. Within a short time, the two walked to the nearby Fountainhead Plaza. Lu Jiejia gazed at Yining's face. You all took the initiative to contact me before, and I didn't reply to your messages. You won't blame me, right? Chapter 44, Meeting GUAE again. Yining smiled. How come? At that time, if I didn't see your WeChat posting dynamics from time to time, I might have already called the police. Ha ha. I can probably guess what you're thinking, so I understand. Lu Jiejia nodded thoughtfully. Dance studio. Can I choose the address at will? Of course I can. Choose the best. Don't worry, I can get the money. Yining said seriously. I believe in your ability, and I can help you with studio promotion, so don't worry. Hearing this, Lu Jiejia revealed a rare smile, smiling sweetly. Ding! Lu Jiejia's favorability plus 20. Yining was surprised that he had forgotten about the good feelings, thinking to myself, it should go up again when the studio is up and running. By the time she recruited students and the studio was on track, that favorability should be close to 100. The thought of being able to exchange another 100 peach blossom coins made Yining's heart happy. I just happened to spend all my peach coins tonight and was worried about getting them somewhere. Lu Jiejia said. Then the address I would like to choose in the city center, near the business district. I looked at the public in Skyhaven earlier and there are stores for rent there. Hearing this, Yining looked at the time. Anyway, it's still early. Let's go over there now and take a look. Okay. Lu Jiejia smiled happily. The two walked back near the Japanese restaurant to the parking lot. When Lu Jiejia saw Yining's luxurious ride, she couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Rolls-Royce Obsidian. Such an expensive car. Yining scratched his head. My dad bought this for me. I don't have any money. After half an hour, near the downtown business district, they came to a self-constructed commercial building. The building covers an area of over 300 square feet and has 20 floors. Yining called the homeowner based on the message posted by the public. Hello, this is GUA. How many numbers do you have? How many numbers do you have? GUA didn't hear Yining's voice and said suspiciously. It's me. Where are you going to rent? I'm going to rent the second floor of a self-built commercial building on this side of the business district. Is it convenient for you to do so now? We need to take a look at the framing inside. That's convenient. Just wait for me for 20 minutes. Okay, I'll be downstairs. For now. Hanging up the phone, Yining was very curious. Could it be that this GUAE was a real bag lady? Lu Jiejia also glanced at the specific information of the commercial building and was dumbfounded, unconsciously holding her breath. 15 floors up in the commercial building. Each floor rents for $160,000 per month. She quietly looked at Yining, not knowing what to do. The rent here, it's too expensive, isn't it? Yining was indifferent. It's okay, compared to the rent in the business district. It's a lot cheaper. 20 minutes later, GUA arrived on time. Hey, aren't you the little brother who rented my duplex the other day? GUA's smile was sweet and carried a unique charm that instantly attracted Yining. Hey, little brother, why are you gawking again? No. Yining looked mesmerized and said, I was just thinking about things. Lu Jiejia couldn't help but laugh in her heart when she saw his thoughtful face. GUA was indeed a great beauty. She had a distinctive nose with a slight downward swirl and shallow dimples on her face. It's also very fleshy and rhymes with an easy twist and that light makeup. She wore a long purple dress with a tight top half and a ruffled hemline design that was really attractive. GUA smiled and inquired, I have pictures of every floor of the building. It's too much of a waste of time to go up and look at them. Have you thought about which floor to rent? After Yining thought about it, he decided to rent the second floor. GUA showed Yining the photos of the second floor, except for the load-bearing walls, which they remodeled at will. The pictures she gives are very clear and crisp, and you can see the framing content at every angle. Without hesitation, Yining took out his cell phone, found the transfer records, and directly remitted 1,320,000,000. GUA received the message and smiled sarcastically. I thought it was someone else casually taking a look. I didn't have the contract with me. I'll bring it over tomorrow. The key and room card will be given to you first. Ding. Gain 20% of GUA's favorability. Yining was in a soothing mood. Okay, just sign the contract and look for her. I've already paid anyway. Say, you've got real estate all over the place. Can we find out what you do? At this moment, GUA was a bit shy. I'm just a no-good real estate agent. Otherwise, I wouldn't have posted a rental call on the public website. Yining shook hands with her. We still have things to do. Today is a rare occasion. I'll treat you to dinner some other time. GUA nodded. Okay, good luck with your work. Ding. Host makes contact with GUA and gains 10 peach blossom coins. Ding. gained 10% favorability from GUA. At this moment, GUAE received another call, so Yining and Lu Jiejie stopped interrupting and turned to leave. GUAE listened to the phone while walking down the steps, but at that moment, she accidentally stepped on the air, and her entire body fell behind Yining. Ouch! GUAE put both of her hands on Yining's shoulders, sticking close to him. Yining and Lu Jiejie followed suit and panicked. At once, Yining felt the plump peaks, and his qi and blood churned. From time to time, he also smelled her body scent, which was mixed with perfume, and with this close contact, it almost made his body go weak and his mind dizzy. Ding! Gained 20 peach blossom coins from GUA. Sorry, I lost my cool. GUA tentatively moved her right foot, fortunately not breaking her ankle. Yining quickly came back to his senses and held her arm, holding her steady. It's good you didn't fall. It's a good thing you're in front of me to block it, or I'd be in trouble. GUA gently patted her breasts, and her mountain peaks swayed slightly with her. Yining didn't dare to look directly at him and shifted his gaze. It's fine, it's fine. She gathered her emotions and smiled awkwardly. You guys go ahead. I'm still on the phone here, so I won't see you off. Good, take care of yourself. Yining and Lu Jiejie walked towards the Rolls-Royce Obsidian. After getting on the bus, Lu Jiejie began to be less confident. 110,000 rent a month. Can I really make the rent back? Yining encouraged. Just don't think too much. The dance studio is still quite profitable. I've already paid the rent for a year, so don't have too much pressure. It's hard to get started, and once you get the studio's name out there, the student resources will be great. Lu Jiejie's heart soothed quite a bit after hearing his words. The reason why I'm not confident is because I lost all that money funded by Yihon Lang before. Add to that the expensive rent, and you're more or less in the dark. It's just that now that she's doing it back in the professional realm, she's still prepared. Chapter 45. What are you hoping for? There are still many ways to profit from a dance studio. For example, the diversity program, ballet, modern dance, street dance, Latin dance and so on. There are some dances she can't do, but she can recruit teachers. There are naturally different teaching methods for different age groups, as well as basic, advanced and private classes. Another example is the sale of dance supplies, specializing in dance shoes, dance clothes, dance props, etc., which not only meets the needs of students, but also brings in some profit for the studio. There's also brand franchising, hosting event tournaments, and membership revenue. When the studio's signature is established, it will be able to hold regular dance competitions, which will give the studio some more visibility, as well as other revenues such as gate receipts, sponsorships and advertising fees. As for membership income and brand affiliation and cooperation, as the name suggests, joint promotion of dance culture with other well-known brand owners, sucking in members to earn money and giving them access to more favorable course programs. At this point, Lu Jiejie already has a set of plans in mind to develop the studio. In addition to teaching offline, you can also find time to start an online course to promote and enroll students in a certain tone. Killing two birds with one stone. Yining curiously said, are you thinking about the studio? Lu Jiejie came back to her senses and smiled happily. Yeah, I'm brainstorming. I've already figured out how to develop the studio. Yining nodded. See, I told you that you could do it. Don't be unconfident. I've got you covered financially, so just move forward. At this moment, Lu Jiejie's heart is very warm and touched to the core. Ding! Gained Lu Jiejie's favorability by 10%. Ning, I didn't expect you to be so kind to me after not seeing me for so long. I can't thank you enough. Harm, say this, who are we with Hua? At least as a childhood friend is not. At this moment, Lu Jiejie's eyes were slightly red, and she couldn't help but put her hand on Yining's thigh. In a flash, Yining's grip on the steering wheel was unsteady. He was a big man and his cheeks were starting to redden slightly. Ding! Gained 10 points of peach blossom coins from Lu Jiejie. Due to the fact that the area Lu Jiejie touched was somewhat sensitive, Yining almost had a physiological reaction. He said hastily, thanks will come later. I'll take you home first. Lu Jiejie hummed and stopped talking. After a long time, she spoke slowly, then you and that beautiful girl. Hearing this, Yining's heart tightened. She's my assistant. Lu Jiejie was a bit disbelieving. Really? But, I saw the way she looked at you. She was very much in love. Wow. I'm sorry, I shouldn't gossip. She immediately recognized reality. Even though he still liked Yining now, he owed a lot to the Yi family, so it would be really shameless if he still had extravagant expectations in other areas. Yining didn't know how to take it anymore. He couldn't say in front of her that he had already put Ling Manru to sleep. Although she and Lu Jiejie were only good friends, Yining knew in his heart that Lu Jiejie was still mindful of her previous emotions. Wait a minute. Yining thought for a moment that there were some things that were better to pick apart directly. I'll be honest with you. She and I aren't a couple yet. But then, already had sex. At those words, Lu Jiejie's beautiful eyes widened. It was really the same as what she thought. So now you guys live together too? Yes. Yi Ning was unapologetic. At this moment, Lu Jiejie's heart seemed to be stabbed hard by silver needles. Gusts of raw pain. A moment later, she took a deep breath and felt out of breath. Lu Jiejie, what exactly are you wishing for? You don't deserve him after all. Yi Ning's heart wasn't in the right place even after he finished those words. The two were silent for a long time, until the car drove to an ordinary neighborhood. Arrived. Yi Ning looked over at her and noticed that she looked a little lost. What's wrong with you? Weren't you in high spirits earlier? Why did you become depressed all of a sudden? Lu Jiejie forced a smile. No, nothing. She pondered this for a few moments before mustering up the courage to say, would you like to sit at my house? Yi Ning said, I still have to go back to deal with the documents. I have to have a meeting early tomorrow morning, and I recently took over a big project on my hands. Lu Jiejie could only nod her head silently as she gathered her emotions and opened the car door to get out. But just then, she saw a young man, standing in front of her house, waiting for her. It's Zhao Tianlei who's been pursuing her. Zhao Tianlei is the boss of an advertising company. The company is not large, the startup capital of about $500,000 or $600,000. And Yi Ning also knew Zhao Tianlei. We used to all live in the old neighborhood. Only, Zhao Tianlei was a few years older than Yi and Lu. Seeing Lu Jiejie get down from Yi Ning's car, Zhao Tianlei felt bad and his good mood instantly dissipated. But he greeted him up with a smile on his face. Jiejie, why are you back so late? Lu Jiejie's face was expressionless. Why are you so idle? Didn't I tell you that you don't have to wait for me like this? I'm quite annoyed by these gestures of yours. Now I'll reiterate. Brother Tianlei, I don't like you. Don't spend any more time chasing me. It's impossible for us. At those words, Zhao Tianlei was struck by lightning, and his heart throbbed fiercely for a few moments. After a few seconds, his face involuntarily hardened and his eyes stared straight at the Rolls-Royce obsidian. Only, Yi Ning had already begun to reverse. Since he had a showdown with Lu Jiejie, there was no need for him to stay here. Can I know who that person is? Jiejie, if you like someone else, why didn't you tell me about it the first time? Lu Jiejie felt wronged and explained. I don't like anyone. Don't talk nonsense, okay? Zhao Tianlei was unconvinced. Jiejie, I've never been in a relationship, and I started from nothing. Even if my company is not very famous and doesn't make much money, the income is stable and more than enough. I can basically satisfy you, except for particularly expensive jewelry and clothing. His advertising agency was established several years ago, and now has a profit of $3 to $4 million a year, and he thinks he is much better than those playboys. Lu Jiejie was about to speak, but unexpectedly Yi Ning drove the car back again. Yi Ning got out of the car and walked straight to her side. Let me transfer $3 million to you first. Wait, Lu Jiejie, and you said you're not the kind of person who craves for glory and wealth? I didn't realize that you were actually adopted. Zhao Tianlei was furious. How could he be blind and look at this kind of woman with a different appearance? Yi Ning and Lu Jiejie were confused. Yi Ning had wanted to say that he would wait until the studio started to be renovated and there wasn't enough money. In fact, he did not have to come back, just communicate on WeChat. But he was afraid that Lu Jiejie was not willing to take so much money, so he deliberately came back to urge. At this moment, Zhao Tianlei didn't wait for the two of them to speak and gritted his teeth. Lu Jiejie, I'm disappointed in you to the core. Chapter 46, Riding the Tiger. Yi Ning couldn't hear anymore, took a few steps forward and punched him in the face. Bang! Zhao Tianlei fell to the ground in response. Yi Ning warned, Jiejie wants to set up a studio. I'm investing in her. Now do you understand? And if I hear you rumor about her, I won't spare you. You dare to hit me? Zhao Tianlei couldn't believe it. What's wrong with hitting you? Yi Ning snorted. What are you capable of? Is it possible that you still want to go against me? After saying that, Yi Ning added 2 more kicks, kicking him so hard that he rolled and crawled. Zhao Tianlei didn't dare to fight back at all, as Yi Ning's power was terrifyingly large. Get the hell out of here! Blood continued to flow from Zhao Tianlei's nose and mouth, and he could only stare viciously at Yi Ning. This was a different time, and in the past, he might have put up a fight, but now it's different. Ye's group just casually operates his advertising agency in a moment will be destroyed. Thinking of this, Zhao Tianlei could only flee in haste, not even daring to put in a harsh word. Lu Jiejie said softly, he won't come back in the future either. Thank you. Ding. Lu Jiejie's favorability plus 5%. It's okay, what's the point of being so outgoing? Yi Ning took out his cell phone and transferred $3 million to her. Say again if it's not enough. I'm leaving first. Yunhai Villa residential area. You see Xian was in the courtyard talking to the 2 men, listening to them. You guys really didn't recognize the wrong person. Is Yi Ning that powerful? Mister, you, we're not blind. How could we be wrong? That's right, he beat 6 by himself, and we even took a video of it. Don't believe me. Yu Sichuan took the cell phone. The person in the video with ruthless means is not Yi Ning or who? Her face kept changing and she always felt a tightness in her chest. In the years since she had married into the Yi family, she had never heard of Yi Ning knowing any martial arts. Most importantly, he also knew City Lord Chui's secretary. And not only that, even Secretary Su of the Tianhe Provincial Administration came to see him in person. This is outrageous. Yu Sichuan sucked in a hard breath of cool air. Was Yi Ning still the same Yi Ning he knew? The background is so strong. No way. She thinks that she can't just sit around and wait for it to happen. She has to find Yi Honglang and ask him about it. Sending those two people away, Yu Sixian went to the garage and drove straight to Yi Honglang's residence where he was recuperating. Almost an hour. Yu Sixian arrived at a mountain villa, which was guarded by several powerful fighters and also housed 2 attending physicians. Come to the room. When she saw that Yi Honglang was reading a book, she immediately had a smile on her face. Oh husband, what are you reading? Just looking around. What brings you here? Yi Honglang put the book down and moved his wheelchair. Today he was dressed in a white upscale casual suit, groomed his beard and trimmed his hair, and was more refreshed than ever, wearing an imperial green trigger on his finger and an expensive Patek Philippe watch. His temperament looks easygoing, but it contains a certain powerful aura. Yu Sichuan asked, Aura Ning, has he practiced martial arts before? Yi Honglang was slightly puzzled. How could he possibly practice martial arts? He has been pampered since he was a child, and his only hobby is to eat and be lazy. Hasn't he recently become the general manager? And you also gave him the responsibility of the ecological park project. I read the progress report. He does put his heart into it. Yu Sixian muttered in her heart. There was no martial arts training, so how did he get off the ground and become fiercer than Bruce Lee for no reason? Hubby, aren't you at all curious about where Yi Ning got the money for his investment project? She claimed a different question. Yi Honglang laughed softly. I see that you are also confused. $600 million of investment. It's not like putting all the money in one breath. As long as the project can run, there are ways to make money one after another. Speculation, short-term profitable investments, equity liquidation, also known as equity pledging, are all means to get money quickly. I didn't give him any real power, but he didn't let me down. Yu Sixian heard this and smiled even more broadly. Yes, all of this is me providing him with help from it. And of course he has to work on himself, or he wouldn't be able to be this GM. Yi Honglang added, since you're here, I also have something for you to do. Ji uses construction company. Because of poor management, can't last long, you find a way to buy it at a low price. After acquiring it at a low price, we'll run it for a while and then sell it out afterward for at least $40 or $50 million. If you can't acquire it at a low price, you'll just find a random project for Ji Yuza to invest in, control the cash in his hands, and forcefully default on his money payments. The second plan I believe is not difficult. As long as he invests and the money doesn't come back to his hands, he will definitely evade taxes, and then we will let the relevant departments investigate. In the end, it will go back to the first step, the low price, and we'll give Ji Yuza the funds he's owed as long as he agrees. At those words, Yu Sixian's heart raced. Why is Yi Honglang suddenly taking on Ji Yuza's construction company? Had she found out about herself and him? It shouldn't. If he was really found out, Yi Honglang couldn't possibly have this kind of attitude. Yu Sichuan's attitude also became serious. Hubby, how do you know that Ji Yuza's company is going to collapse? Yi Honglang immediately responded. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. In short, you do what I say. Yi Group has been standing still for more than a year. Now with the ecological park project and taking care of Ji Yuza company, all the resources in Tianhai City will be tilted towards us in the future. Well, you can go back. I'm ready to rest. Yu Sixian nodded and pushed Yi Honglang to the bedside before cooperating with the maid to carry him to the bed. Then I'll go back first. Hubby, you have a good rest. Oh. Yi Honglang waved his hand towards the outside and lay down to close his eyes. Yu Sixian quickly drove away from the villa. Now she was indecisive. If Yi Honglang's plan was carried out, then he would definitely tear his face off with Ji Yuza. Ji Yuza will also inform Yi Honglang of his philandering. And what should he do then? But if you don't listen to Yi Honglang's orders, the real power in your hands will be limited. Damn it, Ji Yuza, why are you so inept? The company has been established for so many years, and you've actually been caught in a loophole. Yu Sixian clenched her silver teeth and slapped the steering wheel indignantly. The immediate priority is definitely to go on a cruise to the sea with Ji Yuza, and then take the opportunity to get his hands on the lace news he has. With that in mind, she dialed directly. You'll have time on Saturday, won't you? Is the luxury yacht ready? It's been ready for a long time, just waiting for you to pick a time. Trust me, I'm sure I won't let you down. That's fine, but wouldn't it be too boring to have just the two of us? Don't you want to get something else on the program? Don't worry. I'll introduce some bosses for you to meet. When have I ever let you down? Hanging up the phone, Yu Xixian sprouted another idea, her pretty face smiling wickedly. Chapter 47, Undesirable Behavior. Saturday. At 8 in the morning, Yining rubbed his eyelids and slowly opened his eyes. He immediately remembered that today or tomorrow, Yu Xixian was going to go to the sea with Ji Yuze for some fun. Sent a message to Roger, telling him to follow Yu Xixian and contact himself as soon as there was a situation. Ling Mannu heard the commotion and subconsciously held Yining in her arms. Don't you want to sleep more? Let them do the work today. You mustn't have a good rest on the weekend. I may have something to do in the next 2 days, and I need you to keep an eye on the Eco Park project. Ling Manro purposely pouted. Going to find that Lu Jia. I see that you seem to be interested in her as well. Yining was a bit embarrassed. I shouldn't have any more stories with her. I just grew up and should help. Ling Mannu fiddled with her hair and was about to prop herself up when she suddenly felt a soreness in her waist. Ouch! She rubbed her thin waist and pouted. It's all your fault. Getting it several times a night. My waist is going to break. Yining pinched her nose. Still blaming me? Aren't you quite comfortable? Well, you just stay home and rest. I'll go to the office and let you cover for me if I have to. Came to the company. Yining found that Yu Xixian has not yet arrived, but also did not receive news from Roger. So he checked the documents. Ready to open a morning meeting. It was a busy day, and Roger didn't send him a message until the afternoon. Big brother, your little mom has met with Ji Yuza. Here at the harbor. Come quickly. Yining simply packed up his desk and went straight to the parking lot. According to the information Roger had learned, Ji Yuza had rented a large yacht that could accommodate hundreds of people. A lot of small and medium-sized business executives were also invited, and naturally there was no shortage of beautiful champagne. This also meant that Yining could take the opportunity to blend in. On the road, Yining drove Yao Shadow in a hurry, finally arriving at the harbor at the right time. Roger's eyes were sharp and he immediately saw Yining's vehicle as he darted up to meet it. Brother, what took you so long? The yacht is about to sail. There's a bit of traffic. Go go go. You cover me up. Roger trotted to the front, with Yenin following close behind. I thought it would be difficult to board the yacht, but I didn't expect to walk straight up in plain sight. It had to be said that this luxury yacht was indeed very large, and after Yining and Roger had searched for half a day, they hadn't seen Yu Xixian's figure. At this moment, Yu Xixian was talking with Ji Yuze in her room. I say, is your company in some kind of trouble? Yu Xixian's small hand on his shoulder. Ambiguous demeanor. Lack of money if you can talk to me. Ji Yuze smoothly wrapped his arm around her waist. Why are you suddenly so concerned about me? Last time I asked you to compensate me in cash. You weren't willing to. Yu Xixian beautiful eyes discharge. Jade hand wrapped around his neck. Last time is not in the company. The wall has ears. In case to be heard cannot be good. Tell me, what are the company's difficulties? I'll help you out. Ji Yuze wasn't stupid. Pinching her cheeks. What are the conditions? Conditional words. Yu Xixian hesitated for a moment and opened the door. You delete all those lace news, and I will help your company come back from the dead. I've had people investigate, and this quarter down the line, you've mismanaged your project and also made poor decisions, causing you to inch forward now. As for why you're having this party, it's to get those old bosses to invest and then dump them afterward, right? Ji Yuze was very surprised and exclaimed, worthy of being a strong woman's, nothing can escape your eyes. I agree with your idea, but I have one more condition. Let me enjoy your body. Ji Yuze's fetish is for women who are older than him and very attractive. Not to mention Yu Xixian's stunning looks and noble temperament. It was no exaggeration to say that she was 26 or 27 years old. Yu Xixian said bluntly, anyway, I'm already here, so you can delete the evidence first, and you can look at it however you want. As she was saying this, she pulled a data detector out of her backpack. This detector can be connected to a cell phone, and by locking down the file codes, you can find out if that evidence was backed up or not. If there is a backup, the data transfer will definitely be detected and to which devices. Ji Yuze couldn't help but smile. Sister Yu, it seems like you came prepared. At this moment, Yu Xixian's posture was enchanting, and she slowly took off her outerwear, revealing a trendy new bikini. Her skin is white and red, and very tender and delicate, and exceptionally well maintained. How about you delete the evidence now and I'll take my pants off so you can enjoy it. Ji Yuze opened his cell phone and handed it to her. There's no backup. It's all here. How could Yu Xixian gullibly believe his words and connect her cell phone to the data detector? Just then, the door to the room was suddenly opened. It scared Ji Yuze and Yu Xixian to the point of panic. Roger, hold him down. Roger gets his orders and rushes straight up and kicks Ikaruga to the ground, mounting him and punching him furiously. Yining was all shocked by his actions, but it didn't matter. From the moment he opened the door, he was holding his cell phone to capture Yu Xixian and Ji Yuze. Little mom, you're really quite good at this. Yu Xixian's face turned ironic as her cell phone slipped from her palm. Yi Ning seized the opportunity and took an arrow step forward to seize it. He squeezed Yu Xixian's arm with his left hand and held Ji Yuze's cell phone with his right hand, carefully checking the contents on it. The content consists of 24 photos, no video. The photos show Yu Xixian making tea for a middle-aged man in a 5-star hotel suite, wearing a sexy erotic suit, cuddling, sitting on laps, feeding food, all sorts of intimate gestures. The other set of photos is even more powerful. Yu Xixian was wearing a 3-point suit, posing in various positions for people to take photos. The resolution of the photos was extremely high. Yi Ning pulled the zoom function to the maximum, and could see the sweaty hairs on her arms. Most importantly, it's not much of a portrait. If it's a portrait, there will be other photography assistants, lighting assistants, etc. Next to it, one of the pictures was a panoramic view of the entire room, with only Yu Xixian lying on the bed. And the room was not a hotel room, but the master bedroom of some villa. Yi Ning, you're crazy. Yu Xixian used all her strength to break Yi Ning's grip and rushed up to grab the cell phone. Give me back my phone. What the hell do you want? She couldn't care less about why Yi Ning was here anymore, and it was imperative that she removed all the photos. Yi Ning moved quickly and stuffed Ji Yu's cell phone into his pocket. Then, he pushed Yu Xixian onto the sofa with a playful expression. Little mother, I've finally caught you in your disgraceful behavior, so think about how you're going to explain it to my father. At those words, Yu Xixian's pupils suddenly shrunk. Chapter 48. You listen to my explanation. Yu Xixian's face turned pale as she stared at Yi Ning in a daze. She wanted to talk, but her mind was a mess and she felt like it was about to explode. Yi Ning teased. What? Aren't you usually quite capable of acting? Now you have nothing to say? Yu Xixian slapped her cheeks hard, trying to slow herself down. Yi Ning, things aren't what you think. Listen to my explanation. Explanation? I've got all the evidence. And the way you're dressed. What explanation is needed? No, it's really not like what you see. It's all a misunderstanding. Little mum, do you take me for a fool? How dare you talk tough when you're dying? Yi Ning, let's go out and say something. We can't let outsiders hear it. You think too much. At this moment, Yi Ning slowly moved closer towards her, reaching out and gently cupping her chin. Little mother, if you take the initiative to confess to my father, there might still be a chance to salvage the situation. As he spoke, he didn't forget to steal a glance at the tantalizing cleavage. If there were no one else here, he would have wanted to rub it twice as hard. The soft white skin is glamorized with a light green bikini and a stylish pillhead. Yu Xixian almost burst into tears as she held Yi Ning's hand hard. As long as you listen to me, you'll understand everything. With that, she was about to pull Yi Ning out. Please, just listen to what I have to say. Okay. Yi Ning glanced at Ji Yuze and said disdainfully, whatever. I'll see what tricks you can come up with this time. The two walked outside the room and the sound of music and cheering instantly penetrated their ears. It was very loud. Yi Ning had an indifferent attitude. Speak. Yu Xixian closed the door behind her, looked at Yi Ning's eyes, and said seriously, since the evidence is in your hands, I have nothing to say. But your father had given me an assignment to buy out Ji Yuze's construction company at a low price. If you can't just undercut him, affect his cash flow, get a project or two for him to invest in, and then default. When the time comes, his finances will surely find ways to evade taxes and then let the relevant authorities investigate. Eventually we'll either make a lowball offer or, alternatively, dismantle his management from within. It's your dad's idea. If you don't believe me, call him now and ask him. Yi Ning thought about it. Yu Xixian's words were not impossible. It wasn't like that statement just now was made up on the fly. And besides, it wasn't connected to those pictures of her. Her speech was fast, but her mind was clear. Yi Ning didn't want to contact his old man rashly, and there was no harm in trusting her for the time being. So what? Now what do you want to do? Yu Xixian thought about it for a while and said, either bully him, or directly use his life as blackmail. If you hadn't shown up, I would have had another way, and now it doesn't look like it's going to work, except to get the job done quickly. Yi Ning asked again, then what was your original plan? Tell me about it. Yu Xixian looked around and continued, the plan is simple. I'll record the conversation with him, and when he deceives those old bosses, I'll play the recording to them. That would leave him completely out of tricks. His construction company has been struggling and floundering lately, but any other project that goes wrong or is in an unprofitable position won't last long. Your father told me this information to get him to give up his company. Yi Ning thought that she was right. It was only due to her own appearance that she had disrupted the plan, and now she could only force Ji Yuze to give in. But with what leverage? Can't we just throw him in the ocean? There it is. Yi Ning had a flash of insight. He rented this yacht alone, right? Let's make some noise and get everyone to leave. And then, if he won't cooperate with us in acquiring his company, we'll blow up the yacht. and he'll have to pay a large sum of money as long as the patrol division can investigate it as a human means. According to my understanding, the market value of this luxury yacht, which accommodates 100 people, is about $5 million, which translates to more than 35 million yuan, and he definitely can't afford to lose the money. Yu Xixian thought the plan was feasible. What way do you want to get rid of these people? The corners of Yining's mouth rose slightly. This is very simple. You wait for me here. He turned and opened the door to his room, letting Roger out, then whispered something in his ear. Roger nodded and smiled. That's fine. Just need to wait half an hour. Not long after, Yining came to the multifunctional mini kitchen on the yacht and found transparent Ziploc bags, which were palm-sized, and then packed a large amount of flour into them. After loading the flour, he went over to the hi-hat dance floor, immediately panicked and yelled when the music finished playing. It's bad. Something's wrong. Guess what I found in Ikaruga's room? Yining's face was horrified as he held up the flour in his hand and yelled. He has these in his hand. He's trying to do us harm. Knowing the law, if the police find out, they'll charge us with mobbing XD. We'll leave a record when the time comes. The company's reputation will also be damaged. What do you say? The crowd panicked along with him when they heard his words. Dude, you can't be mistaken. Can you? Yuza really touched that thing? Yining was so anxious that she stomped her feet. Surely there's no mistake. Yuza all sucked high in his room and now he's lying on the bed floating in the air. Asterisk 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 in hell. So what do we do now? Yes, the yacht is several kilometers away. We couldn't leave if we wanted to. Asterisk 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 him. I said why can't I see Yuza? So he's in his room getting high on this kind of stuff. Don't panic everyone. Can't we just drive the yacht back to the harbor now? The police wouldn't be so coincidental to find out that Yuza has this, right? Are you stupid and still holding out for this? What are we going to do? Swim back on our own? At this moment, Yining suddenly said, I've already called 3 passenger ships, so we'll be able to pick us all up in another half hour. Hearing his words, the crowd breathed a slow sigh of relief. Brother, it's better that you found it in time. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to explain it. It's really not that bad, is it? We didn't touch any of that stuff anyway. Just passed the urine test. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're real stupid. Stay by yourself. I'm leaving anyway. That's right. In case the police do find out, defend yourself. Damn Yuza. He still said he had something important to announce with us, but I didn't expect it to be this kind of heartlessness. Yining was satisfied with the effect as he watched them argue. When the passenger ship arrives, there will certainly be a number of people going up, and then there will be a herd effect, with no fear of anyone staying on the yacht. Chapter 49 in this lifetime. Half an hour later, the 3 passenger boats arrived on time at the spot where the yacht was drifting. Yining greeted the passenger ships as they approached, and the 3 passenger ships spread out in a zigzag pattern, stopping at the side of the yacht. Meanwhile, the crew of the passenger ship placed a number of kayaks out to sea for passengers to slowly ride on. The kayaks had ropes attached to them and they pulled the guests from the yacht to the edge of the passenger boat so that they could easily board. The whole process was a bit lengthy and lasted almost 40 minutes before all the 100 or so people on the yacht were transferred to the 3 passenger boats. At this time, Yining came back to the pilot house and informed the captain not to take the ship away at will. Then he came to the room where Yuza was. Yuza was beaten by Roger and passed out during that time. When he woke up, he didn't even know what had happened on the yacht. Yuza looked at Yu Sichuan, his face indignant. Yu Sichuan, could this also be your plan? Asterisk 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 you. I gave you the chance to find such a big fat sheep as Yi Honglang, and you're really envious of me. Things have come to this point. Yu Xixian was too lazy to explain. You can think whatever you want. Only then. Now you're already a fish on the chopping board. At those words, Yuza was a bit alarmed. You, what do you want? Yu Xixian smiled faintly. Your construction company. Our Yi Group intends to acquire it at a low price. What do you think? Asterisk 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 niet. Yuza cracked his mouth and immediately felt a pain in his face. Yu Sichuan, I'm going to kill you. You designed to victimize my old man. I'll let you die without mercy. Yeah, well, you're not weighing up whether you have the skills to do that. Yu Xixian smiled grimly. You took those evidences and held me for so long. I definitely won't let you live well. Your company won't last much longer anyway, and now you only have one choice. If you don't agree, we'll destroy the yacht, and you'll have to pay around $36 million at the original estimate. Yuza, think about it. Nice guy. Roger called out to the good guys straight away. I didn't expect Yining and his family to be so insidious and vicious, using such tactics in order to get Yuza's company. It's really taking advantage of a person's illness. Thinking back to before, when he had just met Yining, he was still treating him with all kinds of disdain and contempt. Fortunately, he had money to give to him. Otherwise, the end might be even worse than Yuza. Ji Yuza couldn't help but let out a laugh when he heard that they were going to destroy the yacht. Ha ha ha, are you going to destroy the yacht? Are you going to kill everyone on this yacht? Yi Ning smiled along with him. Sorry, we've sent away all the passengers on the yacht. Why don't you go outside and take a look yourself? When he finished, he opened the door to the room. I was expecting a cacophony of voices to come from the outside, but to my surprise, it was surprisingly quiet. The only sound was the waves lapping against the edge of the yacht. Ji Yuza was in a cold sweat. He still refused to believe it and rushed out of the room. Not a single person except the driver's side. Yi Ning said, "We've prepared the contract. If you don't sign it, you'll wait to lose money. $35 to $6 million in cash. Can you afford it? Even if you smash the pot and are able to compensate for this yacht, your company won't be able to run." Ji Yuza's body went limp and he sat down on his knees. At this moment, Yi Ning kindly reminded, "Also, if you want to jump into the sea, we'll have your company in our pockets without much effort. Agree to our low price, and you'll still have some money on hand, so you might be able to make a comeback somewhere else." Up to this point, Ji Yuza has no way out, like a walking corpse back to the room, signing the contract on the big name. Thumbprint. I never thought that one day I would lose my life, seeing Ji Yuza so cooperative. Yi Ning was a bit surprised in his heart, thought he would fight the three of them, but then it occurred to Yi Ning that Roger had beaten him into submission in the beginning, and that he could no longer be a match for two men even if he was able to fight on his own. Yu Sichuan looked at Yi Ning. "This contract lets me take it back. You don't have a problem with that, do you?" Yi Ning shrugged. "Doesn't matter, you're on your own." Ji Yuza could not cry. His eyes were crimson as he stared dead at Yu Sichuan. "You wicked woman, one day I will make you pay. Cross the river and you'll get what's coming to you." Yu Sichuan put her coat on and scornfully said, "This is all you have in your life. Wanting to turn over a new leaf is simply impossible in Tianhai City." Ji Yuza wanted to vent, but now he was at the mercy of the others and was shaking with anger. If the company didn't have any extra money, how could it be easily taken by such a small trick? Think back to when you were distressed over $30 million. And now, Yi Ning also realized that it was Ji Yuza's idea and push for Yu Sichuan to get acquainted with Pops. I have to say, Ji Yuza does have some tricks up his sleeve in this regard. Material color Yi Honglang, and then let Yu Sichuan close. Did not think really married into the Yi family? Do not know these years. Ji Yuza from Yu Sichuan here to take how many benefits? How many lucrative good projects? The yacht sailed back to the harbor. Yi Ning promised Roger that there would be good projects in the future and operate them together. As for Ji Yuza, he was still lying in his room in pain. After Roger left, Yu Sichuan came to Yi Ning's side and gently held his small arm. "Yi Ning, those pictures are not what you think. Okay, you need to stop talking." Yi Ning didn't bother to look at her. "Even if those photos are of things that happened before you and my dad got married, from now on, you have to listen to me. Understand?" Yu Sichuan was unconvinced. "I obviously didn't do anything to wrong the Yi family. Why do you still keep those photos?" Yi Ning dejectedly smiled. "Because you always suppressed me in the past, treating me as a pure cow and horse to make me call. I do all the dirty work in the company. Now that I have your secret, do you still want to threaten me? Since you married my dad, how much anger have I suffered from you? How many times have I been cricked by you? Today is not the same as before. If you dare to suppress me a little bit more, I don't mind letting you get out of the Yi family." At those words, Yu Sichuan's delicate body trembled violently. I didn't expect Yi Ning to be so vindictive. Yu Sichuan quickly adjusted her emotions and tried to show a smile. "Ah Ning, I swear on my life that I'm not the kind of woman you think I am. Before, when I became a netizen, I also had no choice but to do so, but I held fast to the bottom line, and it was impossible to sell my flesh, all of which you can investigate." Yi Ning nodded slightly and smiled badly. "I believe you wouldn't do something like that. My father must have investigated you. Even if that's the case, so what? It won't stop me from going to Pops to impeach you at all." Yu Sichuan completely ran out of ideas and said breathlessly, "Then you open a condition. How can I delete those photos?" Yi Ning shook his head. "Wanting me to delete it is impossible in this lifetime." Chapter 50, Relationship becomes so good? Right now, even when Yi Ning put out harsh words, Yu Sichuan didn't get angry. She wouldn't dare. Still patiently saying, "Ah Ning you haven't been home for so many days. Come home for dinner today. Little mother will cook for you. Is it good?" Yi Ning didn't want to pay attention to her, but then he thought of how he had been oppressed by her before in terms of labor and targeted at every turn. Now that she said that, I'm sure she'll let her serve herself well. "Okay, it's not too late. Go back and eat." "Okay, I'll go to the grocery store and get whatever dishes you want. Whatever you want. Make whatever you want to eat," Yu Sichuan said as she walked. "Yeah, you go home first, I'll go buy groceries." Yunhai Villa. Yi Ning had just entered the hall when he saw Le Xiangyan dying on the sofa. "What's wrong with you? You're finally back." Both spoke at the same time. Li Xiangyan sighed heavily. I overexercised last night, and today my calves are cramping when I can't move and my waist is sore. I'm going to die. Yining couldn't help but scoff. Who are you playing badminton with? So competitive. Li Xiangyan slowly shook her head, her state paralyzed. Stop it. If it wasn't for the fact that that person was so pretentious, I wouldn't bother to clean her up, and it turned out that I won. Humph. Yining asked, do you want me to rub it for you? Li Xiangyan agreed. Yining gently pressed her waist with both hands and asked, is it sore here? Right. Yining gradually exerted force while rubbing in all directions. If it hurts, say so. Li Xiangyan hummed, then asked, I saw all the videos of you beating up people at the Japanese restaurant. I didn't expect you to be so powerful, fighting all over the world. Even the Su family's eldest miss was overcome by you. You're really good. Yining smiled while rubbing. It's all her fault. I don't spoil her, so she threatens me. Look at you. You didn't go to work today either? I remember you guys have a single day off, right? Ouch. You take it easy. Li Xiangyan's petite body suddenly shook. It hurts me. Yining gathered her strength. Sorry. He carefully felt the soft elasticity of Li Xiangyan's skin, even through his clothes. It was very tactile. She was wearing very thin short sleeves for home and her pants were super short. Yining looked at those beautiful legs from time to time, and thought in his heart, if only Li Xiangyan wasn't his own sister, he would still be able to bully her. The corners of his mouth involuntarily rose as he fantasized about the image of Li Xiangyan in black silk and erotic lingerie. You're too light on the force, eating my tofu. Oh. Yining returned to his senses and continued the massage. Ding. Gain 20 points in peach blossom coins. Ding. Li Xiangyan's favorability plus 10%. Hey, it's nice to get something out of a massage. At this moment, Li Xiangyan's cell phone rang. It was the supervisor who called. Li Xiangyan, your leave of absence today doesn't count. It's considered an unexcused absence and you'll be fined 3 days' salary. What? She was confused. The team leader obviously agreed. How come I'm counted as absent again? She's the one who approved the leave slip. The supervisor's tone was icy. She doesn't have the authority to authorize it, and from now on, all leave will be taken from me. Without waiting for Li Xiangyan to speak, the supervisor directly hung up the phone. Really? Before the leave or with the team leader now also against me? Shameless. At this point, the waist massage ended, and Yining moved his palms to her calves. How did you get targeted by your supervisor? She thinks my car is more expensive than hers, chanting. I dress better than her. I eat better than her. I'm more familiar with any business than her. I forgot to mention that she was parachuted in, and I don't know where the old boss got her from. Yining hemmed and hummed twice, very perfunctorily. Enjoy the delicate tenderness of your legs. It's a really wonderful feeling. He couldn't help but think of the image of himself and Ling Manu fighting soundly. Hey, are you even listening to me? Yes, the supervisor is targeting you, so there's no way for you to counteract that. Why don't I take the time to come to your company and help you out? Li Xiangyan think more and more angry. I'm a month on 4,005 salary, counting the sales commission, but also 6,000 out of the head, which can withstand her, so buckle. The last time she dumped on me for something and deducted my bonus again, I really couldn't take it anymore. Yining did not expect that this supervisor was so excessive. That's fine. I'll go and get your claim for you tomorrow. He still knew Li Xiangyan better, working in that jewelry company for more than 3 years, and still a junior staff member. Some of my colleagues who joined the company at the same time became supervisors or junior managers. This sister, herself, just wants to lie flat, has no strong desires or ambitions, as long as she lives comfortably and freely. Even if she didn't go to work, the pocket money you see Xian gave her every month was 2 or 3 times her salary. Watching Li Xiangyan unable to swallow that breath, Yining decided to go to her company to take a look. A small jewelry company with a market cap of just $10 or $20 million. As soon as he's there, what else can the superintendent make of it? At this moment, you see Xian came back from grocery shopping. Seeing Yining massaging his daughter, he didn't dare to say a word at all. In the past, she would have already told Yining to get the hell out of there. Ning, tonight we'll have lobster, stewed pig's feet, fried kidney, shredded pork with fish, and you tell me what kind of soup to have. Hearing this, Li Xiangyan felt incredulous. When had her own mom been so polite and gentle to Yining? Did the sun come out of the west? Yining said, make a tomato and egg soup. You see Xian smiled sweetly. Okay. When she walked upstairs to change her clothes, Li Xiangyan stared stupidly at Yining. What happened to my mom? No, I should say, what you did to her. Yining smiled smugly. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. An hour and a half later, the meal was ready. Yining remembered that the last time the three had dinner together was 2 years ago. Not only was he a little uncomfortable, but Li Xiangyan also found the atmosphere strange. At this moment, Yu Sichuan took the initiative to give Yining some food. You've been busy with the project for the past few days, so you're tired. Eat more. Yining deliberately made things difficult. I want soup. Okay, Yu Sixian replied in response. I'll serve you soup. Le Xiangyan was dumbfounded. In the end, because of what matter? The two people who have always been incompatible. The relationship has become so good? Mom, I want a bowl of soup too. You don't have any hands yourself, do you? Yu Sixian glared at her. You're a lay-flat person, and you're asking me to serve you soup. Le Xiangyan subconsciously rolled her eyes. Yu Sichuan brought the soup to Yining. Ah Ning, whatever you want to eat tomorrow, just say it, I'll satisfy you. Yining's eyes rolled. That room of mine? Yu Sixian immediately replied. I'll give you a big room to change into, and you can use the servants in the house as you please. Yining added. And the company's authority? Yu Sichuan immediately nodded. Your authority to mobilize anyone at will and start any project at will. Chapter 51, so double standard? Yining was satisfied with what he heard, and only then did he move his chopsticks to eat. It finally feels like the head of the family. Well, this braised pig's feet is a little salty. Okay, next time I'll put less in. This cashew flour, not tender enough. Understood. Next time I'll get the pot out faster. Le Xiangyan ate her white rice with a blank expression. Her eyes kept scanning back and forth. This home is becoming too strange. After dinner, Le Xiangyan continued to lie down and play with her cell phone. Yu Sichuan found an opportunity to directly bring Yining upstairs. Inside the room. Ah Ning, are you still satisfied with little mother's performance? Barely passable. Yu Sixian smiled gently. Then can you delete a few photos? Ah? Yining shook his head. Refuse. You. Hey, then you can't keep me on my toes every day. When I say no, I can't. It's your business to raise your heart. So when I was eating instant noodles and being bullied by the company, why didn't you feel sorry for me? What's on your mind that I can't tell? It's about trying to kick me out of the house and hijack my father's estate. Yu Sixian sighed softly. Before was before. Now is now. Little mom won't bully you anymore. Yining snorted twice. Your enthusiasm will only last a few days at most. What's your piss I'm still not clear about? Yu Sixian couldn't help it and asked. That means you won't delete the photos no matter what. Yining was fearless. Didn't I make it clear to you before I went home? Not in this lifetime. Yu Sixian wanted to have a fit, but another voice told herself that she couldn't get carried away. Leaving aside the fact that his own evidence was in Yining's possession, his background was now so mysterious that even Yi Honlang didn't know about it. She decided that she would first curry favor with Yining and then figure out the big brother behind Yining. Then, after that, catching Yining's fatal handle would qualify him to negotiate. For example, the woman who lives in the duplex, Yenin's assistant, might be a breakthrough. Geez, just don't be so stubborn. She pretended to be petulant, and her two jade hands kept shaking Yining's arm. Okay, I can serve you in your living, just like I took care of your dad. Yining looked disgusted. Don't be disgusting, will you? And taking care of my upbringing, you'd flip out if I deleted the pictures. But well, upon hearing this, Yu Sixian's eyes lit up. But what are the conditions? Yining said, from now on in the company, you will serve me tea and water, and you will personally take my takeout for me and personally deliver it to the office. No, absolutely not. Yu Sichuan's face changed. It's not even if you make me at home, but you still want to humiliate me in public. Don't I want to lose face? At least I'm also the president of the Yi group. What's decent for you to do this? Your father's face will be lost by then. Yining smiled. I didn't think you could still keep your sanity. Since that's the case, then there's no point in talking about it. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he turned and walked away. Ding! At this time, Yu Sixian received a message on her cell phone. She hurriedly checked. Then her face turned serious. Yining, come back. I've investigated that woman clearly. Yining frowned and turned his head to look at her. Who are you referring to? Yu Sixian lightly hummed. Who else could it be? Of course it's that Ling Manro. Don't think I don't know that you're living with her. Yining disdained. So what if you know? Yu Sixian said. If you want to marry her, you'd better put that idea to rest. Also, she comes from a poor background. You guys are not in the right family with her. In this matter, no matter what, I'm also your mom. I have enough say. Even if I agree, your father will not agree. If you accidentally enlarge someone else's belly and she refuses to abort it, and then threaten the Yi family with the child, I'll see what you'll do. I also know that about that childhood friend of yours. Your dad couldn't even look at that girl. Yining didn't give her a good look and said, what about me is none of your business. You actually can't figure out your own situation now? Yu Sixian was still serious. Don't you want to know her parents' background? You don't even know what her background is, and you're living with her. Yining, you really are too young. The more Yining heard, the more upset she became. If you dare to push one more word, I'll show the photos to my father right now. What's her parents' background and what's it got to do with you? Excuse me, before you married my father, who were you again? Still saying that other people would threaten my Yi family with their children. So why don't you review yourself when you tried to kick me out of the house and hijack my family's property? This behavior of yours is double standard to the extreme, shameful and disgusting. At this moment, Yu Xixian revealed an indifferent smile. Fine, you don't want to know about her parents' background, so we'll see. Besides what? It's fine if you don't delete the pictures. I get to decide your life's work anyway. If I can afford to marry your father, I can afford to pick out a wife for you, and I'll make you marry a woman you don't like. Marriage is for life, and if you don't like it, you don't like it, and you can't stand a bit of it at all. Don't think that all those rich girls are pretty. When the time comes, you won't be able to cry. He. Yu Xixian's expression grew more and more smug as she paused for 2 or 3 seconds before continuing to add, starting tonight, I'll move in with your father. If you're sending him private pictures of me, feel free to do so, as well as you going over there in person. Anyway, your dad doesn't know image processing software, Photoshop, Dagjug, Topaz Gigapixel AI, PhotoZoom, and Adobe Lightroom. All of these software he does not know how to use, and I was also famous before the netizen. For these software I not only master some but also know a few authoritative professionals. You think you can take me down if I let them decide the pictures are faked? Yi Ning, if you don't give me face even after I've spoken nicely, don't blame me for being rude to you. At this moment, Yi Ning felt that his brain was out of control. He couldn't believe that Yu Xixian was about to fall off a cliff and still managed to climb up hard. It's amazing how calm she is, and I have to say, very good at drilling holes. Yi Ning's face stiffened, and the pupils of his eyes trembled slightly, not realizing that Yu Xixian still had this kind of counter-control ability, when really, he had underestimated her. Yu Xixian's heart was satisfied when she saw Yi Ning's reaction. Then she led the way out of the room as if she was the one who had one. Ning tomorrow I'll make you breakfast for dinner. Oh yeah, and what happened to my daughter at work? If you can't handle that, then you're really incompetent. Chapter 52, I have to straighten you out today. Hearing her words, Yi Ning froze once again. The little jewelry companies have her eye on them. When you think about it, it's not surprising. After all, your daughter works for another company and always has to keep track of her affairs. Ding. Host triggers mission. Ding. Choice 1. Help Le Xiangyan out of her predicament. Rewarded with 10 points of physical attributes. Ding. Choice 2. Let Le Xiangyan be promoted to take over the supervisor position. Rewarded with 20 points of peach blossom coins. Ding. Choice 3. Humiliate Le Xiangyan's supervisor and simply take it out for Le Xiangyan. Rewarded with 2 million in cash. The next day, Yi Ning accompanied Le Xiangyan to the company. When she arrived downstairs at the company, Le Xiangyan yawned and said, do you want to eat something? The morning rush has just passed now, so there's no need to queue up. Yi Ning said, it's been a long time since I've had intestinal noodles, so let's have some. The two arrived at the sausage noodle store and there were 7 or 8 people lined up in front of them. At that moment a woman in her 30s came up behind them. She was dressed in a more trendy white formal dress. Her hair was well groomed, and she exuded an air of competence that made her seem not so down to earth. Le Xiangyan also noticed someone coming and turned her head to look. Her face instantly surfaced in disgust. It was none other than his own department head, Tao Minji. Humph. Le Xiangyan, today is the weekend off. Did you come to the company to work overtime? Or did I dock your paycheck yesterday, and you've come to work overtime today specifically to try to curry favor with me? Le Xiangyan's eyes contempt. What's your business? I am normal leave of absence. You deducted my 3 days of wages. You still have a reason? Tao Minji squinted at her. You're not convinced. If you're not convinced, go complain about me. After more than 3 years in the company, or a junior staff, it's the first time I've seen someone as unmotivated as you. Although there are people like you, also a small staff, but other people work hard. The salary commission is 2 or 3 times as much as yours. Unlike you, all day loafing around. Just after the words were said, she walked in front of Le Xiangyan and directly cut in line. You don't have anything to do anyway, and I have a meeting later, so let me buy breakfast first. Le Xiangyan was confused. Never seen such a shameless person, and the reason for cutting in line was so overbearing. Yi Ning was in no hurry to make a move, wanting to see what other tricks she could pull off, and simply sent a message to Himechi. During the queue, several office building elites also came behind one after another, and although they were not a company, they all greeted Tao Minji. Good morning, Mr. Tao. I thought you had gone out of town for development. Such a coincidence. Mr. Tao, how did you get to work at Baobao Jewelry Company? Before it was not in another company serving as a supervisor for many years. This you do not understand. There is a saying, is gold will always shine. Small companies do not hinder the development of Mr. Tao. That's an interesting quote. Yi Ning instantly understood. Maybe after a while, Tao Mingji soon served as a general manager, or vice president of the position. And Baobao Jewelry is not large, will not set up the position of president. That is to say, Tao Mingji as long as the promotion, it is very likely that a person under 10,000 people, coupled with the fact that she had come to the company parachuted in, Yi Ning didn't think his guess was exaggerated. Tao Mingji looked at those familiar faces and smiled. Good morning to you all. Where I work is the same, each has its own career plan. In the future you have any need for my help, just say. With her words, several faces were very happy. It wasn't hard to see that Tao Mingji had a certain background, or else they wouldn't have had a look of anticipation on their faces. At this time, a Bentley Accent 728, valued at $12.88 million, was traveling on the road and was very eye-catching. Someone said, "Isn't that Mr. Peng's car? I remember his license plate number." Yes, it's Mr. Peng's car, coming to the ancient town district on business, right? Yi Ning had heard of that Mr. Peng, a famous real estate developer in Tianhai City, with 3 large properties developed by his company. But what people did not expect was that the Bentley Elegance suddenly stopped at the side of the road, and Mr. Peng got down from the car and walked in their direction, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Mr. Peng quickly walked to the sausage noodle store. Tao Mingji greeted him up. Mr. Peng, why did you come so quickly? Didn't you say that I would go to your office to look for you? Mr. Peng smiled. It just so happens that I don't have to have a meeting today. I came over here to do some errands and came over to find you. What about the land? Any sign of it? Tao Mingji said with a straight face. Mr. Peng, you can rest assured that my uncle is doing his job. It won't take long. Mr. Peng took the initiative to shake hands. Words of gratitude. Thank you so much. Without your introduction, I wouldn't have been able to meet your uncle. If the company you work for needs anything after that, just talk to me and I'll do my best to help. Tao Mingji was all smiles, unable to hide her joy. I'm relieved to have Mr. Peng's words. Mr. Peng added, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Tao Mingji clasped the other party's palm with both hands and said happily, it's an honor to be invited by Mr. Peng. I'll be on time for my appointment tonight. Hearing this, the elites present were very envious of Tao Mingji. Not only did she have a background, but she was also able to utilize her connections to catch up with the line of Mr. Peng, and she would definitely soar in the commercial district in the future. Yi Ning listened to the people around him whispering, what's Tao's background? Ah, a big shot like Mr. Peng has come to beg her to do something. This is what you don't understand. I heard that her uncle is an executive of the Natural Resources Authority, and another real estate developer gave Tao Mingji a lot of favors before to get a piece of land from her uncle, so it's so powerful. It was only after Yi Ning sniffed that he realized the person behind Tao Mingji. Unlike the Natural Resources Authority and the city's construction, Yennan's Eco Park project is part of the city's development plan and is directly managed by the city's construction. The Natural Resources Authority, on the other hand, is a veritable land administration, through which planning targets and approvals for construction projects are processed. The real estate development project is a residential area, which is why Mr. Peng found Tao Mingji and asked her to build a bridge. Mr. Peng is also very smart. If he goes directly to Tao Mingji's uncle, no matter whether it is in private or in the office, as long as he is discovered, he will be gossiped about. Therefore, in order to avoid suspicion, it was best to let Tao Mingji be the middleman. After Mr. Peng left, Tao Mingji had a feeling of floating. She enjoys the envious and jealous stares of the elites from all walks of life around her. Nearby there are some other companies with the same position of the supervisor. Have seen the scene of Mr. Peng and her climb, not to mention how sour the heart. It's a real people pleaser. At this moment, Tao Mingji's posture as she looked at Li Xiangyan was even more condescending. A look like you can't afford to mess with me. At this time, Tao Mingji's breakfast was ready, and she directly ordered Li Xiangyan, I'm going to buy coffee now, and you bring my breakfast to the office. Li Xiangyan didn't answer, her face expressionless. Are you deaf? Tao Mingji was offended. I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Bring breakfast to my office. Li Xiangyan glanced at her. Got it. I'll get it for you. I'm going to kill you today. Tao Mingji's face was full of contempt, not a bit of upbringing. Chapter 53, You're fired. Tao Mingji stared at Li Xiangyan's beautiful face and said in disgust, day in and day out, you just know how to fish in troubled waters, and you eat high-grade food every day at noon. I really don't know where you get the money. If you don't go to work properly, I'll fire you. Giving a stern message, she turned and walked toward the coffee shop. Li Xiangyan rolled her eyes, grabbed her and Yi Ning's breakfast, and headed towards the office building. At this time, to work overtime colleagues heard Tao Mingji's harsh words, rushed to catch up with Tao Mingji kindly persuade. Supervisor, that Li Xiangyan, is also a bit of a background, not worrying about food and clothing, but also driving a few $1 million of cars. Last time, she was also in this coffee shop, and had an argument with Gao Manting, and behind her, the son of the district head all came, and gave Li Xiangyan a chance to step in and ruthlessly hit Gao Manting in the face. I suggest that you don't bother with her. Tao Mingji disdained. What's wrong with the son of the district chief? I'm not in politics. What can Zhang Zhe do to me? Those people have nothing to do with me at all. I'll deal with Li Xiangyan however I want to deal with her. The employee sighed. Supervisor, you don't think Li Xiangyan came to the company alone today? Do you not see that man next to her? Tao Mingji frowned slightly. Who is it? The clerk relayed the incident at the Japanese restaurant, and Tao Mingji listened in awe. Subsequently, she was still unimpressed. Humph. So what if I can fight again? Am I still afraid of him? What you said just now. The people from the patrol division are just giving face to the Su family, and the secretary came to mediate things and keep the incident from worsening. You don't really think that man has any background or means, do you? The clerk shrugged. Well, maybe I'm overthinking it too. Tao Mingji naturally knew that this clerk wanted to come to curry favor with herself, and that was why she came to explain the situation to herself. Okay, I know what happened before, so go to work. The clerk nodded and walked into the office building. 18th floor. Li Xiangyan brought a stool and sat with Yining to eat breakfast. Even though it was the weekend, there were still quite a few people in the company who were willing to work overtime, and the office hall had gathered quite a few people at this time. However, except for drinks, the company prohibits bringing food to the office for consumption. If you need to use food, you must go to the designated area. Hey, Xiangyan is also too reckless. I just saw the supervisor downstairs. She's going to suffer. That's not true. Last time she just had all her bonuses deducted. And yesterday she was absent from work for no reason and was fined 3 days' salary. And now she dares to continue to provoke the authority of the supervisor. She's so bold. Can't you guys see? Xiangyan sis is just doing it on purpose. That's awesome. Worthy of our Hyanjian sister. I support her in action and spirit. I'll order a takeaway too. Let's hope Hyanjian sis can survive this. I don't want to work here if she gets fired. Say, who's that guy? I don't know. Maybe it's Hyanjian-san's client. They were usually taken care of by Lu Xiangyan, such as treating them to dinner, milk tea, and movies. Plus, the usual parties were paid for by Lu Xiangyan. They said to AA. The money transferred to Lu Xiangyan's WeChat. Lu Xiangyan never received. Some thin-skinned, embarrassed to take advantage from Lu Xiangyan, transferred the money to her certain treasure. These are great perks for leisure time and are only available to those who are on good terms with Lu Xiangyan. Some of them, they just want to make a living wage and have no stress in their lives. The heart had already decided that if Li Xiangyan was fired, they would immediately resign and follow their good sisters. At this time, Tao Mingji came to the office hall, holding coffee in one hand and answering the phone with the other, unaware of the fact that Li Xiangyan was dining at a non-designated place. After a while, Tao Mingji angrily walked out of the office and went straight to Lu Xiangyan's workstation. Lu Xiangyan, where's my breakfast? Fine. You don't bring my breakfast up and you're still dining in the office? Tired of living, aren't you? Lu Xiangyan was fearless. What's wrong? I'm not your assistant, so why should I help you get breakfast? So what if I dine in the office? You punish me. Tao Mingji was first stunned, not expecting Lu Xiangyan to actually dare to contradict herself. She immediately pulled up her voice. Lu Xiangyan, you're ignoring the company's rules. Fine 500, deducted from your salary. Lu Xiangyan sucked intestinal flour. Expression is very enjoyable. Deduction on deduction. You cannot fire me. How do you want to deduction? How to deduction? Good, good. Tao Mingji's chest rose up and down in anger. You wait for me. You won't have a good time in the future. At this moment, Yining's cell phone received a message. Himechi, I've done what you asked me to do. Yining smiled and replied, thank you. Tao Mingji cursed angrily in his office while writing the fine report. At that moment, I suddenly received an internal call from my old boss. Tao Mingji, come to my office. Okay, Mr. Chen. Tao Mingji took 2 sips of coffee and walked towards Mr. Chen's office. Mr. Chen, what are your arrangements? Mr. Chen didn't look squarely at him and lightly uttered, you're fired, pack up and go. What did you say? Tao Mingji's eyes widened. Mr. Chen, you're not joking with me, right? I've only been here for a few days and you're firing me? Then what is your purpose in recruiting me here? And do none of your previous promises count? Mr. Chen said with a straight face. Someone in the name of Li Xiangyan has invested $20 million in our company, and the only requirement is to fire you. You can go back to your office and pack. Tao Mingji couldn't believe her ears. Mr. Chen, I can also bring a lot of benefits to the company. For example, the land parcels, Mr. Peng's investment, and the company's development plans, as well as various lucrative projects, all of which I am capable of handling. Isn't that why you found me here? And promised to promote me to vice president after a quarter. How can you say change just like that? Mr. Chen rambled. The land parcel is certainly important. It will have to be something after the company grows. As for Mr. Peng's investment, how much can you get him to invest? Now that someone has already helped Li Xiangyan invest $20 million, can you get Mr. Peng to invest $20 million now? Tao Minji, you're also a veteran. I believe this decision of mine is not difficult for you to understand. I will compensate you for the salary compensation as it is. You go. Tao Minji clenched his teeth and warned. Mr. Chen, are you really not afraid of the people behind me? If you bid for land in the future, I guarantee you won't get an inch of land. Also, you'd better be careful. As long as there are irregularities in your company, business administration, tax inspection, labor security and market supervision will all come to your door. And you won't be able to blame me then. If you withdraw your decision to fire me now and let me hold some of the company's shares, I'll let this matter go. Chapter 54. What a no-brainer. When Mr. Chen heard her words, he didn't get angry, but instead smiled slightly. Tao Minji, first of all, I must admit that you are indeed very capable and have made quite a few connections through your uncle's relationship, but you have to know that the one who invested in our Baobao jewelry is the Starry Joy Group in Magic City. Or to be precise, it's the Jiang Group in Tianhai City who invested in it. Now do you understand? What did you say? Tao Minji froze in place, as if she was hallucinating. John's group? This. For a moment, not a word could come out of her mouth. It's hard to imagine how it's possible to get Jiang Group's investment with the size of Baobao jewelry. Or is it in the name of Lu Xiangyun? Mr. Chen continued. So, in your place, you would have made the same decision as me. Even if you restrict me in Tianhai City in the future, I won't worry about it. And after the company grows in size, I'll head to Magic City to develop. Alright, that's all there is to say. You can go. Shame. Naked humiliation. Tao Minji had worked for the previous company for 3 years and his ability was obvious to all. When he was about to be promoted, he was scouted by Mr. Chen for Baobao jewelry and promised to be promoted to vice president within half a year. I didn't realize that something like this would happen now. Who's she going to talk to? You should know that the interlining is like a mountain. Even if you know a big shot like Mr. Peng, it is impossible to serve in a real estate company. After years of wandering outside, Tao Minji can only rely on himself, and connections are a means of interest, and will not just let you pick up a big bargain. And, the old boss who had previously taken the land through her uncle had returned the favor. Now that you're fired, where can you find a job? Even if you get a job, the pay isn't necessarily better than it is now or before. Mr. Chen unloaded on the donkey. This move is simply vicious. It was as if all her flesh had been cut off with a knife. Tao Minji wanted to have a fit, but once things got out of hand, it would only make people look at her as a joke. She had no choice but to leave in anger and return to her office to pack her things. The other side. Office lobby. There were people who supported Li Xiangyan, and naturally there were people who hated her, all waiting to see her laugh, especially her group leader, Zhuang Han. During this period of time, Li Xiangyan was always targeted by Tao Minji, and Zhuang Han was also inexplicably implicated. She couldn't wait to skin Li Xiangyan. This is not. When he came to the office, he heard that Li Xiangyan toppled Tao Minji thing, and now has come to her workstation to send a message. Li Xiangyan, don't think that just because you're an old employee, the higher-ups won't fire you. Zhuang Han hated it. Even if you've been here for 10 years, 20 years, you're still a bottom-feeder employee now. You want to die. You don't drag me down with you. It's not easy for me to become the leader of the group. Even if you don't think about yourself, can you think about our group? Li Xiangyan smiled gently. Just don't be angry. I don't know how I got targeted by her. She probably thinks she's naturally superior, right? But don't worry, she'll be leaving our company today. The crowd almost laughed their teeth off when they heard Li Xiangyan's words. Ha ha, Li Xiangyan, do you want to hear what you're saying? Mr. Tao is a powerhouse that Mr. Chen dug over. How can he be fired so easily? If he wants to be fired, he will also fire you first. That is, when you're told to work overtime you don't. When you're told to do one thing you do one thing and not one more. I really don't know what the point of you coming to work is. You guys just don't bother with her. She's not in our group anyway. If she wants to die, can we still stop her? Some people supported Zhuang Han and denounced Li Xiangyan together. Now Zhuang Han disliked even more. Li Xiangyan, be sensible. Immediately go to General Manager Tao's office to admit your mistake and apologize. If you still let me get targeted, I'm not done with you. There's no spectrum at all when you come out to work. You're here to earn money, not to have a good time. Li Xiangyan spread her hands. Sorry, I'm just here to pass the time. What can you do? Oh yeah, if you still have that attitude, maybe I'll tell you to get out of our company too. At that, everyone thought she was crazy. It's not a little bit crazy. Zhuanghan really couldn't help it and immediately chided. Are you sick? Do you really think that no one here can sanction you? Le Xiangyan, you really are incorrigible. I'm going to apply for your transfer right now. When the time comes, I'll see which group dares to take you. Le Xiangyan squinted at her. Zhuanghan, don't forget that you had my most crucial vote when you became the team leader. Also, you borrowed my car to do business before and drove it for a whole day without giving me any gas for the car. You took advantage of me so much and you still have the nerve to talk big to me? I was going to ask you to raise your salary. Look at your attitude. Later you and Tao Minji will roll together. Ha 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 ha. Zhuanghan and the others couldn't take it anymore and let out a loud laugh. Today, this Le Xiangyan, I'm afraid she's not becoming brain damaged? Anything can be said. Is she off her meds? I really can't take it anymore, ha ha. Too funny. I didn't think I could come across something so funny when I came around the office on the weekend. Couldn't hold it together, haha. Just in time. Tao Minji held a cardboard box in both hands and walked through the crowd with a gray head, no longer having his usual high and proud posture. But no one knows what happened. The sound of the party's harumphing laughter came to an abrupt end due to her presence. Zhuanghan directly walked up and pointed at Le Xiangyan. Mr. Tao, this person is sick in the head. I suggest transferring her to the logistics department. She also said that Mr. Chen fired you today, and that it was too much for you. Tao Minji didn't say anything, didn't even look at her and walked straight to the elevator. Mr. Tao, what happened to you? Mr. Tao, this. Zhuanghan looked at the crowd in bewilderment. What happened? Those present were also puzzled and shook their heads together. Several of Le Xiangyan's good sisters suddenly said, let's see, it's you guys who don't have any brains, right? That's right. Isn't it obvious that Tao Minji has been expelled? Yeah, isn't she holding the organizer in her hand? The crowd felt creeped out when they heard their words. Did Mr. Tao really get fired? At this moment, everyone, including the sisters who supported Le Xiangyan, looked at her with changed eyes. This is not a prophet. It's the Grim Reaper. How can you say you're fired? How can you say you're fired? They knew very well that Mr. Chen and Le Xiangyan were not related in any way, so how could this happen? Le Xiangyan hooked up the corner of her mouth and stared at Zhuanghan and said playfully, Zhuanghan, your time to die is almost up. Pack up your things. Chapter 55, I have a solution. Zhuanghan trembled and couldn't speak well. You, what the hell are you talking about? What makes me go pack? I don't understand. Someone suddenly said, you think you can flaunt yourself in front of Sister Hyangyan just because you became the leader of the group? By the way, you went on a business run that afternoon and weren't at the office. Don't you know how the deputy district head's daughter was humiliated by Hyan Giant-san? A lot of people in the company didn't know about that earlier incident. Since they had left the company a long time ago, Le Xiangyan was waiting for Yi Ning to come to her at the coffee shop. Zhuanghan was dumbfounded. The daughter of the deputy district chief was slapped in the face by La Qianyan? She hadn't reacted yet. At this time, Mr. Chen's secretary suddenly came to the office hall, and the scene suddenly became more tense. The secretary cleared her throat. Starting today, Tao Minji will not be working for our company, and will issue a document later. Tao Minji's job will be taken over by Supervisor Zhou for the time being. Do you all hear me clearly? Just after she finished speaking, she walked to Le Xiangyan's workstation and smiled. Xiangyan, Mr. Chen invited you to dinner tonight. Are you free? Le Xiangyan thought for a moment. I'm free. I'll look for you guys then. Clueless. Everyone was confused. I didn't realize that Le Xiangyan actually had this kind of ability. Zhuanghan stood shivering next to him. Le Xiangyan added, open Zhuanghan as well. The secretary nodded. Okay, I'll go and report to Mr. Chen right away. No, wait a minute. Unconvinced, Zhuanghan questioned the secretary. What qualifications does she have to fire me? The secretary pursed her lips and smiled. Why don't you ask Mr. Chen? Zhuanghan looked at the secretary's fading back, his mind going blank. The people who disliked Le Xiangyan together just now didn't dare to breathe a word for fear of being expelled. They were puzzled as to what tactics Le Xiangyan had used to fire two people at once. Although the scale of Baobao jewelry is not big, but this industry, their company is still standing firm in Tianhai City. There is no competitor. We are all ordinary people after all. And many of them were scared out of their wits when they saw this situation today. That what? Zhuanghan's attitude became respectful. Xiangyan, it's me who said something wrong. Can you not be bothered with me? I need this job very much. I apologize for what just happened. I'm sorry. Le Xiangyan hadn't wanted to be so ruthless, but it was Yi Ning's decision, and she couldn't do anything about it. Yi Ning thought that killing one to warn the others was not enough, and that another person had to be taken as a demonstration to be effective enough. He believed that after this incident, no one in the company would dare to bully Le Xiangyan and speak ill of her. Begging me won't help. Le Xiangyan tidied up her workstation, then slowly got up. I gave you a chance just now. I can't do anything if you don't treasure it. After saying that, he and Yi Ning left in style. Zhuanghan suddenly pulled her back and said with a sobbing voice, Sister Xiangyan, I can't lose this job. I still have a loan to pay back. Li Xiangyan didn't want to tangle with her. Let go. Don't want to be humiliated. Pack up and go home. Knowing that there was no room for maneuver, Zhuanghan could only let go. Disgraced, not to mention fired by a man in a lower position than himself. After Yi and Lo left the office, Li Xiangyan's sisters high-fived each other in excitement, as if they were the winners. They scanned the entire office hall with an unmistakable dejected look. See how powerful our Xiangyan sister is? From now on, you guys be careful. Xiangyan is our goddess. If you offend our goddess, you won't be able to eat. Ding! Li Xiangyan's favorability plus 20. Yi Ning was happy that Li Xiangyan's favorability was the highest, with a value of 130. Still 70 goodwill to go for 200 peach coins. According to the system rules, it can be stacked up infinitely, and the higher the stacked value, the more peach blossom coins can be redeemed. Jingle bells. Yi Ning's cell phone rang. It's the Eka Park project, the construction company Li Kai-ming calling. Mr. Yi, there is something to report to you. The construction crews found that the 30-plus acres had heavy metal elements and that the formation of the elements was caused by groundwater. After a professional survey, mercury, lead, arsenic and other heavy metal elements were found, which are potentially harmful to human health. Removing the metallic elements from these lands is going to take a lot of time. Are you going to reduce the size of the eco-park? Or are you going to let us hire a commissioner to come and clean it up? Yi Ning said, the area of the eco-park cannot be reduced, no matter how much money it costs or how much time it takes. Those lands must be replaced. Li Kai-ming said, in that case, the contract will have to be re-signed. When are you free? Yi Ning replied, tonight. I'll let you know then. Hanging up the phone, Yi Ning realized that the original Chen family's father and son had not retaliated against him. But why did they not approach themselves to discuss the matter and had to divide the land into Yonghe village in this way? Chen Hongshan has just taken office. The 30 acres of land with heavy metal elements, and he has nothing to do with it. Could it be that Chen Hongshan was afraid of Yi Ning's report, and that's why he came up with this plan? If you think about it in that direction, that should explain it. It's a good thing the construction crew caught it early. Part of the foundation is still being perfected. If they had caught it later, the schedule would have been delayed for a long time. At this moment, Li Xiangyan suddenly asked, Ning, why are you so rich? Investing $20 million in our company, or in my name. Since when did our dad care about you so much? Yi Ning smiled, letting me be in charge of the ecological garden project. I have to give me a little benefit, right? Plus I've made some short-term investments during this period of time. He made things up, and Li Xiangyan wasn't sure anyway. Drip. Li Xiangyan was about to speak when suddenly there was a horn sound coming from a Porsche 911. The two of them followed the sound and it was actually Su Ling. Su Ling, dressed in a khaki-colored casual suit and stylish sunglasses, walked up to them. Li Xiangyan was curious. You know? Yi Ning nodded. She's Su Ling. Su Ling laughed. It's better to come early than coincidentally. Yi Ning was puzzled. You came here specifically to find me, or what? Su Ling smiled sweetly. How about this? In Tianhai City, there is no one I can't find. Yi Ning was a bit helpless. What are you looking for me for? What? Does something have to be wrong to get to you? Su Ling looked confident. I can't come to you for fun? Yi Ning sighed softly. I don't have time. I'm busy. Unlike you who is so idle. Isn't it just a problem with the ecological park project? I have a way to help you out quickly. Su Ling pretended to be mysterious. Don't you want to know? Yi Ning was quite shocked, not expecting her to have investigated herself so quickly. Chapter 56 Promise you anything. Seeing him so shocked, Su Ling couldn't help but smile. What's the matter? You're not some special person. You seem surprised that I've got you checked out? Yi Ning asked. Do you have any methods to quickly solve the geological problem? Su Ling continued to sell her story. I'll help you out. You have to do one thing for me. How about that? Fair enough? Yi Ning thought about it. This woman wasn't as outspoken as Maggie Ho, nor was she as nice to be around. Arrogant to the bone. Always thinking they can fix everything with money. However, the current problem is a huge project to replace the soil. Yi Ning had no choice but to agree. As long as you help me with the soil in a very short period of time, I'll agree to do something for you, but only if it's within my power. Su Ling nodded slightly. That's fine. Involving the company's affairs. It was not good for Li Xiangyan to stay by their side, so she greeted Su Ling and went home to rest. Ding! Su Ling's favorability plus 5. Promising to do something for her gets you a favor? Yi Ning said bluntly. You hurry up and fulfill your promise. I'd like to see what means you have. Su Ling made a phone call in front of him. Is it Uncle Chen? I'm Su Ling. Can I trouble you to take care of that land in the ecological park? Yes, it's that project operated by Yi Group. You're responsible for overseeing it and I'll pay for it. No problem, right? Okay, for now. Yi Ning was dumbfounded, not expecting her to call Chen Hongshan directly. Sure enough, money equals power. In his own shoes, this is a really hard thing to do. Thinking about the $20 million he had just invested in Baobab jewelry made his flesh hurt. Su Ling smiled and said, if you take care of it yourself, it's estimated that it will take 2 months. Chen Hongshan and I will take action at the same time, and we will be able to help you take care of the soil problem in half a month. Yi Ning asked, what do you want me to do? Say it. Su Ling's face was mysterious. Accompany me to the Martial Spirit Mountain Temple and fetch one thing. Yi Ning was surprised. Martial Spirit Mountain? Wuling Mountain Temple, a very famous modern temple in Tianhai City, mainly promotes martial arts culture. Many leaders of Tianhe province visit there and offer incense on the way. There are many martial arts monks there, all equipped with 18 martial arts skills, who often hold social events and occasionally display martial arts programs. There was an earthquake in one of the places before, and they almost poured in just for a quick rescue, full of positive energy. Now that Su Ling had asked herself to go along, I'm afraid that she was looking at her own stature to go and spar with those martial arts monks. Su Ling couldn't help but smile. What? You're afraid I'll screw you over? Yi Ning said. How come? Let's go. Su Ling took the lead in the car, and Yi Ning sat in the passenger seat. After traveling some distance and passing a coffee shop, Shuring pulled over to the side of the road. I need coffee. Why don't you go get it for me? Yi Ning glared at her. You didn't buy it in front in the ancient town area, and now you want to drink it again. Forcing things so much. Su Ling was a little smug. What do you care? I'll have a latte. Go on. Yi Ning couldn't help it. After all, people were helping themselves to deal with tricky things, eating people's mouths and taking people's hands. Came to the coffee shop and got an Americano and a latte. While waiting for the meal to come out, it suddenly occurred to him that he should have asked Maggie Ho to notify Chen Hongshan to help with the geology. Now that he was involved with Su Ling again, he was really reluctant. Just then, there was a loud crash on the road. Bang! Yi Ning turned around to take a look and found Su Ling's car had been knocked over, and the car rolled over several times on the road, ending up with the floorboards facing upwards, and many of its parts scattered all over the place. The collision with the Porsche 911 was a tank buggy. The car was fine. It hadn't rolled over. The hood was smoking and the front end was dented and deformed. Yi Ning rushed to the Porsche and found that the passenger door was deformed, and the car was filled with airbags, so he could not see the condition of Su Ling. He reached down to open the car door and no matter how hard he tried he couldn't open it. Yi Ning broke out into a cold sweat. Damn, not even with 50 strength attributes of my old man? Run to the other side. The worst still happened and the main driver's door wouldn't open and was dented. Su Ling, wake up. Su Ling didn't answer, apparently knocked out by the impact. Yi Ning got the glass slivers off the edge of the window and reached inside to feel the carotid artery in her neck. Fortunately, all is well with heart power. The SUV driver also rushed to Yi Ning's side, panicking. How is she? Can't the door open? Yi Ning couldn't wait to slap him. You're blind. How do you drive? I'm sorry, the light was green at that time. I looked at my cell phone, almost hit another car, and then jerked the wheel and ended up. The driver was a big man and couldn't speak well enough for something this serious to happen. Now that the car's system is malfunctioning and the convertible top is made of hardtop material, you can only find a way to pull out the windows of the Shuring car. But does this approach really work? During the contemplation, Yenin was shocked to find a ruptured fuel line and a fuel leak. Now the weather is so hot. If we don't save Su Ling out, the fuel volatilization will still cause combustion when it meets high temperature. At this moment, Su Ling regained consciousness, and Yi Ning heard her coughing and hurriedly got down. Do you feel any pain in your neck or head? How are your hands and feet? Can you still move them? Su Ling was a little alarmed. I'm fine, but my foot is stuck. As soon as she spoke, the rear engine of the Porsche 911 burst into flames instantly. Seeing this scene, Yi Ning sweated. It's hard to imagine just how fast the SUV was going before it broke and damaged the electrical wiring harness. Time waits for no one. If the fuel is also ignited, Su Ling's life is in danger. Yi Ning looked at the buggy driver. Your buggy should be stocked with fire extinguishers. Right, bring them over. The driver sniffed and said hurriedly, I ran out last time. I haven't bought it yet. Nima. Yi Ning cursed. If anything happens to her, your whole family will have no peace. But don't go to the nearby store to find a fire extinguisher. Stinking. Su Ling was incomparably flustered in the car. Yi Ning, save me. Yi Ning roared again. What are you shouting for? Isn't this a way out? It's already God's eye that you haven't been disabled by the collision. Su Ling was suddenly yelled at and instantly quieted. Yi Ning opened the system mall to find a way. There are still 60 peach coins left to buy. After some careful searching, I found that there was a power elixir, that could be purchased for 50 peach blossom coins. Power elixir, within 5 minutes. It can increase one's strength by 10 times. He does not think twice about it and just buys it and takes it immediately. Boo! Just then, the engine blew up with a bang and flames flew everywhere. The fuel dripping on the ground caught fire instantly. Su Ling was scared to tears. Am I going to die here? I'm so young, I don't want to die yet. Yi Ning, save me out quickly. I'll promise you anything. Chapter 57. There are scares. Yi Ning continued to scold. Damn, you are also a stinky and have to drink coffee. At this moment, the car is on fire. The SUV driver finally rushed back. I've got the fire extinguisher. Get out of the way. He gave the engine a blast, and white gas filled the surrounding area. In a short time, the whole bottle of fire extinguishers were all used up. The floor is covered with white dry powder. After waiting for the dry powder gas to dissipate, Yi Ning hurried back to the car. As he was about to touch the door, the fuel tank suddenly burst into flames. Boo! Zip! 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 The gas tank was located in the front of the car against the left side, and the car rolled over on its back. The driver only extinguished the engine in the rear of the car, and the machine cover in the front of the car was not covered with dry powder. Yi Ning was startled and punched the driver in the face. Damn you! Only extinguish the engine. Fuel tank don't care? Su Ling's face was as white as paper as she cried. Yi Ning, quickly pull me out. There were more and more onlookers around, and naturally, there were people who lent a helping hand. Only 2 good citizens, with fire extinguishers, ran quickly. Boo! Another blast. 2 good citizens panicked. It's bad. The car might explode. Dude, get out of here. There's no time to save anyone. They were afraid of accidents, so they just put the fire extinguisher by Yi Ning's side and quickly ran away. The SUV driver picked up the fire extinguisher, but his hands were shaking and his fingers wouldn't stop working, and he couldn't even pull the safety pin out. He was also afraid that, if the car exploded, he would be in danger. Will you hurry up? Yi Ning didn't care and pulled the car door outward with force. After taking the power elixir, his power attribute reached 500. Gala gala. The car door made a twisting, distorting sound. A second later, a muffled sound was heard, and the entire car door was quickly ripped off by Yi Ning. That wasn't all. He had to deal with Su Ling's stuck left leg. The driver of the SUV had just aimed at the location of the machine cover and realized that it was not open and only lifted a corner after impact. He didn't care either, aiming a spray at that corner. Good thing he still had a sense of responsibility and tried to pull the front hood off the car. Within seconds, his face was red and he couldn't open it no matter how hard he tried. Beauty, how do you open the front hood of this car? Shuring shouted. Pull upward and unlock the switch in the lower left corner of the hood. When the driver heard this, he immediately opened the lid. Immediately afterward, the fire smoke burned again, and those dry powders were almost useless because the spray couldn't reach the inside of the fuel tank. Snap! Zip! 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 The fittings inside the front hood of the car, burned by the heat, began to crackle. The driver of the buggy staggered to the ground in shock and was tempted to run away at the sight. A car explosion is no small thing. Yi Ning had already gotten into the car, looking very nervous at the surrounding crowd. Dude, get out of here. It's going to explode. You can find another woman if you lose her. How much did you love her that you had to die with her? Hurry up and come out. There's no need to give up your life for a woman. Many people shouted loudly, hoping that Yi Ning would listen to advice. Su Ling was also afraid that he would suddenly leave, sobbing, don't you leave me, okay? Save me. At this time, Yi Ning had already solved the problem of his stuck left leg, and he quickly retreated to the outside of the car. Su Ling's eyes widened. Don't go. There was a moment when Yi Ning looked at her as if he was looking at a person. He didn't say a word and ripped Su Ling out with force. Immediately afterward, he picked her up and fought his way into the distance. Fortunately, Yi Ning moved in time, and the two of them had just left the car a few meters away when it suddenly exploded. Boom! Turning his head, the entire car was engulfed in flames. With a lot of black mist floating above the flames, Yi Ning and Su Ling were stunned. If we had been a few seconds slower, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Ling hugged him tightly for a long time. Yi Ning tried to put her down, but she just wouldn't let go. You stay put for a moment, she said in a shaky voice. My heart is beating so fast it feels like I can't make it. Let me slow down. Ding! Get close to Su Ling. Get 50 peach blossom coins. Ding! Su Ling's favorability plus 50. At this moment, many people were looking at them, and Yi Ning was a bit embarrassed. It had to be said that the aroma emanating from Su Ling's body nearly made Yi Ning's limbs weak. Feeling each other's temperature while admiring those two soft masses, Su Ling's eyes flowed, and the way she looked at him was mixed with a hint of adoration. At this point, many people began to applaud. Young man, desperate and successful in saving lives, you are really good. This beautiful woman. You have to cherish your husband before you do that. Yeah, Risking death to save a man like that is so emotional. Hearing those crowds send their blessings, a warm current surged in Su Ling's heart, a blush appeared on her pretty face, and the roots of her ears began to redden. However, they didn't know about Yi Ning's relationship with Su Ling. It was only today that the two of them met for the second time. Yi Ning stared at her. Can you make force? Old man holding your hand is getting tired. You are not afraid of spreading gossip with me? Su Ling moved slightly and stood on the ground with both feet. No matter what, you saved me. I will repay you. Yi Ning rolled his eyes. Repay me or pit me? Tell me honestly, what is the purpose of going to Martial Spirit Mountain? Su Ling's tone was a bit petulant. Can't you care about my body? Don't ask me if I need to go to the hospital. And the guy who hit me, get him here. That what? I'm here. The SUV driver came right up to them. Go to the hospital, pretty lady, and I'll pay you whatever I have to. Su Ling checked her own body. She moved her limbs and found nothing wrong. It just felt like my head was still spinning. She said, luckily the car I drove today wasn't very expensive. That 911 is $3 million. You pay me, and my medical bills, lost wages, moral damages and so on. At least a $4 million out. I have things to do now. I'm not going to the hospital. Hurry up and pay. The SUV driver stammered. It's your vehicle damage insurance, plus health insurance. It shouldn't take that much. Su Ling was unconvinced and pointed at his forehead. This young lady has almost died. Asking you to compensate more than $4 million and still grading? Do you know who I am? Or do you believe I'll put you behind bars? The driver gulped down his saliva. This woman with her fancy clothes and expensive jewelry was definitely someone he couldn't afford to mess with. By this time, the traffic police and the patrol division were coming. After some mediation, the driver compensated a reasonable amount before Su Ling let him go. Yi Ning said, are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital for a checkup? Go directly to Martial Spirit Mountain? Su Ling disdained. Go to what hospital? I'm in good health. Chapter 58, Li Ranran. For the matter of going to the Martial Spirit Mountain to pick up something, Yi Ning was more concerned about the buggy driver. He asked directly, your Su family, do you have any enemies? Let me get this straight. That driver is coming for you. Someone is trying to get you killed. Su Ling was confused. She sweat dropped. Seriously, what's the basis for that? Based on? Yi Ning seriously said. First, according to the provisions of the Motor Vehicle Operation Safety Technical Conditions, the cross-country vehicle must be equipped with a fire extinguisher, and Tianhe Province has implemented a mandatory equipment policy. However, that the driver did not have a fire extinguisher in the car. This is not suspicious? Second, the fuel line ruptured and the fuel tank leaked, and this happened before the engine caught fire. It's also obviously not right that he extinguished the fire only where the engine was, but didn't spray the dry powder where the fuel tank was. Third, I just got out of my car to get coffee when your car was hit, and I don't believe it was an accident either. That means that you are being followed and that you are being put to death. Now do you understand? Su Ling's face changed as she heard a chill down her spine. This is too much, isn't it? I don't usually offend anyone, Yi Ning said. Given your condescending and brash character, assuming that you haven't offended anyone doesn't mean that your family hasn't offended anyone else, and it involves someone else, obviously pushing someone else to the brink of extinction, or how else could they have done it to you? Su Ling couldn't help but rub her arms. She suddenly felt cold in her body in the hot summer. It's unbelievable. Yi Ning asked again. So tell me, what are you going to do at Martial Spirit Mountain and what are you taking? Su Ling hesitated for a moment and said, I went to the Martial Spirit Mountain to help my father pick up something. It was a box, and I wasn't sure what was inside. Yi Ning snorted coldly. Don't you usually bring bodyguards? Today you went out alone. If it weren't for me, you would have been dead. Su Ling's voice suddenly raised. Then didn't I come to look for you? You're so capable of fighting. Of course I came to look for you to go with me. Yi Ning laughed helplessly. So you're treating me like a bodyguard? Su Ling skimmed her mouth. Then didn't I help you with something, and you also agreed to go to Martial Spirit Mountain with me, right? At this moment, Yi Ning stopped a cab. Let's go. Hurry up and get things done. Ding. Host triggers mission. Choice 1. Help Su Ling get the object. Reward 10 points of free attributes. Choice 2. Investigate the murder of Su Ling and find out the truth. Rewarded with intermediate medical skills. Option 3. Complete the above 2 quests and be rewarded with 500 points of Peach Blossom coins and advanced boxing martial arts skills. Yi Ning froze. How did the system suddenly become so good? 500 peach coins and advanced boxing martial arts. What a great deal of goodwill. Wuling Mountain. When they reached the bottom of the hill, the two men looked up the tall steps and spoke in unison. The steps are too long and too high, aren't they? Su Ling added. I mustn't die of exhaustion? Yi Ning reckoned that to be able to store something in the Wuling Mountain Temple, it was either a ledger or a rare treasure. When she climbed halfway up the mountain, Su Ling was drenched in fragrant sweat and gasping for breath. I can't do it anymore. Let me rest for a while. Yenin leaned against the fence. Do you know Maggie Ho? Su Ling frowned. What he Meichi? You're referring to the Jiang family's eldest lady, right? Of course I know her. My family's business and her family also have cooperative projects, usually run by the Starjoy Group, and they're all officially led projects. I'm okay with her. Why are you asking all of a sudden? In fact, Yining was only making a wild guess. Hearing her say that, Starjoy Group would not target the Su family. After all, the two groups were developing in different directions. The Jiang family Xingyue Group's main projects are investments, as well as wine and e-commerce. The Su family group touches many industries, which can be described as blossoming: hotels, real estate, supermarkets, cosmetics and skincare products, tourist attractions, mountain resorts and so on. Yining lightly laughed. Nothing, just asking. Su Ling wasn't stupid and knew that the two of them knew each other as well, but she was too lazy to say anything. At that moment, 3 men came from behind them, breathing heavily, sweat on their faces. Su Ling's face stared. Li Ran. Li Ran also happened to see her, fire flickering in her eyes. Su Ling? Su Ling coldly grunted. What? Did you come to seek God and worship the Buddha? It seems like you chose the wrong place. Li Ran disdained. What am I doing here is none of your business. Su Ling pulled Yining away. Let's go. Standing so close to the villain is bad luck for me. Slow down. Who are you calling a villain? Li Ran was unconvinced. Don't think I'll just let that last time go. I'm telling you, I'll make you suffer. Su Ling and Yining walked faster and faster until they had left the 3 people behind them before slowing down. After she briefly relayed it, Yining realized. Li Ran is the daughter of the governor of Tianhe province, and last time the two of them had a bad time because of the bidding for the land parcel. Su Ling bids for a plot to build a trade city, while Li Ran bids for a plot to build a private school. Later, Su Ling promises Li Ran's father to sponsor $100 million for an official charity program if he lets her win the bid. Li Ran was so angry that she almost fainted when she learned that her father was elbowing her out of the way. Then later, Li Ran and Su Ling attend another reception, where Li Ran accidentally spills wine on Su Ling. Su Ling thinks she did it on purpose and takes the opportunity to trip her, forcing the two of them to quit the reception. So far, the two of them have been at odds for quite some time. Yining did find it a bit funny that he was going to give the governor acupuncture in 2 days, and he didn't expect to run into the governor's daughter here. But well, Li Ran is also very pretty and the system gave her an 8.2 rating. As for Su Ling, the system gave her a rating that was a hair higher than Li Ran's. 8.3 points. Su Ling was slightly displeased when she saw his face. What are you laughing at? Yining said. Nothing. I just thought what you guys did at the reception was pretty funny. It was another hour or so before the two of them arrived at the entrance to the temple. After buying the ticket, we came to the place where we offered incense to the Buddha. After the 2 men reverently offered incense and performed their rituals, a senior monk appeared behind them. Ms. Su, it's been a long time. Su Ling turned around and smiled. Master He, goodbye. Master He nodded. I'm sure you've experienced a calamity since you came here today. Su Ling and Yining were greatly shocked. You know all this? Master He said. Ms. Su, your luck is indeed very bad today. It's good that you have this little brother to protect you from danger. I predict that something else will happen afterward, and that to dissolve the bad luck, one needs to raise one's personal energy, do good deeds, and there is also the purification and organization of the environment. For example, volunteering, planting trees, taking the initiative to clean your living environment, rearranging furniture to improve energy flow. Chapter 59, 7 Flavors 1000 Gold Formula. Su Ling put her hands together and bowed slightly. Master He, how do you understand elevating one's personal abilities? Master He smiled. Put aside those expensive and insubstantial jewels and wear something practical that interests you. For example, a tourmaline pendant to balance negative energies, and feng shui good luck charms such as red rope beads or gold jewelry to enhance one's vitality to boost one's aura. Yining spoke bluntly. People want to run schools. You want to build a trade city. The master was right. Su Ling was sweating and had no place to go. Thank you, Master He, for mentioning it. Master He, I'm here today to pick up an item. Master He said. It's in the storage pavilion. I'll go with you to get it. Road. Su Ling curiously said. Master He, how do you know that something very serious happened to me today? Master He laughed. With heavenly eyes, heavenly ears, Tathagata, predestined fate, and divine feet, to name a few. It's not difficult to observe what's happening to a person. Heaven's eye, Tathagata and predestination are quite understandable. The high priests have their own way of understanding world affairs. However, Yining felt very curious about the heavenly ear passage and the divine foot passage, which were literally understood as being able to hear sounds from very far away. as well as being able to instantly travel thousands of miles, coming and going without a trace. Isn't that just open and shut? But Yining knew one thing well. One could disbelieve, but one could not defy or blaspheme. Passing by the guest room, Master He suddenly suggested, "Miss Su, why don't you stay here temporarily for a day, or remove the tainted qi from your body?" Su Ling thought about it and nodded her head in agreement. "Okay, I'll listen to Master He, then I'll pick up the items tomorrow." Master He said, "We're almost at the storage pavilion. Doesn't Miss Su want to take a look at something?" Su Ling shook her head. "I can't open that box anyway. So that's it." Master He arranged a room for the two of them and went off to take care of other things. Since it was the first time for both of them, they looked around. Passing through the main hall, Su Ling saw Li Ran again, and the two of them looked at each other as if they had some kind of deep hatred. Their eyes were on fire. Yining asked, "Who are the other two?" Su Ling said, "The female her best friend. The other guy is probably a bodyguard. Either that or her best friend's boyfriend." Yining nodded and walked with Su Ling towards the tea tasting area next to the main hall. Coincidentally, Li Ran and the three of them had also just finished offering incense and came here to rest together. Su Ling had just sat down when she felt a swelling pain in her temples, as well as a sense of heavenly rotation, while her hands and feet were soft and she inexplicably began to panic. "What's going on? Just a moment ago it was fine. How can it be like this now?" she murmured inwardly. Yining happened to use his afterglow to look at Li Ran and the others, and did not notice Su Ling's abnormality. They were sitting quite close, just 2 tables apart, and what Li Ran and the others said, Yining could hear clearly. Li Ran said, "Yu Ru, is it really okay for you to go through all that trouble to come here and ask for a prescription?" Yu Ru nodded her head vigorously. "Although the Temple of Heavenly Integrity is a modern temple and a gathering place for martial arts monks, there is a secret formula here that I think can cure my father's high blood fat. You should know that when martial arts monks train and go out on missions, they will inevitably be injured and poisoned, so their medical care is still of a high standard." Li Ran sighed. "You're so superstitious. Coming to a place like this, you might as well take your father to the imperial capital or the magic capital for medical treatment." At that, she paused. "It occurred to me that there's a doctor who's very powerful, but he doesn't work at the hospital, and I've heard my dad's secretary talking about having him come to the house for acupuncture. My father rarely receives outsiders in his home. He's been to the hospital a few times for his gout and it hasn't gotten any tremendously better, yet he's suddenly invited a doctor to his home, and I'm sure that person's medical skills are excellent." Yu Ru was puzzled. "Really?" Li Ran said with a straight face. "Of course it's true. That person was highly recommended to my father by Lord Chui City and Liangyangan. There can't be any problems. Think about it. Lumbar spondylosis and asthma. On-the-spot acupuncture with immediate results, and testing the disease with perfume and a couple sets of movements, all without a flare-up. Awesome yet." Yu Ru was still puzzled when she heard it. "No, wait a minute. You say I'm superstitious. Aren't you and your uncle superstitious, too? That lumbar spondylosis and asthma can be cured. And gout too?" Li Ran corrected. "It's not a radical cure. It's to enhance the body's functions, improve the immune system, and minimize the probability of the condition recurring." "Get it?" Yu Ru's eyes widened. "Really? What's that doctor's name?" Li Ran's eyes rolled and she said softly, "I think it's called Yining." Yining was surprised to hear it all. This Li Ran had never even met herself, but she actually had so much trust in her medical skills? Yu Ru added, "Anyway, we're here, so when Master He is free, let's go find him and ask about the secret formula. Let's see that it's about time. Let's go to the main hall to find Master He." The three of them got up and left. When she passed by Yining and Su Ling, Li Ran even squinted at the two of them, her eyes full of dislike. Yining watched them walk away and turned his head to look at Su Ling. They went to the main hall to find Master He, begging for a secret recipe. "Do you want to go and take a look?" Su Ling slowed down. "Secret recipe?" Yining was curious about the secret formula of the Heavenly Cheng Temple and said, "I want to know what the secret formula is, so rest here if you're not going." Su Ling drank a cup of tea. "Go, why don't you go?" Saying so, the two men quickened their pace to follow. When he arrived at the main hall, he found that Master He had taken Li Ran and the others to the Hall of Nourishment. When he came to the Nurturing Palace, there was an extremely conspicuous bounty notice posted on the wall of the entrance. 7 flavored 1,000 gold formula, $1 million bounty. Li Ran inquired, "Master He, this 7 flavors 1,000 gold formula, what are its medical uses?" "There are only 5 herbs written on it. There are still 2 herbs missing." Master He smiled. "This formula, which was left behind by the previous abbot, I couldn't think of a way to complete it for a long time. It said that replenishing the remaining herbs is a good cure for cancer, and I don't know if it's true or not." Yu Ru opened the door. "Master He, we came here to ask for the most precious part of your temple's secret formula. I wonder if you could inform me of the secret formula." Master he shook his head. That won't work. That secret recipe. Our Tianchang temple never spread out. Although saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda, but after all, we are not doctors, and we never make a door-to-door consultation. Most importantly, there are several versions of the secret formula that are only for use by those in our temple. But well, if any of you can make up all the herbs in the 7 flavors 1000 gold formula, I'll give you our temple's secret formula, and it doesn't need to be approved by the abbot. Chapter 60 is completely unnecessary. Hearing Master He's words, Yu-Ru was a bit embarrassed. Where did she know anything about medicine? One could only turn his head to his boyfriend. Duan Yu. Dang, Yu was a medical school graduate. Yet he looked at the bounty notice and was also in two minds. Not a clue. It says, Wuling Lipid, Toadstool, Chow Wu, Poria, Snow Lotus, and there are still 2 herbs missing. Can you really cure cancer if you make up the remaining 2 herbs? Inwardly, although he questioned it, he still believed in Master He's words. Although Master He had just said that they never went out for medical treatment, and their main job was not to save lives, but they still aid the sick whenever they suddenly come across them outside, and these deeds are reported in the news. Tang Yu shook his head helplessly. Ran, I can't solve the problem. That secret recipe should be forgotten. Yu-Ru began to be pessimistic, having climbed the mountain with great difficulty to the temple, but actually returned empty-handed. Li Ran comforted. Yu-Ru, take a good rest here for a day, and when my father hires that doctor, I'll introduce him to you. Yu-Ru nodded silently. It would have to do. At this time, Su Ling quietly asked, can you answer this question? Yining smiled. It's nothing to try. He walked to the front of the reward notice, picked up his quill, and unconsciously pursed his lips. Brushstrokes write themselves poorly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yining had already written down a word. Li Ran immediately stopped it. Wait a minute. What gives you the right to scribble on it? Do you know anything about medicine? As she was saying this, she turned her head to look at Master He. Master, this man is just a follower. Can anyone scribble anything? The only reason why she said that was because she had always felt that Su Ling was a woman with a bad heart. There's a saying that things come in small packages. The man was no slouch, if not an entourage. Tang Yu also began to flirt. I say brother, your writing is all twisted and turned. Do you really know medicine? Su Ling immediately retorted. What does poorly written words have to do with medical skills? If you don't know how to solve a problem, you still won't let others solve it? Dang Yu said in a serious manner. There are very many types of herbs, and the herbs included in the books are 8,000. There are also nearly 800 herbs that are frequently used. Moreover, herbs are roughly divided into 19 categories, and the relationship between them is so complex that not only do you need a medicine guide, but you also need 1 or even 2 herbs to harmonize the effect of the medicine. The herbs are mutually exclusive in nature, and even the more famous old herbalists have a hard time grasping the efficacy of their concoctions. I'm still a graduate of Tianhe Medical College, and if I can't solve the problem easily, how can he? Su Ling was disdainful and snorted, judging people by their appearance. You want to laugh me to death? Just because you can't, doesn't mean others can't. Li Ran was righteous, whether he is good or not. In any case, before solving the problem, is it not necessary to explain clearly with the master what he is going to write? This is a reward notice, not a draft paper. If he writes wrongly, the master shall not make a new copy with new contents? Master He was also at a loss. Even if there was a pen here, he couldn't just lift the pen and write. It was too presumptuous. He said, little brother, if you're not sure, forget it, I'll have someone get a new notice. Yining smiled. I haven't finished writing this yet. Master, how do you know I can't? Master He was very helpless. Wrote all the writing. Let him finish it. He saved Su Ling's life today and looked quite qualified. If it was someone else, he would have already set his face. Seeing that the master also disliked him, Li Ran instantly became even more energized. Do you hear me? The master won't let you write. You still want to write? Su Ling glared at her fiercely. None of your business. You stand there honestly. Li Ran's eyes were on fire. Who are you to point your finger at me? You talk about my friends and you won't let me talk about you. Double standard, huh? What do you mean I'm double standard? I know exactly what kind of goods you are, and you forced your friend to put it on. Do you want to be ashamed? Oh, you're in a hurry, aren't you? People haven't offended you, and you're still being aggressive? I'm being aggressive. It's obvious he doesn't know the rules, and you don't stop it and let him write nonsense here. Do you have any brains? Master He couldn't hear anymore. Alright, all be quiet and quiet. There's no need to argue over this small matter. The two beauties sniffed and immediately shut up, fearing that Master He would get angry. At this time, Yining had already finished writing the second character. Grandmaster He took 2 steps forward. His eyes suddenly widened and his expression was somewhat grave. When Li Ran and the others saw his expression, they immediately knew something was wrong. Obviously, Yenin had written it wrong. I told you. You don't know and you're pretending to know. So you've made Master He angry. Tanyu tried to coax. The other tourists also said, hey, it's rare to see Master He once, but I didn't expect someone to be ungrateful. I say, old iron, if you can't, come down. Don't try to be a hero there. Look at him. He's so young. How can he possibly be able to solve the problem? Saying that he's showing off as being polite to him. Shame on him. Li Ranran was inwardly smug. Now that Su Ling's friend had lost face, she would naturally feel ashamed as well. At this moment, when Li Ranran saw Su Ling looking confident, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Where on earth did the confidence come from? Are you really that thick-skinned? One of the tourists then said. I've heard that before. In our Tianhe province, there were several medical experts who came here to solve the problem, and with their skills they were unable to fill in the remaining 2 herbs. Another person said, really? Coming to Tianhe City from thousands of miles away? Yeah, you can't take pictures at the Temple of Heavenly Integrity, didn't you know? They came here in order to find out whether the first 5 herbs written on the internet were right or not, and there was quite a commotion in the medical community during that time. Li Ranran jade hand around the chest. Su Ling, people want face, tree wants skin. Collect your untamed attitude. When really what people make what friends. Su Ling didn't bother to talk. Just then, the abbot arrived. He was solidly built, old and strong, and wore a bright yellow monk's uniform with red robes, and was not angry. Everyone present saluted slightly. Deng Yu said seriously, I say brother, the abbot is here. You hurry down. It's not good to give yourself some face. Master, he walked up to the abbot. His expression became puzzled. Master, look at this herb. A hint of surprise flashed in the abbot's eyes and he smiled. Well written. Young man, can you still make up the last herb? Shasta. Everyone was stunned. They thought that the abbot would tell Yining to get lost, but they didn't expect him to continue writing? Yu and Li Ranran looked at each other with blank expressions. Does it mean that he can actually solve the problem? Yining looked back at the abbot. His tone light. Hello abbot, I can continue writing, but in my opinion, it's completely unnecessary. Chapter 61 Deletion of bounty content. There's no point in writing about it? The abbot sniffed and inquired curiously. What makes you say that, little brother? Yining put the brush down. Can I borrow a step to talk? Since Yining had written the 5th herb, the abbot appreciated him and nodded his head in agreement. Then the 2 of them stepped aside. The crowd was very confused as to what was going on. Why is the abbot so polite to him? The abbot asked. Little brother, go ahead. Yining said. The 7th herb is ambergris, but this secret recipe does not have a therapeutic effect on cancer. It's just a painkiller with no side effects. Hard to say that there is a healing effect, clearing heat and dispelling cold only. If you don't believe me, you can get all the herbs and boil the medicine to find out. The abbot was shocked. A moment later, the look of realization dawned on him, and he was convinced of what Yining had said. So this secret recipe, it only works like this. I didn't realize that the answer to the secret formula, which many high achievers in the medical field couldn't solve, was so simple that it was really a farce. If my senior brother were still alive, he should be very disappointed to know that the 7 flavors 1000 gold formula's potency is nothing more than that. Yining continued. I suggest that the reward be deleted and the topic remain, so that other interested people can answer it, and as for the reward, it can be replaced with something else. The abbot stroked his beard, admiring Yining, successfully solving the problem and not only not asking for the $1 million prize, but also offering such good advice, does deserve a lot of respect. The abbot took the initiative to shake his hand. In any case, little brother, you have solved the question. I, Tiancheng Temple, will definitely fulfill my promise. Yining held that strong right hand and smiled. No need. It's not a pressing matter after all. The abbot asked. So what do you want from us? Yining shook his head. Nothing. The abbot still insisted. I'll give you a string of Buddha beads. After all, you've done a great favor. If we let other people answer it, we will not only lose $1 million amount, but we will also become the laughingstock of the outside world. Yining was surprised. Buddha beads? That is indeed a good thing. Although he was not a believer in Buddhism, it meant a lot to get the beads given by the abbot. The abbot was still puzzled inwardly. Little brother, how did you know the exact contents of the 7 flavors 1000 gold formula? Yining explained. The ancient book on the 100 difficulties disease, it's written on it, and the other books that recorded the 7 flavors 1000 gold formula. The contents are incomplete. It's clear if you take the time to investigate the contents of the books. The abbot smiled. Although my temple promotes martial arts culture, but this aspect of healing is also really skillful. The answer you gave, I naturally won't question it, because I was just getting an inkling the other day and wanted to confirm it, and then I ran into you today. Immediately afterward, The abbot called Grandmaster He to follow Yi Ning's proposal to rewrite a notice, removing the bounty and leaving the rest of the contents unchanged. Master He didn't dare to ask more questions, and immediately did as he was told. The crowd was even more confused when they saw that the bounty notice had been removed. They whispered, curious as to what Yi Ning and the abbot were talking about. Especially Li Ranran and Deng Yu had a bad feeling in their hearts. Yu Ru asked, he knows the abbot? Tun Yu stroked his chin and analyzed, shouldn't recognize it. According to the situation, it seems that either the question is wrong or he has already answered it successfully. Asterisk. Don't scare me. Li Ranran refused to believe it. He looks younger than us. How could he answer it? Tun Yu sweated. I really underestimated him. It seems that Su Ling's friend does have two tricks up his sleeve. His face was embarrassed. He had just verbally provoked and questioned, and now that he was slapped in the face, his heart felt very bad. After a few minutes, Master He put the notice back up, only with less reward content. Master He said solemnly, dear visitors, for some reason, this temple's bounty announcement ends here, but the title remains. For those who can successfully answer the question, the temple will present a copy of the finest ointment. Seeing this situation, the crowd's murmurs gradually became louder. Holy, he answered it? No way. Is there really such a godly man? Don't you guys think it's strange that if the answer is really out there, why would you need to put the notice back up again? Yeah, that obviously doesn't make sense. Someone said, top quality ointment. That's pretty good too. Tiancheng Temple never deceives anyone. The others chimed in. Yes, which means that the top quality ointment is the secret formula that the Heavenly Sincerity Temple doesn't publicize. At this moment, Deng Yu frowned. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? The man didn't succeed in solving the problem? No, it's not right. Tang Yu muttered, he must have solved it. Otherwise, the content of the reward could not have been erased from the notice. But what is the purpose of reposting the notice? Seeing him being elusive, Yu Ru said, I see that he's very involved in the conversation with the abbot. What exactly is it about? Li Ranran was a bit unwilling. She had expected to see the scene of Su Ling and Yi Ning being chastised by the abbot, but now this was actually the situation. Yu Ru said breathlessly, forget it, it's over anyway, don't think about it anymore. I don't have the strength to walk anymore. Let the abbot arrange a room for us. We won't go down the mountain today. Li Ranran agrees. Come on, go rest and relax. At this time, the three of them had not walked a few steps when Yu Ru's footsteps were unsteady and she suddenly fell to the ground. Deng Yu rushed forward and hugged her. Yu Ru, what's wrong with you? Yu Ru's face was pained and her lips were a little white. I don't know. I feel a headache and heartburn, and my body is weak. Duan Yu panicked inwardly. Bad. Heat stroke. Li Ranran was surprised. Heat stroke. They went out too quickly this morning, did not eat breakfast, and did not bring a sun umbrella, but also climbed the mountain in the hot sun. And it is inevitable that they will get heat stroke if they are not in good physical condition. Passing martial arts monk saw this and rushed to inquire. As soon as he learned of the situation, he sent someone to bring ice and medication such as patchouli. The martial arts monk said, after taking the medication, you also need to massage the skin and muscles, which will promote heat dissipation. First carry her to an air-conditioned room. Deng Yu picked up Yu Ru and followed the martial monk to the guest room. An hour later, Yu Ru had taken her medicine and things still weren't getting better, and spraying cool water all over her body didn't help. Deng Yu was a bit anxious. No, we have to notify the temple's doctor to come over. Li Ranran said, aren't you also a doctor, and you can't do anything about it? Deng Yu was helpless. I'm a doctor, but I also need the hospital's medical instruments and I have to redispense her medicine. Besides, I'm a Western doctor, not a Chinese doctor. Li Ranran had no choice but to seek help in the main hall. The results have been unsatisfactory. The doctors at the Temple of Heavenly Sincerity have all gone out to study, and no doctor is at the temple today. There was no other way. She could only return the same way and join Deng Yu. When she walked to the door of her room, she realized that Deng Yu had also come out. She was very confused. What are you doing out here? You're not staying with her? Duan Yu said, I'll go find that young man. I think he has a solution. Li Ranran rolled her eyes. He has a way. Are you sure? Chapter 62, Good Intentions as a Donkey's Liver and Lungs. Deng Yu was also a bit worried. The question he was worried about was not whether Yi Ning would treat him, but whether Yi Ning would help him. After all, he had taunted him in public before, and now his own girlfriend was sick, and he went to ask for his help. Would people give that face? He said, just go and ask. They shouldn't have left either. They'll stay here for the day. Li Ranran was a bit upset. Actually going to beg Su Ling's friend to treat Yu Ru. Then where would she put her face? She knows she's way off base. But, Yu Ru was her bosom friend after all. So why don't we just go to that young man? The cure is important. Li Ranran said. First of all, there are two questions. How do you know that he will cure you and that he will help you? Dang Yu thought for a moment and explained. Because he managed to solve the problem and is also a Chinese medicine practitioner. He's not helping me because he's also a doctor. And doctors will always have a soft heart. At that, he smiled awkwardly. Am I being naive in my thinking? Li Ranran was helpless and said, go on then. I'll wait for you here. After more than 10 minutes, Dang Yu finally found Yining. At this moment, Su Ling was resting in ambush. And when Yining saw him, he asked softly, what's wrong? Dang Yu opened the door. My girlfriend has suffered from heatstroke. Can I trouble you to help heal her? Yining owed. I thought she accidentally fell down in front of me and didn't pay much attention. So lead the way. Ding. Host triggers mission. Option 1. Ignore Dang Yu's request. Reward $2 million. Choice 2. Help cure Yu Ru. Reward 5 points of free attributes. Choose 3 and let Su Ling make the decision for you. Rewarded with a Tiger card. Note, the Tiger card improves the host's physical functions for 1 hour, allowing the physical state to break through the limits. Yining inwardly involuntarily smiled. The system was really good at messing things up. Choice 3 was for Su Ling to make the decision, but no matter how you look at it, the second option is the best because of the attribute points. As for this Tiger card, it's going to be even more comprehensive than the Power Dan. When Dang Yu heard this, his heart was finally relieved. On the way back, Dang Yu solemnly apologized. I'm sorry for speaking out against you before. Yining was expressionless. I know that you and Su Ling don't deal with each other, and I agreed to heal your girlfriend because she didn't dislike me in public. If she also dislikes me with you guys, then I won't come. Apologizing won't help. Things are one size fits all. Dang Yu continued to thank. Anyway, I'm so grateful that you were able to heal Yu Ru. A few minutes later, the two entered the room one after the other. Li Ranran also felt a sense of shame when she saw Yining. Yining glanced at Yu Ru, who was in a very weak state and looked like she was suffering from some serious illness. He said that it was heat stroke, but Yining still took Yu Ru's pulse. A few moments later, he took the silver needles from the mall's storage, sat down on the edge of the bed, and started applying the needles at the Tsuza point in the elbow area. Dang Yu thought to himself that he hadn't guessed wrong. This young man was a Chinese medicine practitioner, and he carries silver needles with him with a high degree of professionalism. Yining moved very slowly, twisting the silver needle while observing the change in Yu Ru's expression. After 5 minutes, he applied another needle to the 10 Xian point at the tip of his 10 fingers. 10 Xian points are rich in peripheral nerves, with diarrhea and spasmodic, clearing heat and opening up the mind. Similarly, it can be used to treat heat stroke, shock, fainting, coma and hyperthermia. Although Dang Yu was a Western medical doctor, he also knew a lot about human acupoints, and the position of Yining's needle application was quite accurate, without any half deviation. At this moment, Li Ranran asked, Yu Ru, how do you feel now? Yu Ru nodded slightly, feeling better. This gentleman, thank you. Yining did not reply and continued to apply the needles. After a few more minutes, Yining said, now I'm going to acupuncture the 100 club point. Move your body down a bit. Yu Ru answered and obediently did as she was told. She didn't expect that Dang Yu and Li Ranran had sneered at him before, and now he was able to come over and treat himself regardless of his past grudges. When the silver needle had just pierced into her scalp, Yu Ru felt a little uncomfortable, always feeling a cool chill in her heavenly soul cap. After a minute she felt very soothed again. The sensation was more comfortable than a professional massage. Bai Hui point, for the meeting of the 100 veins, acupuncture effect has a have to wake up the brain and lift the sun to lift the trap. Naturally, can also be treated to treat headache, dizziness, tinnitus. Since this point was more important, Yining had acupuncture for 10 minutes. Then, Yining had her lie on her back and acupuncture the great vertebral point at the back of her neck. Curious, Li Ranran asked, how many more acupuncture points are there to be needled? Yining said, this point ends, there are 3 more points. As soon as the words left his mouth, he pulled out the silver needles. Okay, now you pull your shirt up a little, and your pants down a little. I'm going to needle the Chi-Hai point. Hearing this, Yu Ru felt a little embarrassed. Seeing her hesitation, Yining continued, later on, you'll also have to take off your clothes, and I'm going to acupuncture the Danjiang point on my chest and the heart point on my back. Yu Ru's mouth opened wide in shock, her face unbelievable. What did you say? Li Ranran exclaimed, reacting even more violently than Yu Ru. Take off your clothes? What the hell do you want? It's just a heat stroke. Is acupuncture that much trouble? In the end, it's someone from Su Ling's side. I don't think you want acupuncture, but you want to take advantage of it, right? Yining's brows stared, his eyes narrowing slightly. I came over here with good intentions to cure you, but you think I'm taking advantage of you, treating my good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. Don't agree to pull the plug. When he finished speaking, he packed up the silver needles and immediately got up. It's just heatstroke anyway. It's not going to kill me, and I'm not the one who's having a hard time. So you guys be nice. Deng Yu was anxious and hurriedly stopped Yi Ning. Brother, don't be more competitive. She's just hostile to Su Ling, not against you. Nothing personal? Yi Ning was very upset. You heard what she said just now. In the end, it's someone besides Su Ling. Who else could it be if not me? Please get out of the way or don't blame me for doing it. Deng Yu didn't know what to do and glanced at Li Ranran in a panic. Li Ranran, however, did not care, want to take the opportunity to look at her best friend's body. Don't think about it. Deng Yu squeezed out a smile. Bro, she doesn't speak without thinking. I agree if she doesn't. So just keep on with the acupuncture, okay? I can pay you. Just name your price. Yi Ning's tone was icy. This isn't a matter of money. I agreed to come for treatment. When did I talk to you about the cost of treatment? Since you're also a doctor, you should know the effects of acupuncture: Dunjong points, sinew points and Shihai points. Everyone is also climbing the mountain in the sun, but she got heatstroke and her body is fragile. Otherwise, why do you think I would have taken her pulse and just given her direct acupuncture? Just to provide her with more comprehensive help. You don't appreciate it and you're slandering the old man. Get out of here. Chapter 63: Selfishness and Stupidity. Li Ranran breaks things and Deng Yu almost freaks out. It's still after 2 p.m. And the sun is still too hot to take the moon down the mountain. The treatment was interrupted, and he was as anxious as an ant in a hot pot. After all, what can be done when people are kind enough to offer their help for free and don't expect this to happen? Deng Yu had no choice but to apologize repeatedly. Brother, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I apologize for you on behalf of Li Ranran. I implore you to continue the acupuncture. Yi Ning reached out and pushed him away. Get out of the way. Feeling that she wasn't wrong, Li Ranran said, after acupuncture for so long, and now that Yuru's situation has improved, it's fine to take some more medicine. You're obviously having a non-confrontational affair and you won't admit it? Ren, will you shut up? Deng Yu couldn't tense up, his voice raised. I'm a doctor too. I even think it's nothing, but you're bad-mouthing me. It's too much. I'm overdoing it? Li Ranran was also very serious. Now that you've seen the state of Yuru, he's done with acupuncture, and he's still making such rude and shameful demands. I'm also a woman, even if you agree that I don't. It's not okay even if you're her boyfriend. I've known Yuru for more than 10 years. My feelings are even deeper than yours, and I have the right to stop such excessive demands. Yi Ning didn't bother to listen to their arm twisting, lifting his steps and heading for the door. Deng Yu also went out of his way to block the doorway. Dude, help someone out. Acupuncture can't be interrupted, even if you beat me or not. I'll admit it, as long as you're willing to heal, I'll promise you anything. Yi Ning said in a cold voice. It's useless to say anything right now. I'm still wasting my strength by beating you. Speaking of this, Yi Ning suddenly sneered. It's fine if you don't let me go out. I don't do acupuncture anyway. If you want to blame me, blame this self-righteous woman. Yuru whispered. Ran, you'd better apologize to him. This gentleman doesn't care about his past grudges and you're still targeting him so much. Even if he's in league with Su Ling, you can't make such an assertion. I wouldn't, Li Ranran said, but just a little medical skill, but also think they have how powerful. Now you also almost good. The big deal is that we give money. We do not owe him. Deng Yu chided. Even if you and Yuru have been in a relationship for more than 10 years, you are you and she is her. It's not like you're the one who's sick when she's sick. Don't you feel selfish and stupid for substituting yourself into this? I'm selfish? Li Ranran also started to lose her temper. If I were selfish, I would have stopped you from going to him before. Thinking that I would be able to cure Yuru, I agreed. Deng Yu, he's just an ordinary doctor. He took advantage of your girlfriend Yu and you're still defending him so much? If you ask me, he's nothing compared to the royal doctor my dad hired. Deng Yu's body was shaking a bit from her anger, and he was almost about to have a seizure. You're so greasy. If anything goes wrong with Yuru, can you afford to take responsibility? All you can talk about is paying. It's not about money. Li Ranran was just about to speak when her cell phone rang. Taking out his cell phone, he saw that it was Secretary Su calling. At this moment, Yi Ning sat down and leaned back in his chair, looking at the three of them as if they were watching a play. Are you guys doing a duet here? Or are you doing a comedy routine? Won't let me go. So I'm just in time for some air conditioning. Li Ranran was still on the phone. Okay, Secretary Su. I'll be there tomorrow. Secretary Su froze for a moment on the other end of the phone. I seem to have heard Yi Ning's voice. Is he next to you too, Yi Ning? Li Ranran's petite body was stunned. With a bewildered expression, she looked at Yi Ning. Secretary Su, you wouldn't have heard wrong, would you? Secretary Su said seriously. I personally went to him that day. It's impossible to mishear him. What did he mean when he said you guys wouldn't let him go? At this moment, Li Ranran was completely dumbfounded. Stick to the phone by the ear. Slowly put down. incredulously looking at Yining. You are Yining? Yining didn't say anything and stared at her playfully. Secretary Su sensed that something was wrong. Ran, did you offend someone? Li Ranran's heart raced and her face suddenly changed. After all this time, the doctor that his dad had specially invited was this young man in front of him? How is that possible? Li Ranran panicked, the hand holding the cell phone vaguely shaking. Secretary Su, I really offended someone. She wanted to cry. Now finally, I deeply realize what despair is, and finally believe that he can solve the secret formula of the bounty notice. Secretary Su raised her voice. You give him the phone, now immediately. Li Ranran slowly got up and walked over to Yining. Please pick up the phone. Yining picked up the phone. Hello, this is Yining. Secretary Su changed his attitude and said with a smile, Yining Ranran doesn't know any better. If she has offended you in any way, I hope you won't take it personally with her. Yining's tone was light. I won't bother with her. Except, only what? Secretary Su was a bit anxious and immediately interrupted. I'll go to Marshall Spirit Mountain to find you guys now. She's easy to be impulsive sometimes. Yining, for the sake of the governor, calm down. Yining said. Secretary Su, don't worry, the governor is the governor. She is her. I 1T count with her. If it's okay, I will give the phone back. Without waiting for Secretary Su to answer, he directly threw his cell phone into Li Ranran's hands. Li Ranran was nervous to the extreme. Hey, Secretary Su. Secretary Su said sternly. I don't care what happened to you. You make amends and apologize immediately. The phone hangs up. Li Ranran's hands and feet are at a loss, and her eyes are quite dim. After a few seconds, she bowed slightly. Yining, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I wear colored glasses to see people. Will you excuse me, please? I'll be sure to treat you well tomorrow. I owe you now, and I'll be at your beck and call for anything you need in the future. Yining did not look squarely at him. I don't accept apologies, so shut up. Li Ranran didn't dare to speak again, and Deng Yu silently sighed. Seeing that the other party had such a resolute attitude, Deng Yu carefully inquired, then the acupuncture thing. Yining's face was expressionless. Can't die. When he finished, he got up and left. Deng Yu squinted at Li Ranran, itching to scold her. Acupuncture treatments, when interrupted, are much less effective. It was good that Yuru wasn't as weak as before, so he was quite relieved that he could only continue the treatment at the hospital tomorrow. Yining returned to the tea tasting area and realized that Su Ling was still ambling around. He snickered. Are you a pig, and too much of a sleeper? Seeing that she didn't say anything, Yining frowned and reached out to take her pulse. In the next instant, his eyes widened in shock. Su Ling had a concussion from a previous car accident, where she was ambling around. She had passed out. Chapter 64. You won't even confess. Yining forced her head up in order to determine the severity of the concussion and scrutinized her eyes. Ouch! What are you doing? I'm so sick right now. I just fell asleep and I'm so mad at you. Yining didn't say anything and touched her neck again. Fortunately, it's not serious. A mild concussion. Su Ling looked at him complainingly. I have a concussion. I said, why do I feel my arms and legs are weak? My ears are buzzing, and I have some heartburn. Yining comforted. It's fine. I'll just give you acupuncture and moxibustion. Just sit still. Taking out the silver needles, he began to perform acupuncture on Renjong, Yongquan, Bai Hui, Sun, and Weiguan points. Nearly 40 minutes or so later, Su Ling was finally well. She blushed in delight. I go, what kind of needlework are you doing? All of a sudden I'm much better. So what you did at the Star Hotel is all true. Yining said, it's not completely well yet, so don't go to work for a few days. Go back home tomorrow and rest for a few days. A mild concussion is no big deal. The main thing is just to focus on rest and getting good sleep. Speaking of which, Yining suddenly felt a lack of beauty. Right now, she was only mastering beginner level healing. If she purchased intermediate level healing, she wouldn't even need to rest at home. Su Ling sighed. If I want to rest, how can it be that easy? The business has a whole lot of things waiting for me to do. Yining shrugged. As you wish. Anyway, don't work too hard and don't be exposed to the sun. At night, the Temple of Heavenly Sincerity was quiet, and Su Ling thought there would be some special program. After a brief meal, Yining returned to his room to rest. Without realizing it, he fell asleep. Creak. The door to the room was opened, and a silhouette quietly entered Yining's room. Yining slowly opened his eyes. The moonlight hitting Su Ling's face, coupled with the fact that the room was dark, inexplicably felt extra weird. You want to scare me to death? Su Ling smiled awkwardly. I couldn't sleep and came over to chat with you. Yining rolled her eyes in a good-natured manner. What's the point of chatting? If you don't sleep I'll still have to sleep. But who knew? Su Ling spoke out of turn. Then lie together. I trust you for that. Buzz. Yining's mind went blank. After a moment, he stammered. You really Su Ling, won't be possessed by something unclean, right? Su Ling pursed her lips. I'm not used to sleeping here, and with all that going on, I can't sleep. It always feels like I can feel at ease when I stay with you. Without waiting for him to speak, she naturally got into bed and lay straight down. Yenin, he was speechless, and turned away hastily. Will you stop being so self-conscious? This woman is the famous Miss Su family in Tianhe province. What is the volume of Yi group? If it is involved in unnecessary things, Yi family can still be peaceful? What's wrong with me? How many people dream of going out with me? Those official second-generation rich second-generation salivating over me. You are good, and I sleep in the same bed. Take advantage of the cheap and do not know how to satisfy? Ha! Yining was completely speechless, saying it as if I went to your room to find you sleeping. Shameless. Su Ling felt that she was being disliked and glared at him. What do you mean? You don't see me? In terms of beauty, am I inferior to other women? Having said that, Yining felt his conscience. Truth be told, pretty is pretty, but I don't feel a thing for her. But any beautiful woman, men like to look at, but always have to talk about whether or not the heart is moved, is not it? To say that he had feelings, Yining had feelings for Li Shangyan and landlord Ji Yue. Even if Ling Manu gave herself her first time, it was by seduction, and she only had a good feeling about her, not that kind of idea of falling in love. Yining said, so what if you're pretty? Can you eat it? This time, Su Ling was completely nonchalant. You really are intentional, aren't you? I'm so proactive. You won't even confess? Isn't it a man? Yining lightly coughed twice. All I ask is that you don't harm me on the line. What with the confessions? They don't exist. Su Ling was puzzled. Why? You can't even look at such a big enterprise as my Su family? Yining explained. First of all, you're beautiful, but I don't have feelings for you. Secondly, my small Yi family, what virtue can I have? To fall in love with you is to suffer. Even if I'm willing, my father will be gossiped about, saying that the Yi family is climbing up to your Su family. You know, now that he had the system, as long as he developed it slowly, he was sure that Yi group would slowly grow. When the time comes, you can't choose whichever $1,000 you want. It's just not the right time yet. Su Ling was helpless, not expecting Yining to actually give this answer. Although she was rejected, she appreciated and liked Yining even more. He risked his life to save his own, not only knew how to heal, but was also very clear about his position and didn't think about himself like other men did. Just those points were enough to make her like it. She suddenly said, it's not that simple. Anyway, I like you now. If you're willing to go out with me, I'll let my dad inject capital into Yi group. One step to heaven is easy. I'm just such a straight shooter. So give the word and don't say anything about the door not being right. Yining was dumbfounded, not realizing that the usually high-minded and unbeatable Su family's eldest daughter would actually take the initiative to confess to herself. Forget it. Yining refused. My Yi family and your Su family. Although it is a difference between the clouds and mud, but at least there are a few 100 million assets. In Tianhai City is not a small player. I do not need to rely on anyone to develop the family. Su Ling was stumped for words and was silent for a few minutes. Yining also didn't want to talk anymore, now that she was being watched. If she continued to tangle with her, even if she had a system, she would lose her life. One hasn't lived enough and wants to continue to enjoy the good life. The next day, just after 8 in the morning, Yining slept until he woke up naturally. Opening his eyes again startled him. He himself actually slept cuddling with Su Ling. He didn't dare to move, staring straight at Su Ling's pretty face and listening to her breathing. Beautiful, so beautiful. Even a plain face is very attractive. Long eyelashes, straight nose, light pink lips, a few strands of hair plastered on the pretty face, so close to see, like a beautiful picture. But Yining was also a normal man and wanted to kiss her lips hard and then strip her naked and dominate her body. Just because there was no idea of a relationship with her didn't mean there wasn't a desire to have sex with her. Thinking about it, Yining felt himself reacting, his body burning with desire. The two of them were holding each other like this. Su Ling's left leg was clamped by his legs, and her left hand was on him. Who can stand that? Ding! Gained 50 peach blossom coins. And peach coins. Yining always felt that his nosebleed was going to flow out, and if he didn't wake her up, it would be bad if he really couldn't hold it. You know, she confessed to herself last night. Chapter 65 The Chase. At this moment, Su Ling's chest gently rose and fell a little with each breath. What's more, they were still tightly pressed together, and the two soft masses made Yining almost lose his mind. Hey, it's dawn. Get up and go home. Shuring moved. Well, what time is it? Yining said. It's 8:30. Su Ling slowly opened her eyes and was shocked to see herself hugging him. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Yi Ning hurriedly pushed her away, accidentally touching the peaks. Hurry up and get up, I have things to do. Su Ling's breasts were pressed and rubbed hard, her pretty face flushed. And say you don't feel anything for me, touch me? When did I come to your room? Why don't I remember? Yi Ning hurriedly got out of bed and walked to the washroom. Think about it yourself. Su Ling thought back carefully, and it seemed like there was really something like that. After the two of them washed up, Su Ling spent 10 minutes putting on her makeup, getting a simple everyday look that looked refreshing. Slightly powdered. The whole temperament is different, more beautiful than just now. Su Ling went to the storage pavilion to get her things, and the two of them quickly descended the mountain. 2 hours later, it was finally at the bottom of the hill. Su Ling put the parasol away and wiped the sweat off her forehead. I'm exhausted. No wonder I was asked to pick up my stuff. It's a lot of work. Yi Ning opened his cell phone and prepared to call DDT. Su Ling said, my car will be here soon. Wait, I'll send you back. After 10 minutes or so, there was a blue Bentley Flying Spur and a white Maserati MC20 driving by. Su Ling waved at them, and the two of them got out of the car, handed over the keys to her, bowed and curtsied briefly, got into the Bentley and left. You drive. I have an important object in my hand, and after you take me home, the car will be yours to drive for now. Yi Ning took the keys, a little reluctant, using me as a driver, right? Wrong. Su Ling corrected, driver and bodyguard. According to the route given by Su Ling, the car drove to the mountain ring road. At this moment, Yi Ning glanced at the rearview mirror. Have you noticed that the black BMW XM has been following us? As he spoke, his face became serious. Got a bad feeling about this. Su Ling was about to turn back when Yi Ning immediately said, don't turn your head, just stare at the rearview mirror. She didn't think much of it, explaining, there are a lot of people who come here to drag race, and that BMW XM goes 270 miles per hour, so it can be fun. Yi Ning said, this car of ours, the fastest speed is 318 miles per hour, but this is a mountain ring road. It's not that simple to get rid of them. Su Ling couldn't help but laugh. You're paranoid of being victimized, aren't you? As soon as she spoke, the BMW accelerated and crashed hard. Bang! Both cars were going so fast that the Maserati almost overturned. They both felt that the left wheel was buckling. Luckily, Yi Ning's car skills were quite good, and he reacted in time, so he didn't let them get their hands on him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Ling instantly panicked. It's really coming at me? Yi Ning gritted his teeth. Sit tight. He increased the gas pedal and the car pulled away some distance instantly. That bump just now caused Su Ling's face to turn pale. What kind of people are they? Staring at me? I didn't offend anyone. Yi Ning said coldly, you'll have to ask your father. They should be eyeing what you're holding in your hands. The two had just passed 2 corners. Unexpectedly, the BMW caught up with them again, and they were just 2 or 3 meters away. Yi Ning cursed, what a shady soul. It's really no good to stay with you and die. Su Ling shuddered. We're driving a sports car. How can you be caught up by a large SUV? Yi Ning glared at her fiercely. Is there any need to think about this? People are professional killers. Their car skills are definitely better than mine. And with so many curves in the mountains, how easy is it to get rid of them? Bang! As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the Maserati was hit hard again. The two of them leaned forward, and if they hadn't had seatbelts, I'm afraid they would have crashed through the windshield and flown out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Ning was furious, not knowing if those people had hot weapons with them, and couldn't wait to get out of the car and tear those killers to shreds. What worried him most now was the Maserati's fuel tank, located on the right side of the rear of the car. Wouldn't it be a disaster if the fuel tank got busted? Su Ling got anxious and yelled, Yi Ning, quickly think of something, we're dead if the car gets wrecked. Yi Ning disliked back, what's the solution? If you're capable, you can drive. We've only just made it up the mountain, and there's still more than 10 kilometers to go down. I said go downtown. You're too slow to wait for the stoplight. Now it's good. You're being chased. Asterisk 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 in hell. Bang! Clunk! The taillights were smashed out, as well as the back cover was shattered quite a bit, and all sorts of debris flew down to the ground. Yi Ning was also anxious, and a lot of sweat oozed from his forehead. There was no other way to get rid of them at this point. Su Ling wanted to cry. Am I my father's own child or not? I'm really convinced. Listening to her constant complaints, Yi Ning was very annoyed. Just shut up, and let me drive in peace. Just at this time, came to a downhill section, and just the curve. After the curve is a few dozen meters long straight line. Yi Ning shouted, hold on to the handrail. Hurry! Su Ling did as she was told, feeling her heart jump into her throat. At the next moment, Yi Ning entered the corner ahead of schedule, slammed on the brakes and downshifted. and at the same time switched directions with force to make a drift. The whole car left the road with violent inertia and flung itself into midair. Su Ling stared with wide eyes, not expecting Yi Ning to actually not take the road and choose to fly down. Ah, snap, clunk. The car landed on the ground with a sharp sound. Yi Ning once again sharply hit the steering wheel, released the brakes, and increased the throttle smoothly out of the corner. It's a good thing the Maserati has enough grip, or else the consequences would have been unimaginable. The killers inside the BMW, who also did not expect Yi Ning to have this kind of operation, were already more than 20 meters away from them. At this moment, Yi Ning put his foot on the gas to the end, and the car sped down the highway, the distance of 20 meters instantly coming to more than 50 meters. However, in the BMW, there was an assassin in a black mask, upper body poking out the window, submachine gun in hand, blasting at the tires of the Maserati. Da-da-da-da, boo, a flat tire, taste. The Maserati began to sway violently from side to side, the steel rims of the wheels rubbing sparks on the ground. Yi Ning let go of the gas and tried desperately to set the car straight. It's over. Su Ling turned around violently and saw the BMW speeding by. Her pretty face stiffened and a sense of despair spread throughout her body. Chapter 66 is not generalized. Yi Ning's heart raced. The BMW had already caught up. They did not continue to choose to crash, wanting to go around in front of the Maserati and block Yi Ning's path. But right at this moment, Yi Ning finally set the car right, and once again pressed the gas pedal hard. Coincidentally, the BMW had just slowed down when the Maserati charged off again. It took everyone by surprise, including Su Ling. Scared the hell out of me. Su Ling inwardly rejoiced. She thought she was going to be finished, but she didn't expect Yi Ning to turn the tables. He really was a reliable man. Yi Ning's afterglow saw her blush and said in a deep voice, "They're not dead yet. You're rejoicing too early." Su Ling's eyes widened. You want to kill them?" Yi Ning's eyes erupted with a cold aura. "Aren't you talking nonsense? They will definitely not let me go after they capture you. If we don't kill them, do we have to bring them home for dinner?" Hearing that she had to kill someone, Su Ling was nervous. Have you ever killed anyone?" Yi Ning replied seriously. "No, I can only fulfill them if they want to die." "Okay, you shut up. Now that the tires are down, there's no way to run. Find a place to finish them off." The car was still drivable, and Yi Ning gradually grasped the degree of shaking of the vehicle and continued to increase the throttle to sprint forward. The BMW followed closely behind, not giving them the slightest chance to escape. In less than 5 minutes, the car traveled to the outside of a forest, and Yi Ning decisively drove the car in. Bang! The vehicle crashed through the guardrail and flew straight in towards the woods. Su Ling adjusted her breathing and hurriedly asked, "Are you sure you can solve them? They are the ones with guns." Yi Ning said, "What are you afraid of? Didn't you say you like me, and you're still not happy about dying with me? What time is it and you're still in the mood for jokes?" Su Ling said almost with a sobbing voice, "I don't want to die yet. Why did I run into this kind of thing? What the hell did my dad do to make me suffer like this?" At this point, the car drove to an area with more cover, next to a couple of large boulders that were just enough to hide the vehicle. Yi Ning hurriedly got out of the car. "Hide next to the car and don't move." He opened the trunk just in time to see a toolbox and opened it to see that there was a longer wrench that would work. At this moment, the BMW was parked not far away. 4 killers got off the bus successively. One of them held a submachine gun. The remaining 3 held daggers. They all wore professional masks. Their eyes were stern, radiating a horrifying killing aura all the time. They were also well characterized, with the leader holding a firearm, then another with a tattoo on his arm, one with several scars on his arm, and one shorter. Yi Ning was also nervous, unconsciously swallowing his saliva. This was the first time he had faced a life and death scene. His arm, holding the wrench, shook vaguely. The other side still has assault rifles. We'll have to find a way to deal with the one with the gun. At that moment, the man with the submachine gun in his hand said, "Don't hide. You give her to us and we'll let you go." Yi Ning asked, "What purpose do you have and what do you want to do?" "It's not your turn to question, and before I change my mind, you'd better send her here before you force our hand. Do you want what she has? If so, I can give it to you if you let us both go." "Cut the crap. We'll take the box too. And the man, we'll take even more." Since there was no room for negotiation, Yi Ning could only look for opportunities to break them down one by one. He ducked behind a rock and slowly crouched down, picking up 2 small stones. He then put the wrench in his hip pocket and walked out with his hands up. Seeing this scene, Su Ling almost screamed out and hurriedly covered her mouth. Yi Ning said, "Don't mess around. Have a conversation." The 4 of them looked at Yi Ning with their hands raised high and without much wariness, plus the fact that they were armed with hot weapons. They wouldn't put Yi Ning in their eyes. "Where's the woman? What do you mean you're out here alone? It's not complicated terrain. She won't get far." Yi Ning turned his head to look at Su Ling and said in a deep voice, You guys are scaring her with your guns, unless you put them away. The four of you, or professional killers, are you afraid of us? He used the system to scan the four men. The highest force value, the one with the gun, was 35 strength, 30 agility, and 35 physique. Yi Ning was very surprised, not realizing that that person's physique was even higher than his own and Su Hongshan's. Moreover, the block is also big, with a height of more than 1 meter 9. It is a difficult opponent. As for the other three, none of the three stats were low, and it looked like they were from mercenary backgrounds as well. Ha ha ha, we're afraid of you? The man at the head of the group smiled disdainfully and let his guard down at once. Yi Ning grabbed the opportunity and slammed a stone over with force. Bang! The rock hit the gunman's fingers solidly and also smashed the trigger. In a flash, the submachine gun went off twice, the sound echoing all around, and birds everywhere flew high into the air. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When the gun holder saw that the submachine gun could no longer be used and his index finger was broken, he immediately changed his face. Your kid actually has this kind of skill. I really underestimated you. Yi Ning said. You guys dare to hit on Su Ling. Don't you know that his uncle is Su Hongshan? The gunman laughed coldly. We get paid to do the job, so we naturally have the means to accomplish the task. Do you think you can scare us by bringing out Su Hongshan? As soon as his words fell, he gave instructions, and the three men charged directly towards Yi Ning. Yi Ning's eyes glazed over as he drew out his wrench and ran away behind him in large strides. The three of them were extremely fast and clear-headed, so they naturally knew what Yi Ning was trying to do. Let's not split up. Stay in formation. Yi Ning tensed up again, remembering what happened at the Japanese restaurant. He was even a little scared. The last time those guys were unarmed and bound, they almost let them get away with it. Now if he was tied up by these mercenaries, he might get a few bloody holes stabbed in his body. Together, capture him. Since Yi Ning had smashed the trigger, they didn't dare to take the enemy lightly, and it wasn't hard to see that Yi Ning was very powerful. Yi Ning saw the right moment and smashed the remaining stone onto the short man's eyes. Ah! The short man screamed in pain as blood soared out and intense pain spread throughout his head. As a result of the heavy blow, he was unsteady on his feet and his entire body fell backwards. But unexpectedly, the scarred man and the tattooed man didn't care and still rushed to Yi Ning. In an instant, the dagger came from the top down, almost piercing into Yi Ning's chest. Yi Ning backhanded and utilized his wrench to fend it off. Yet the other man had already jumped behind him, his dagger aiming hard at his waist. Whoosh! Yi Ning reacted quickly, dodging the fatal blow with a bizarre stance. Both of them were stunned at the sight. How could an unusual person have such a fast reaction speed? They had no idea that Yi Ning's agility attribute reached 15 points higher than theirs, which was already beyond the limits of human reaction. But they weren't generalized either, and once again they attacked back and forth. The two of them had a very tacit understanding, and with the cooperation of one move and one style, they surrounded Yi Ning in place. Even if Yi Ning possessed a strength attribute of 50, it would be difficult for him to fight back. He had thought that he could use his strength to win, but these two men were one in front of the other, lending their strength to the other, unable to catch a single break in the slightest. Chapter 67 Unthreatened. Dang! Dang! The sound of metal clashing was incessant. Su Ling hid to the side and watched in shock. Growing up in a greenhouse, where had she ever seen such a scene of swords and daggers? She was so nervous that her face was green and white, fearing that Yi Ning would be killed by them. At this point, Yi Ning finally found a break, bending over to avoid a strike and sweeping his leg in the process. Bang! The scarred man fell to the ground in response, spattering a lot of blood even as his head hit the dirt floor, followed by the shorter man who had been hit in the eye by the stone earlier, who also rushed up to grapple. In a flash, Yi Ning swayed to avoid the fatal blow. However, he was still struck, and a cut was made under his chest. His clothes ripped, and the blood couldn't stop flowing down. If it wasn't for the fact that he possessed a 40 agility attribute, I'm afraid that he would have died a long time ago. At this moment, Yi Ning seized the opportunity to counterattack, and the wrench hit the tattooed man's head hard. Wah! The tattooed man subconsciously covered his head, his eyes squinting in pain. Luckily, the short man was covering him, or else Yi Ning would have ended his life in the next second. Yi Ning took the opportunity to pull away, and in just a few minutes, the four of them were injured to varying degrees. The short man was blinded, the scarred man had a bloody head, and the tattooed man's head was dented by a wrench. Yi Ning looked down at his chest. Fortunately the wound was not deep, but from time to time he felt a fiery pain. At this moment, the eyes of the three mercenaries as they looked at Yi Ning completely changed. Their eyes were fearful, and they stared at Yi Ning in death as they forced themselves to endure excruciating pain. I thought the mission would be easily accomplished, but I didn't expect to run into a hard case. Yi Ning and the three of them slowly moved their paces, looking for the next opportunity to attack. The dry leaves under their feet rustled, and no one dared to act rashly. After a few seconds passed, Yi Ning's figure exploded upwards, fainting at the scarred man and the short man. Even though the two of them were mentally prepared, they were still startled by Yi Ning's extraordinary speed and dodged. The tattooed man took the opportunity to attack, but unexpectedly, he fell right into Yi Ning's plan. Yi Ning steadily grabbed his right hand, then bent over and swept his leg, the wrench ruthlessly smashing his knee. Dang! Ah! The tattooed man let out a pig-killing scream and was already incapacitated. Seeing this, the scarred man and the short man pounced on him like they didn't want to die. Yi Ning instinctively leaned back, the sound of the dagger's breaking wind coming from his ears. He dropped the wrench in a smooth manner, rising quickly with a carp, both hands grabbing their hands holding the dagger at the same time. They were both startled, and immediately afterward, the two pulled Yi Ning towards them. Yi Ning leaped in the right direction and kicked both of his feet hard into their crotches. Bang! Bang! Ow! Well, they couldn't have imagined that Yi Ning would pull off this insidious crotch-kicking move. Less than a second to kneel at the same time, Yi Ning threw a punch at the short man's face, breaking his nose and poking out his other eye. Ah! A harsh scream of pain escaped the short man's throat. It was only at this moment that the scarred man reacted, showing just how fast Yi Ning was. He fought to dart over and pounce on Yi Ning. The entire person rode on top of Yi Ning, both hands choking Yi Ning's neck with all their strength. Yi Ning instantly felt like his throat was going to break as he gripped the scarred man's wrists, his legs and waist simultaneously exerting force to throw him behind him. Puff! The scarred man fell to the ground, and Yi Ning let out a violent cough, his cheeks red and his eyes bloodshot. Whoosh! Yi Ning held his breath, dodging to the short man's side to pick up the dagger, and stabbing the scarred man directly through his heart while he was about to climb up. The scarred man let out a cry of pain, both of his hands gripping Yi Ning's right hand in a death grip, and he was completely cut off after a few seconds. I'll kill you! I'll kill you! The short man tore his heart out, pulling up along with the sounds of the fight. It had to be said that even with both eyes blinded, his perception was still very strong, and Yi Ning was nearly swept in the head by his whip leg. Yi Ning said viciously, you, blind and still so capable of fighting? Give me death. He arced up and kicked him over. The short man covered his abdomen in pain and couldn't make a sound. Yi Ning, just in case, took a few steps in the other direction, lifted a large stone, and used all his strength to smash it into his head. Bang! Giggle! The short man's head exploded and his skull shattered all over the place. Old Soon! The tattooed man yelled, desperation in his eyes. Yi Ning touched his throat, his voice was a bit hoarse, thinking that old man is easy to bully. 3 out of 4, you won't survive. Stop. If you kill him, I'll kill this woman. The person in the lead choked Su Ling's neck, the dagger against her waist. The tattooed man suddenly shouted, Gongzi, kill that woman and take the stuff away, leave me alone. Yi Ning snapped back, fire in his eyes. If you dare to touch her, I'll kill all 4 of your families. You guys have a soft spot too. As long as I don't die, I'll dig up your loved ones if I don't believe you try. At those words, Gangzi's expression was stunned, not expecting Yi Ning to threaten them in turn. Yi Ning revealed a sinister smile. If you kill her, do you think you'll be able to escape from my hands? I won't kill you right away. I'll leave you breathing so you can watch your family die in front of you. I know you're from the country, and even if you erase your fingerprints, I have a way to find them. Yi Ning opened the system and dragged the tattooed man over. The next moment, his laughter was no different from that of a madman. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Fong Ping, living in the upper countryside of Zhongyang City, Jingchuan Province, the first household of Shui Tian Canal, parents alive with a wife and daughter. ID card tale number 4637. Ha ha ha. The tattooed man's pupils shrunk when he heard him pronounce his name. The look on Yi Ning's face was like seeing a severe ghost. How did you know that? Gundam was also shocked to the point where his scalp went numb. He swore that he was meeting Yi Ning for the first time, and besides, they had been in this business for years and their identity information had never been exposed. How did the other side know so well? Yi Ning smiled wryly. If you dare to kill her, I promise to kill your entire family. Not one of you will be left behind. Gundam panicked and was in a state of confusion. Was it a demon or a man that stood before him? Yi Ning raised his dagger and pressed it against the tattooed man's neck. I'll give you a chance. If you let her go and tell me about your employer, I'll spare your lives. If you try to pull her back, your whole family will be buried with her. If you fail in your mission, at least you still have your lives and can still escape with your family. If your lives are gone, you have nothing left. Think about it. Gangzi really wanted to pull Su Ling's back, but thinking of his own family, that killing intent dissipated a lot. Yi Ning's voice raised, I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't let her go, I'll kill this man. 1, 2, Chapter 68, Su Ling was injured. Gangzi instantly panicked, not realizing that the other party didn't care about this woman's life at all, which was something he hadn't expected. Had I known, I would have investigated the man's background. Who the hell is that? he hurriedly let go of his left hand, fearing that Fong Ping would die. In the next moment, Su Ling sat down on her knees, coughing violently, and her body couldn't stop shaking. Yi Ning said, "Su Ling, come over here, don't be afraid with me." A moment later, Su Ling slowly got up and walked towards Yi Ning. When she walked to Yi Ning's side, Yi Ning raised his hand and cut the tattooed man's carotid artery. Giggle. The blood was like a water column, spraying out violently. Fong Ping. Gangzi's eyes widened as he couldn't believe that Yi Ning had actually deceived himself. Su Ling almost fainted when she saw this bloody scene. It's just brutal. Fong Ping stretched out his arm, his eyes full of unwillingness. Gangzi. He then collapsed to the ground, his body slowly writhing, and in less than a dozen seconds he was no longer moving. Ah! Gangzi roared, erupting with a powerful murderous aura as he dashed towards Yi Ning with great speed. Yi Ning pulled Su Ling behind him and said in a deep voice, "Back off." In a flash, two men came face to face. Gangzi leaped high, his right foot like a steel whip, flinging himself onto Yi Ning's head with a wind-breaking sound. Yi Ning raised his hand to block, and his entire body nearly flew out. He grabbed Guzi's calf in a smooth manner and was about to launch his force when Guzi's other foot came at his face with a strong force. Bang! Yi Ning caught it steadily, and his entire body stumbled backward, nearly falling. He knew that Gundam would fight with himself, but he didn't expect that Gundam's 35 strength attribute would explode with such an amazing force. Maybe it's because the word is not the word, or maybe it's because Fong Ping is dead. Yi Ning did not dare to take the enemy lightly, as Gangzi's physical quality was extremely high, with a physical attribute of 35, 5 attribute points higher than himself and Su Hongshan. It was hard to imagine just how horrible his training had been when he was a mercenary. Yi Ning did not want to be passive and turn defense into offense, swishing forward and tangling with him. Bang! 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 For a while, the two fought hard. Gangzi received 2 punches from Yi Ning, and Yi Ning received 2 kicks from Gangzi. The daggers in their hands were eyeing each other, both looking for a chance to strike a fatal blow. Yi Ning didn't dare to imagine what would happen to him if his martial skill was still elementary boxing. "I'm afraid I won't be able to catch a few strokes from Gundam and I'll be killed." Cha! Gangzi's expression was incredibly fierce, and he wasn't overwhelmed by hatred or teasing. A punch was thrown out already thinking about the image of Yi Ning's response. He broke Yi Ning's moves in succession, and not a single movement was superfluous, whether it was a stance or a move. Yi Ning retreated several steps in a row before finding a chance to counterattack, sidestepping the punch and slamming an elbow into Gangzi's chest. Gangzi stifled a grunt. His lower body was extremely stable, and he raised his hand to grab Yi Ning's arm. Yi Ning sensed that it was not good and hurriedly leapt backward. At this moment, Gundam was shocked, but he quickly calmed down. "I'll admit, your reaction time is nothing short of human." Gangzi's face teased, "But so what? Once I catch you, you will die for sure." Yi Ning had killed Fong Ping, which meant that Yi Ning would not let himself go. He had been mixed up in the battlefield for many years and had experienced countless life and death scenes, and he had not expected to be shocked by Yi Ning's bursting out of Fong Ping's accurate information, which he now felt very ashamed of when he thought about it. Regardless of how he knew Fong Ping's exact information, the only thing he could be sure of now was to kill Yi Ning with his own hands, forever and ever. Yi Ning thought the same. If he let Gangzi escape and let him investigate his identity background, the consequences would be unimaginable. Both men fought with great conviction, once again in a life and death struggle. Bang! The two men's fists collided, and Gangzi suddenly felt a sharp pain in the bones of his fingers. Yi Ning's reaction speed was not only fast, but his strength was also strong. It was a good thing that he had a tough physique, so he didn't fall behind. The dagger in Yi Ning's hand flashed with a cold light, and from top to bottom, he attempted to slit Gangzi's wrist. When Gundam reacted, his little finger had already fallen to the ground, and his ring finger also suffered, with its knuckles broken. Red liquid continued to drip from his hand as blood flowed. Yi Ning got it right. With a fierce face and fierce eyes, he jumped left and right horizontally in a weird body style, like a phantom invading towards Gangzi. Gonzo was beaten back due to the loss of a finger. Every time he caught one of Yi Ning's moves, a sharp pain came from his fingers, a pain that he could not endure even after years of galloping through the sands. At this moment, Yi Ning clenched his teeth and wiped his dagger viciously towards the other party's neck. But who knew? Gangzi didn't seem to want to die. He didn't dodge. Instead he arrowed up and similarly slashed at Yi Ning's neck with his dagger. Yi Ning's complexion shook as he immediately clasped his wrist, and Gangzi's movements were exactly the same as his. Only, Yi Ning's speed was always one step faster than him, and he kicked viciously at the lungs. Gangzi's face instantly turned blue, but his fingers remained strong and powerful, not relaxing by half, for he knew full well that once he loosened his grip, the dagger would kill him. Yi Ning was once again shocked at his resistance to fighting, and now that he had the upper hand, he absolutely could not let him slow down. Bang! Bang bang! for 3 consecutive kicks. Gangzi didn't even get knocked away from him, but instead, he broke through and gave Yining a punch. Yining was not expecting this. His cheeks were raw and painful, and he subconsciously took a step backwards. Gonzo found a moment to catch his breath and exploded back. Crouching on the ground and panting heavily, the two of them were fighting exceptionally fiercely. Su Ling covered her face with her hands and didn't dare to look directly at her. She was really afraid that Yining would die in the hands of the other party because of a single carelessness. Yining said, "I'll give you the chance to turn yourself in, or else I'll break your limbs and have the patrol division's men take you back." Gundam spat out a mouthful of spit. "You're dreaming." There was no longer any chance of winning in close combat, so he pulled out a few flying daggers from his waist and ruthlessly shot them out towards Yining's body. He switched his orientation with every flying dagger he threw. Yining did not expect the speed of the flying dagger to be so fast, and almost caught the way. The dagger and the flying dagger collided together, making a sharp sound. There was one flying dagger he couldn't hit in time and could only dodge it sideways, but unexpectedly, the flying dagger accurately stabbed into Su Ling's chest. Su Ling's face was extremely agonized, and her features were tightly wrinkled. Su Ling. Yining's back was chilled, but he couldn't go to Su Ling's side, and if he went over to check on his injuries, he would be at a passive position. Gonzo can attack and retreat. Yining realized that he had been tricked when he saw the other party's sinister face. It turned out that his target in the beginning was Su Ling, not himself. Yining's chest rose and fell violently, and his entire body erupted with a shocking killing intent. His figure was like lightning as he arrived at Gangzi's side in a matter of moments. Gundam's heel had only just snapped and he was about to dodge, but it was too late. His right arm was caught in Yining's death grip, and his other injured palm was broken by a kick. Giggle. In the next moment, all the fingers of Gangzi's right hand fell off, blood shot out, and both palms were scrapped. Chapter 69 Emergency Treatment. At this moment, Gangzi felt an unprecedented despair. He finally realized that Yining didn't want to be seriously injured, which was why he didn't dare to fight himself. It was only now that the woman had been stabbed by the flying dagger that Yining defied all odds and fought him with all her might. At this moment, Gundam tried to raise his leg to counterattack, but it was useless. Yining's right foot stepped hard on his chest, pinning him to the ground, unable to move. Immediately following, Yining picked the hamstrings of both of his feet, and Gangzi's limbs were ruined. Yining grabbed him by the collar and said viciously, "You wait to be sanctioned by the law." Putting down his harsh words, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Captain Sun, briefly relaying it before sending the location. Gundam grimaced in pain and questioned, "So you were letting off steam in your fight with me just now?" Yining gasped, "You shouldn't have hurt that woman. She's not my weakness, but you managed to inspire my potential. Understand?" Gangzi laughed twice miserably, not expecting to end up in such a situation today. "You're very strong. I'm afraid you're a few points stronger than Su Hongshan. Such great strength and agility at such a young age, and extraordinary martial arts. How on earth did you do it?" Yining replied, "Who is your employer?" There was still a viciousness in Gundam's eyes, and he didn't answer. Yining also stopped talking nonsense with him, cutting a few vines around him and tying him up. After all, he had broken his fingers and hamstrings and was still able to move his body with his elbows. Just in case, Yining had to do this. At this time, Captain Sun also returned the message, and Yining hurried back to Su Ling's side. Su Ling sat on her knees on the ground, and when she saw Yining walking towards her, her voice trembled. "Yining, I'm so hard." When she lifted her face, Yining was shocked to discover that she was poisoned. His seal was black, his eyes were covered with blood, his lips were slightly purple, and his breath was extremely disorganized. Yining hurriedly took her pulse and found that the toxin had spread to her internal organs. How could the toxin on the flying dagger be so strong? Yining was flustered and comforted. "It's fine, I'll take you to the hospital now." Su Ling huffed and cried, "I'm going to die, right?" Yining picked her up and barely managed to squeeze out a smile. "Su family's eldest young lady, how could you say such words? Where did your arrogance go?" Su Ling didn't say anything, just hugged his neck tightly. He put Su Ling on the passenger side of the BMW XM, fastened her seatbelt, and slammed on the gas toward the hospital in the city. All along the way, Yining kept talking to her, fearing that she would pass out. "It's only going to get worse if we lose consciousness." Su Ling's vermilion lips were slightly open, her breath was weak, and she didn't even have the strength to speak. 20 minutes or so later, the car finally drove out of the mountain ring road. Yining continued to observe Su Ling's situation and found that the toxins in her body were getting more and more serious. Her face was pale, and the color of her lips turned into a deep purple. Now he was faced with a choice. Should he return to Su Ling's designated place and treat her himself, or should he go straight to the hospital? But I'm afraid it's too late to go to the hospital. It's important to get the toxins out of her system as soon as possible. At this moment, Su Ling was startled by the sound of honking sirens in the surroundings and slowly raised her jade hand, pointing in the direction of her left. Her voice was extremely small. It's too late to get to the hospital. Take me back to my destination. I don't want to die out there. My heart hurts. Yining was helpless and slapped the steering wheel hard. With his current medical skills, could he really detoxify her? Su Ling was right. It was too late to go to the hospital. There was nothing to be done in the moment but to drive to the destination, a suburban villa. Yining panicked and carried her to the front of the villa, and realizing that there was no one here, he immediately broke down the door. Coming into the room, Yining placed her on the bed and gently patted her face. Pull yourself together, you're not going to die. After saying that, he immediately tore open Su Ling's blouse, and his white and tender skin and sexy underwear were visible. At this time, not caring to appreciate the stunningly beautiful body, Yining opened the system mall to find a solution to the toxin. There are still 110 points of peach coins available. Yining's heart raced. System, is there any antidote to the poison? How many peach blossom coins do I need? Tell me quickly. System, you need to spend 50 peach blossom coins to purchase clear spirit pill to take, and 50 peach blossom coins to purchase jade heart scatter to soak your body. At this moment, Su Ling weakly cursed. You're damned I'm dying still tear my clothes, last night willing to give you, and you do not want. Yining purchased the 2 medicines recommended by the system and said, you are too deeply poisoned and delirious. Su Ling tried to stay awake and laughed miserably. Forget it, do you really think you're a god? Yining turned to the water fountain and received a cup of water. Returning to her side, he whispered, I'm going to pull out the flying dagger now, so bear with me. He reached out and took hold of the flying dagger, reconfirming, ready? Su Ling nodded slightly. Then, Yining pulled out the flying knife with force, and black blood gushed out like a chiseled spring. In the next second, Su Ling bowed her body and a large mouthful of blood sprayed out of her mouth. The pale pink sheets were splattered with black liquid. Yining's heart shook, not expecting the blood to change color. What kind of poison is this? Su Ling was lying on top of Yining, her body unable to stop twitching, and it was difficult for her to breathe. I'm really dying. Yining shed tears of heartache and hurriedly opened the lid of the Qingling pill bottle, stuffing all the pills into her mouth while gently pressing and caressing her beautiful back and feeding her water. Swallow slowly. Su Ling was dying and struggled to swallow the pill. Yining's body began to shake with nervousness, fearing that she would just swallow and spit out the medicine again. After a dozen seconds or so, making sure that Su Ling wouldn't spit out the medicine, he picked her up again and walked into the bathroom. What are you doing? Nonsense, detoxing you of course. Yining put her into the bathtub, and only then realized that there was no hot water. Asterisk. Mentally screaming and cursing, he could only beat a dead horse now. There was no way around it. Yining could only fill the bathtub with cool water, then turn on the electric water heater for backup. Su Ling was so cold that she was shivering, but there was no expression on her pretty face. The miserable appearance caused Yining's heart to twist inside. When the cool water didn't pass over her body, Yining hurriedly poured the jade heart scatter into the bathtub. Not long after, the turbid black water in the bathtub immediately became clear and transparent, and the color was still changing. At times it becomes bright red, at times it becomes orange red. Towards the end, it turned pink, and there were quite a few crystal clear blue particles floating around underwater. As time passed, the blue particles slowly floated onto Su Ling's body, soaking into her body at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Yining clenched his fists as his heart intensified its beating, because Su Ling still didn't have half a reaction. She was just lying quietly in the bathtub, her hair like a waterfall, her face haggard and bloodless. Chapter 70, You're my man. Yining felt more and more out of place and gently shook her. Hey, how are you feeling? Say something. Su Ling didn't answer, and if it wasn't for the fact that her chest was still gently rising and falling, Yining would have thought that she was dead. Yining was anxious and asked the system. System, how exactly is she doing? System, wait. Yining was puzzled. What was this to wait for? Waiting for the toxins to detoxify? But it's been 7 or 8 minutes now, and it's still not working. Yining just quietly observed her face, not moving a muscle. Time passed by. Su Ling's cheeks began to regain their blood color, and her purple lips slowly faded. A moment ago she was breathing through her nose. Now she started breathing through her mouth. It's clearly starting to get better. Yining was overjoyed. The system was sincere. After a few more minutes, Su Ling violently opened her eyes and violently sprayed out a large mouthful of black blood. Put. Su Ling regained consciousness and stared at Yining in a daze. I feel like I'm better? As she spoke, she suddenly grabbed Yining's arm. I'm not coming back to life, am I? I'm still going to die, right? I'm so young and beautiful, why am I dying? The more she talked, the more agitated she became, and the more sad she became. Finally, The vocal cords were mixed with sobs. Why would you let me run into this kind of thing? It's not like I've done anything to hurt the world. Yining picked her up. How can you die? You're almost done. Su Ling was heartbroken. Just bury me here. I have no regrets after being buried by the hands of someone I like. Yining was helpless. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and take a shower. Then I'll give you acupuncture. The reason why he picked up Su Ling in a panic was because Su Ling still had a wound on her chest. What she spewed out just now was all black blood with toxins. If it gets reinfected, it'll be a waste of time. Yining turned on the electric water heater and took the shower, pointing the nozzle at her and giving her a simple rinse. Don't be sad. I told you were almost done. Are you deaf or just stupid? Yining shoved the shower into her hands. Hurry up and wash. Su Ling was incredulous and looked slightly surprised. I'm really almost done? Yining cursed. You don't even believe in me anymore. Heck, I've been victimized by you too. Okay, staying with you. Not a single thing has ever gone my way. I'm not going to bother with you if you keep dawdling. I've got stitches and acupuncture to do later. I've got nothing to gain by using me as a bodyguard. So he turned to deal with the water in the tub for a few minutes before stepping out of the bathroom. Yining sat on the sofa with a helpless expression. The first time he fought someone, he didn't slow down either. The moment of killing was brief, but the bloody scene always came to mind and lingered. Now think about it, very afraid. In case you really are not the opponent of those people. Alas, Yining sighed heavily. Well now, there are still 10 points left in Peach Blossom coins, and the ones that were so hard to save up have been spent again. He got up and walked to the kitchen on the first floor, found brown sugar and ginger, as well as red dates, and simply made some sugar water for her to drink. You've thrown up so much blood, you've got to make up for it. Get the sugar water. Yining found another medical kit in the room on the first floor, which happened to have stitches in it. When he went back upstairs to the master bedroom, he found Su Ling already sitting on the edge of the bed rubbing her wet hair. Su Ling's demeanor still looked somewhat weak. She took the sugar water and blew on it gently a few times before drinking it all in one gulp. Yining said, pull back the robe and let me take a look at the wound. Su Ling froze. Her pretty face flushed in the next second. She stammered, hesitant, but pulled her robe back. Unexpectedly, she had nothing to wear inside, and her huge peaks were exposed in front of Yining's eyes. Asterisk. Yining exclaimed and turned around. Don't you wear any underwear? Su Ling bristled. I didn't expect you to be so blunt either. Yining urged. Hurry up and put it on. I have to stitch up your wound. Shuring oh so quietly, she put on her underwear and panties. Okay, you can turn around now. Yining pointed to the bed. Lie down on the side of the bed. He took a sewing needle, threaded it with tiny black thread, and began to stitch her up. It's not a big wound. Maybe 7 or 8 stitches will do. Only, when Yining was stitching up the wound, a nosebleed flowed out. Su Ling stared with wide eyes. My God, you have a nosebleed. You've been poisoned too? Yining looked at the sexy lingerie and blown-out skin. It would be strange if he didn't get a nosebleed. He didn't bother to talk, wiped off the nosebleed, and put in one last stitch. You're the one who's poisoned. I'm a gas and blood know what? Ding! Gain 30 Peach Blossom coins. He put the stitches away and took out the silver needles. Ready for acupuncture. Su Ling looked at this man who took care of himself in every way. Her heart warmed, and her ears and pretty face flushed for a while. Yining was curious. Are you hot? Su Ling beamed. No. Yining unconsciously glared at her and bent down to search for the acupuncture point. Right at this moment, Su Ling suddenly stretched out her jade hand and cupped his face and kissed him deeply. Well, Yining stared wide-eyed, then quickly closed his eyes again. It had to be said that Su Ling's fragrant tongue was indeed very sweet. He savored the brief, pleasurable thrill as his body began to respond. He was afraid that he couldn't control himself and wanted to push Su Ling away, but Su Ling still didn't let go, still sucking on his mouth. It wasn't until 2 minutes had passed, and Su Ling was satisfied in her heart, that she carried him on her back and laid down on the bed. Yining licked his lips, recalling the images and touch he had just experienced. Ding! Gained 100 Peach Blossom coins. Ding! Su Ling's favorability plus 50. Reaching 100. Su Ling was petulant and said softly, I want to sleep for a while, so let's not use acupuncture. Yining refused. That won't work. It has to be acupuncture. If you're stubborn again, I'm leaving right now. Don't. Su Ling turned around, climbed up and hugged him tightly. No one is allowed to leave. You are my person. You are not allowed to go anywhere without my permission. She looked at Yining dully and softly said, You don't have any feelings for me. Can't this young lady chase you? Yining wanted to go crazy. He was already horny, now being held by her, smelling the tantalizing body scent and touching the white and red peaks. It was even more tempting to do that now. After a few seconds passed, Yining lightly coughed twice and said with a straight face, You don't have enough qi and blood, and your nerves are a bit weakened, so you need acupuncture. At this moment, Su Ling's expectant eyes became somewhat lost. She slowly unclenched her hands and lay back on the bed with a soft sigh and no more words. Yi Ning snickered. In the end, you're pampered. Just now you said you're going to chase me, and you're going to give up when I didn't answer positively? Laughing my ass off. Su Ling was bitter and beamed. What do you care? Yi Ning reached out and touched, finding the heart point and preparing to place the needle. Squeaky. The door to the room was opened. Chapter 71 Grand Finale. The door to the room was suddenly opened and both men looked at the same time. The visitor was actually Su Hongshan. The footsteps of several other people could be heard. Outside, Su Hongshan froze in place when he saw the image of the two of them together. Seems like I came at a bad time. Spirit, did you get the stuff? Su Ling and Yi Ning looked at each other in disbelief, recalling what had happened. Yi Ning said, in the BMW. Su Hongshan wanted to be angry, but it was not good to have an attack on this occasion. Gritted his teeth and hurriedly walked downstairs. After he fetched the box, he learned what had happened. Luckily this girl went to you. Otherwise, hey. Su Hongshan was blaming himself and was filled with guilt. I was supposed to go to Martial Spirit Mountain, but the family had asked me to attend to another important matter. The contents of the box are very important, and we can't let anyone else know, so we can only send Little Spirit. Yi Ning asked, well, at least I risked my life to save Su Ling twice. Can you tell me what's inside? Can't. Su Hongshan shook his head. You are not a Su family member. You are not qualified to know, but you've been so gracious to Su Ling. From now on, our Su family will treat you with the highest standards, and we will fulfill your requests as long as we can. But well, he seemed to be smiling, staring into Yi Ning's eyes. If you really want to know what's in the box, just marry Little Spirit and the family head will naturally tell you. When these words came out, a blush once again appeared on Su Ling's pretty face. Yi Ning was helpless and rolled his eyes. I haven't thought about this matter yet. Since you're here I don't need to give her acupuncture anymore. You take care of her. Su Hongshan was puzzled. Are you leaving? Yi Ning nodded. I have things to do, so I won't stay here. Su Hongshan took out two items from his coat pocket. This ring and the signal transmitter. You take them. The ring represents the Martial League order, a signal transmitter that allows the Martial League to rally people who are willing to do anything for you, even if it means going to their deaths. They are willing. Yi Ning's mouth opened slightly, his expression surprised. Martial Alliance? What kind of organization is this? Su Hongshan explained. The Martial Alliance, the martial arts association I founded. Every single person in it is screened by me and has notable battle prowess. This organization is the equivalent of a fraternity. Whenever someone is in trouble, everyone will step up. Usually, there are no missions, and they don't do anything illegal. The ring represents who I am, and as long as they see the ring, they will listen to whatever you say. Yi Ning was thoughtful. In other words, it's a death squad. Su Hongshan smiled. You can also understand it this way. This is just the favor I'm giving you. As for the family head side, any needs your group has, we will satisfy you. Now, the Su family was also repaying him for saving Su Ling's life. There is no lack of resources for the project in the future, and it's not bad to have the Daredevil team working for you. At this moment, Su Ling took his arm. Uncle, you go ahead and get busy. He still has to give me acupuncture. Su Hongshan understood and laughed freely twice. I should go too. You guys get along. Yi Ning was dumbfounded. Hadn't he just said that Su Hongshan would take care of Su Ling? Su Ling was a bit dejected. If you want to leave, unless you promise me one thing. Yi Ning asked. What is it? Su Ling's vermilion lips pressed against his ear. Go to my house to propose marriage. You. Yi Ning was speechless. What I've said won't change, so just put that idea to rest. Su Ling stomped her foot and said defiantly. On what grounds? You've kissed. You've looked. You've walked away. What do you take me for? I gave you my first kiss, don't I? Su Ling, want face? Yi Ning retorted. It's not like there are any outsiders who know. Why are you nervous? Besides, you didn't wear underwear yourself and took the initiative to show me. It's not like I had that in mind. You're the one who initiated the kiss, and you're blaming me for it. Su Ling squeezed his arm hard and said with a puff of air. Then you say, how can you be willing to be my man? Yi Ning said, no way. Don't even think about it. Let me reiterate. My Yi family is small in size right now. If I married you, wouldn't it be the equivalent of joining the family? My father and I both want to save face. So for now, it's not possible. At this moment, Su Ling sneered. Humph, then I'll have my dad contact your dad, and I'll see what your dad says then. Yi Ning was confused. Why was this woman so stalkerish? He suddenly thought of what Yu Xian had said. If he married someone he didn't like, he wouldn't be happy in his life. Seeing that he froze, Su Ling continued to add. You just don't have feelings for me. You can't possibly hate me, right? I believe in love over time. But whatever I decide, I won't change it in this lifetime. Just wait for me. Yi Ning said. I'm going to visit the construction site now. You can't keep me from going back, can you? Su Ling just wanted to rely on him. Then I'll go with you. Are you comfortable letting me be here alone? Won't you go home? It's not like this villa is your real home. Yi Ning was a bit annoyed. I've been busy following you for 2 days. Can you give me a break? Jingle bells. Yi Ning's cell phone rang. It's Captain Sun calling. Mr. Yi, that man is dead. Now all 4 bodies were taken back. If there's anything else new to discover, please let me know. Dead? How? He died when he hit his head and bled all over the place. Asterisk. Yi Ning hung up the phone, very annoyed. Does that leave only the first reward to be selected for settlement? Now that the trail is broken, you can't choose a third reward. That's 500 peach coins in advanced boxing martial arts. After thinking for a few minutes, Yi Ning decided that he must find out more about Gangzi and Feng Ping's organization. This task, he must accomplish. Su Ling was close to him and heard Captain Sun's words. That man died after crashing his head. It seems like a big organization is behind it. I'm sure my uncle will look into it, so don't be so angry. Yi Ning regained his composure. The patrol division and Su Hongshan's martial arts alliance. The 2 parties investigated, and there should be new clues soon. Whoever is behind it will be uprooted when the time comes. Su Ling shook his arm. Not in a hurry to go. Okay, there are a lot of ingredients here. You can accompany me? I will cook for you to eat. Yi Ning snorted and laughed when he saw her spilling her guts. Will you stop being so sappy? It's old and disgusting. I still like that swagger you had at the hibachi. Su Ling retracted her stance. The corner of her mouth hooked up. She said arrogantly and coldly, Surname Yi, hurry up and get me food. I'm hungry. Do you hear me? Is my lady's word no good?